when the globally popular game is about to merge with reality. Everyone is striving to level up and kill monsters for survival. However, I am hiding in the newbie village and playing sword fighting with goblins. It's because every time I swing my sword, my attack power permanently increases by 1 point. So the more times I swing my sword, the higher my attack power becomes. When I can swing my sword 100 million times, even the godly forest demon can be killed with one strike. But when other players see me only swinging my sword in the newbie village, they all mock me as a fool. This is because the highest level currently open in the Tian Dao game is level 100. It is said that the game has just begun after level 100. But I don't care and continue practicing sword fighting in the newbie village square after entering the game. Now, I have been practicing for a month and have already completed 10 million sword swings. At this moment, the system voice sounds, congratulating the host for completing 10 million sword swings and obtaining a chance to draw a prize. The next moment, the system prompt makes me pause. Congratulations to the host for drawing the reward weapon, Godly Lifeblood. It turns out to be a divine level equipment, so I quickly check its attributes. Godly Lifeblood can be enhanced and evolved. Usage level 1 can be upgraded. Attribute 1, increase all 5 elements by 100 points. Attribute 2, increase attack speed by 100%. Wow! Such powerful numerical attributes for a level 1 equipment. According to my current attack power, it means that I can slash 100 meters with one strike, and my attack speed is doubled, which means I can swing my sword 10 to 12 times per second now. With this, I am no longer a fragile character. The increase of 100 points in the 5 elements attribute brings my HP to 20,000. At this stage, no one should be able to kill me in one hit, and my attack power can surpass everyone else's. Fortunately, this game doesn't have an attack power ranking, otherwise people would think I'm a game bug. Without any surprises, I continue to stand outside the classroom and keep swinging my sword, increasing my sword swing count and steadily increasing my attack power. My behavior finally attracts some classmates' mockery and the teacher's dissatisfaction. The guiding teacher furrows her brows and asks, Qin Zheng, are you still swinging your sword in the newbie village every day? I slowly reply, yes. Hearing my answer, the guiding teacher, Lu Xia, becomes furious, but I still maintain an indifferent attitude. No one can stop me from swinging my sword. However, Lu Xia earnestly says, if you continue to indulge yourself like this, no one can save you. The game will invade reality in half a year. If you don't work hard, who can you rely on? I know that as a mentor, Lu Xia hopes for my improvement. But as a transmigrator with a system, I can't explain this matter, so I can only keep swinging my sword. At this moment, a mocking voice comes from my ear. Qin Zheng, you're just a waste. Can you stop holding back Wang Chang? In reality, I am Wang Chang, the son of Fong Tang Group. In the game, I have a yellow grade superior talent. Whether in reality or in the game, I surpass you. A waste. So, let me ask you, will Wang Chang join your team or not? Hearing this, I just look up and say, Wang Chang is my brother. If you want Wang Chang to join you, don't act like a spoiled rich kid from a listed company. Your yellow grade superior talent is nothing compared to his heavenly grade medium talent. In the future, when the game invades, you will have to compete with us, brothers. Fong Tang Jing immediately shrinks back. Yes, now he is the son of a listed company. But in half a year, when the game invades reality, the rules of reality will no longer be able to restrain those with powerful abilities. So now, people with higher talents are the targets of major financial groups' recruitment. At this moment, Wang Chang also walks over, wanting to stand up for me. I immediately give him a subtle eye signal, indicating that he doesn't need to. Just then, a beautiful girl of the class flower level, Li Shuero, walks over. She has a heavenly grade inferior talent. Seeing Li Shuero slowly approaching me, I wave my hand and say, are you also here to recruit Wang Chang for your team? Take it away. It's definitely better to follow your team than to follow someone like Fong Tangjing. Li Shuero was surprised. She never expected that before she could even speak. She had already recruited a talented person. Then she slowly scanned my whole body. Why doesn't this Qin Zheng look like a fool? Why doesn't he want to level up properly? Being able to accurately guess my intentions shows that he is not someone with intellectual problems. Although I can't understand why he keeps practicing drawing his sword. I am curious. I have no idea about Li Shuero's curiosity. Whenever I have time, I practice drawing my sword. Just when I was about to reach 20 million draws, Wang Chang told me some bad news. The school plans to expel some typical students. Those who waste time in the game and completely disbelieve in the invasion of the game into reality. Brother Zhang, Li Shuero asked me to tell you that Fong Tangjing is using his family connections to try to get you expelled. It seems that Fong Tangjing is clearly seeking revenge for the humiliation he suffered. But revenge is revenge. After being expelled, I can practice drawing my sword quietly. Li Shuero also said that in order to deal with the invasion of the game into the academy, it will soon be transformed into a game sect, and territories will be divided, such as leveling areas. All of this is to allow students to better obtain resources. If you are expelled, you won't be able to enjoy these benefits. Wang Chang reminded me. I understand. The academy will definitely purchase a lot of game resources to provide for the students. Although I haven't left the newbie village yet, it doesn't mean I will stay there forever. But at this moment, the guidance teacher Lu Xia came to the classroom, and when she looked at me, her gaze was complicated. Then she announced to everyone, I believe you all know that the academy is going to expel some people, and our class also has a list. Qin Zheng, you have been expelled. Lu Xia looked at me and said the last sentence. As a guidance teacher, she actually felt a bit reluctant in her heart, but the school forced her to expel me, and she, as a small teacher, was helpless. Thank you, teacher. I understand the school's decision, but can I say one last thing? I said calmly, but I also felt a surge of anger in my heart. Then I looked at the others. I have drawn my sword tens of millions of times, whether it's perseverance, determination, or persistence. You all can't see it. You are all short-sighted. One day, I will make you all understand that I am someone you all have to look up to. After saying that, I walked out of the classroom gracefully. At this moment, the classroom fell silent, but in the next moment, it burst into laughter. Do you think Qin Zheng has read too many Chinibu manga? He got expelled and still wants us all to look up to him. What are we supposed to look up to him for? Is he going crazy from drawing his sword every day? Only 3 people in the classroom didn't laugh. One was Lu Xia, who knew the teacher and had a complicated expression. One was Wang Chang, whose eyes were filled with anger, as if he was about to explode at any moment. The last person who didn't laugh was Li Shuero. She was deep in thought. She knew that Qin Zheng was not a fool. On the contrary, he was very intelligent. So there must be a reason why he kept drawing his sword every day. But what that reason was remained unknown. But she believed that in the future, he would truly make everyone look up to him. Thinking of this, Li Shuero immediately logged into the game. At the first moment she went online. She headed straight for the newbie village and indeed saw me still continuously drawing my sword. I drew and sheathed my sword over and over again, at an extremely fast speed. After watching for a short while, Li Shuero had already seen me draw my sword hundreds of times. Suddenly, a voice came into Li Shuero's ears. We haven't been in contact since we entered university, and the first time you come to find me is to watch someone else practice drawing their sword? The person appearing in front of Li Shuero is Li Shuayan, the president of a $1 trillion listed group, who has gathered a large number of talented and powerful people through a huge amount of wealth. In order to become a powerful force after the game invasion, Li Shuero pointed at me, who was drawing a sword, and said, Sister, you are an arcane mage and your talent is the arcane supreme. Can you perceive any differences in the area in front of him every time he draws his sword? Li Shuayan smiled and said, Is that the new player? Qin Zheng, who is as steady as a rock. How can his sword drawing speed be so fast? This attack speed is definitely not something a level 1 player can have. Then, Li Shuayan closed her eyes and extended her palm. Soon after, Li Shuayan sensed the area in front of me where the airflow was constantly being cut off. Li Shuayan said in amazement, As long as the speed of the swordsman's sword drawing is fast enough, he can cut through everything. Now his sword can even block the airflow. If it's the same level and equipment, I'm afraid they would die under his sword without even fighting. Sister, do you want to recruit such a talent? Li Shuero asked. Yes, but how long does he need to practice like this? The game will invade reality in less than half a year. Although I can invest in him, I need to ask him how long he needs to practice, Li Shuayan said. After speaking, Li Shuayan walked towards me. At this moment, I finally drew my sword tens of thousands of times, and the system rewards arrived in time. My attention was completely focused on the lottery, and I didn't notice that a level 93 expert had come to the newbie village. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, Supreme Eye of Audit. Supreme Eye of Audit, talent, upgradable, can perceive all ambush crises, discover the weaknesses of any opponent during battle, and launch critical attacks towards the opponent's weaknesses to gain critical strike effects. The critical strike system has no upper limit and cannot be evaded. Each opponent can only be used once in the same battle. Another god-level talent, and it's a talent? Normally, you can only obtain a talent when you reach level 20 for job transfer, but I obtained it at level 1, and this talent even comes with critical strikes. So, does that mean that as long as I attack, it will be a one-hit kill? Qin Zheng was overjoyed. Although, this talent also had a weakness, that is, right now, there was a limited number of times it could be used. However, this was a divine grade talent. It could still be upgraded. In other words, there was growth. Then what was Qin Zheng panicking about? Don't forget, his system was a proficiency system. However, anything that could be enhanced and grow through proficiency was able to gain. One day, my sword will tell you everything. Qin Zheng once again gripped the knife in his hand. Right now, his game panel looked like this. ID, Qin Zheng. Level, 1. Blood, 20,200. Magic, 1010. Spell attack, 810. Physical attack, 20,001,020. 5 attributes: gold 102, wood 101, water 101, fire 101, earth 101. Skill, swipe, level 1. Equipment, God Song Shang Blood, artifact. This was a level 1 attribute. Already, it was tougher than many level 30 players. Moreover, Qin Zheng still only had one piece of equipment on his entire body. There were also 5 pieces of equipment, namely the battle armor, cloak, leg guards, boots, and helmet, which were not worn. He was already just this strong. The attack power had even broken through 20 million. Where was this the weakling waste that Feng Tong had spoken of? It was clearly a god. At this time, Li Shuyan also came to Qin Zheng's side, and she directly opened her mouth and said, Qin Zheng, right? You're really still practicing drawing your sword, how? Is this the mission you received to comprehend something? You are? Qin Zheng asked in return. Beauty. An absolute beauty. Moreover, there was the imperial sister paradigm. This body, moreover, was something that those girls in the school did not possess and envied. Where it should be big, it was big. The place where it should be curved was also quite curved. But Qin Zheng could not figure out. What was such a beautiful woman doing here looking for herself? My name is Li Shuyan. Oh, may I ask how Li Shuyan is related to you? That's my sister. The two conversed for a while. When Li Shuyan reported her name, looking at her appearance, although she was a bit more stunning than Li Shuelua, the two sisters still looked similar, and now that their names were so similar, Qin Zheng naturally associated her with his classmate. I should say former classmates. Sure enough, the beauty did not come to herself for no reason. Qin Zheng also roughly guessed what the other party wanted to do, so he said, I didn't receive any mission, those are all speculations and rumors, I just simply find this fun. Assembly President Li came over to look for me. It shouldn't be because he has a crush on a game loser like me, right? There were no surprises. In Qin Zheng's place, his sister Li Shuelua, who was the class flower, did not have the chance to open her mouth, while Li Shuyan, who was the first beauty of the imperial capital, seemed to be the same. He almost choked to death with one sentence. If it's okay, don't get in the way of me drawing my sword. Qin Zheng was tugging. You. Li Shuyan was so angry that she was shaking there. What did this guy mean? She was the president of one of the top 10 unions in the game, and she came over to look for him, but she was actually obstructing him? She really didn't know how much she weighed. However, Qin Zheng was not the least bit flustered, because this was a newbie village. As long as he didn't leave the novice village, what could Li Shuyan do to him? Single combat? Not to mention now, even in the past, Qin Zheng was confident that he could kill her in a second. Now that he had the gift of the supreme heavenly eyes, it was even more so. This knife was unavoidable. Thus, returning to her sister's side in the distance, the female president Li Shuyan, for the first time, had a tone of frustration. Sister, what kind of person is this? He actually said that I got in the way of him pulling out his sword. Li Shuelua sniffed but laughed. It is true that the sister you out of the horse is also the same. This time my heart can be much more balanced. But don't worry sister, I have a way to make him agree to join our yen row. What method do you have? This fellow, he's obviously not into oil and salt. Moreover, even if he joins us, that's how he'll draw his sword every day. What's the point? Li Shuyan spat. But, sister, you also said that his sword can cut through air currents now. Don't forget, but he's still only a level 1. Moreover, he draws his sword every day in the game, so he doesn't need to give much brain power and attention to this side at all. And then in reality doesn't it make it easier to move around? Li Shuelua laughed. Just begrudgingly let her be your personal bodyguard. Anyway, he is now expelled from school and is in a state of unemployment. It seems that this sister of his own was right. Although this game, with the brain can be connected, but many people in the game to play the book, or field leveling, they do not dare to slack off. But Qin Zheng is different. He was perfectly capable of drawing his sword in the game while going to serve tea and water or whatever in reality. It felt, well, kinda like that. Li Shuelua came to Qin Zheng's side and said directly after greeting him, our team is planning to upgrade our equipment, all on 9 stars and gemstones, and then go and challenge the nightmare level Heavenly Eagle cave copy. Why are you talking to me about this? Qin Zheng was clearly indifferent to these things. But the key was Li Shuelua's next sentence. It will take at least $10 million to have these equipments done. I asked Wang Chang, and he can't take it out. Also, I heard that your parents are unemployed right now, and they can only rely on their living professions to make money in the game. When Qin Zheng heard this, the movement of drawing his sword in his hand paused. If you go and work as a bodyguard for my sister in reality, just for a year, I will give you $20 million, and your good brothers from childhood, as well as your family's dilemma, can all be solved, and you can also use this money to buy 2 sets of equipment for your parents as well. so that when the day of the game's invasion of reality arrives, it won't be so bad that they don't even have the ability to defend themselves. How about that? Li Shuelua made a move. It was really generous. It's just for a year, and it's only in reality. I can still continue to draw my sword in the game without having to care about any of her orders, right? Qin Zheng was really moved. There was no way around it. Chang Zi, but he was his own life and death brother. On his parents' side, as the son of a human being, it was even more impossible to ignore him. So, Qin Zheng accepted the job. However, regarding Li Shuelua's conditions, Qin Zheng disagreed. Half a year. Qin Zheng directly cut the time in half. 1 year was too long. Moreover, when the time came for the game to invade, it was impossible for him to waste so much time on the $20 million. Although, $20 million was a lot. It was even still a sky-high price. It was also because Li Shuelua was too rich to offer such a price. However, it was still impossible for Qin Zheng to tie himself up in the Shuelua Guild for this $20 million. In fact, what Qin Zheng had originally meant was that this $20 million could only buy himself a blade. It was just that if he really said that, he was afraid that it would be too shocking. A guy at the first level of the game, saying that he had made one cut, but ended up asking for $20 million? With such an asking price, anyone would think that he must be crazy. Or, deranged. Half a year? But there are still 5 months left before the game invades, right? Li Shuelua frowned slightly. If you don't agree to this condition, give me 100 million, or 1 billion, that's also for nothing. Or we can be like this, the contract will be based on 1 year, but with a clause added to it. For example, if my contribution to your labor union reaches 1 million points, the contract will be terminated early at that time. How about it? Qin Zheng saw that Li Shuelua didn't seem to agree with his conditions, so his mind flashed and came up with another idea. Million contribution value. In the game the Heavenly Dao, guilds all had a member contribution system. This contribution system, it was said, would also be inherited as the game invaded reality. So what is contribution value? Guild members can get up to 100 points of contribution value per day by completing the daily tasks issued by the guild, and then they have to rely on helping the union to fight the guild tournament, or fight the guild war, as well as taking newcomers to the guild to go down to the copies and taking part in the guild's regiment pushing the boss activities and so on, in order to get the contribution value. 100 points of daily contribution per day, 1 million contribution value, that would take 10,000 days, 30 years. And to bring a newcomer to a copy, it's only 50 contribution value at a time. Guild matches like this, if it's the usual PK matches, a handful of standard only 20 points of contribution value. Guild wars like this have a higher contribution value, at least 100, but Qin Zheng is now level 1, who can he PK with? Boss, a 50-level world boss, according to the boss level is divided into ordinary, elite, hall, nightmare, hell, these 5 levels, but the hell of the boss, the participating members are only 300 contribution value. Therefore, Li Shuelua was willing to agree to this request made by Qin Zheng. After all, it would cost something like 25 million to hire some professional contribution value replacement studios and go to them to buy the 1 million contribution values needed for the guild to upgrade. Qin Zheng's price was still considered a price of conscience. The key was that Qin Zheng was in the game, but he had been immobile, focusing on drawing his sword in place. So, how was he going to contribute this 1 million contribution value? Li Shuelua was curious about this. So, she and Qin Zheng signed an in-game contract. The money she gave was also in-game copper coins. Anyway, the game coins were the same as the real currency, so as long as there were copper coins inside the warehouse, any amount could be withdrawn immediately. Then Li Shueyan took Qin Zheng into the guild. She also saw that contract between Li Shuelua and Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng, come to work at the group tomorrow. Li Shueyan deliberately teased, my sister has spent $20 million on you, so why don't you brush up on this contribution value quickly? You're overthinking it. Qin Zheng returned 4 words to her. Then, he continued to draw his sword, no longer experiencing this pair of sisters. When both his sister and sister had left, Qin Zheng immediately found his friends and mailed $10 million over to Wang Chang. Qin Zheng, take it, and strengthen all your equipment. I know that Uncle Wang's side hasn't had enough funds lately, so don't give me any pretense. Wang Chang, brother Zhang, where did you get so many game coins? You out of the mountain? Qin Zheng, out of your head, I'm still drawing my sword. Wang Chang, then you. This is not the money you sold your body for, right? Qin Zheng, you seem to be right. Wang Chang, Zheng brother, you don't worry, I equipment are strong up after I try to make money, and then return to you. Qin Zheng, feel free to do as you please, but don't put your life on the line. After ending the conversation with Wang Chang, Qin Zheng looked at the time and mailed another 9 million game coins to his parents. He left 1 million behind and withdrew all of it. In-game, it was still a 0 now. But it didn't matter, he didn't need game coins at the moment. After all, he was the one who didn't even leave the novice village. When it was time, Qin Zheng went offline. Then, he found a hotel to stay in. There might not even be a hotel to stay at in the future, but If these urban buildings on the blue planet can be left intact when the game invades reality, that might be possible. But everything will definitely be reshuffled. Qin Zheng was carrying an external debt of $20 million, but he was not panicked at all. After all, he knew very well that the era that belonged to him. Soon, just after checking into the hotel, he received a call from his mom. Lu Yuqing's voice quickly rang from inside the cell phone. Son, why do you suddenly have so many game coins? Don't worry mom, that's what your son earned for you too. Qin Zheng laughed. You guys take these game coins and don't save them, all of you get some good equipment to protect yourselves, and if you have magic weapons, I'll get them for you later. Don't ever feel sorry for the game coins, nothing is better than having our family survive after a game invasion. With a single sentence, he blocked all the worries in his parents' hearts, as well as their reluctance. Indeed, there was nothing better than having a peaceful family. Despite Qin Zheng's strong self-paying ability, it was also impossible for him to protect his parents every moment of every day. By letting them all have more than $4 million to upgrade their equipment and have a certain level of self-protection ability, Qin Zheng could also feel much more at ease. The phone hung up. Qin Zheng finished his meal in the hotel, intending to take a good rest. After all, he still had to go to Li Shuiyan's company early tomorrow morning. But the bell rang. Hello? Son, Xiao Cheng said that this is the money you sold your body for. What the hell did you do? Qin Zheng's face darkened. Wang Cheng, this kid, really dare to say anything to the outside But think about it. He grew up, listening to his own words, but even more listening to his own mom's words, was Lu Yuqing asked. Wang Cheng certainly did not dare to hide. What sell my body? Is that I found a part-time job only? The boss is very important to me, let me give her as a bodyguard for a year, that's all. Qin Zheng explained. It was also sort of muddled through. Then, a beautiful sleep. Early the next morning, Qin Zheng arrived at the Shuero group. He was carrying a duffel bag, and after arriving at the front desk, he smiled faintly at the two girls whose face value could score 85 points and said, Hello, I'm looking for Li Shuiyan. Where did the brat come from? Actually dare to call our president by her first name. Before the receptionist could say anything, a voice came from behind Qin Zheng. Voice that seemed to be very upset. Qin Zheng turned his head. Behind him was a group of men dressed in trendy fashion with different hairstyles. By the looks of it, they were all around the same age as Qin Zheng. However, on their bodies, they all had a sign. Should be called a badge. That was the symbol of the guild's elite. After sweeping them, Qin Zheng's voice was calm. Aren't names meant for others to call? Could it be that I'm still shouting it wrong? Yo-ho, where's the kid from that's so ungrateful, looking for a fight? A man whose head was covered in hair gel and whose hair was dyed silver came forward in dissatisfaction. At that moment, a voice rang out. At this time, a voice rang out. What is it? Boss. Boss is here. Those few men heard the voice and turned around to look back. Qin Zheng also looked at the man, who had a sign hanging on his chest, Shen White Robe. This caused Qin Zheng's eyes to light up. This was because the name of the person who came had also been heard many times before. Even though Qin Zheng had not even left the rookie village in the game and had only buried himself in drawing his sword, he was also a part of the game and was able to see some announcement messages. For example, Captain So-and-so had led the members of Team So-and-so and hunted down Boss So-and-so. Another example was that So-and-so of So-and-so's guild had achieved something in the guild tournament. And the name Chen White Robe was a regular on these announcements. On top of the leaderboard, he was also the number 1 lance in the way of heaven, and was said to be the chief commander of the Snowsoft Guild. It could be said that this person was completely the top pillar of the Shuero Guild. No wonder these bratty guys, when they heard Chen White Robe's voice, one by one lost half of their previous arrogance. However, although Chen White Robe had a big reputation, Qin Zheng had only given him one more glance. No matter how famous he was still not the goods of a sword? Qin Zheng asked aloud, it was Li Shuiyan who told me to come and get inducted. May I ask who I should be looking for now? Right now, he only wanted to be inducted quickly, and there was no need to incur additional trouble that would delay his quiet drawing of the sword. Good boy, calling the president by his name again, right? Too arrogant, boss, who doesn't know that the president is your... Shut up! Chen White Robe suddenly shouted angrily, stopping his junior brother from continuing, but his gaze was directed towards Qin Zheng. It could be seen that Chen White Robe's face was also a bit dissatisfied at this moment, but he still said to the front desk girls, you guys still don't call the president to ask. Ha? Oh. Only then did the two front desk girls react. Otherwise, they were probably still eating melons. Without a choice, after all, everyone knew that the reason Chen White Robe, the possessor of a heavenly ranked upper grade talent in the game, and a son of great wealth in reality, stayed in the Shuero Guild was entirely because he had been pursuing Li Shuiyan. However, it seemed like Li Shuiyan didn't have any feelings for him. And now, this new one, opening and closing his mouth as to call Li Shuiyan's big name directly, and thought that he could see a good show today. As a result, just this? But while the two girls were on the phone, Chen White Robe walked up to Qin Zheng's body and said, you'd better be the one she called, then I'll personally test your strength in the game, and then I'll let you know what it means to be the difference between a white moon and a glowing fire. I say you guys are sick, right? I didn't just call out Li Shuiyan's name, is that so? Qin Zheng also became enraged, feeling that these people were as sick as they were. Why do people need a name after they are born? Isn't it just for people to call? Qin Zheng does not feel that he shouted Li Shuiyan's name is what taboo. This is not a feudal dynasty. What era? Shouting a name cannot. Besides, it's none of their business. Li Shuiyan herself hasn't even spoken. It was no wonder that Qin Zheng didn't care about these aspects. After all, he had only just come out of school, and in school, it was that young Master Feng, whose family had tens of billions of dollars in assets, that everyone called him by his first name, treating them equally. But this was not a school. I hope your strength in the game is as hard as your mouth in reality. Chen White Robe sniffed, and the look on his face became even uglier. This kid, he was definitely deliberately not giving himself face. This newcomer that Li Shuiyan recruited, where exactly did he come from? Faced with my Chen White Robe, I'll still dare to speak like this. In Chen White Robe's opinion, the people who entered the company were definitely all related to the game now. Perhaps, it was the new guild members. As long as they were guild members in the game, they would all be under his control by then, and he would be the one to assess them. But this kid in front of him, he seems to be not afraid of him at all. Who gave him the courage? The game. You are also like that. I do not have time to play with you in the game. Since you want to test. I am here to serve as Li Shuiyan's personal bodyguard, or else you will now test my fists and feet in reality? Qin Zheng was not at all used to Chen White Robe. After all, this fellow was a bit too capable of pretending. It would naturally be better if he could teach him a lesson in reality. In reality, Qin Zheng didn't know if it was because of the system, or if he kept practicing the game's sword drawing every day, making him faster and faster in reality, and his muscles and strength were also very strong. Therefore, 2 or 3 unusual men were not really Qin Zheng's match. Boss, this kid. Another junior was about to arch fire. Even, there was still a fist rubbing on the side. However, at this time, the receptionist girl spoke. Qin Zheng, right? The president told you to find her on the 88th floor. Got it. Qin Zheng nodded, then gazed at Chen Baiwei and asked, hear that? I'm going to look for Li Shuiyan. What's the matter? Do you want to practice with me or not? Oh, don't talk to me about games. It's still early for a game invasion. If you want to be really good, in reality, beat me down first. This guy. Good horizontal. Is he not afraid of offending Chen White Robe and then being hunted down in the game? Seemingly sensing the thoughts of the onlookers, Qin Zheng laughed. Don't threaten me with the game. Even if you, Chen White Robe, bring 1,000 armies to kill over here in the game, I, Qin Zheng, won't even frown. If you don't believe me, just try it. Crap. This newcomer was so domineering. How dare he say something like that? No wonder the president had found him to be his bodyguard. Among the onlookers, there were a few people whose eyes lit up when they looked at Qin Zheng. Which god has come to Yenro? However, when Qin Zheng left, Chen White Robe angrily asked everyone to check the ID of Qin Zheng, and after checking it out, everyone stared at each other speechlessly. Qin Zheng? It couldn't be. That Qin Zheng, could it? The flowing newbie player, the ironclad Qin Zheng battling blade? That's the guy who hasn't even left the rookie village since the game started, and who just keeps drawing his own sword every day he's in the game? Shit, no wonder he just talked about the game so much. Nima, he doesn't even leave the newbie village. Of course he's not afraid of being PK'd. I'm going to laugh my ass off. I thought he was such a great god. Laugh your ass off, keep your voice down. Look at Chen White Robe, his face is green. That's right, this time he has lost a lot of face, being suppressed by a newcomer in the company. It seems that he can't get this back. The surrounding murmurs made Chen White Robe's face even more ugly. Can't you force PK in a novice village? Chen White Robe inquired with a dark face. The answer was of course no, but a junior said, boss, it seems like it's possible to spar in the novice village. When Chen White Robe heard this, his face eased up a bit before he said in a cold voice, I'm going to make him kneel down and apologize to me. Qin Zheng hadn't expected that he, who was considered to have just left the school, would be greeted with the reality of a severe beating so soon. But it was good that his own fists were still hard. The venomous beating did not really come, and he almost punched back. Yen Row Group, 88th floor. The entire floor, except for the president's secretariat, was then all Li Shuiyan's territory. Her office alone was so big that it was ridiculously large, and in a location like the Dragon Country capital city where every inch of land was gold, the value of this office wasn't cheap. However, at present, all human beings have the same worry. Immediately the game is going to invade the reality. By then the existing prosperity of human beings will usher in a devastating blow. From the current performance of players in the game, one can only say that the blow could be very, very big. That is to say, at that time, all the current prosperity will probably be ruined. There wasn't any person that would want the world to turn out like this, especially someone like Li Shuiyan. So when Qin Zheng came to report, she, who had already heard about the Chen White Robe incident, had this to say to him. Chen White Robe, he does have an exceptional talent for gaming, and he's also a talented person in terms of guild management, so you're not afraid that he's going to give you small shoes to wear in game if you offend him like this? I can tell you this, if conflicts continue to arise between you two, I won't be able to help either of you. When she said this, there were 2 layers of meaning. The first layer was to show her attitude that she would not help each other, but at the same time, she was also handing over to Qin Zheng that Chen Baigao had good talent and strong management skills, and that it was the group and the guild that needed her, but that she had nothing to do with Chen Baigao as a private person. The second meaning was that although she, the boss, had nothing to do with Chen Bairobe, she would not favor Qin Zheng. However, at the same time, she was also advising Qin Zheng not to continue entangling himself with Chen White Robe. There are still about 5 months to go before we humans, the entire Blue Star, are about to witness a huge change. At that time, it is doubtful whether we will be able to pass through it successfully, and whether we will be able to continue to survive in our homeworld in the future. I will not go wasting my precious time right now because of some trivial matter like this. Li Zuyando's attitude should honestly still be a bit angry. Angry at it. The game invasion was just so long away, and in her opinion, Chen White Robe or Qin Zheng, actually still quarreling over such childish trifles was really stupid behavior. However, Qin Zheng replied back, well said, I also feel that it is so. So, I just shouted your name, am I wrong? Aren't names for people to shout? Was I the one who wanted to argue with him? Li Shuiyan was silent. It seems like, indeed Qin Zheng could not be blamed. And so on. That's not right, he only advised him to spend more time in the game. How did he go back to arguing before? Li Shuiyan rolled her eyes and said, I don't blame you, I just want you to spend more time in the game. Don't worry about it, the game has never stopped with the drawing of swords. Qin Zheng revealed a smile. Li Shuiyan, on the other hand, was just completely speechless. Glancing deeply at Qin Zheng, she was also clear that if she asked him what exactly was the reason for him to keep drawing his sword in the game and doing nothing else, Qin Zheng would definitely not answer either. Even if he said something, it would probably be a lie. Therefore, Li Shuiyan was too lazy to ask again, but still spat out, when else are you going to draw your sword? I don't know, I will naturally stop when the time comes. Qin Zheng responded. I really don't know what to say about you, Xiaorou is also really, actually having such a strange classmate like you around. Qin Zheng, you wouldn't also think that games invading reality is nonsense, right? Li Shuiyan seemed to be very idle and actually started chatting with Qin Zheng. After all, it was a game that the brain could connect to. There were a lot of features in this game of Heaven's Path, but the biggest difference between it and other games was probably the fact that when you were in reality, engaging in behaviors that didn't really require the use of your brain such as eating or chatting, you could also play in the game without any trouble. It's all officially confirmed, and I believe more than any of you that games will invade reality. Qin Zheng expressed his attitude, then asked rhetorically, you're the president, but it looks as if how come you're not busy at all? He had all agreed with Li Shuiluo that he would come over here to work and act as a bodyguard for Li Shuiyan, and he was also trying to be quiet. But he didn't say that he also had to accompany the chat. So this was asked, quite a bit of impatience towards Li Shuiyan. Of course, Li Shuiyan understood, and couldn't help but throw another blank stare over. Who is she? Li Shuiyan, the beautiful president. How many people wanted to talk to her, but did not have the opportunity to do so? As a result, this guy. Now that a lot of the group's business has shifted to the game, reality is indeed more leisurely. Li Shuiyan asked, what, aren't you able to do two things at once, not delaying both the game and reality? Now that I'm looking for you to have a chat, I can't even do it anymore. From the time Qin Zheng entered until now, it could be said that without realizing it, the stance of the conversation between the two was changed by Qin Zheng. At first, Li Shuiyan was still complaining, but as a result, it had now turned into her pulling Qin Zheng in for a chat. She herself was a little surprised. But there shouldn't be anyone who, after getting to know Qin Zheng and knowing that he wasn't stupid or foolish, still wasn't curious about the fact that he didn't do anything in the game every day and just drew his sword every day, right? Li Shuiyan felt that she was simply curious. Why do you want to bet all your treasure on the game? Qin Zheng said, even if the game invades in the future and the world changes drastically, but the people are still those people, and those things that are not in the game, such as those high technologies that can really change people's lives, should still be inseparable, right? That's why I think that all of you who do business are a bit blind. As soon as you hear that the game is going to invade the reality, you will immediately put all your money into it. To be honest, Qin Zheng was indeed a bit worried about this aspect. Mainly, he was already accustomed to having high-tech products around him. Other than that, a cell phone alone was something that very few people could live without. But what about now? These things, people are gradually abandoning them. To remind you once again, Mr. Qin Zheng, the game is going to invade reality, and it's questionable whether Blue Star will be able to hold the invasion of those monsters by the time it's done, so shouldn't we put all of our money and energy into the game? Li Shuiyan used a rhetorical question, in place of an answer. Her reasoning was simple. The game was going to invade. At that time, those demons in the game would be enough to destroy the entire Blue Star. If the humans couldn't defend it, then any more assets in reality would become ruins and waste paper. Therefore, it would be better to take advantage of the present and put it all into the game, exchanging it for resources in the game. In case the humans were unable to defeat those demons in the future, they would at least have some more power to defend themselves. Therefore, Qin Zheng next asked a very crucial question. What if, in the future, the human race will be able to hold on? It's hard. It's not like you don't know that even those gods will invade together by then. Li Shuyan frowned. You haven't left the novice village yet. You shouldn't know what kind of concept those gods are in the game. What kind of existence they are. I know, that's why I'm saying what if humans can hold on. Even if, by then, reality becomes a metaphysical world like in the game, but people shouldn't eat and drink and don't use cell phones? Qin Zheng's words made Li Shuyan, the female president, freeze in place. What if, the human race really blocked the demonic invasion in the game? Qin Zheng still left, and right outside the office, there was a restroom that was exclusively for him. This was also where he worked now. Bodyguards naturally did not need to work, so the restroom next to Li Shuyan's office was the best place to work. Inside the office, Li Shuyan shook her head. Admittedly, Qin Zheng's words had some truth to them, but even if the entire human race worked together in the future, they would indeed be able to guard the blue star, but that should also be a matter for the future. It was something that could only be reconsidered after everyone had repelled those invading game monsters as well as the gods. Choose the game, the kind of biased ancient, focus on cultivation leveling lifestyle, or continue to develop technology, let technology change life. Isn't it true that all of this has to be done after successfully guarding the blue star in order to have the qualification to think and choose? This is standing in Li Shuyan's point of view, what she saw, what she thought. Therefore, Li Shuyan shook her head and smiled, then relieved herself as she immediately entered the game to send a text message to Li Shuelua, briefly talking about Qin Zheng's arrival at the company and what had happened. At this time, Qin Zheng was also continuing to draw his sword, quietly drawing his sword. However, he was also able to see the world channel. The world channel in the game was filled with all sorts of messages to trade, or all sorts of groupings. It could be said that all of humanity was doing everything possible to work hard to improve themselves in this game. After all, as Qin Zheng and Li Shuyan had shown in their conversation, for every human being, the game was about to invade reality, which was a matter of life and death for all of them. No one would be willing to die in the upcoming moment. When Qin Zheng was bored, he drew his sword while reading these messages. He hadn't left the novice village so far, and if he wanted to know some of the information in the game, this was a very good channel. Level 50 nightmare copy of Evil Sandworm, lacking in output, legal attack and material attack are fine. It's best to have a big brother with over 200,000 attacks to bring us along. Illusory Demon Tower 30th floor, there is no powerful ceiling big brother speed more than 1000, ceiling skills at least 8 level. Rootless Water for Starsea Sand, 3 for 1, for MMM. Talent copy, level 90, Nightmare, come to a middle grade of the Heavenly Order, mana attack 5 million, professional band, package you once through, come in and take off. From inside the time channel, Qin Zheng had long known that in the game, those bigwigs who were fully leveled at 100 would only have a capped attack of around 8 million. However, his attack power was now running towards 30 million. That was why Qin Zheng's attack power was terrifying. Suddenly, a red announcement appeared in the Lively World channel. Congratulations to Li Shuelua's team for successfully conquering the psychedelic forest, nightmare level, and for successfully setting a new fastest record, receiving a large amount of rewards. Li Shuelua's team, then wasn't Wang Chang also in it? Qin Zheng smiled. This kid, not bad. Moreover, he was not wrong, Li Shuelua had indeed assembled a very powerful team. The reward for the best passing record of this replica was very generous. Everyone would be able to obtain at least 3 Muddy Sky treasure chests, and with a bit of luck, it was possible that the $10 million that Qin Zheng had invested in Wang Chang by selling his body would be paid back. Not bad, happy for a good brother. However, at this time a discordant voice came to mind. You are indeed still here to draw your sword. Qin Zheng raised his head. The visitor had a long spear in his hand, a tawdry white robe on his body, and a handsome divine horse on his hip. Chen white robe. Qin Zheng frowned slightly, but did not respond. It was too lazy to hitch a ride. This was a novice village, a place where Strong P could not even be driven, so he did not panic. Of course, even if he could open Strong Ping P, Qin Zheng would not panic. Not talking? Good. I'm a person who also likes to use strength to speak. When I was in the company, you made me lose face, so, if you are a man, then accept my sparring session now. Chen White Robe opened his mouth once again. What if you lose? Only then did Qin Zheng open his mouth. Chen White Robe's face instantly changed color when he heard this, and it was obvious that he had not thought about this question at all. Or rather, he had not thought at all that he would lose. Even, this question, but where Qin Zheng wasn't a retard, he shouldn't have been able to ask it. This is in a game. I know. You're only level 1 in the game, and I'm level 95. So, what if you lose? Qin Zheng continued to inquire. It was as if, his level 1 and Chen White Robe's level 95 made no difference at all. One must realize that this was in a game. In the game, not to mention level 1 and level 95, the difference between 5 levels was frighteningly large. When the difference in level reached 10 levels, it was even more of a world of difference. So, Chen White Robe didn't even know how Qin Zheng dared to ask. It seems like you haven't even thought about how to spar with me. Go back. Someone else is coming, and you can't afford to mess with yet. Seeing that Chen White Robe seemed to be dumbfounded by his own question, Qin Zheng suddenly felt that this guy might just be a one-track mind, and his personality was a bit like his own brother Wang Chang. At this time, Li Shuelua came, so Chen Bai Robe could only leave first in a gray slip. After all, this is a newbie village. Can't force P. Li Shuelua was seeing Chen Bai Robe off as she walked over and asked, "Is everything alright?" Chen White Robe's strength is not weak, the battle strength in the whole service can also rank into the top 100. You cannot really promise him to spar, you are not a level, this is not fair at all, Li Shuelua said. There wasn't much of a worried look in her eyes, after all, she also knew that Qin Zheng wasn't a fool. Could Qin Zheng really agree to a sparring session with such a level difference? Then what if he comes to disturb me every day? Qin Zheng laughed. Then what do you say, should I teach him a lesson? Fine, then you can teach him a lesson. Li Shuelua was amused at his words and generally crossed her arms and said, when the time comes, just remember to ask me to come and watch the battle. It's fine if you don't ask me to come, just tell me how you taught him a lesson. Obviously, Li Shuelua was taking Qin Zheng's words as a joke. This was also normal. After all, a guy who hadn't even left the novice village, and was only at level 1, was actually talking about teaching a level 95 or a ranked character in the entire service, so anyone who heard that would also feel funny. Next, Li Shuelua brought Wang Chang's news. But your good brother is really a good brother. This time we cleared the nightmare book and broke the record. Wang Chang he opened up something that sold for 13 million game coins. 13 million. This is opening out a magic treasure, right? Qin Zheng said rather sadly, why sell it, is it not suitable with him? It could work, but... He said he wanted to buy you that first level magic treasure pure mean sword Hulk. Li Shuelua laughed, you invested $10 million in him, he has to pay you back 13 million, this brother you really did not make a mistake. The pure mean sword gourd? That's the one that's only grade 1, modeled as a gourd, but has a pure mean knife inside? It was said that the pure even knife chi inside this magic treasure was able to nourish chi. That is to say, the magic treasure has been warmed up, and the pure even knife inside will become more and more powerful. The highest seems to be, was able to reach a threefold increase. Therefore, Qin Zheng had once chatted with Wang Chang about wanting such a magic treasure. I didn't expect this kid, but he remembered it so clearly. Chi nurturing. It was also known as the nurturing blade. This was a setting in the game of Heaven's Path. Some specific equipment and magic treasures would have a nurturing characteristic. It was to stay with the owner all the time, during which time the owner would use the characteristics of the feats that he or she was good at to constantly nourish it, thus allowing this piece of equipment or magic treasure to gain a certain amount of chi, which was called nurturing chi. The pure uniform blade itself was a weapon. However, this kind of weapon was capable of illuminating the intangible, so there were strong people who refined the weapon into a treasure gourd. The two were then united, and it became such a magic treasure. The initial forms of the key magic treasures were all of the first level. In other words, Qin Zheng he was perfectly capable of using it. That was why Wang Chang had given it to Qin Zheng, spending a huge amount of money to purchase it. However, after all, it was a transaction of more than $10 million, so Wang Chang definitely had to be cautious. That was why it was Li Shuelua who came to tell Qin Zheng first. To be honest, although Qin Zheng had always drawn his sword, it wasn't as if he didn't have flashes of brilliance in his body, such as that 12 times a second hand speed of drawing his sword, as well as his always smart and calm mind, and his mature yet steady character. What also made Li Shuelua envious was this brotherly love between him and Wang Chang. For Wang Chang, Qin Zheng was even willing to sell himself for half a year. Just for his good brother, he was able to strengthen all of his equipment slots to full level. And in order to repay Qin Zheng, Wang Chang, an absolute genius in the game, also returned all of his first bucket of gold to Qin Zheng. Key in the process of clearing the copies, Wang Chang could be said to have put his life on the line, and he showed more diligence than everyone else in the game, as Wang Chang had said that he would try to get stronger before the game invaded. That way, he would be able to protect his parents, and Qin Zheng's parents. As for Qin Zheng, at that time, when he talked to Wang Chang about this, Li Shuelua was also very strange and asked with her, what about Qin Zheng? You don't protect him. Brother Zheng doesn't need anyone to protect him. This was Wang Chang's reply. It could be seen that with regards to Qin Zheng, Wang Chang seemed to have an emotion bordering on admiration. It was not hard to guess that such an emotion had accumulated from the heartfelt admiration that Wang Chang had for Qin Zheng as the two had grown up together. But, he's only at the first level. Li Shuelua said this again. Wang Chang pondered for a few seconds before saying with a resolute face, then if Brother Zheng needs it, no matter what he faces then, I will stand in his way. When she reached here, Li Shuelua fell silent. Then, in her heart, she became more and more envious of these two people's brotherly love. And so she, the second young lady of the rich family, began to get closer to Qin Zheng as well. There is a process of mutual attraction between people, and if the more flashes of light on the other person are captured in the process, the more interested they will become, and then the closer they will get. Li Shuelua was now in the middle of this process towards Qin Zheng. The topic was not unavoidable, and it came back to Qin Zheng and Chen White Robe, and Li Shuelua said to Qin Zheng again, in fact, there are times when Chen White Robe and Wang Chang are quite similar to each other, and the Chen White Robe at the time was also a character with Wang Chang. No, he can never become a second Wang Chang because he is not as pure as Wang Chang. It can be seen that he does have Wang Chang's character in him, but he doesn't have Wang Chang's kind of pure heart. Qin Zheng interrupted Li Shuelua's words and laughed. In fact, you don't have to use to persuade me. Regarding the conflict between me and him, it is nothing more than me calling out your sister's name, so are you mistaken? This matter, it should be better for you to go and talk to him directly. Do you think I'm here to be a lobbyist? As you said, this matter is actually a personal conflict between you and him, and I and my sister are unrelated, but this is not your vulnerable well, I came to persuade you, so that you do not go to the heart, Li Shuelua explained. There was quite a feeling that she had some good intentions, but Qin Zheng could not recognize them. She was a bit aggrieved. Qin Zheng just smiled faintly and did not explain anymore. That's fine, let's not talk about this. Listening to my sister, you think that we, the entrepreneurs, should continue to operate the real world with the surplus resources in our hands, instead of putting all of them into the game in one brain. Why do you say that? Isn't it, you know what insider O? Li Shuelua changed the topic. Regarding this, naturally, Qin Zheng was not in a good position to explain. Let's just tell the truth then. If I say that in the future, when the game invades reality, I will be able to take out all those so-called gods and demons, do you believe me? Qin Zheng smiled again. The tone was bland, but it was also confident. However, just as he thought, he dared to say such words. However, no one dared to believe it. Li Shuelua was the same. Even though, she already trusted Qin Zheng. You this person, originally also think that you are quite stable, as a result, so like to joke. You said that you first level can P-Win Shen White Robe 95 I tolerate, as a result. You also said that you do not do anything every day, is to draw the sword in the game, in the future will be able to chop the gods and destroy the devils, to destroy those powerful gods and devils in the game? Li Shuelua's expression was speechless. This was also a bit too heavenly. Gods and demons, are they very strong? Qin Zheng asked. Li Shuelua said, the number one shield in the game, Zhongshan, you know it, right? I've seen it on the leaderboards. Qin Zheng responded lazily. Of course, the drawing motion in his hand was never stopped. He has 18 million blood, and his defense is even as high as 1 million. Li Shuelua shook her head and said, at that time, they went together to try and challenge the heavenly gate, only to have the gatekeeper deity strike a general attack that directly emptied Zhongshan's blood bar. Scary, isn't it? Without 30 million attacks, how could they manage to clear Zhongshan's blood bar with a single general attack? Oh, that's quite impressive. Qin Zheng nodded his head. However, in his heart, he wanted to say, that's it? 30 million attacks, he had them too. It was fast. It was really soon. After Li Shuelua left, Wang Chang did indeed send the pure mean blade gourd. Brother Zhang, what else do you want? I'll go earn it for you. Wang Chang smiled nervously. I don't want anything else. I want you to become stronger, so go and earn yourself a magic treasure. I won't recognize it if it's not a top grade. Qin Zheng also knew that this kid was stubborn, so the item was accepted. However, don't want him to give himself anything in the future. After all, this magic treasure was already enough for him. Pure evening blade gourd. Type, magic treasure. Quality, superior. Flying dagger chopping life. Release the pure even blade chi to form a flying dagger that transforms into a distance of 1 mile based on one's own attack power of 100,000, with a maximum of 3,000 miles, during which the blade chi inherits all of one's own attack power, plus a bonus to the attack power of the nurturing chi, up to 300%. Progress of chi nurturing, 0.001%. Worthy of being a top-grade magic treasure. It could actually slash out 3,000 miles in a single slash. Qin Zheng did some math. According to his own attack power, he should be able to reach 100 million when the game invades in the future, so multiplied by the triple damage of the chi nurturing, wouldn't that be a sword that cuts out 3,000 miles? The magic weapon is to be carried close to the body. Otherwise, it would not be able to achieve the effect of chi nurturing. Qin Zheng realized that every time he swung his sword, the progress of the magic treasure's chi nurturing would increase by a small amount. It looked like this magic treasure was simply customized for him. Wang Chang was indeed a good brother. Thus, Qin Zheng began his life as a bodyguard for Li Shuyan, the president, going to work every day, going to the hotel after work, and then the game of constantly drawing his sword. It was somewhat boring, but he was completely able to withstand it, because his constantly increasing attack power was the motivation. Moreover, it wasn't exactly that boring. In reality, Li Shuyan, the female president, rarely went out as well, but occasionally, she would chat with Qin Zheng for a while. But some of the things she chatted about had already begun to become everyday. Sometimes, Li Shuyan would even intentionally tell Qin Zheng about some of the high-level gameplay in the game. It was as if she was deliberately stimulating Qin Zheng, but Qin Zheng did not have the slightest intention of wavering, and still did not leave the novice village. He still drew his sword every day. Another half a month passed in this manner. The number of times Qin Zheng had drawn his sword had reached 30 million. I heard that Shen White Robe would go to the novice village to look for you every day, but every time you refused to cut. But your refusal wasn't very thorough every time. Li Shuyan asked with a curious gaze, Qin Zheng, what exactly are you thinking? This Chen White Robe fellow is also strange. You're only at level 1, yet you make it seem as if you're a mysterious powerhouse in the game, and you've actually persevered for half a month. You've said that he insisted on constantly coming to me every day for half a month, and every time I refused. So shouldn't you think that he's very persistent and that I'm just deliberately playing him? Qin Zheng actually didn't really like chatting with her about this, and if he really wanted to chat, he preferred to listen to Li Shuiyan's experiences in those high-level maps in the game. For example, what with the 1000-year Demon King, the 10,000-year Demon Saint, and what with the Black Bear Spirit and the Tang Snake Monster, some of the stats of these monsters in the game were actually something Qin Zheng was quite eager to learn about. As for Chen White Robe, right now, between him and Qin Zheng, it wasn't so much of a sword fight as it was before. Instead, there was some very strange feelings. Chen White Robe did come to Qin Zheng every day, and his answer to that question of Qin Zheng had always been, I will not lose. I'm Chen White Robe, the #1 lance, the body of 100 battles, I would lose to a level 1 guy like you? Don't be pie in the sky, don't you think it's ridiculous to say I'll lose? Do you know that what you're saying is actually subverting everyone's perception of this game? For your information, in the game, it's impossible for a level 1 to defeat a level 95. No, it's impossible to beat a random level 20 transfer number, even if you're covered in divine artifacts at level 1. And every time, Qin Zheng responded indifferently, go back, it looks like you still haven't thought about it. So half a month down the line, perhaps because of the wear and tear of time, or because he had watched Qin Zheng draw his sword too many times and was shocked by his perseverance, Chen White Robe didn't pester him too much each time. After chatting with Li Shuiyan for a while, Qin Zheng returned to his restroom before starting the lottery. 30 million draws of the sword. Congratulations to the host, receiving the reward Void Sky Treasure Clothes. It was an equipment? After taking a look at the attributes, Qin Zheng let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. When the system produces something, it is really all good. Void Sky Treasure Cloth. Grade 1. Quality, Divine Weapon. Entry 1, all 5 elemental attributes increased by 100 points. Entry 2, Seal Resistance increased by 100 points. Word 2, Seal Resistance increased by 30%. Article 3, Void Spirit Transformation, can actively transform into the Void Spirit state, which will reduce the next damage taken by 80%. Article 4, Void Spirit Transformation, can actively transform into the Void Spirit state, which will reduce the next damage taken by 80%. Characteristics, never wear out, always fit. Nice one. Can you believe that this is a level 1 equipment? 100 points for all 5-star attributes. This might not be considered a stunning statistic, after all, Zhangshang Blood was also like this, but a level 1 equipment that had 30% seal resistance and also possessed a divine skill that reduced damage by 80% was indeed very terrifying. Qin Zheng nonchalantly put it on. 3 draws, both of which were divine equipment. Then there was the supreme talent. What could Qin Zheng not be satisfied with? There are still 7 more draws behind us. 4 months is also enough time for me to complete 100 million draws and become powerful. By then, one by one, everyone will have to look up. Qin Zheng's eyes grew more and more resolute. It was also at this time that Chen White Robe came again. Ranked on the ranking list, Chen White Robe, who was known as the Heaven's Path's #1 lance. In the game, with a crotch of dark cloud treading snow and a white robe shining with light, this was clearly enhanced plus 18 equipment. And it's still a set. Otherwise, it couldn't glow like this. I'm here again. Chen White Robe opened his mouth. This time, Qin Zheng was able to hear his tone, which had changed somewhat. Therefore, for the first time in history, he took the initiative to stop drawing his sword and instead looked at him and asked, have you thought about what to do if you lose? Chen White Robe nodded his head and said, if you can win against me, then everything between us will be kept secret, and I will be your only one and listen to you in everything. In addition, I will also offer 10 million game coins. It sounded, rather, like a little brother recognizing his big brother. Of course, the premise of all this was that Qin Zheng was able to beat him. 10 million game coins. I would like to exchange for a complete set of strengthening materials, which just happens to be about the same price. As for you little brother, I can also take it, but what I want is a loyal little brother. If what happened between you and me today gets out, then in the future, I will be the first one to split you. Qin Zheng was also unceremonious. This time, he accepted the cut. But, it was only for an instant. In a millisecond, the Zhangshang blood came out of his body, and then he withdrew his sword. The cut was over. It ended so. It was too fast and too quick. So much so, that there were actually some players inside the novice village who couldn't even wait to see what was happening over here. The duel ended. As for Chen White Robe at this moment, just like a bewildered and overwhelmed still caller, that originally cold gaze now also turned into innocent eyes, staring at Qin Zheng with some unbelievable demeanor. Don't be dumbfounded, little brother. Qin Zheng grinned, go on, bring what I want over. Remember, it's a set of top equipment strengthening materials. And in the distance, the sisters Li Shuiyan and Li Shuelo who were looking at this scene lo and behold were both dumbfounded. Bugged out? But it seems like they started the kata, but it just seems like it got stuck for a moment. Then everything went normal. Li Shuayan inquired in surprise towards her sister next to her. So did they cut or didn't they cut? How would I know? Li Shuelua shook her head. However, she privately opened the video recording system and then slowed down to inspect it frame by frame. The result left Li Shuelua stunned. A knife. Moreover, Qin Zheng had directly secured Chen Bairu with just a passing blow after drawing his sword. Chen White Robe had lost. Unbelievably, his face was ashen. In the next moment, he even sat on his knees in front of Qin Zheng's body. In his mind, his voice once vaguely resounded, I'm going to make him kneel down and admit his mistake. However, what about now? Let's not talk about it in reality. As far as Qin Zheng's body was concerned, beating two of him was not much of a problem. And in the game, he was the number one long spear, Chen White Robe. It was also something he was proud of. What happened? Instantaneous seconds. The point is, he's level 95. A character in the top 100 of the leaderboards. And the person who secured him. Only one level. I'm afraid no one would believe it if I said it out loud. But a second was a second. If you're not convinced, you can wait until you adjust your mind and come back to spar, $10 million at a time, I don't mind. However, even if you come back 100 times 1,000 times more, the result will still be destined to be like this. Qin Zheng continued to draw his sword, but his mouth didn't stop. If I were you, I would immediately give me that set of strengthening materials, and then don't have any other thoughts or ideas. You know very well that when the game enters reality, you, or rather your entire family, will live or die at my whim. This should be the first time that Qin Zheng had, for the first time, displayed his sharpness in the game. There was no way. This Chen White Robe was somewhat difficult to deal with. It could be seen from the fact that he was able to persevere for half a month and come to Qin Zheng every day. To be honest, this person was indeed very outstanding in terms of both talent and ability. It was also true that he was a resolute person. Then Qin Zheng could only completely shatter his Dao heart, because only then would Qin Zheng be able to win a great victory. Then, as the victor, he would completely suppress him. What you said before the duel, that you would keep the matter between us a secret, and that I would not say anything about it, this matter would be known to heaven and earth and to you and me. You, the mighty general and commander-in-chief of the Shuero Guild, can still command thousands of troops and horses in a mighty manner. Qin Zheng delivered another message. This was also considered a hint of goodwill that he had released towards Chen White Robe. Of course, not letting others know that he was able to second the first lance at level 1 was also for Qin Zheng's his own consideration. Before the game invaded, the 100 million draws had to be completed. Therefore, he did not want to run into many more people like Chen White Robe, which would affect his progress in drawing swords. I understand, but in the future I will only follow you. If you want me to do anything, I will never say anything. But I want to know, how did you get so strong? It could be seen that Chen White Robe slowed down a little bit, but he still couldn't believe that he would lose to a first-level trumpet. It was no wonder. After all, it was a bit too unbelievable. Do you think that beating you is strong? Qin Zheng, however, dropped such a headless, yet devastating sentence in response, then waved his hand and said, I think you should understand the truth that the less you know about many things, the better. So, if you listen, then leave now, and in the future, if you're fine, come to the novice village less often. Chen White Robe sniffed, glanced at Qin Zheng again, and finally turned on his horse and left. What the heck? Chen White Robe left again? He also said that he would let Qin Zheng fight today. Li Shuayan had a look of disappointment on her face, then looked at the video again. She wasn't as meticulous as Li Shuayan, to slow down and observe frame by frame, because in her opinion, it was impossible for a level 1 to defeat a level 95. Such a miracle would not happen. Therefore, it should have been what was presented in the video footage, as the figures of the duo of Qin Zheng and Chen White Robe had merely jumped one frame in the video. Then, Qin Zheng continued to draw his sword. Everything was everyday. How could she not have imagined that Qin Zheng was the same action of drawing his sword all along, which resulted in killing Chen White Robe in seconds? While Li Shuelua, a classmate of Qin Zheng's and arguably the first woman to realize that something was wrong with Qin Zheng, carefully sensed the confidence that Qin Zheng had when talking about Chen White Robe. Where did he get his confidence from? Generally speaking, confidence stemmed from strength. That was why Li Shuelua was hoping that a miracle would happen. Therefore, after watching it frame by frame, she was stunned. The duel was over. Qin Zheng had accepted Chen White Robe's request for a cutscene, so in the video, and what she had seen at the time when she hid, the duo of Qin Zheng and Chen White Robe jumped a bit in stature, which shouldn't have been a fluctuation in the network transmission of the game scenario, not to mention a bug, but rather, it was. The duo entered a cutthroat state, but only for an instant. In less than a second, the cutscene was over, splitting up the winners and losers. And in the process, Chen White Robe, the number 1 lance in this game, ranked in the top 100, a level 95 powerhouse, was killed in seconds by Qin Zheng, a trumpet. That was only level 1. Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any law? It was a long time before Li Shuelua stabilized her heart, returning to her senses. Just now, she recalled many things. From being in school and meeting Qin Zheng for the first time. Then, to Qin Zheng's strangeness, to the first time she had gone to him, only for Qin Zheng to make it almost impossible for her to open her mouth. She had thought that it was an arrogant-ish person. A guy who, in the game, would only draw his sword, but was persistent. However now, she understood. Why was Qin Zheng able to say that one sentence that was going to make everyone look up to him after being expelled from school? So this is what you're capable of? At Qijing University, in the girls' dormitory, Li Shuelua greeted her sister in the game before disconnecting. That cry of doubt was also what she mumbled in reality. Shuiro, what are you thinking about so engrossed? Shouting at you a few times and not returning. That you won't be pining for spring, right? Roommate's voice came, looking at Li Shuiro's dazed appearance. Chen Xiaoman snickered, then smilingly waited for Li Shuiro's reaction. Originally, she thought that the result would be the same as before, and Li Shuelua would deny it. After all, Li Shuelua didn't know what being in love was yet. A mother-fetus single person Moreover, Qijing University, it was the most outstanding institution in the Dragon Kingdom. It was unknown how many outstanding boys were gathered here, but Li Shuelua disdained them all. She never deliberately dressed up, she was one of the laughing school flowers, but never had any gossip. However, this time, Li Shuelua looked at her roommate, the usual love expert Chen Xiaoman that everyone talked about, and said, Xiaoman, teach me to fall in love. What? Chen Xiaoman gave a shock and asked incredulously, you have a fever and your brain is broken? You actually want to fall in love? Tell me, who is it? It can't be from our class, right? Don't you care so much, just tell me if there's a way to take him in the shortest possible time? Li Shuelua asked for advice with a sincere face. Chen Xiaoman exclaimed, you're serious? My god, if this spreads out that our school's usual cold-faced goddess is pining for sex, then I don't know how many boys will go crazy. You quickly teach me. Li Shuelua seemed a bit impatient. Li Shuelua had never been in love. Then, for the first time, she listened very attentively to her roommate talk about those topics related to love. Like what horoscope and what romance a maternal single person for these is the same as listening to heavenly books. So, in the end, Li Shuelua felt like she had listened, but then again, she hadn't heard anything. The days are still normal. The whole world was like this. When the news that the game was going to invade was confirmed and sat down, there was no one running to commit suicide. Maybe that's just human nature. As long as it doesn't come down to the last minute, no one can really live with themselves. Of course, the change is certainly there. Now on the entire blue planet, there is already almost no one who cares about any industry. In fact, this would have been an extremely dangerous signal, but the good thing is that the currency in reality can continue to be linked to the currency in the game, so there are still people doing business and continuing to make ends meet. And the countries on the blue planet, too, are beginning to regulate the food side of the problem. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, this year's Blue Star is particularly bountiful. Plus the past countries reserve food. It can be said that it is no problem to let the people of the entire blue planet eat until the game invasion half a year later, and they can also eat openly. The fact that people were prepared with food was the reason why the entire Blue Star didn't have a big mess, because it was going to be invaded by the game. In addition, people were now all energized and putting all their strength into the game, so it was more helpful to the security of the society in turn. One of the most common phenomena was that from now on, people were all embracing the group. For example, Qijing University, this school was planning to be well prepared for the day when the game invaded. The university would be transformed into a power like those sects in the game. The entire Qijing University had more than 30,000 students and teachers. In the game, some more were recruited. When the game invaded, so many people hugged the group together, the chances of being able to survive were naturally greater. And with these tens of thousands of people embracing the group, they would naturally abide by the constraints placed on them by the academy, obeying the law and not allowing society to be in chaos. In fact, the nature of Yenro Group is also like Qijing University. At this time, some big groups or companies were also transferring all their assets to the game and were expanding wildly in the game. Now Yenro Group also has up to tens of thousands of people, so many people can be more than in this building. The neighborhood also specialize in getting a park for everyone to live together. Therefore, in fact, Li Shuiyan, the president, is not very idle. She had been busy in the past few days. Moreover, she had also deliberately said to Qin Zheng that she would not allow him to have close protection, that is, she would not allow Qin Zheng to follow him, and Qin Zheng was naturally happy to be quiet. The sword drawing continued every day. A week had passed since the last time he had reached 30 million sword draws, and now Qin Zheng's number of sword draws was 35 million. At this rate, he wouldn't have to wait until the day of the game invasion to accomplish the goal given by the system. 100 million sword draws. There was time to spare, but the fact that he was not allowed to upgrade before completing 100 million draws, or rather, he was not allowed to upgrade before the system was officially activated, made Qin Zheng completely lose his mind about leaving the novice village. In fact, no one knew that in the game. When Qin Zheng sensed that no one was paying attention, he would use that level 1 skill after drawing his sword, swipe. A slash would go out, and there would be a harsh, air-breaking sound. With this slash, he was already able to break rocks through the air. Even if the stage was bigger, Qin Zheng did not doubt for a second that he would be able to break mountains and seas with a single slash. After all, the data in the game was real. The game Heaven's Path was very real, and those special effects were even more real skill damage. 35 million attacks, can't split a mountain, can't break a stream? How is it possible? After all, it seems like some deities only have tens of millions of attack power. They are gods. It was a god. Of course, in the eyes of a mortal like Qin Zheng, these deities were about to invade the blue planet. At that time, regardless of gods and demons, they were the chopping block. There was no difference whatsoever. Gods, too, were demons. Do we really need to go out and take a look? See what kind of world it is in this game, and how colorful it is. At this moment, Qin Zheng's mind was a little shaken. This was because earlier in the day, Li Shuelua had made a trip over. It was also said that she had come to give him a gift. This made Qin Zheng a little puzzled. However, the gift that Li Shuelua sent was very special. It was actually a set of black clothes and a face scarf. This is a fashion, called the Night Walker. After wearing it you are able to hide your looks and ID. To put it bluntly, it's for hiding your identity. It's only just come out, and it's not cheap yet. When handing it over to Qin Zheng, Li Shuelua said this cry. Qin Zheng did not know why she was blushing red. Also, why she suddenly gave herself a gift. However, Qin Zheng did not reject it. This thing, indeed, gave him the urge to leave the novice village and go out for a walk. Better forget it. What if I go out and accidentally kill a monster and upgrade? Qin Zheng was torn in his heart. Li Shuelua had already left, and in front of her, Qin Zheng did not have the slightest intention of leaving the novice village. In fact, he had his heart set on it. However, 35 million attacks. Why did he keep drawing his sword inside the novice village? It was because he was afraid that when he left the novice village, he would accidentally kill a monster with his blade energy breaking through the air, and then he would upgrade. Then he would completely lose the system. Wait, Li Shuelua said that this was bought inside the game mall? After playing this game for so long, I haven't even seen the mall yet. Qin Zheng was only at level 1, and the game mall didn't open until level 10. So, he couldn't see it. However, he immediately logged into the forums and saw some screenshot posts of the game mall. Gray Spirit Pill will not gain any experience value for 24 hours after use. Qin Zheng was stunned. The game mall could be said to be full of all sorts of fashions, as well as appearance skins, even down to the finer details of eye makeup, but they were all props of an auxiliary nature that did not affect the game character's stats. The other is about the experience value. For example, Heavenly Elixir, 5 times the experience value, lasts 1 hour. Earth Spirit Pill, double experience value. There was actually a Gray Spirit Elixir for those players who didn't want to upgrade. With this stuff, along with the Nightwalker suit, it's not like we can't go out and walk around. Qin Zheng's heart thought like this. But, why did Li Shuelua suddenly send this to herself? Did she know something? Qin Zheng was suddenly skeptical. Therefore, he did not act. Looking at the set of strengthening materials in his backpack, Chen White Robe had sent them. He was true to his word, so it shouldn't be that he had said anything to Li Shuelo or Li Shuayan. Then it could only wait for Li Shuelua to come next time and ask again. For the first time, Qin Zheng recharged in the game, Heaven's Path. $100 for a Gray Spirit Pill was indeed a bit expensive. However, Qin Zheng still took a breath and bought 15 of them. This was because according to his drawing speed, he was probably able to estimate that before the game invasion, he would still have about 15 days to go outside and have a look around. After all, this was the best way for him to be able to understand the background of the game, Heaven's Path. Reading 10,000 scrolls of books was better than traveling 10,000 miles. No matter how much he heard Li Shuayan say, and no matter how much video material he saw inside the forums, it was not as good as personally experiencing it himself. However, Qin Zheng was in no hurry. That set of Nightwalker's fashion, why did Li Shuelua give it to herself? He still had to ask for a clear answer. Qin Zheng was very perceptive. Therefore, 2 days later, when Li Shuelua found him again, he opened his mouth and asked, "Why did you pick this set of fashion to give to me? What, do I need so many reasons to give you a gift?" Li Shuelua looked like she was taking it for granted. She was indeed a novice when it came to relationships. She hadn't talked about it, and what she learned from her roommate, Chen Xiaoman, was just some skin deep. The trick of giving gifts was what Chen Xiaoman came up with. Is that really all? Qin Zheng did not believe it. This time, Li Shuelua was a bit flustered. Qin Zheng looked like he could see what was going on, making her suspicious. What kind of bad idea is this from little man? Li Shuelua felt embarrassed. Could it be that Qin Zheng knew that she wanted to take him down? How humiliating was that? But where was Qin Zheng thinking about all this? He was planning to go out for a walk, and know in order not to expose his identity, he would definitely have to wear the Nightwalker suit. Then when the time came, it might arouse Li Shuelua's suspicion. Just in case Li Shuelua knew about it and found out something. Or rather, Li Shuelua had already discovered something. So Qin Zheng definitely had to ask for clarification. Li Shuelua thought that she wanted to pick up Qin Zheng's ideas, and was noticed by Qin Zheng himself, but she didn't feel good about it, and she was really not experienced in this area, so she simply crossed her heart, and asked, slightly euphemistically, but in fact, with a bit of a showdown flavor, "Qin Zheng, have you ever been in love?" Normally speaking, when a woman asked a man in this way, her intention was actually quite obvious. But what about Qin Zheng? He said without even thinking, the game is about to invade reality, who still talks about love. Such a reply was clearly unexpected by Li Shuelua, who froze for a few seconds before she came back to her senses and laughed. That's true too. Immediately, the world changed drastically. On a normal note, choosing to go into a relationship at this time was indeed not something that those Ri Zhonghua guests would go back to consider. Unless one was one of those colorful hungry ghosts or love brains, one would only have these thoughts. Li Shuelua also felt a bit demoralized. She didn't know if she was considered to have confessed and then been rejected. Turning around, she intended to leave. But how could Qin Zheng let her go? Reaching out, he grabbed her wrist. Li Shuelua turned her head. There were 3 parts surprise, 3 parts doubt, and a hint of surprise in her gaze. Do you, by any chance, know something about me? Qin Zheng couldn't help but inquire. What kind of things, such as the fact that you killed Chen White Robe in a second with a single slash? Only then did Li Shuelua realize why Qin Zheng had been nervous when facing himself since just now. It was unthinkable that he was indeed smart. This, too, was guessed by him. Surely, it shouldn't have been Chen White Robe who told you, right? Qin Zheng continued to pursue the question. This was also very important, at least it could show Chen White Robe's true character. No, I watched the video and saw it, playing it frame by frame. You can rest assured that I have deleted the video of you and Chen White Robe sparring. Li Shuelua immediately said, this secret of yours, I will help you keep it a secret. So, you intentionally sent me the Nightwalker fashion, right? By the looks of it, you must have some kind of request. Qin Zheng felt that his guess was alright, so why did Li Shuelua take the initiative to delete the video and keep it a secret, as well as giving herself the Nightwalker fashion? There must be something she was asking for. Qin Zheng said, as long as it's not too much, I can promise to help you once. For Li Shuelua, this would be a complete surprise. But let me say this, it's limited to nighttime operations, how late can be fine, but it has to be after 12 o'clock. Qin Zheng spoke to himself. In his mind, this was just another deal between him and Li Shuelua. He had accepted Li Shuelua's gift, as well as the goodwill that Li Shuelua had unleashed to keep her secret, so of course he had to help Li Shuelua do something more as well. Li Shuelua was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and originally thought of explaining, but after taking a look at the fact that Qin Zheng, although he was the same age as herself, had an understanding of the ways of the world that did not belong to his age, those 2 bright and beautiful eyes turned, and she said instead, that's good. It just so happens that 3 days later, our team are going to be level 60, then we need to go to the black market, and also intend to hire a 90-level NPC in the game to hold up the scene. You're even better than Chen White Robe, then you'll accompany us at that time? Yes. Qin Zheng agreed without saying a word. 3 days later? It just so happened that by that time, he would also be able to complete his 50 millionth sword draw. With an attack power of 50 million out of the 50 million, it was crucial that there was also a chance for a draw. At that time, it would be safer for him to leave the novice village and sneak off to feel the world in the game. And so 3 more days passed in this manner, and on this day Qin Zheng completed his 50 millionth sword draw. And the day of the game invasion was only 3 months away. Although that day was getting closer and closer, under the efforts of the officials of various countries, there had not been any commotion on the entire Blue Star. On the contrary, by now, there were also more and more people who, for various reasons, did not continue to disbelieve that the game would invade reality, and also began to enter the game. And on the entire Blue Planet, one of the biggest social changes was that the kind of groups that were similar to the clans in the game began to appear everywhere. Embracing the group had also become a consensus amongst all of humanity. Under such a background, Qin Zheng naturally remained without the idea of joining any forces. He began to draw prizes, starting with the 4th one. Congratulations to the host for drawing the prize, the Flying Cloud Mirror. Flying Cloud Mirror, Flying Immortal Treasure, Enhanceable, Level 1, Upgradable. Spiritual Energy, 1000, Upgradable. All 5 elements increased by 100. Water attribute increased by 100. Skill 1, permanently increase speed by 100 miles per second after riding. Skill 2, chase the clouds for 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles chasing clouds, fly beyond the distance within 1 second after consuming spiritual energy. 1 point of spiritual energy can fly 1 mile. Equivalent to saying, as long as this immortal treasure had enough spiritual energy, it wasn't impossible to instantly move 10,000 miles in the future. It's worthy of being an immortal treasure. It's an immortal treasure, not yet an immortal artifact. In the Heavenly Tao, artifacts were inferior to treasures. For example, a magic treasure has to be stronger than a magic weapon, and a spiritual treasure has to be stronger than a spiritual weapon. Immortal treasures, without a doubt, were stronger than all of these. Next was the 5th draw. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the rewarded magic treasure upgrade material, Heart of God and Demon. Heart of God and Demon contains the spirit of a powerful god or demon that has fallen, and can be used on any magic treasure to provide the treasure with a spirit that can greatly enhance the quality of the magic treasure. Good stuff again. The ones produced by the system were all divine artifacts, either immortal treasures like the Flying Cloud Mirror. It was more powerful than either a magic treasure or a spirit treasure. And this time, with Qin Zheng already having a magic treasure, it actually directly rewarded Qin Zheng with the spirit of a powerful god or demon, allowing him to go and upgrade his magic treasure. Qin Zheng naturally used it without hesitation. As a result, the novice village on this night suddenly became treacherous, and after a haze of light emerged from the sky and earth, it immediately converged. In the next moment, the magic treasure pure mean sword gourd appeared to change. Flying sword of god beheading, immortal treasure, reinforceable, rank, 1. Spiritual energy, 1000. Progress of chi nurturing, 15%. Skill 1, all attribute effects enhanced by 50%. Skill 2, flying dagger. Flying dagger, consume 1 level of spiritual energy to raise your chi to chop out the flying dagger. The flying dagger has the effect of raising chi plus spiritual energy to strengthen the attack power twice, and the final cap of the flying dagger's chi is 30 million miles. Good guy. It's worthy of being an immortal treasure. Ordinary magic treasures do not have an initial spiritual energy and still need to be raised with many materials, but they usually top out at 100 spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was good for the increase of treasure of the mana type, so it was undoubtedly important. Therefore, the upper limit of spiritual energy for a spiritual treasure was 1000, and the initial spiritual energy of an immortal treasure was 1000. After the pure uniform blade gourd was upgraded into the divine beheading flying blade, it not only inherited the chi nurturing progress, but also had a passive skill that enhanced all attributes by 50%. The key is, that knife is also enhanced a lot. Not only can you get 3 times the bonus of raising chi, but also count the bonus of spiritual energy. And the farthest distance, it had also changed from 3000 miles, to a slash that could cut out 30,000 miles. What kind of concept is this? On the blue star, Qin Zheng should be able to chop his way to any corner with this blade. It was very terrifying. After drawing the prizes, Qin Zheng went offline to take a rest and slept lightly for a few hours. Then at 12 p.m., he immediately came online after receiving a call from Li Shuelua. Wearing the Nightwalker's suit and stepping on the flying cloud mirror, so that no one would be able to know Qin Zheng's identity, as well as his rank. Li Shuelua, I will wait for you at the exit of the novice village, don't go through the portal. Qin Zheng, if you have a door and don't go through it, isn't that intentionally causing trouble for yourself? Li Shuelua, I'm not afraid that you'll be suspected. I told my teammates that you're just an NPC powerhouse that I paid for. Qin Zheng, oh, I see. After the private chat, Qin Zheng smiled faintly. Unexpectedly, this girl, Li Shuelua, was more aggressive in hiding her abilities from him. Qin Zheng didn't want to expose his identity, he didn't want to be too shocking. After all, as a traveler with a system, he was too strong and scary. If he showed his face too soon, he might lead to unnecessary trouble. Based on the principle that it is better to do more than less, at least before the game invasion, he would try to hide his strength. Li Shuelua's attitude, on the contrary, made him appreciate it. Outside the novice village, Li Shuelua was waiting alone on horseback. Suddenly, a haze appeared on the mountain range at the edge of the novice village. It was Qin Zheng. He was wearing a Nightwalker's suit at the moment, so his identity could not be seen, and with his feet on the flying cloud mirror, he landed straight next to Li Shuelua. Li Shuelua, however, was startled, and subconsciously shouted, "Senior, but is there something you need to dispatch?" Qin Zheng, it can't be you, right? You just shouted senior, are you treating me as one of those NPCs in the game that issue quests? Qin Zheng asked rhetorically. You scared me to death, I thought I had run into a strong person. No, how come you have a flying magic treasure again? Li Shuelua inquired. Bought it. Qin Zheng responded indifferently. It seemed that it was the flying cloud mirror that made Li Shuelua feel a sense of oppression. She had thought that it was a flying magic treasure, and this was because in the game, a flying magic treasure was very rare, and if one was not powerful, one would not be able to keep it even if one possessed it. But this one of Qin Zheng's was an immortal treasure. Let's go. By the way, your identity, is Wang Chang not going to tell him either? Li Shuelua asked again. He has a straight mind, so it's good not to let him know. Qin Zheng responded. Li Shuelua nodded. This was true. Wang Chang was indeed a straight-minded person. Not letting him know was because she did not want him to accidentally give it away. Right, this time we might meet Feng Tang and the others, as well as some people from the school. You can pay attention at that time. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you get exposed. Li Shuelua stated that she had reminded first and would not take the blame. Qin Zheng nodded. The people in the school, that would be his classmates. One could only say that they were former classmates. Now that everyone everywhere was embracing the group, intending to set up various clan-like strengths in the future, naturally, they all did their best to pull in various strong people from the game to join. Therefore, with a world-famous existence like Shijing University, every single spot was extraordinarily precious. Qin Zheng's expulsion was definitely due to Feng Tang's interference, but he could only be said to have fueled it, and the real reason for Qin Zheng's expulsion was still that those higher-ups of the academy believed that Qin Zheng was also a wastrel. However, Qin Zheng was destined to make them look away. Seemingly sensing Qin Zheng's silence and some changes in his mood, Li Shuelua laughed. Dying in the game is a level loss. Feng Tang guy, just kill him as hard as you can. Qin Zheng did not comment, but asked, You are talking about going to the black market. How, the black market inside this game, is it also so unsafe? You actually have to hire strong people to accompany you. You should have come out more often to take a walk. It's said that it's a game, but the background of this game is very complicated. There are even many places that are similar to the background of a big metaphysical world. And the NPCs in the game can all be masters who have autonomous thoughts and can abuse players at the drop of a hat. Don't think that this game is the same as any other game. Li Shuelua stated, otherwise, why would I rather find you than hire NPCs? Because hiring them isn't safe either. Also, there is no level restriction on any map in this game. You know why this is, right? For example, you only one level, but you can enter the 10 level and even 100 level map. Game is not afraid of you to go as long as you are not afraid to die on the line. After all, the punishment of death, but very serious. Each person 10 times the opportunity to die once dropped a level, and equipment magic treasure all fall, death more than 10 times. Deprived of talent, expelled from the game, never again cannot enter. So that's how it is. Qin Zheng stated that he understood, although it was still a game now. But it seemed that the game was also a real world? Moreover, the punishment for death was so severe that it was terrifying. The scenery on the road could be said to be as atmospheric as it could be. The steep and high mountains were everywhere. Li Shuelua, who was riding her mount and steering her horse, looked like she had so many valiant flavors. But these flavors, compared to Qin Zheng standing on the flying cloud mirror, had no flavor at all. Flying magic treasures were extremely rare. In the player community, it was something that was priced out of the market. Therefore, Li Shuelua could only ride a horse. What was the result? Qin Zheng was the one who stood on the magic treasure and rode in the air. Am I a level 1, or is he a level 1? I really don't know which idiot actually lost even the flying magic treasure to him. At this time, Li Shuelua's heart was still muttering. Qin Zheng's flying magic treasure, where did it come from? Don't know, not sure. However, Li Shuelua knew that Chen White Robe had gone to challenge Qin Zheng and then lost so many things to him. Therefore, she naturally assumed that this flying magic treasure was also something that Qin Zheng had won from someone else. It was even natural for Li Shuelua to think that Qin Zheng did nothing but keep pulling out his sword in the game, just to draw the attention of some people. Then, defeating those people like Chen White Robe and gaining benefits. Thus, in Li Shuero's mind, Chen Bai Robe became a big wrong seed that was being counted by Qin Zheng. Along the way, Li Shuelua told Qin Zheng about the player's death penalties, and even the most serious ones, which were more than being deprived of talent and killed to level 0, and even more brutal than that, were directly killed below level 0 and expelled to the game. In this way, wait until the game invasion, this person is equal to a complete waste. The probability was that he would die under the butcher knives of those monsters. Very cruel. Saying this, Li Shuelua was also reminding Qin Zheng to beware and not to cause trouble. Don't look at the fact that the whole world is still in harmony, but that's because in reality, everyone is afraid of the army. But when it comes to the game, it's every man for himself. That's why places like the black market are especially complicated. Li Shuelua explained here, and then lamented, actually, it's not just the players, quite a few of the intricate NPCs in the game will also come to rob the players, because the NPCs in this game are extremely intelligent, and some people even think that they might just be real. Therefore, we wouldn't dare to go to the black market without the protection of a strong person. Qin Zheng asked curiously, then why don't you go inside the guild and find some strong people to help you? Come on, this is a level 60 black market, there are many restrictions on who can go, okay? Besides, we don't intend to do anything, we're just going to buy props related to the next secret realm, we'll just buy them and leave, we're not causing any trouble, so why waste so much time of those people on the leaderboards? Li Shuelua explained clearly. 60 levels of the black market only, and not to cause trouble, so. It seemed like this trip was a pretty easy one. As they spoke, they arrived at a city. This is the Qingyang city in the game, we can directly teleport over to the nearest city here, and then we'll have to enter the mountain peak where the black market is located on our own. Wang Chang and the others are there, so wait, you mustn't think about not exposing yourself. Li Shuelua's snickering expression reminded Qin Zheng. Shuai-ro, you've finally come. Is this the senior you invited in? Ahem, invited to escort us? Chen Xiaoman immediately came over to greet him, almost forgetting that she wasn't speaking out in private chat. After all, this time, what Li Shuelua had said was for Qin Zheng to come over and play the role of a powerful NPC in the game, rather than a player identity. However, judging from the fact that when Li Shuelua had not recognized Qin Zheng at first, she had shouted senior when she saw him with his feet on a flying magic treasure, and the fact that Chen Xiaoman had just changed her words at the limit and also addressed Qin Zheng as senior, players still had to maintain a certain level of politeness when they saw those powerful NPCs in this game. Normal, after all, in the Heaven's Path game, the strong were honored. Yes, this senior is. Li Shuelua introduced. Qin Zheng interrupted her and said personally, this honorable name is Knife, you guys can just call me Knife Senior. Forgetting to discuss a fake name beforehand, Qin Zheng didn't want Li Shuelua to take one for herself haphazardly, so, take Knife as his name. Why is Elder Knife wearing a Nightwalker suit? However, it looks quite handsome and cool. Chen Xiaoman commented. Then, another teammate asked, "How many levels are you, Blade Senior?" This girl, Qin Zheng, just felt a little bit familiar, and should also be from Shijing University. It was tantamount to saying that there was only one male in this team, apart from Wang Chang. That male, Qin Zheng, had quite an impression of him, because within the students of Shijing University, those were the ones with heaven stage talent, and Qin Zheng had heard of him when he was still in school. Lu Fangyu, a male, was gifted with a healing increase, or a heavenly ranked talent. That's why he was so famous, and was known as Shijing University's No. 1 Milkman. Good guy. The configuration of Li Shueluas in their team was really not low, almost all of them were starting with heaven order talents, no wonder they were able to break the copy record. You don't need to ask about this honored one's rank, anyway, this honored one will keep you all safe tonight. Qin Zheng responded in the tone of the NPCs. In the next moment, he sacrificed his flying cloud mirror. I'll go, this is a flying magic treasure. Lu Fangyu's eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Zheng with a little more admiration. Being able to own a flying magic weapon was a symbol of strength and status in the game, which proved that Elder Sword must have come from an extraordinary background. So everyone didn't ask any more questions and left together in the teleportation array. Soon, the group left the city and headed to the black market. Qin Zheng drove the flying cloud mirror in a big way, but he also intentionally distanced himself from Wang Chang and the others, and then Qin Zheng saw that another group of people had come from below. The leader was also none other than Fang Tang. Yo, you guys are going to the black market as well? Hee hee, Li Shuelua, it seems that this time you have made up your mind to grab that thing with this young man. Fang Tang was also surrounded by 5 teammates, but there were 3 more existences wearing black robes that were strong at first glance. It seemed to be NPC powerhouses. Fang Tang, you have a problem. Didn't we agree that we would compete normally? What do you mean by bringing so many NPC seniors over? Chen Xiaoman immediately questioned. What do you mean? Oh, she, Li Shuelo, doesn't know how to recognize her, so why should I miss my classmate's affection? I also heard that Li Shuelua already has a favorite person. Humph, really give face not. Fang Tang hated the look of Itchy Teeth and said, this time, if you guys dare to rob with me, then I'll let the 3 seniors kill you until you back off. This guy, Fox and Tiger, really made him arrogant. This showed that the NPCs he had invited were very strong. Fang Tang did try to pursue Li Shuelua before, but Li Shuelua didn't even look at him squarely. And this time, it seemed that because of an item inside the black market, the 2 teams happened to be fighting each other. And so, things seemed to have become interesting. Qin Zheng thought about it, so he didn't show up, but waited for Fang Tang to put down his harsh words and threaten Li Shuelua not to allow him to snatch the item from him before he came to Li Shuelua's side and whispered, I can solve those 3 NPCs, but you didn't say before that this trip was so complicated, and Fang Tang is still our classmate, so, there has to be extra money. How much? Li Shuelua was very quick, and suddenly asked, hey, are you sure about this? How do I feel that the 3 NPC powerhouses that Fang Tang invited might be over 100 levels? That's even more powerful than Chen White Robe. It's fine, as long as the price is right. Qin Zheng was happy. All 3 NPCs were over 100 levels? That's even better. This time one could ask for more. This was because Qin Zheng had discovered that, before the game invaded reality, it seemed like he did need some money to buy some things in the game. Other than that, those fashions with different functions, and experience pills, one would have to stock up on some. Are you short of money? Li Shuelua rolled her eyes to Qin Zheng. What else did he say? Fang Tang was his classmate. Oh, that was something that only he himself believed. Qin Zheng was obviously sitting on the ground and asking for money. Who made Li Shuelua rich? Sister was the president of the Yen Ro group, and from the name of the group, it was obvious that there should be a share of her, Li Shuelua. Then Li Shuelua naturally wasn't poor in money. The fact was also true. Alright, $1 million, and at that time, if Fang Tang comes to find us in trouble, you will step in. Li Shuelua did not wait for Qin Zheng to reply before agreeing to the request for additional money. Qin Zheng, however, was silent. You don't still think it's too little, do you? Li Shuelua's eyes widened. No. Qin Zheng said in a low voice, it's not that it's too little, but I think that he Fang Tong is worth $1 million. Otherwise, I'll go along and teach him a lesson for you as well? I count on you to have some conscience. Li Shuelua's face eased up a few points. The crowd entered the black market. Everyone moved separately and gather at the auction house in 30 minutes. Li Shuelua handed over to everyone, only Qin Zheng stayed behind after Li Shuelua explained to him, everyone will have their own secrets, and coming to a place like the black market, there will be some transactions that they don't want others to know about, so this is to give everyone some private space. Understood, so I'll go too? Qin Zheng immediately understood. It's fine if you don't leave, Li Shuelua said without much care. Qin Zheng, however, walked straight away. He found a blacksmith store in the black market. Anyone who could open a store in such a place must have a few skills. What's more, this was a level 60 black market. Helping me full strengthen a few pieces of equipment shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Qin Zheng inquired for the sake of caution, adding, I have all the materials for strengthening. Take a look at the equipment. Level 1? Although the quality is all very high, it's completely fine to strengthen it. How about a processing fee of $800,000? The blacksmith opened his mouth and gave the price. Good. Qin Zheng immediately agreed. He was currently 4 pieces of equipment. Weapon, Songshang Blood. Immortal Treasure, Immortal Beheading Flying Blade. Flying Immortal Treasure, Flying Cloud Mirror. Clothes, Void Sky Treasure Clothes. Normally speaking, all fully reinforced to plus 18, one piece would require a processing fee of $250,000. This was what Qin Zheng had learned beforehand, the prices in the main cities as well as the novice villages. However, in the black market, 4 pieces were only $800,000, which was considered a 20% discount. It saved $200,000. However, the black market has one bad point, that is, it is not safe. Of course, in the black market is still safe, unless someone dares to ignore the family or clan power behind the black market and rob it. Otherwise, it would be a case of staring in the dark and waiting until they had left the confines of the black market before making their move. Qin Zheng did not understand this yet, and being able to save $200,000 was a great thing for him. So, the deal was immediately made. It was proven that level 1 equipment was indeed a piece of cake for a level 60 black market blacksmith, and in less than 10 minutes, all of them were successfully strengthened. Of course, this was also because Qin Zheng had prepared enough strengthening materials. Almost all of them were strengthened up at once, and I didn't make up much extra material. Equipment for you, welcome next time. The blacksmith handed over the equipment and collected the money before grinning at Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng did not notice that his smile was a bit odd. As soon as Qin Zheng left, the blacksmith immediately pulled out a jade tablet and said into it, "A flying immortal treasure has been found, very sure." Over here, Qin Zheng, who was walking towards the auction house, was looking at the attributes of the strengthened equipment. It could only be described as powerful. God de Songshang Blood plus 18, can be advanced. Usage level, 1, can be upgraded. Phrase 1, all 5 elements attributes increased by 100 points, reinforcement bonus, 180 points. Word 2, attack speed increased by 100%, enhanced bonus, 180%. Word 2, attack speed increased by 100%, enhanced bonus, 180%. Skill, Silent Destruction of the World, active, transforms the blood of the Tsongxing into a blade on, can grow with attack power, 100,000 attack power grows by 1 meter, and adds 180% attack damage. Wherever it goes, the Cthulhu is destroyed. Cooldown, 1 minute. Magic consumption, 50%, enhanced bonus skill level plus 18. 4 pieces of equipment, almost all of which received the same enhancement effect from strengthening as this weapon. All of them were boosted by around 180%. Thus, the current Qin Zheng, although he was still a level 1, with the enhancement of the 2 divine equipment and 2 immortal treasures, all of his attributes were now very powerful. ID, Qin Zheng. Level, 1. Blood, 37,620. Mana, 16,810. Mana attack, 9,410. Physical attack, 50, 037, 640. 5 elements attributes, gold 1682, wood 1681, water 1881, fire 1681, earth 1681. 5 elements attributes, gold 1682, wood 1681, water 1881, fire 1681, earth 1681. Skill, swing, level 2. Equipment. Level 1 Qin Zheng's chi and blood values were over 30,000. The mana attacks were all nearly 10,000. This was already an attribute that ordinary players were only able to achieve after their level 20 transmutation. Currently, Qin Zheng's equipment was not yet full, and if it was all full, it was estimated that his level 1 attributes would be completely comparable to the attributes of most level 30 or even almost level 40 ordinary players. Of course, attack power was excluded. From this, it could be seen that in the Heavenly Dao, equipment boosts were still great. Especially the immortal treasure, the chopping immortal flying blades increase to the 5 elements attributes had already reached 100% after full enhancement, which was already full value. It was also unknown whether it could continue to be enhanced in the future. But despite this, Qin Zheng was actually still very brittle. Don't look at the fact that he had more than 30,000 blood at level 1, but in the game, around level 20, the general attack could reach 30,000 to 40,000, level 30 was more than 100,000, and at level 60, it was even more of a race to a million attacks, and right now, Qin Zheng was in a level 60 map. That is to say, anyone here can second him. But, Qin Zheng's attack was upwards of 50 million, yet he could also second anyone. So the crucial point was that he would not be attacked by anyone. The flying magic treasure, then, provided Qin Zheng with protection. There was also the life-preserving skill on the Void Sky Treasure Clothes. After full enhancement, the damage reduction could reach 98% after the skill was turned on, which was also considered Qin Zheng's last safeguard. With this skill, coupled with Qin Zheng's blood quantity, he was fully capable of resisting a blow from a strong person with around 2 million attacks without dying. Qin Zheng arrived at the auction house and met up with Li Shuelu and Wang Chang, only to realize that the thing that Li Shuelu's team and Fong Tang were fighting over was a token for the opening of a new copy. A brand new copy that represented a generous first pass reward as well as a pass record reward. So, in the end, Li Shuelua shouted the price actually shouted to 16 million. The game naturally can only be delivered with game currency. Fong Tang may not have thought that Li Shuelua actually dared to rob with him. After all, he have invited 3 over 100 levels of NPC powerhouses off. Therefore, Fong Tang's body, just with 15 million game coins. It was too late to recharge it now and go to the main city's merchant bank to convert it. Li Shuelua, this is what you asked for. Knowing how important the Snow Palace copy is to me, that has the Snow Spirit Ginseng that can enhance my bloodline, you still want to grab it with me, right? Fong Tang was furious and unable to continue bidding. He directly ran over to Li Shuero and threatened, when you guys go out, wait to be hunted down by me. Fong Tang, you dare, believe it or not, we will expose the matter of you chasing and killing your classmates to the side of the academy? Chen Xiaoman was the first to stand out and choked Fong Tang back at Li Shuelua's side. However, Fong Tang no longer cared about the schoolhouse. He wanted the Snow Spirit Ginseng. While Fong Tang was arguing with Li Shuelua and the others, Qin Zheng had remained silent. Wearing the Nightwalker fashion, he concealed his identity information. Without opening his mouth, no one would know whether he was a player or an NPC powerhouse in the game. Besides, Qin Zheng was not going to waste any more of his saliva on a mouthful of words. He kept his eyes coldly watching those NPCs beside Fong Tang, but in his heart, he was thinking about his plan after leaving the black market in a while. If the estimation was correct, these 3 NPCs were all over 100 levels, then they definitely all possessed the ability to kill Qin Zheng in a single hit. Of course, Qin Zheng was also confident that he could kill them in seconds. It would be a case of striking first. Therefore, before leaving the black market, Qin Zheng secretly said to Li Shuelua, in a while, their target will definitely be you, so you'll have to create an opportunity for me when the time comes. What opportunities? Oh, I see, you're going to go ahead and second one? Li Shuelua reacted quickly. If I can second one, I can deter them, but I'm not sure. I only realized now that this million of yours is actually not easy to earn. I'm afraid that these few people that Fong Tang found are very strong. Qin Zheng voiced the worries in his heart. Yeah, these 3 NPCs should all be around level 100 by the looks of it. He's determined to get the Snow Palace copy. Li Shuelua frowned, you're still level 1, you don't seem to have any extra experience, so are you going to be expelled from the game if you die once? Otherwise, let's forget about it. She suddenly thought of a grim problem. In the game, a level 0 player would not be allowed to exist. Once they were killed to level 0, they would be disqualified from continuing the game. The penalty for death in the Heavenly Dao online game was that severe. Unlike other online games, although there was a penalty for death, at most it was dropping some experience value. Don't worry, I think we can try. More than 10 million, are you willing to just let him have it? Qin Zheng dismissed Li Shuerua's idea. As long as Li Shuerua and the girls cooperated well, there might not be no chance. Alright, since you have confidence, let's give it a try. Li Shuerua said, I will know what to do in a while. After negotiating, the group left the black market. Immediately, 2 groups of people secretly followed them. As soon as Qin Zheng left the black market, he summoned the flying cloud mirror. Then, after flying above the sky and circling around the large mountain, he took advantage of the night's color to conceal the exotic colored light of his flying immortal treasure. A flying magic treasure? At this time, on Fong Tang's side, a black-clothed NPC said excitedly, that's right, where they disappeared, there are spiritual fluctuations of flying magic treasures. Boss, I'm going to chase him. Mr. 2, be careful. You guys just need to help me get my Snow Palace copy back. It's better to leave the flying magic treasure alone. Fong Tong said with some worry. Don't worry, Lao Er is in the mountain and sea realm. How can you guys who haven't even stepped through the door of cultivation yet know how terrifying a mountain and sea really is? The NPC in the lead uttered some very pretentious words. When Fong Tang heard this, he also turned worried to happy. So Mr. Air has also stepped into the mountain and sea realm. That is 100 levels later, completed the 5 elements of the internal cultivation. In order to reach the realm, once reached the mountain and sea realm, you can use their own power to collapse the mountain and break the flow of very powerful. Kid, why don't we say that you are enlightened and very suitable for our Murian sect? After this time, when your talent has risen to the earth or heaven stages, you will worship under our sect. In the future, the sect master will definitely bless you and your loved ones, and this seed will also cultivate you well. Mr. Big slightly eerie voice promised the other Tong. It turned out that these 3 NPCs were not paid by Fong Tang, but they came uninvited and took the initiative to find Fong Tang, supposedly because they felt that Fong Tang was very enlightened and suitable to be a disciple. Fong Tang did not remember how he was recognized as enlightened by them. If you want to talk about enlightenment, there are so many players in the game who are much more gifted than him, so why must it be him? Fong Tang just remembered that once he mixed up a wild team to fight a boss, and he didn't recognize anyone in that team, so he used some means to get all of his teammates killed, and in the end, he collected the bloodied boss all by himself. Could this be the enlightenment that the 3 Ink Lotus sect guys were talking about? Whatever. Anyway, it was too late to be happy that there were strong people in the game who had taken a liking to themselves. What's more, these three guys didn't seem too different from other NPCs. They often hinted to Fong Tang that one day in the future, the sect leader would protect him. Which day was that day? It couldn't mean when the game invaded, could it? That would be strange. It was the first time Fong Tang had heard that those people NPCs in the game also knew that the game was going to invade reality. These three Mr. Murian sect of unknown origin, could it be that they knew? Fong Tang wasn't sure, but didn't dare to ask. All he knew was that with three mountain and sea realm powerhouses helping him, he definitely had to teach Li Shuelua a good lesson this time. Humph, Li Shuelua this bitch, catch her in a while. Hey, can't touch her in reality. It's not impossible to have a domination in the game, right? After all, this game is so real. Fong Tang's mind began to flower. They were unaware that Qin Zheng, at this moment, happened to be hiding in the clouds above. Qin Zheng didn't hear the conversation between Fong Tang and Mr. Big, and his gaze stayed fixed on Li Shuelua running below. He also wanted to utilize Li Shuelua to attract Fong Tang and the others to chase after her, and then Qin Zheng would secretly strike again. Suddenly, the air in the sky shook as a voice came out. Humph, how much longer will your excellency hide? It's time to come out. In the next moment, a silhouette appeared in the void, only to see his hands move towards the clouds in the air, and then the black clouds actually began to dissipate rapidly. Qin Zheng froze. He was even a little startled, secretly saying that he had been careless. Thinking that he was only at the first level, he did not have any reliable means for the fluctuations of other people's spiritual energy, other than being able to conceal his own aura. However, these few opponents clearly had special means. It seems like I can't take risks like this in the future, before completing 100 million draws of the sword. I can only be a sinister old six. Either don't leave the novice village and don't cause any trouble. Either that, or kill them all in one hit. Couldn't be another one-off, inviting too many strong people. Otherwise, with this amount of blood he had now, it was really dangerous. Having made up his mind, Qin Zheng gripped the Song Sheng blood in his hand tightly. His eyes fell on the skills of this divine artifact. Silence of the world, active transforms Song Sheng blood into a blade aura, can grow with attack power, 100,000 attack power grows by 1 meter, and adds 180% attack damage. Wherever it goes, the Cthulhu is destroyed. The 8 words at the end were reflected in his eyes before reaching Qin Zheng's mind. What a domineering 8 words! What a domineering Song Sheng blood! Today this sharp blade was going to be sheathed for the first time. However, just at this time, a voice suddenly came from below. Li Shuelua, don't you run. What? Li Shuelua, this fellow, she actually didn't know why, but suddenly counter-run back at this time. Li Shuelua was supposed to have left. However, the plan was different from what she thought. Originally, Li Shuelua had planned to make a match with Qin Zheng, but it turned out that Fong Tang and the others didn't come after her. Then it was obvious that the other party was fixated on Qin Zheng. This naturally made Li Shuelua unavoidably worry about Qin Zheng. Although, she knew that Qin Zheng was very strong. However, Qin Zheng was, after all, only a level 1. Perhaps, Qin Zheng was stronger than many players, but this was an NPC, a different concept. The point was that Qin Zheng was also different from others. Almost all players in the game had tolerance and were not afraid of dying in the game. But Qin Zheng was only level 1, and if he died, he would drop to level 0. Then, one would be expelled from the game. Therefore, Li Shuelua was naturally extra worried about him, but when she came back, she heard Mr. Air's words in the air and instantly understood that Qin Zheng was fine. However, she herself was not fine. Whoosh! A magical arrow broke through the air and cut through the night sky. Cloud-piercing arrow. Fong Tang was shocked and shouted, Mr. Air, don't mind the flying magic treasure, you have a flying magic treasure under your feet as well. This bitch has shot a cloud-piercing arrow, she's shaking people, kill it. With Fong Tang's words, the 2 NPCs around him immediately swept towards Li Shuelua. In the clouds, Qin Zheng sighed helplessly. He knew very well that once these 2 shot, they would definitely be able to capture Li Shuelua. If Li Shuelua was caught, then the Snow Palace copy would be out of the question. Therefore, Qin Zheng could only instantly scramble out from above the clouds and drive the miles of cloud chasing on his immortal treasure, and the entire person crossed the sky like a meteor. It's actually still a flying immortal treasure? Mr. Tu's throat moved and he let out a voice of incomparable excitement. Flying immortal treasure. This was an existence that was 2 grades stronger than a magic treasure. It's worth it. Mr. Air was very determined, instantly pulling out a talismanic treasure and throwing it out in the direction that Qin Zheng had vanished. Roar! Above the void, the phallic phantom of a ferocious beast immediately appeared, hissing as it crossed towards the direction where Qin Zheng as well as Li Shuelua were, and it began to explode in midair. Boom! The huge radius of that explosion almost buried a 1,000-mile radius. It's over. This was Qin Zheng's thought at that moment. At the first moment, he activated the skills on the Void Sky Treasure clothes, and in that instant, his immunity from injury was as high as 98%, but Qin Zheng still did not have a bottom in his heart. However, at this time, Li Shuelua blocked in front of him. Go away, you can't block it. With a burst of sound, Li Shuelua was blown backwards by the airwave, but the next moment the person who spoke directly activated his bloodline to continue blocking in front of Qin Zheng's body. Chang Zi? Qin Zheng was surprised. Brother Zheng, I recognized you a long time ago. Wang Chang turned around and grinned at him. Then, Wang Chang's smile was fixed in front of Qin Zheng's body, shattering into a phantom a moment later, as if it had been vaporized by the waves of air from that talismanic treasure's explosion. Wang Chang, dead. However, it was fortunate that this was only in the game. However, he had fulfilled the promise he had made and used his own body to stand in front of Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng survived. Although, at this moment, he only had less than 3,000 blood left. The blood bar was crippled. Drip drip drip. The private chat lit up. Wang Chang, run, brother Zheng, I've been resurrected on this side of the main city, I'm going over to meet you now. Although Qin Zheng did not know how Wang Chang recognized him, Qin Zheng no longer cared about that. Right now, all he wanted to say was, good brother ah. There was also Li Shuelua. Just now, she had also used her life to shield herself from the damage, but she had a weak body and was directly blown away. At this time Qin Zheng raised his head, rolling smoke and dust. He saw Li Shuelua hard to climb up. In front of her body, it seems to be broken a magic treasure. It should have been just now, blocking the damage for her. The magic treasure can be repaired, but her behavior just now is rare. Run! Quickly! Li Shuelua shouted. Hey, where to run? On the other side of the smoke, Fong Tang's voice came out. Can you even run away now? Both of you will have to die here. Moreover, we'll take all of your equipment, including the flying immortal treasure on him. And you, Li Shuelua, I'll strip you clean, hee. Disgusting. Li Shuelua spat and said aloud, Fong Tang, just now I shot the cloud-piercing arrow, all the nearby alumni will come over when they see it. Do you want to be expelled from school? School? Oh, it's just a small sect, it's just trash compared to our Murian sect. When that day comes in the future, you will all eventually be destroyed, and only we, the Ink Lotus sect, will be the newcomer clan. Mr. Big's voice was rampant and domineering. This could not help but cause Qin Zheng to frown. The Ink Lotus sect. From the sound of it, it seemed to be an organization in the game, and they also knew that the game world was going to invade Blue Star, and it seemed that they were planning on the whole big job of annihilate the Blue Star humans and then take their place? Here comes the worst. In fact, Qin Zheng felt outrageous from the moment he had just crossed over to Blue Star, got the system, and learned that a game in this world was going to invade reality. It even smelled like a conspiracy. And since Qin Zheng was a traveler and had brought the system with him, it made him suspicious. Perhaps this conspiracy had a great deal to do with him. Even if he had overthought it, but with his ability, could he, Qin Zheng, stand alone in the face of this conspiracy with huge calculations? Impossible. Therefore, when Qin Zheng left the novice village this time, he especially didn't want his identity to be known by Wang Chang. Apart from the fact that Wang Chang had a straight heart and was afraid that he would accidentally spill the beans, there was also another reason why he didn't want to involve himself too much with his good brother. But now, Qin Zheng didn't have to worry about that. Wang Chang knew it was him, and kept it a secret. The key had also dropped a level in order to resist damage for him. At this point in time, Qin Zheng's heart didn't care about the Mo-Lin sect or the conspiracy. He only had anger. What he wanted to do was also to help his good brother take revenge. It was also to give Li Shuelua, as well as himself, an outlet for his anger. As for what the Murian sect, those conspiracies in the game, later to check, will always reveal the surface. The key now, Fong Tong actually stood side by side with those three NPCs in a row. A neat and tidy stand. It was also a very rare opportunity for Qin Zheng. Therefore, Qin Zheng's hand was held above the Song Sheng blood. He instantly drew his sword. Then, he activated Song Sheng blood's skill. Silence under heaven. Die. Qin Zheng roared out. Boom. Only a blade aura was seen, lighting up the dark night and also this piece of emptiness. The blade on cut out a half moon. At this moment, Fong Tang and the others were less than 100 meters away from Qin Zheng. With such a close distance, the knife main arrived in an instant. Reacting was possible, but trying to escape was overthinking it. The three NPCs obviously knew this as well, and they also displayed their own abilities, each striking out an attack towards the blade awnings in an attempt to cancel out Qin Zheng's slash. However, with an attack power of 50 million plus a 180% increase in damage effect, the power of this blade was enough to break mountains and oceans, and chop the sun and the moon. No! Impossible. I'm a mountain and sea. With such attack power, even the sun and moon are impossible. Could your excellency be a deity? When the blade's sharpness decimated the attacks of the three mountain and seas, and also fell their bodies, these three NPCs let out unbelievable voices. One level, decimating the counterattacks of three mountain and sea, and also decimating them as well. How strong was this? How could such a strong person exist in a level 60 map? It was an ordinary sun and moon realm powerhouse, or a heavenly vault realm powerhouse, who wouldn't dare to be able to easily manage a single strike with such an effect. However, this person in front of him did it. You guys, it ends here. Qin Zheng responded coldly. By this time, Fong Tang had already disappeared into white light and was resurrected to go. However, these three were NPCs, characters in the game. And this was not inside a copy, much less a plot kill. There was no possibility of resurrection. As soon as the three Shanghai died, the entire area instantly skyrocketed in aura, while at the same time, after their corpses exploded, they dropped some magic treasures and equipment down. These all belong to me, right? Qin Zheng looked towards Li Shuelua, who was still dazed. She was stunned. Shanghai, did you hear that? Those three NPCs just now, they all claimed to be in the mountain and sea realm. That was, however, a strong realm that could only be climbed after 100 levels. Stronger than all players. The key 3 mountain and sea together, that is not 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. Such calculation, in terms of strength, may be exponential increase. But, what did Qin Zheng do? With a single slash, he decimated them all. There was only one slash. That stone cold slash. So, what was Qin Zheng's strength? Li Shuelua looked very complicated, and when she heard Qin Zheng's question, she came back to her senses and said, if you killed them, of course they are all yours. Put it away quickly, someone is coming over. You collect it and then get out all of it. We'd better not use the things on these 3 people. After it's done, you'll get 10%. Qin Zheng, however, made this arrangement. Li Shuelua was also very smart and immediately understood what Qin Zheng meant. These 3 Shanghai came from somewhat unorthodox origins, and using their things would inevitably be targeted. It was evident that Qin Zheng was far-sighted. As she put away her things, Li Shuelua said to Qin Zheng with a complex expression, I was thinking, when the academy expelled you, I don't know how much I will regret it in the future. And, in the past, everyone laughed at you for just pulling out your sword all day long, but they didn't realize that they were the original clowns. Qin Zheng, how will you respond to them in the future? I don't know about them, but this Fong Tong. Qin Zheng said with a stern face, I've decided that I must kill him until he drops to level 0 in the game. I'm afraid that's hard. He can hide in the novice village and not go out. Li Shuelua laughed, unless I help you and get him on the evil list, in which case the safe zone won't shelter him back. Qin Zheng immediately said, fine, find someone to put him on the evil people list. How much will it cost, deducted from those loot you out-dropped? Hate him so much? Li Shuelua sniffed a little happily. Qin Zheng was supposedly taking out his anger for her, as well as Wang Chang, who had just been victimized and lost a level. Although the main reason was Wang Chang, it felt inexplicably happy to be able to bring her along. This also proved that Qin Zheng was, indeed, a sentient person. Not to mention that this guy is detestable. The key is that he is also involved with the Ink Lotus sect, an organization that wants to destroy the humans of the blue planet. Therefore, he absolutely cannot be kept. Qin Zheng stated another reason. The Ink Lotus sect. It seemed that before the game invaded reality, it was also necessary to find an opportunity to understand this organization better. It would naturally be better if this organization could be overthrown in advance. As the 2 witnesses talked, Chen Xiaoman was the first to rush over, and she exclaimed, wow, what happened here? Senior, it was you just now. Nothing, it's fine here now. Qin Zheng interrupted Chen Xiaoman's shock. There was no desire to say more about what had just happened. This was because he realized that some people had already started converging here. After all, Qin Zheng had eaten the Grey Spirit Pill, and he did not absorb all of those auras that represented experience values, so this piece had become a place where a large amount of experience values could be collected even if they hung around. Wang Chang had also returned. Qin Zheng had already talked to him privately, so he did not identify with Qin Zheng in front of others, but instead took the opportunity to absorb aura to compensate for the loss of the level he had just dropped. Gradually, more and more people gathered. Most of them were from Shijing University, and there was even a senior member of the academy who had come over. They were about to ask what had happened when Fong Tang happened to teleport back from his resurrection. He still didn't know that all 3 of his backers were dead. After all, he was weak, and he was the first to be killed in seconds when Qin Zheng's slash came out. 3 gentlemen, how was it? Did you kill them? Li Shuelua, stay for me. Fong Tang shouted without a care in the world. The result? After rushing into the crowd, he was dumbfounded. The 3 gentlemen lying on the ground, their bodies were already cold. Ha? Fong Tang was shocked. Even, incredulous. How? How is it possible? These are 3 mountain and sea realm powerhouses, the 3 of them together, were seconded by a single slash from you. Fong Tang pointed at the masked Qin Zheng and asked, so, what realm are you then? What realm is Qin Zheng in? Saying it out would scare a person to death. It wasn't how high his realm was or how high his level was, on the contrary he was only level 1. Scary? Noisy? Qin Zheng slashed with his backhand. The divine weapon Song Sheng blood once again cut through the night sky, but this time it was nothing more than an ordinary strike. However, Fong Tang's blood bar, once again, disappeared in an instant. Dying once more. Senior. Li Shuelua was speechless and hurriedly said, I still have to confront him in front of the school's senior management. Still confronting my ass. I've recorded the process of Fong Tang ignoring the school discipline and asking NPCs to grab things from his classmates before. Chen Xiaoman looked at the school executives and said, you guys, this time, you won't harbor him again, right? Ironclad evidence. The school executives were still hesitant. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoman was also angry and said, "We are all gifted at the heavenly stage. It seems that the school really doesn't pay attention to it at all. What's more, Shuero now has this senior to back her up. Leaders, the knife senior just killed 3 mountain and sea realm powerhouses with a single slash. You guys wouldn't be unaware of what kind of weight this is, right?" As soon as these words were uttered, the gazes of the crowd, all of them, landed in unison on Qin Zheng's body. Such a situation was familiar to Qin Zheng. It was only that before, they had all looked at Qin Zheng with scorn and ridicule in their gazes. And now, there was only respect. There was even fear. Even though school executives were the same. Tomorrow, the school will expel Fongtang. One of the higher-ups finally opened his mouth to state his position. The game was going to invade reality. This was something that everyone knew. Therefore, almost the entire Blue Star, individual or group, had to start planning for the future. There was no one who wished for extinction. The Yen Rou group was like this. The higher learning institutions everywhere were also like this. And in the game, there were the ancients, the human NPCs. These players have found that they can hire them for money, for a price, and they are happy to be hired. To put it bluntly, what is money? It represents the resources on the blue planet. And those ancient races, too, were planning for the future. When there were more people, they would each have their own agenda. It's a common human trait. So some of the larger groups found that they could also recruit these ancient races to become offerings. This was more interesting. Right now, Qin Zheng, wearing the Nightwalker fashion, in the eyes of those Shijing University executives, that was an object that could be drawn in. Compared to a strong man who could decimate 3 mountain and sea realms with a single slash, even if your Fongtang family was rich, they knew how to choose. This was the reality. Therefore, Fongtong was abandoned completely. Not only will he be expelled, we will also send out a notice that all the academies will not accept their family. The stance had already begun, and since they were going to suppress it, it was natural to fight to the end. The higher-ups of the school authority were very decisive. However, Qin Zheng did not seem to buy it as he left straight away. There was nothing for him here anymore anyway. He returned to the novice village and then went offline. Li Shuelua remained over here, as the principal of the school was looking for her to talk to her. Could it be possible to bring this senior of yours over to become the school's offering? If it can be done, in the future, when Shijing University becomes a great human sect, he can become our elder provider, and you can even become the sect's chief disciple. The principal wasn't weak in the game, and after the game declared the invasion, it was itself made up of strong people who were at the top of the various academic institutions. Shijing University, as the first tier of higher education institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, the strength of the principal was in existence ranked in the top 10 of players. Principal Long, you want to pull him in, ah? Li Shuelua was a bit dumbfounded. Pulling in Qin Zheng, promising the position of elder. If you had known this going in, then why bother in the beginning? He was Qin Zheng. He was also the one who was expelled from the school in the first place. What could Li Shuelua say? The point was, Qin Zheng had made it clear that he didn't want to expose any of his strength. I'm afraid that it will be a bit difficult, Li Shuelua said honestly. Difficult doesn't mean it can't be done. You also know that this is a special time, and soon in the future, the fate of our entire humanity will be rewritten. At that time, it's not a matter of whether or not the human race can continue, it's a matter of whether or not they can continue to survive. So, we all have to do our best, don't we? Principal Long confided to Li Shuelua with deep emotion and gravity. With regards to this principal, Li Shuelua was not yet very familiar with him. This was because he had only come to the school for less than 2 months, and was rumored to have been sent over from the official side. Judging from his words just now, Principal Long was obviously sent over with a mission. And his mission should be to find a way to make this force of Shijing University stronger. In the future, after Blue Star was invaded by the game world, it would be able to contribute to the survival of humanity. Actually, what he said could be understood by Li Shuelua. After all, what Blue Star had to face this time was a disaster that had enveloped all of humanity. No one could do it alone. Only, where were the NPC seniors? The person who had just decimated 3 mountain and sea with a single slash was Qin Zheng. It was also a player. It was a Blue Star person. The most crucial point was that he had only been expelled from Shijing University 2 months ago. Now, to have Li Shuelua invite him back? How could Qin Zheng possibly agree to that? I'll try my best to give it a try. Li Shuelua could only respond in this manner. Principal Long had actually said everything that needed to be said, but Li Shuelua still wore clothes that showed little interest, which made him quite distressed, so he said, "Alright, I will wait for your good news." In addition, after the game invasion, the academy will be transformed into a sect. At that time, the chief disciple will be selected, which is actually the future successor of the sect. If you can invite him to be our elder provider, at that time, this position will definitely be yours. Think about it. Principal Long left. Li Shuelua was somewhat moved by the promise he left behind. After all, on the family side, her sister was deeply entrenched, and there wasn't much room for her to play. Moreover, if she could really become the future successor of Shijing University, it would be a good thing for Yenro Group. But the key is how to convince Qin Zheng to go back to Shijing University and become an elder of provision. So difficult. Li Shuelua sighed darkly, and then suddenly remembered something. She immediately found Principal Long through the Shijing Academy's guild, and sent a message over, Principal, to ask someone to serve as a confessor elder. What is that treatment like? I have to be informed before I can go and talk to him, right? Principal Long quickly sent a message back. The treatment of an extraordinary elder, 10 million game coins per month, and enjoys the power to participate in deliberations and decision-making. These are the bottom line, go and talk about it. Good guy. That's a bottom line salary of 10 million a month? That year, wasn't more than $100 million to be given to Qin Zheng. Come to think of it, before, Li Shuelua had planned to buy Qin Zheng for a year for 2,000 years. Originally, she had thought that she was offering Qin Zheng a sky-high price, but she didn't realize that now it seemed to have become a cabbage price. It's a good thing that Qin Zheng agreed to her. Game coins, there are still quite a few in the guild's warehouse at the moment. If he's not satisfied, we can raise it to 15 million a month for him. Principal Long obviously attached great importance to this matter, and added another message to Li Shuelua a moment later. The right to deliberate, decision-making power, and $15 million a month. And even, the promise of his future chief disciple, the clan heir. Paying so much just to pull in a Qin Zheng? He's worth so much, does he know it himself? Li Shuelua could not help but laugh bitterly. What she didn't know was that at this time, the game's forums had exploded because of the battle between Qin Zheng and the three gentlemen of the Ink Lotus sect. Blew up. Throughout the forum, there were almost all posts discussing this battle. Just how strong can a blade be? Kill 3 mountain and sea. What does it mean to be absolutely crushed in strength? The counterattacks of the 3 mountain seas were directly killed by the attack coverage bursts. I declare that only a real man can make this slash. After watching the video of the battle, there's nothing to say, a knife second. Knife repair is so strong? Or, realm crushed it? There was actually someone else, who recorded the scene where Qin Zheng swung his sword, lit up the night sky with a single slash, and killed 3 mountain and sea powerhouses. No wonder, the topics on the forums were all related to this battle. Even the discussion in the game was even higher, and the most direct manifestation of this was the players who threatened to switch to blade cultivation almost swiped the screen, and the reason they didn't was because of the various teaming messages. Powerful talent team under the nightmare book, for equal 1, missing an output, as long as the knife repair. I'm looking for a team, if there's a blade repairer, pull me. The first time I saw this, I had to go back to the office, and I had to go back to the office, and I had to go back to the office, and I had to go back to the office, and I had to go back to the office. Good guy, Qin Zheng is completely one's own strength, brought fire to a profession that was originally still a bit on the cold side. There was no doubt that this time, the incident had become a big deal. It could even be said that it had set off great waves. However, as the protagonist of the incident, during the fermentation of the matter for several days in a row, despite knowing about it, Qin Zheng did not have any waves here. He was still constantly drawing his sword in the novice village every day, steadily advancing his attack power towards 60 million. His attack speed, now, was getting faster and faster. In 4 days, he had drawn his sword nearly 5 million times, nearly doubling his speed from before. This was very terrifying. And because of this, Qin Zheng was able to spare quite a bit more time. Mainly, ever since the last time his Tsongshang blood was sheathed and he killed 3 mountain and seas with a single slash, it had caused a lot of commotion, and although Qin Zheng was unperturbed, he could not afford to pay no attention to it at all. He now had to spend some time every day, checking the forums. He also had to talk to Li Shuiyan as well, trying to learn from her what some of the top player circles had to say about the matter. On the 5th day after the incident, a heavyweight voice was finally ushered in above the forums. Lungwu Silence, the group leader of the so-called global top gifted players group and the second highest ranked player on the comprehensive rankings, spoke out on behalf of this top player group in the forums. Lungwu Silence, after these few days, the top players in the group have teamed up with each other and entered into the experimental situation in the talent copy. We can get a conclusion that the final boss of the 100th floor of the current talent copy is definitely a god-level existence, definitely at the level of a deity. The 97th to 99th layer of the boss is the Heavenly Vault realm, respectively, before the middle and late stage, 93rd to 95th layer of the boss, respectively, before the middle and late stage of the Sun and Moon realms. Then the most critical came. 90 layers to 93 layers. Note that this is the most difficult copy of the talent, all of which are nightmare level. These 3 layers of the final boss, able to kill most of the ordinary 90 level players in one hit, with 2 to 30 million blood, the general attacker and the 6 million up and down the existence of the mountain and sea realm, respectively, before the middle and late stages of the mountain and sea realm. So, 5 days ago, that mysterious strong man a knife decapitated 3 mountain and sea realm strong man. What strength he is should not need to explain more, right? We agree that he is at least in the Heavenly Vault realm, and is one step away from being a deity. Below, are some data from our tests. Pictures. 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 See all that, right? The values are all there, with pictures. Good man. I didn't expect that this group leader of the world's top players would actually smother everyone with a big job. Not only did he send people to do tests inside the gifted copies, but he also really let him test out the strength of these nightmare bosses, and then posted them all on the internet. And he actually did all of this to popularize and prove to everyone just how powerful Qin Zheng slash that killed 3 mountain and sea realms was. This post, after only 10 short minutes, had broken through 100 million views. The speed at which it spread was naturally terrifying as well. In the game, Qin Zheng was still drawing his sword. But in reality, the female president Li Shuayan, who had returned to the office a few days ago, was strolling through the forums while saying to Qin Zheng, "Come and see, it's too powerful, isn't it? The legendary Heavenly Vault Realm powerhouse. Seems like this is the first time the game has seen a powerhouse at this level of the Heavenly Vault Realm make a move, right?" Qin Zheng saw the post. Heavenly Vault Realm? What this said was exactly him. Only sorry. Qin Zheng was not a Heavenly Vault Realm. He was only at level 1, but who would dare to believe that? As for the post's speculation on Qin Zheng's strength, Qin Zheng naturally disdained it. According to the data shown in the post, the attack power of the Mountain and Sea Realm was between 6 and 8 million. For the Sun and Moon Realm, the attack power was between 10 and 15 million. For the Heavenly Vault Realm, the attack power was between 15 and 20 million. For deities, it was an attack power of 30 million or more. Where was Qin Zheng? Now he had an attack power of over 50 million. Wasn't this a proper deity? This post is actually mostly speculation, but it's just their identity that is more authoritative. Qin Zheng naturally did not comment on this kind of post as he continued to draw his sword in the game. Then, Li Shuelua, who had hardly subsided for a few days, came to the novice village again. "Qin Zheng, did you see that post?" Li Shuelua asked. "Saw it." Qin Zheng nodded and asked rhetorically, "Well, didn't you already find someone to put Fong Tang on the evil people's list in the past few days?" "That one will have to take its time, but that side has already started to act. They are specialized in designing people to be put on the evil list, so you can rest assured." Li Shuelua responded, and remembering the 01 thing that Qin Zheng had explained, she immediately transferred a sum of money to Qin Zheng. 200 million, that much? Qin Zheng was shocked. These were the funds that Qin Zheng had gotten after he had killed Fong Tang as well as the 3 powerhouses of the Ink Lotus sect with a single slash that night, and the things that had exploded out of his hands. That's how much. They are some good stuff. And, the game coins on those 3 mountain and sea realms add up to about 100 million. Li Shuelua responded, and then sighed, "Before, I still let you sign with me for a year for $20 million, but now it seems, this cut of yours is worth $200 million. She could not help but feel so emotional. Because, Qin Zheng's strength was indeed too terrifying. Heavenly Vault Realm? But he was only at level 1. If it wasn't for the fact that this game didn't have any bugs, Li Shuelua would have suspected that Qin Zheng was hanging. However, Li Shuelua did not look deeply into why Qin Zheng was so powerful. Why was he able to kill a mountain and sea realm at level 1 when he hadn't even left the novice village? She did not ask either. Next, Li Shuelua took a deep breath and opened her mouth in a somewhat gulping manner, that, "Qin Zheng, the school has changed its principal, and then he hopes to hire you as the school's elder of provision. Don't get me wrong, he doesn't know your identity, and thought that you were an NPC. Oh?" Qin Zheng immediately understood, so he smiled and asked back, "How's the treatment?" $15 million a month, with the right to deliberate and make decisions. Without any hesitation, Li Shuelua revealed all the cards given by Principal Long, before looking at Qin Zheng blearily and saying, "I think you can agree to it, you don't need to expose your identity anyway. Besides, he also promised to make me the chief disciple and successor of the academy after it opens in the future." Understood. Qin Zheng knew everything as soon as he heard it, and after he thought about it briefly, Li Shuelua's words made sense, but this decision-making and deliberation power was vague. So, Qin Zheng said, "I'll make a request. If he can agree to it, then I can take up this position as an elder of provision, and won't cross the line with money. My request is that I will have the third actual power outside of deliberative power and decision-making power, veto power. I'll be able to veto anything I don't agree with." This. Li Shuelua was dumbfounded. "Are you sure this isn't a lion's share? Anyway, just reply as I said, and don't want them to agree all at once. Without the power of veto, it is impossible for me to go back to Shijing University." Qin Zheng's attitude was also resolute. If he had known it would come to this, why would he have bothered to do it in the first place? Having expelled Qin Zheng in the past and now wanting him to go back, could Qin Zheng possibly agree without paying some price? But then again, his good brother Wang Chang was at Shijing University. After Qin Zheng came to this world, there were not many ties on him. Other than his parents, it was Wang Chang, his good brother. If he didn't have the means to do so, now that he had the opportunity to go back to Shijing University and could bring up and take care of his brother, Qin Zheng wouldn't have blocked this path by himself. However, if the school could expel him once, Qin Zheng would not give them a second chance. A veto was what he used to guarantee this. Otherwise, Qin Zheng would not go back. As expected by Qin Zheng, there was going to be a deliberation on the senior side of the school. It was rumored that there would also be a meeting to discuss it. In response, Qin Zheng was in no hurry. He continued to draw his sword while making arrangements for the money in his hand. The $20 million that he had promised to give to Li Shuilahua beforehand, Qin Zheng did not gouge. He was still able to divide it up, and now Li Shuilahua knew how powerful he was, and when Qin Zheng acted again in the future, it would be much more convenient to have Li Shuilahua on the side to assist him. Li Shuilahua can also help him sell stolen goods. Then there is his parents' side. Last time a few million, the two old people have received, but also to Qin Zheng said, the family should be together to live a good life is very agreeable. I heard that his parents were also trying to adapt and upgrade in the game during this period of time, which was the most gratifying thing for Qin Zheng. Both parents have average talents, all of them are yellow rank, the lowest level. Doesn't matter, then use the best equipment to get by. Then, go to the talent copy more often and find a way to upgrade. It doesn't matter if you can't raise it. Anyway, as long as they can survive in the future, facing some monsters that are not too high in level. So this time, Qin Zheng directly gave them 100 million. Then, another $50 million was given to Wang Chang. On the parents' side, they accepted it very naturally, that is, they all called over to ask carefully, knowing that the money was earned by their son's ability, and that he himself had kept quite a lot of it, so the parents didn't have any second thoughts about it. Qin Zheng asked them to get themselves a set of the top-of-the-line strong 18 equipment to go. Wang Chang's side got the money, but also pushed back a bit. Wang Chang, brother Zhang, I don't need you to give me any money. Qin Zheng, cut the crap and take it. Although with your talent, you can get yourself a set of top-tier equipment before the game invades, but what about your parents? And Wang Meng? What about them? Wang Chang, but I can't use your money either. Qin Zheng, I won't let you use it for nothing. You also know that our parents are not willing to leave the capital, although the capital is only about 100 kilometers away from the capital, but who knows what will happen in the future. So after you take this money, we still have to rely on you to bring our parents over on the day of the game invasion. Wang Chang, they won't come. Qin Zheng, that's because we still have a home in Beijing County, but what if it's gone? The game is invading, and what will be ushered in then could be widespread destruction. Just listen to my arrangement. Qin Zheng forced Wang Chang to accept the money, to get his parents and his sister a set of equipment to go. As for Qin Zheng himself, leaving $30 million was enough to spend. The fashions in the mall, as well as the heavenly spirit pills were all sold out. In the end, 2 million was left on his body as a backup. In the future, I definitely need to work hard to catch up with the upgrades. The more of this heavenly spirit pill I hoard, the better. No, it looks like I need to find some time to go out and earn another wave. Qin Zheng made up his mind. The so-called golden belt of murder and fire. This time, it had also given him a taste of sweetness. He had such a skill, and if he could make money with his sword craft, then why not? 4 days later, Qin Zheng finally had his chance. He was looking at the world channel when he happened to find a message. Zhao Feifei, level 96, experience number 1 team intends to go exploring in the new map. Commission is around $20 million. NPCs not weaker than Mountain and Sea give me a push, paid. Qin Zheng immediately contacted Li Shuilahua. Qin Zheng, have you seen that Fifi Zhao was number 1 on the experience list in the world? Li Shuilahua, Zhao Feifei? That's a famous female liver emperor. Not only her, it seems that her team of 5 people are all very capable of liver. It is said that every day, the most sun are kept online for 18 hours. Very scary. Qin Zheng, you go and contact her, and then recommend me over to you to earn an intermediary fee. Li Shuilahua, you're going with them, huh? I was about to tell you, look at the list of evildoers. Qin Zheng opened the villains list and found Fong Tang's name at the 95th position. The evil people's list was an alternative list in the game. This list would have an evil person value behavioral assessment for all evil acts committed, including, and not limited to maliciously teaming up and betraying teammates, forcibly piking players 10 levels lower than themselves, maliciously injuring someone while practicing to go, using game mechanics to molest the opposite sex, and other evil acts. Once a player's behavior is judged as an evil act, they will obtain an evil person value, and in order to eliminate the evil person value they can only go to the monster area to hang out. For 1 hour, 10 points of villain value were eliminated. The current number 1 on the villain list, called Ma Deju, has over 10,000 villain values. Fong Tang only had more than 800 villain values. Continue to let his evil person value rise to around 3,000. When that time comes, his death penalty will be even more severe. Qin Zheng told Li Shuilahua to continue to increase his efforts. Even, a thought popped into his head. These guys who were evil in the game should all have a counterpart, right? Isn't it possible for oneself to take orders? Of course, that would also require others to be able to afford the price. Not long after, Li Shuilahua returned the message. Li Shuilahua already contacted Zhao Feifei. She said that she will leave in the evening, to about 3 a.m. Which may be extended by 1 or 2 hours, and must explore the entire map in its entirety. Moreover, you have to protect everyone in their team from dying. Qin Zheng, and then what? Li Shuilahua, you guessed it again, didn't you? Because it's you, Zhao Feifei has promised to double the commission. Qin Zheng, tell her, deal. Done. Sure enough, in an era of universal gaming, strength in the game represented everything. Wealth, at your fingertips. Status, the same. Qin Zheng was also enjoying this feeling somewhat. Originally, Zhao Feifei was only willing to pay out $20 million for a single order, and just because Qin Zheng he was the other day, killed 3 mountain and sea realm powerhouses, and directly doubled it. Even the Shijing University, who had previously expelled Qin Zheng, now, he was also asking for him to go back and become a confessor elder. Every month, it also gave back $15 million. Qin Zheng, on the other hand, probably still didn't have to do anything, and could get money just by lying down. On this day, many more new players came to the novice village. It was an exceptionally large number. The game Invasion, there was less than 3 months left. They had only just entered the game, and they must all be that group of earthly sobriety that didn't believe that the game would invade reality. For these people, originally, the harmonized society, there wasn't much that could be done about them. But recently, all the countries of the Blue Planet had begun to pass some bills, intending to take coercion against these people to prompt them to enter the game. This was the reason why Qin Zheng was in the novice village and saw so many newbie players just coming in. There were less than 3 months to go. With a bit of luck and good talent, they should be able to rise to around level 70 if they mixed with a good team. It was not too late, and Qin Zheng was still in no hurry. His draws finally came to 60 million times. Drawing. Congratulations to the host, who has drawn the prize artifact Heavenly Hidden Cloak. Heavenly Hidden Cloak, reinforceable, quality, divine weapon. Level 1, can be upgraded, level 1, can be upgraded. Word 1, all 5 elements attributes increased by 100 points. Word 2, gain the skill Cloak of Heavenly Invisibility. Word 2, gain the skill Heavenly Concealment Killing Opportunity. Heavenly Hidden Killing Machine, instantly disappear into the void of the sky dome, will be in a state of invisibility within 10 seconds, and will not be perceived. Perception, speed during the period of invisibility is increased by 100%, free to move. If an attack is launched, the invisibility will be lifted, and the effect of breaking the hidden strike will be gained, making the attack even more powerful. Damage is increased by 200%. Magic consumption, 500, cooldown, 10 minutes. What a powerful skill. Moreover, it was more than just a powerful attack and sneak attack skill, it could even be used to escape. What is this? This was a must-have artifact for traveling at home and killing people. Sure enough, what the system gives, is the best of the best. With this cloak, Qin Zheng's escape ability was now on a higher level. So that night, he came to the black market alone, looking for the same person who had helped him strengthen his equipment last time. Your Excellency, this is. That blacksmith was stunned. His eyes were fixed on Qin Zheng, and his forehead was even sweating. After all, last time, he had gotten up to mischief and then brought a few people with him, intending to chase out and snatch Qin Zheng's flying immortal treasure. But as a result, when they arrived at the scene, they happened to see Qin Zheng come out with that blade. A blade that lit up the heavens and earth, shattered the void, and perished mountains and seas. Who would dare to covet his flying immortal treasure with this? On the spot, they sneaked back. Now that they met again, the blacksmith's psyche naturally muttered. However, Qin Zheng said, help me strengthen this equipment, and see how much the processing fee will be? When the blacksmith heard this, he forced out a smile that was even harder to see than crying. Where did he dare to make an offer, and said with a compensatory smile, give me 100,000. Oh no, 20,000 on the line. I don't make any money, I just charge for the wear and tear of the furnace. That feeling's good. Shopkeeper, I can't imagine that you're still a warm-hearted good person. It's not in vain that I've traveled so far to find you to strengthen it. Qin Zheng's words made the blacksmith's heart shiver even more. A good person? How did it sound somewhat deliberate? He wouldn't be intentionally shady to mention me, right? The blacksmith's heart was in disbelief. It was only after the equipment was successfully strengthened that Qin Zheng not only didn't say anything, but also gave back the money and directly left, and only then did the blacksmith settle down. It seems like he really didn't realize what happened last time and so on. He is so powerful, that blade possesses a level that transcends mountains and seas, and even crosses the sun and the moon, at the very least the heavenly vault. How could he not perceive our presence? The blacksmith suddenly felt something was very wrong. However, he still didn't dare to take any more risks at the moment. From his perspective, this world he was in was filled with too much deceit, true and false falsehoods, making it impossible to defend against, so he had to be doubly careful. In this world, who isn't walking on thin ice all their life? Being careful is the only way to make a boat last forever. The blacksmith let out a dark sigh. Qin Zheng left the black market. Then, he arrived at Beixian City. He was still also dressed as a nightwalker, his entire body wrapped in black clothing, only revealing a pair of eyes, which still carried a pouring murderous aura. This was because Qin Zheng had heard that Feng Tang was currently hiding and drinking in a tavern over here. He did not dare to go out of the city anymore. Therefore, the team that had taken the order to design Feng Tang to be on the list of villains had also expressed to Li Shuilua that they were in a difficult situation. It so happened that Qin Zheng now had the heavenly hidden cloak, so he could try his hand at the main city. Because of the existence of the heavenly concealment cloak, it would allow him to directly conceal himself and leave after making his move, without having to worry about being chased by those who guarded the city. In this game of Heaven's Path, apart from the newbie village, there were no absolute safe zones. These main cities will not shelter the players on the evil list, but they also do not allow random hands in the city. They all stipulate that they actually take the players on the evil list and force them to be imprisoned for 6 hours, and this is their punishment. Obviously, too light. Safe zones like the novice village don't even protect the red names, these main cities are instead protecting them in disguise under the name of not allowing players to PK. Could Qin Zheng be spoiled then? He came to the front of the tavern, and without going in, he drew his sword at the tavern. At that time, Beixian City, a huge city in the in-game map that was known as the #1 city in the Northern Realm, was still densely populated with stars in the sky, and the city was peaceful, but in an instant, it became a city of black clouds. Boom! The Zhongsheng blood, which had just come out of its body, blossomed into a 100-meter blade aura and directly slashed down horizontally towards the entire tavern. In the future, if there is another city that dares to harbor a wicked rancor, this is what will happen. Qin Zheng proclaimed aloud. At this moment, the entire tavern had been reduced to rubble. Under the sweeping light of the swords, there were simply no more survivors in the tavern. Fang Tang was drinking with some of his people, and as they drank, they were reunited. They didn't even know what had happened. Unbridled. Bold. In the sky above Beixian City, the voices of powerful people scolding immediately appeared. 2 voices, both of which were almost as loud as 1,000 miles. One could tell that this was the city lord being shaken. However, when they arrived at the place of the incident, they did not see anyone at all. Qin Zheng had already opened his heavenly concealment cloak and appeared 100 miles away. With his speed, coupled with the flying immortal treasure, as well as the speed bonus of the heavenly concealment cloak, 10 seconds was enough for him to disappear 100 miles away. Qin Zheng had struck this time in order to deter the major main cities, so that they would not dare to take in players on the evil ranking list anymore. This slash once again set off the entire player forum. Because this was the first time since the start of the game that I had heard of someone daring to threaten a city, and even all the major cities in the game. If Qin Zheng's identity as a player was exposed, then the effect would probably be even more explosive. But naturally, Qin Zheng wouldn't go about exposing himself, as he had already arrived at the new map and met up with Zhao Fei's team. This is the senior who decimated 3 mountain and sea realms with a single slash. Zhao Fei introduced herself to her teammates, and suddenly she looked stunned before asking, "Senior, did you just come from North Xian City?" A few days ago, during the Great Battle, a single slash cut through 3 mountains and seas. At that time, Qin Zheng was in this Nightwalker suit. A little earlier, he had smashed someone's tavern on the street in North Xian City, and had also publicly threatened the main cities on all the maps currently in the game, all of which were not allowed to be in the process of admitting players on the evil list. At that time, Qin Zheng was also wearing the Nightwalker suit. Of course, this fashion was available to many people who let you buy it. Moreover, it had now been brought to be an explosive fashion by Qin Zheng. Almost everyone had a set of them, and they all wanted to play as some overwhelmingly powerful person to pull off and pretend. But within the players who wore the Nightwalker suit, who were also pretending, who had the strength like Qin Zheng? The answer was obvious, not a single one. Nowadays, when players went to the main cities in the game, not to mention pretending to be a pussy, they could not afford to mess with the guardians of those main cities. There was once a player who provoked the red-clothed sword guards of the eastern city, and was instantly killed. The key to that guy is still on the list of 500 or so. The game has spent hundreds of millions of cattle. Now, the entire player group was silent. People spend several hundred million Big Brother, all hate swallowed, defeat return, that ordinary players are even more washed to sleep. Provoking these city defenders? Or forget it. At least at this stage, no player dared to do so. However, Qin Zheng dared to do so while wearing the Nightwalker suit. Not only did he do it, he did it to the end, and with a single slash, the tavern was reduced to rubble. And now, he appeared in front of Zhao Fei unharmed. Zhao Fei was naturally shocked. Next, this side of the continent will probably want me everywhere. It's just right to go to a new place with you now. As for the extra things, don't ask. Qin Zheng's tone remained cold. However, he was able to say so much, and in the end, he still appreciated this team in his heart. 3 men and 2 women, the men were shields, lances and archers respectively. The ones who resisted punching, those who needed strength to do the dirty work, and the long-range powerful professions were all taken up by the males. The 2 females, Zhao Fei was a doctor profession, and the other woman with red hair was a mage. A perfect match. Of course, what Qin Zheng appreciated was not this. What he appreciated was the liver of all the members of this team. Too capable of liver. No matter how desperate other people played the game, they still had to eat and sleep, and occasionally they had to go out for a little bit of present charging for fear of suffocating or doing something else. But this team, there is only one creed. In addition to not being able to not sleep, all the rest can be exempted. It is said that they even are eating while playing. In order to unify the work and rest, every day is to wait until all 5 people are sleepy before going offline. Then, after sleeping no more than 6 hours a day, they have to go online and continue to dare. Otherwise, why were the 5 people on this team, the top 5 on the experience list? Senior, don't worry. However, this time the new map we found is called 10,000 Creepy Lair. Listening to the name carries a bit of an eerie feeling, no problem, right? Zhao Fei was a girl after all, although they could live her, they still couldn't help but be afraid when they came across something spooky. 10,000 Creepy Lair, on hearing it, it seemed to be related to those ghosts and monsters and such things. So Zhao Fei couldn't help but ask, the world in the game, are there ghosts too? It's not ghosts, it's spooky. In fact, demons are also spooky. Qin Zheng naturally didn't know if there was such a thing as ghosts in the game setting, so he could only say this to be stable. Regardless of whether there are ghosts or not, we must go to this new map. A new map opening is a very big thing for us human players. One more new map, one more place for us players to practice. Moreover, developing a new map to go, our first batch of openings will also be able to take an immortal treasure chest, and if we slightly expel a little bit of something, the guaranteed bottom is $10 million. The team, another sister, opened her mouth. She didn't deliberately make a show of bragging about her and her teammates being so high and mighty all the time. Although she also had a little bit of a look at how important the new map was for human players to gain experience and resources, in the end, it still came back to the word benefits. They were rewarded handsomely for opening the new map. Qin Zheng secretly nodded his head. No wonder these 5 people were so capable of livering experience, so it turned out that they were trying to maintain their level advantage and take the opener's rewards. For insurance purposes, they were also willing to give up money. For 5 people, each of them had an immortal insurance with a guaranteed value of 10 million in-game coins, which was 50 million, but this time, Qin Zheng had asked them for 40 million. In other words, the worst-case scenario was that Zhao Fei's team would only make $10 million combined, $2 million each. It was only 1/20th of what Qin Zheng had made. Of course, if there were lucky ones amongst them, they might open up more than $100 million. They wouldn't necessarily have earned less than Qin Zheng. There were no teleportation spells in the new map. There might be, but they were certainly not to be found, at least not when it was still a new map. So everyone could only follow the map to go to. Currently everyone in the southwest of the game center continent, this side of a 10,000 miles of no one, much less any monster's swamp, from the 10,000 miles of swamp into the sea, this sea is also very special. The water was blackish, and it was uncomfortable to look at. So they took a boat, and Qin Zheng directly offered his flying cloud mirror to ride in the air. At the end of the Black Water River, Qin Zheng saw it before Zhao Fei and the others of course. Over there was a huge stone statue of a demon, which was bizarre in every way. Qin Zheng flew in the air to the end of the Blackwater River first, scrutinizing the place for a while, and determining that the entrance was this demonic stone statue, within the open bloody mouth. Deliberately placing the entrance here, those who are generally timid would not dare to go in, right? I don't know what kind of bad taste the person who designed this door had. Qin Zheng spat out. Other than that, he did not find anything abnormal. Waiting for Zhao Fei's 5 people to come, Qin Zheng told them, I have already looked, there is no other path other than here. What a terrifying demonic statue. Always feels that if we go in, it kind of tastes like we're sending ourselves to the mouth of a demon. Zhao Fei said with a hint of fear and some worry. But at this time, the teammate beside her who was holding a shield in his hand still raised his shield and walked straight in. Sun Gang, you be careful. Zhao Fei hurriedly exchanged a word and immediately said calmly like a changed person, everyone's best equipped, light up your equipment. With that, the crowd entered the battle state. No one noticed that, in fact, at this time, it was instead Qin Zheng, the NPC they had hired for $40 million, who took a step back and came to the back of the crowd. One wondered what would await them next. However, Qin Zheng definitely couldn't put himself in danger. After all, he was an NPC. Well, NPCs only had one life, so it made sense to be cautious. Sun Gang entered the cave. It looked as if he had sent himself into the mouth of a monster. Everyone waited for a moment. Then, nothing happened. All breathed a sigh of relief. Not long afterward, Sun Gang poked his head out and said, there really is something else inside, come on you guys. So the crowd entered the stone statue together. The interior of that stone statue, however, twisted and turned, and only when it became clear did the crowd realize that this place seemed to be a primitive tribe. Because of this place, there was not a single pavilion or sign of a city to be seen, there were just various deserted grass huts. Various stone tools could also be seen on the ground. Isn't it the 10,000 guile lair? How come we can't see anything? Zhao Fei rushed a bit oozy. It was precisely because this place was deserted and sprawling and no creatures could be seen that it made people's scalps numb. Still, everyone continued to walk ahead and explore the new map. As they walked, something weird happened. Suddenly, yellow sand filled the sky where everyone was. Then, the sound of drums shook the sky, and there were shouts of murder everywhere. Just as the crowd was staggered, a conversation was suddenly clearly heard. Emperor, our drums aren't loud enough, the soldiers don't have enough courage to fight the demon god. Someone, behead the Kuei ox and use its skin to make a drum. Chop the Kuei Nyo. Everyone was stunned for a while. Because that image, it was becoming more and more real. However, Qin Zheng's heart was thumping. Chopping the Kuei Nyo and using the skin as a drum, wasn't this the story of the Yellow Emperor fighting Qi Yu? Here is the Blue Star, where is the Yellow Emperor? From Zhao Feifei's expression they could all tell that they were all in a state of confusion. They were completely immobile. However, Qin Zheng can see out, columns such as the four divine beasts, Inglong these in turn, and then there are Qi Yu, Headless Interpol and so on. A great battle that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Seems, the ancient war reappeared. Watching, Qin Zheng suddenly excited. Yellow Emperor? Xian Yuan. This was the originator of his previous world, the ancestor of mankind. As a result, it appeared in this game. Wouldn't that mean that, in this game, it might even allow him to return to his previous world? This sudden birth of hope made Qin Zheng inexplicably a little excited. After all, the previous world was his true root. It was the place where he, the star flame, had ignited. Only, things soon changed again. Xian Yuan, why don't you honor the will of the gods? 5,000 years and a dream has gone extinct, haven't you woken up yet? Now, punish the realm you are in to be permanently sealed and sent into the void of the universe. And you and so on, are all reduced to bizarre, by Qi Yu stone statue suppressed here. Injustice, Xian Yuan is but rebelling against the devil, bent on serving the gods, the human race is also so to go. To the gods why but instead descended punishment? Ah, my world, is not, do not banish my world. Xian Yuan, the great emperor of the human race, suddenly cried like a child. Then, he, as well as Winning, Wingbo, Rainmaster, and the rest all turned into a stream of weirdness, and the yellow sand that filled the sky around him began to recede. I, Xian Yuan, weep blood to tell the heavens and the earth. The gods are unkind, serving with all the people, but instead treating us like ruminants. My human race will resist to the death, to the death. Great Emperor Xian Yuan also transformed into a bizarre existence. A horrifying existence. But before he transformed, he still shouted angrily at the sky, expressing his unyieldingness. What's the meaning? Didn't get it. At this moment, Sun Gang spoke up. That segment just now, it was as if they were watching a drama movie. I did see another person talking, they were slamming the gods in this game. The reason then is that the gods feed on the human race, saying that the world that Xian Yuan is in, I'm afraid that it will be transformed by the gods into their kitchen. To put it bluntly, that world will be completely wiped out by the gods. Sun Gang muffled, that world, it seems to be a planet that is almost the same as ours. Do we really want to lay hands on these bizarre ones? They rebelled against the gods, and then were suppressed here by the gods, and were reduced to being creepy things. Not only were they punished by the gods and lost their original appearance, but now they also have to be used by the players as monsters for brushing their experience. This is also too miserable, right? The mage girl couldn't help but open her mouth. Jingwon has a good point, it is indeed cruel, but what does have to do with us? It can't be that we spent $40 million to hire a senior, only to end up giving up on all of them just because the story portrayed in this new map is more touching, right? The archer man also spoke. His words were clearly of the very rational kind. As he spoke, ending the new map plot piece, those ancient races that had been transformed into weirdness began to turn into all sorts of monstrous aliens that surrounded the team. It's starting, the copy of the material piece. Kill it, we can get the rewards that belong to us, and then this map will also be open to the players. Sun Gang pulled out his shield and said, this seems to be a level 100 plus map, senior, I'm relying on you. Aha! Qin Zheng nodded. However, waves of shock could not help but rise in his heart. What was the meaning? What did it mean inside the datasheet? The ancient race, being punished by the gods. Then, the world he used to be in was completely erased? How is this possible? The deities, why would they be like this? In an instant, Qi and blood surged in Qin Zheng's mind. The deities feed on the living, and take all the people as ruminants. Then were they still deities? Should such deities still be needed? A monstrous rage suddenly rose within Qin Zheng's eyes. What gods? However, they were just existences that scorned all living beings and gave them what they wanted. Such deities. As the great emperor said, the human race will definitely fight back to the death. My world will not be destroyed. A conviction gradually formed in Qin Zheng's mind while he drew his sword, facing a group of, possibly, bizarre monsters that his ancestors had transformed into. Qin Zheng knew that he could only wield his sword and help free the group. Song Shang blood, chopping out the great Tao of radiance. The blade aura of this strike, Qin Zheng did not go to deliberately cover the convergence, but the blade aura of all the outward, in the chopping out of all the bizarre instead of with infinite anger, was Qin Zheng cathartic general, straight through the sky dome to go. A sword cut out 3,000 miles. Heaven and earth became a gully. Zhao Feifei and the others were all stunned. They all knew that this NPC was very strong. However, they didn't expect him to be this strong. As for Qin Zheng, who had decimated all the weirdness, at that moment, he seemed to see the smiling face of the great emperor after the body of weirdness had been decimated. A voice also came from his mind, although I don't know why you exist here, I hope that our bloodline and will to rebel can be passed on by you. Remember, to rebel against the gods, we must destroy Qi Yu. In the future, we will be completely reduced to monsters, see again, don't show mercy. The great emperor was actually leaving his last words for Qin Zheng. He seemed to sense that Qin Zheng and he came from the same world. Ah! Qin Zheng suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. Deities! In this life, I, Qin Zheng, will surely not rest in death with you. The flames of hatred rose up to the heavens. Zhao Feifei's face, which still retained the shock of Qin Zheng's strength, now turned into surprise. She did not know why Qin Zheng, all of a sudden, looked up to the sky in anger. Nor did she know why Qin Zheng had to chop the blade into the sky when he had clearly already destroyed those weirdnesses with a single slash. After all, as far as she was concerned, this was just a profile piece in the game. As for what great Emperor Shen Yuan inside the datasheet, as well as that so-called, exactly the same as Blue Star, which could be called a parallel world, the odds were that it should not exist. She was not Qin Zheng. Naturally, she could not understand. And Qin Zheng did not have any extra explanations. After the rage, Qin Zheng also began to seriously explore the new map generated by the rebirth. The dilapidated tribe had become a hiding place for those trickster spirit aliens, and in the process of exploring, coldly, an alien would suddenly appear to attack for a bit. Then, killed. Then shortly afterward, re-up generated and refreshed. We are all food for the gods, haha, it's all just food. The creepy spirit aliens would always repeat this sentence. Straight to the heart. No more fighting, F***ck. Sun Gang suddenly put down his shield and said, it's so pointless, what's the point of making it so real? And the fine thing is, this game is about to invade our world. You guys savor it carefully. Taste what? No matter what, we still have to continue. Although the story of this new map is very real and sad, but think about what's next for us. At this time, we only have to work hard to become stronger, we really don't have much time to feel sorry for others. The girl called Jingguan said something that can be called a sober word on Earth. Sun Gang was unable to stand killing those aliens, because these aliens are human like them, and are also good people. Moreover, he could not stand the blunt and cruel truth. The gods feed on the living. Why do you have to tell the truth and remind it over and over again? This was the one that Sun Gang couldn't stand the most. It was normal. And was there that person who would be able to stand the fact that he or she would be made into an ingredient and served on the table in the future? Senior, what do you think? Sun Gang suddenly looked at Qin Zheng and asked. Qin Zheng drew his sword. Then, retracted his sword. An alien fell. They are, now, all monsters. Qin Zheng just returned these few words. It appeared somewhat cold and merciless. It looked as if he was ice cold and did not have any emotions towards these trickster spirit aliens. However, even Sun Gang, a Blue Star person, after watching the dramatization, had sympathized with these human races that rebelled against the gods and demons. Qin Zheng, as that world crossed over, had just seen those people inside the dramatization, and they were all still his ancestors. Could he really not have any emotions? The answer was no. However, Qin Zheng, it was impossible for him to show these in front of others. This was because his identity could not be exposed. Moreover, Qin Zheng had also discovered that the game clucked, and was actually involved with his previous world. Although it wasn't too good news, it seemed as if the gods were going to punish that previous world, or even erase it. But Qin Zheng, for sure, couldn't just give up. He had to look for some more messages. Why is the Heavenly Tao game called this? And why was it that the Yellow Emperor and the others were punished by the deities in this game? Those deities, are they really just deities in the game? There were too many doubts in Qin Zheng's heart. But all of this, he still understood too little, and still needed more information. Therefore, after this map was next explored successfully, Qin Zheng turned to Zhao Feifei and said, I'll go back first, if you still need to look for a new map next time, you can ask that little girl to look for me again. Qin Zheng left on his own after saying that. Because of the matter of Bei-Shin City chopping the tavern into ruins with a single slash, Qin Zheng was not in a good position to enter the major main cities right now, so he would take some small teleportation arrays and come to the level 10 maps outside of the novice village before flying back. After getting offline, Qin Zheng laid on his bed and looked at the moonlight outside the window, but he could not fall asleep for a long time. Yellow Emperor, Rainmaker Storm, the four spirits of heaven, also, the countless ancestors. Was their fate really like the plot scene in the datasheet? Were the previous worlds really erased? No. How could it be erased? It was a huge world with a population of nearly 10 billion, and a brilliant civilization. It couldn't, and wouldn't be allowed to be erased. Besides, if the previous world was in the midst of a huge crisis, then why was he able to cross over to the blue planet, and there just happened to be a person with the same name as himself over here? Coincidence? Or, was it man-made? It was no wonder Qin Zheng was imagining things, because it was indeed a coincidence. It was as if the original world had encountered a huge crisis, and then a mysterious force had helped him escape. Moreover, there was something like a system to assist him. So, Qin Zheng thought of his weapon, that was given by the first system lottery, named Song Shang Blood. Wasn't that exactly one of the names represented by the Yellow Emperor, seen inside the plot material, when he was asking the gods for the sake of the Tsong Shang? The gods fed on the Tsong Shang, and the Tsong Shang sobbed for blood. Is it a coincidence, or is it Amidst his doubts, Qin Zheng finally fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, his thoughts were much clearer. He also straightened out his thoughts about the original world, and it was useless for him to speculate anymore, so he could only take one step and look at one step, collect more clues and news, and extrapolate step by step. Then determine another point. Don't believe those so-called gods in the game. Even more so, don't believe in demons. Logging into the game once more, Qin Zheng continued to draw his sword. He didn't even want to go to the company. Then, Qin Zheng received a message. Li Shuayan, where is everyone? Can you please take a vacation if you don't come to work? Young master, my sister spent $20 million. Did she really invite you to come and be a young master? I can imagine Li Shuayan's tone, not at all the kind of president of the tone of the staff, more like the flirtation between friends. Of course, it wasn't that Li Shuayan had a good personality, it was because Qin Zheng was actually Li Shueluo's classmate. A classmate and friend of her own sister, her people couldn't be treated as employees anymore. Qin Zheng, I'm not feeling well, so I won't go today. How can I take a vacation when I just woke up? And it's not you who pays my salary. If there's a problem, you find you just sister to go. Not long after, Qin Zheng received a message from Li Shueluo. Li Shueluo, my sister said that you were going to our company as a young master, not a bodyguard at all, huh? By the way, you were too raw last night, weren't you? Hee now all those main cities, although they did not say it explicitly, but they are not going to catch Fong Tang in jail, and more than 10 minutes, they will be driven out by the defenders of the main city. Over there, they continue to devise ways to frame him, and now Fong Tang's villainous value is already over 10,000. So ruthless? Qin Zheng hurriedly opened the evil person ranking. Good lord, Fong Tang's name was on it. It was ranked 3rd. There was also a line of note description behind the ranking. When the value of evil deeds exceeds 10,000, the death penalty increases tenfold. There are some people that don't deserve to be called people. People like Fong Tang were just that. Therefore, Qin Zheng struck when it was time to strike. It did not choose to let him off the hook because he was also a human being and the game was about to invade reality, or for all sorts of blah 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 reasons. Qin Zheng was not a saintly mother, much less the benevolent heavenly father who had been punched in the left side of his face and then still brought his right face over to be punched. He was not that do-gooder. On the contrary, what Qin Zheng pursued was to repay hatred with righteousness, to fight violence with violence, and to be quick to honor hatred. Such was what life was all about. So, if it was time to kill, it was time to kill. Qin Zheng immediately inquired about where Fong Tang was, put on his night clothes and went out. Song Tang Pass. Here, it was a gathering place for level 75 monsters, but the group of top-tier equipment amongst level 60 players were able to barely upgrade here with the power of their equipment. At this moment, Fong Tang was in the middle of Song Tang Pass. Of course, he wasn't alone. Because he had been expelled from Shijing University and was afraid of being retaliated against by Li Shueluo with her team, Fong Tang, Fong Clan's young master Fong, could only go back helplessly after being expelled and inheriting his family's business. Fong Clan had a 10,000-person guild in the game as well. The young proprietor was bullied and designed to be on the evil list. This is obviously targeting. The next thing to do is to hunt him down. So everyone discussed, and found a team of 70-level absolute guild elites, each of them are full strength and immortal equipment, also with spiritual treasure of a team, to follow Fong Tang's side. At that time, if Li Shueluo brought people to chase and kill, instead, she would have to eat her words. However, until nightfall, there was no sign of any movement. This once made Fong Tang himself wonder if Li Shueluo's team had gone soft, not daring to touch base with his family's capital. However, just as Fong Tang was getting complacent, the person who was about to become a nightmare in his life had quietly appeared in the sky above Song Tang Pass. This was a level 75 monster map. Qin Zheng was only level 1. However, for Qin Zheng, who possessed a flying immortal treasure, as well as the heavily hidden cloak, a level 75 map like Song Tang Pass could be entered like nobody's business. Taking advantage of the night, Qin Zheng gathered the light of his immortal treasure and quietly retrieved himself in the sky above Song Tang Pass. Then he heard Fong Tang's smug voice, this bitch Li Shueluo, deliberately looking for someone to frame me, making me all have an evil value of over 10,000. But what's the result? Lao Zi on the list of evil people but killed a cool, but she did not dare to bring people to find my trouble head on. I'm rich, I can do whatever I want, cool. Don't worry, Fong Xiao, we are here, they are only level 60 or so, they are just sending them to their deaths. Don't worry, young Fong, just follow us and eat the experience. You should have upgraded immediately by now, hey. There's an experience bonus for killing monsters over the map. Don't worry, young Fong, with us here, your enemies can only stare in disbelief. Those few level 70 players also had a fawning look of kneeling to the capital, and the words they said were even more directly revealing. As if, those things that Fong Tang did, not only do not rest infatuated, but also proud of the general. It was at this time that a knife chopped down in the sky. The blade from the void, through the vault of the sky, as if cutting through the atmosphere. Cut through space. This team, including Fong Tang, all instantly turned into white light. 6 lives in 1 slash, dead. Even Fong Tang and the others didn't have time to react. You killed a player on the evil list, your honor value has increased by 1000 points. You killed 5 innocent players, your honor value is lowered by 50. Attention! There are currently 500 honor values left. When the honor values are depleted and you kill another ordinary player, you will receive the evil man value. Qin Zheng was a player himself. The game had a system for calculating villain values, and naturally, there was a corresponding honor value system as well. Previously, when Qin Zheng had killed Feng Tang once in Beishan City when he had cut down the tavern with a single slash, as well as some of the players in the tavern who were lying in wait, it had also caused his honor value to become a negative number. However, now, Feng Tang was carrying 10,000 villainous values on his back, and Qin Zheng was able to get 1,000 honor values for every time he killed him, while killing a person only lowered his honor value by 10 points, all of which he had recovered. There was even a surplus. After resurrecting, Feng Tang roared in a tirade of rage, F***ck, I've dropped to level 51, and I've been blown up with 2 pieces of fully enhanced immortal equipment. That NPC must have been found by that bitch Li Shuelua. An evil value of over 10,000 was a sword of Damerix hanging over Feng Tang's head, because the punishment for every time he died was just too severe. With this death, the leveling up that he had worked hard for over a month had turned into nothing. The key was that the punishment for equipment drops was also severe. The team of level 75 people with Feng Tang had only dropped 1 piece of equipment combined. What about Feng Tang? 2 fully reinforced weapons were exploded. Is this that guy? Too strong, right? Honestly, I didn't even see him in person. Not to mention I didn't see him make a move. Young Feng, you didn't say that NPC senior would come after you. Who's going to be able to withstand this? These 5 bodyguards of Feng Tang were, in the end, players. Not yet the top batch of players. Only 70 levels. No, now they were all level 69. It wasn't enough to look at all. It was only against that team of Li Shuelua that they could be arrogant and cocky. Facing that existence that had killed 3 mountain and sea realm powerhouses with a single slash, where did they still have half of their previous bravado? Each and every one of them wilted. Feng Tang naturally knew this. He muffled his voice and said, I don't blame you guys, the guild will reimburse you for your losses this time. Now it's just that, this bitch Li Shuelua doesn't know why she was able to make that NPC powerhouse so obedient, so won't it be bad for me? It was only at this moment that Feng Tang, as an afterthought, realized. The NPC powerhouse in his mouth naturally referred to Qin Zheng. In the game, apart from Li Shuiyang and Wang Chang, no one knew that the so-called strongman who had killed the mountain and sea realm with a single slash was actually not an NPC at all. Instead, he was an ordinary player. He was even only at level 1. Feng Tang thought that an NPC with such a powerful strength would have to spend a lot of money to find him to strike once, and Li Shuero couldn't possibly drive such a powerful NPC all the time. It was unscientific. So, before, he had, at most, defended himself against Li Shuelua and the others, against players chasing after him. But now he was confused. The one chasing him was actually in existence like that? A person who, with a single slash, was able to kill 3 mountain and sea realm powerhouses. The strength was too terrifying. So, what was he going to do? After thinking about it, Feng Tang helplessly contacted Li Shuelua and sent a private message. The result. Sending failed, the player has blacklisted you. Li Shuelua. Feng Tang was depressed. Just at this time, a message of a guild announcement brushed the screen. The Shijing Academy Guild opens up to the public and declares, after a unanimous meeting of the guild's senior management, we intend to employ Blade Maniac as the Academy's chief supply elder. Blade Maniac Sr., who once killed 3 mountain and sea realms with a single slash, look forward to being known. Boom! The World Channel exploded. The entire World Channel, almost all of them were discussing this matter. Because, this was the first time in the game that a guild had actually succeeded in inviting those powerful NPCs to join. It was an unprecedented first. That was why it caused such a big stir. Wait, who's Blade Frenzy? Same question. I'm from the Shijing Academy, you guys say there's something else? Of course it's the one who killed 3 mountain and sea in 1 slash. I'll go, really, is a ruthless person like that willing to join the Shijing University Guild? This is great. Originally Qingsha Academy was still able to press Shijing Academy, now with Blade Frenzy Sr., isn't the gap widened all of a sudden? Wow, so regretful, why didn't I choose Shijing University in the first place? Wake up upstairs, is it possible that you chose Shijing University, but people can't see your score? Tie the iron, old heart. Knife Frenzy. With this name, Qin Zheng was somewhat speechless. He nevertheless let Li Shuelua go and look after it, and it didn't matter if he took the name, that is, before Qin Zheng had claimed to have the surname Knife, and as a result, Li Shuelua was also a waste of naming, and she directly added the word crazy behind it. Qin Zheng wanted to ask, where is he crazy? He has always been modest and low profile. Forget it, let the knife be crazy. I can't imagine that Shijing University is quite decisive, giving such a contract as soon as they say so. It seems that the new president still has some vision. For the sake of $15 million per month, it was not impossible to get past the previous dismissal. Qin Zheng closed the World Channel, and was too lazy to eat his own melon. In the private chat channel, Li Shuelua's avatar suddenly flashed. Li Shuelua, help. Qin Zheng? Could it be that this girl, again, had messed with someone or heated up something? Li Shuelua, Principal Long wants your contact information, and also said that now that you are already a guild contributing elder, he can't contact you. How can I answer this? Qin Zheng, I thought something was wrong, but it's still not easy to do? You just say, in the future I all through you in the guild contact, if there is any special task needs me to go out, as long as the pay is suitable, you come to notify me is the same. In this way, won't the school rely on you even more? Li Shuelua, really? But this requires your consent, right? Qin Zheng, I agreed, in the future in the school you are my spokesman, in private you are still my agent, I am just a killer or hitman. I'm just an assassin or a hitman. I'll share 10% of any order you take. Li Shuelua, it's a deal, no backing out. By the way, I heard that Fong Tang guy was scared offline by you? Qin Zheng, oh, he'll definitely be online again. Li Shuelua, I'll have my undercover agent at the Fong group ask. Not long after, another message came from Li Shuelua. Li Shuelua, good news and bad news, which one to listen to first? Qin Zheng, whatever. Forget it, listen to the good news first. Li Shuelua, the good news is that Fong Tang will be online tomorrow, so you can continue to hunt him down. Qin Zheng, what about the bad news? Qin Zheng, what about the bad news? Li Shuero, Fong Tang's father intends to pay out a lot of money, and then ask a few mountain and sea realm to protect Fong Tang, and they are now looking for strong people in the sun and moon realm or even the heavenly vault realm, and they intend to cut the meat and bleed themselves, and also spend money to make sure that Fong Tang will continue to level up. Qin Zheng, hee, is that bad news? Don't worry, we'll just kill them all the same when the time comes. Li Shuelua, there is also a latest news, Zhao Feifei and their team will soon be 100 level, it seems that the new map has given them a lot of experience value. Then, you know what the game will update when a player reaches level 100, right? Qin Zheng, some impression. Seems to be uttering that it will update the hidden professions? Li Shuelua, yes, a total of 100,000 hidden professions, spread out. The probability of each person obtaining a hidden profession is only almost 1 in 50,000. Not to mention those precious hidden professions that only have one slot, this is even harder to obtain. Qin Zheng, seeing how you're talking about it, could it be that you already have a solution? Li Shuelua, the new map copy, it's hard to beat, currently no one first pass, I heard that the first pass will burst, but the new map copy of the Dear Abyss boss, said to have the strength of the peak of the mountain and sea realm, the current players inside the player cannot have meat poison can resist him. Qi resisted him, the copy there are still more than a dozen head of the same as the mountain and sea realm bosset. Dear Abyss. It seems that what is imprisoned inside this copy should be Xian Yuan Huangdi in them. A generation of great emperors of the human race, but as a result, they were reduced to monsters, constantly being killed by human players inside the copy? How ridiculous and ironic, how infuriating and disgraceful. These deities were truly capable of doing anything. Qin Zheng, how long before Zhao Feifei and the others reach level 100? When will the copy of Dear Abyss officially open? Obviously, Li Shuerua should have talked to Zhao Feifei about this matter, and Zhao Feifei knew how powerful Qin Zheng was, so she must have told Li Shuerua some news. For example, the realm and strength of the bosses in the new map copy. Li Shuelua, they should have another 20 days or so to rise to level 100. Qin Zheng, you guessed it, right? That's right, this time Zhao Feifei wants to hire you again to help her go through the levels. She wants the hidden profession. Qin Zheng, what about you? You don't want it? Li Shuelua, I want. To want it? That's what? How can you chat and feel that the wind is not right? Qin Zheng hurriedly let Li Shuelua type out, then returned a message. Qin Zheng, 20 days later, you and Wang Chang 2 places. There are 2 more places for Zhao Feifei to arrange for herself. Tell her, out of the skill book, and do not be more than that, 20 million a book I believe she should still be able to afford to give it. This is the best arrangement. There were just 5 people on a team, and Qin Zheng was definitely going to be on the team as well, so when the time came, it would be good to have Li Shuelua be the captain and set the team members in stealth mode. This way, the team members would not even be able to see each other's names, and there would be no information at all. After explaining to Li Shuelua, Qin Zheng continued to draw his sword. The 70 millionth drawing of the sword was waiting just ahead. By the time it was around 2.5 months before the game descended, it would be reached. However, in the meantime, he had to continue punishing Fong Tang. This fellow must be obliterated. Otherwise, others would still think that Qin Zheng was easy to deal with. In reality, it was still a society with the rule of law. So, then let's start with the game and kill him cleanly, so that he can be expelled from the game before he is expelled. I then, cannot enter the game, level 0 all attributes and cultivation all return to the game. Waiting for the moment when the game invaded, Qin Zheng wanted to see how this Fang Xiao, who could not get any inheritance from the game, died. The Heavenly Dao Game. Holy Dragon City. As the game, the place of jurisdiction of the human race, and even more so, the Holy Dragon Emperor, who was known as the true Emperor of the Earth in the game, was at this moment venting his anger on a group of ministers. I've heard that there are already people who have started to defect to those players. What, does it mean that my Holy Dragon Dynasty can't feed you all for so many years? There were also human races in this game of Heaven's Path, but they could all be loyal followers of the deities. When the Holy Dragon Emperor was furious, among some of the ministers, there were still people who were confused. Until, the Holy Dragon Emperor had his subordinates take out the evidence. See all of them? This is an academy of the Blue Star human race that established a guild in the game, and then recruited people from our Holy Dragon Dynasty. This matter, the impact is extremely bad, and I will definitely investigate thoroughly to the end. Prime Minister Zhang. I am here. A neutral voice responded. Now those players, it is rumored that they have already arrived at the 10,000 Guile lair, right? The Holy Dragon Emperor muffled his voice. Their progress, it seems that they have also suddenly picked up speed. It seems that the players are getting too much help. Do you think that this is in our interests for our Holy Dragon Dynasty? Prime Minister Zhang said aloud, I think that this is not in our interest. The gods want to enslave the Blue Star human race, and I also want them to submit. Therefore, they absolutely cannot be allowed to grow too fast. Also, the Heavenly Tao is a program that was brought up by the deities to test the Blue Star people's roots and talents. Once we find out that the human race has exceptionally gifted players, we must focus on marking them up. The Holy Dragon Emperor said in a cold voice, when in the future, that plan is officially opened, these hopes and geniuses in the eyes of the people of the Blue Star. If they don't defect to me, then let them be completely destroyed. Emperor, then how can we explain to the god's side? An official stepped out with a frown on his face. At this time, the Holy Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice, if everything has to be resolved by me, then what use do I have for you? The 100 officials all lowered their heads in shame, and had no choice but to place all their eyes on Prime Minister Zhang. Emperor, I think, when the time comes, we utilize the Ink Lotus sect to push everything, all of them. As soon as Prime Minister Zhang opened his mouth, it was a vicious and spicy poisonous plan offered. Ha ha ha. Or my Prime Minister, there is a way. The Holy Dragon Emperor was overjoyed. The gods, heavenly devils. There was also the Holy Dragon Dynasty and the Ink Lotus sect. It seemed like all the forces, on all sides, were about to start reveling. And in the Holy Dragon Emperor's mouth, that fellow who had defected to the Blue Star human race in reverse, undoubtedly has a big problem. Immediately, all the forces will be dividing up the Blue Star, and at this time you go to join the Blue Star forces? This is a brain problem. Regarding, the person on this intelligence, knife frenzy, must be severely investigated. Prime Minister Zhang, who do you think should be sent for this matter? Holy Dragon Emperor inquired. Prime Minister Zhang was slightly stunned, but his mind was racing, and finally asked back, Emperor, how strong is this person? The Sacred Dragon Emperor replied, rumor has it that he has the strength to kill 3 mountain and seas with a single slash, so I'm afraid that in which Holy Land, the Heavenly Vault powerhouse that has been in seclusion for many years has come out, right? Then I'm afraid that I'll have to ask one of the 4 kingdoms to come out. Prime Minister Zhang responded. Well, I have also thought about the 4 kings. Which one of you is willing to go? The Holy Dragon Emperor looked towards the other side, the several people who were given seats, but had their eyes closed. Normally, they were just spectators and would not participate in the deliberations. This time, however, it was their turn. Emperor, our Sacred Dragon King dynasty worships the gods as the Heavenly Father, and all the clans around the world are also ruled by the Emperor, and they definitely don't dare to betray the dynasty. This knife madness, we've already checked it out as well, and there's no such person amongst the various clans. There is also none inside the Holy Land. The Eastern King stood up and arched his hand. This matter, perhaps reveals something fishy. That's why I want you guys to look into it. The Sacred Dragon Emperor's voice seemed to have some anger in it as he immediately said aloud, then it's up to you, the Eastern King's mansion, to send someone. After saying that, not caring about everyone's opinions, the Holy Dragon Emperor directly walked away. The Eastern King over there, who had heard the decree, was slightly stunned for a moment, then with a heavy face, he turned around in a slightly ugly manner and left without a word. It seemed that this Holy Dragon Dynasty's internal courtroom was also treacherous, with constant dark tides. The next thing, even more confirmed this point. Because, in the eyes of the players, those tough NPCs, actually after the incident of Blade Maniac joining the Shijing Academy, they also began to enthusiastically sign such a contract with the major guilds of the players. Moreover, it was also a contract that conformed to the spirit of the Heavenly Tao, a contract that the Heavenly Tao would grant a contractual nature to. Obviously, this was something that the Holy Dragon Dynasty would not allow. And the Holy Dragon Emperor had clearly sent people to investigate, so how could this be? And what were those guys who chose to cooperate with the player guilds at this time trying to do? It was obvious that this was speculators messing things up. Moreover, dividing up the Blue Star, the deities ate the meat. The Holy Dragon Emperor could drink the soup. The officials in the court may even be able to listen to aloud. Then, may I ask, what did the Jianghu, those sects and holy places, get? This is where the conflict started. Of course, the players don't know about these things, and they don't even know much about the existence of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Right now, everyone was hotly discussing, or the matter of the major guilds starting to snatch those NPC powerhouses. It was rumored that it had already begun, that there were strong people proven to be at the peak of the Sun and Moon realm who were planning to officially join a guild. Their arrival would undoubtedly accelerate the players' pace of upgrading. This was what the players were most excited about. Great, in the future, if we can't beat a boss, is it better to just invite these powerhouses over and settle it with a single slash like that Blade Frenzy? Simply take us to upgrade, really don't want to roll, just want to lie flat. Oh, still peaceful to death. Now in this era, lying flat is not just looking for death? Why are you still arguing? Isn't it a good thing to have a strong person join us? The World Channel continued to be lively. Qin Zheng side, however, was meeting one of those so-called Sun-Moon Realm powerhouses. Sun-Moon Realm, peak. At this moment, it was accompanying Fong Tang. It was said that the protection fee was $30 million a month. Anyway, the Fong family had money. So on this day, Fong Tang was strutting around in the leveling area, walking as if he couldn't walk horizontally, and kicking the ones who didn't look good when he saw them. He was such a person, arrogant, cocky, and wanton. Thus, the news quickly reached Li Shuelua, who then told Qin Zheng. Moreover, she instructed Qin Zheng to be careful of this peak Sun-Moon realm. Peak Sun-Moon realm? At this moment, Qin Zheng murmured in his heart, but the Song Sheng blood in his hands suddenly blossomed into a dazzling blade when they were not aware of it. With a single slash, it chopped out 100 meters. The earth shook and was chopped out into a gully. And that so-called Sun and Moon realm powerhouse screamed miserably and died horizontally on the spot. This time, Fong Tang didn't die, but the sudden change in Yi Chang made his guts were scared out of his wits, constantly screaming. You don't talk about martial virtues, sneak attack. Now, you have no one to protect you. Qin Zheng looked at Fong Tang. That sharp gaze made Fong Tang unable to stop his body from trembling. It only felt terrifying. Therefore, he even used the words not speaking of martial virtues. This was because this go-around, Qin Zheng had indeed won by sneak attack. Unlike before. That time in Song Tang Pass, although Qin Zheng had also struck without greeting, that could only be considered a bit sudden. With that slash, he had at least given Fong Tang and the others time to react. It was just that they were too useless to block Qin Zheng's slash, and they couldn't escape either. As for the time outside the black market, Qin Zheng could be considered to have confronted 3 mountain and sea realms head-on. The result was, Qin Zheng was also a bit scared. He was still at the stage of activating his system, and even if he had good equipment on him, his blood quantity was limited. The only thing that was strong was his attack power. Therefore, when facing the NPCs again, Qin Zheng would not take any chances. Thus, a sneak attack became the right solution, relying on more than the attack power and then killing them in one hit. As for martial virtue? Oh, this wasn't the world of martial arts, who would care about that? Qin Zheng drew his sword. Instantly, Fong Tang once again turned into white light. After resurrecting, he became level 40. Fong Tang despaired. Although resurrected in the nearby main city, but this game had billions of players, and the streets were filled with people. Crucially now, the Nightwalker suit had been brought to life by Qin Zheng and was all over the streets. Fong Tang looked at whoever, all looked like Qin Zheng now. Although, he still didn't know that the person who was chasing after him was Qin Zheng. Previously, when Qin Zheng sneak attacked, he was pretending to be an ordinary player, just with a mask, and then took advantage of Fong Tang's arrogance to suddenly strike to solve that peak Sun-Moon realm. The facts proved. No matter how high the realm was, one was still afraid of a chopper. Pure attack power crushing, in the game is not chopper slashing? Physical attacks in the true sense of the word proved to be useful. In the main city, Qin Zheng did not go in. He waited outside for 10 minutes to see if Fong Tang would be sent out. As a result, after 10 minutes, Fong Tang cried out and attracted the attention of a large number of players, who followed with heated discussions. This person is the young master of the Fong group over in Imperial Capital, isn't he? It's not just that the defenders of other people's main cities are trying to kick him out. Why is he crying so hard? If you're carrying 10,000 evil values on your back, and there's an existence outside that can kill the peak of the Sun and Moon realm with a single slash, and even the city guards and city lords of these main cities don't dare to mess with them or going to chase after you, and then you die once and lose 10 levels, would you cry? A drop boy. This is completely not giving Fong Shou a way out. Serves him right. A person like him is just like a rich family member who goes around acting like a bully. In the past when our team was practicing in the field and didn't mess with him, the result was that when he passed by, he chopped all of us up, and said that it was just to try out his new equipment to see if it's sharp or not. I also heard that this guy also pitted a lot of people's equipment. The most disgusting thing is that he likes to forcefully molest players of the opposite sex in the game. It's simply scum. Indeed, this NPC senior is considered to be cleaning up the scourge for us. Deserves to be killed. Some people on the scene shouted. It could be seen just how bad of a reputation this Fong Tang fellow had. However, outside of the main city, there was already a group of players waiting. The leader, who appeared to be a middle-aged man, shouted aloud, "Don't worry son, Pops, I spent 500 million to get you a level 40 divine armor. You take it with you, and this thing has a skill that you can use when you're about to be attacked, which can mitigate 95% of the damage." At the scene's words, some people straightened up and cried out. An equipment worth $500 million, and it's still only a level 40? However, hearing Fang Jianqing's later description, everyone gave another shock. A damage immunity rate of up to 95%, isn't this invincible? Although it was said that such an injury-free life-saving skill was only effective for a few seconds after it was turned on, it was not bad at all. I can only lament that being rich is good. Upon hearing this, Fang Tang happily put on the equipment. Ha, I'm not afraid now. I have this equipment, and nearly 500,000 blood. According to the 95% damage immunity in my defense, he must have at least 12 million attacks, in order to slash me in seconds, right? Fang Tang was very proud, he didn't cry anymore, and even threatened very arrogantly towards those who were talking about him. Okay, you guys just dared to laugh at me? After I settle this matter, I will definitely hunt you all down. Fang Tang, who thought that he would not be dropped in seconds with his equipment's defense enhancement, immediately loaded up. However, right at this moment, Qin Zheng stepped on a flying immortal treasure and arrived above the void, drawing his sword, then swung the sword. The entire void was instantly covered by the blade's aura. Son, quickly use your skill. Fang Jianqing hastily reminded. Don't worry old dad, watch me. Fang Tang was confident. Although this person had already shown enough strength to be able to kill 3 Shanghai with a single slash, and even the peak of the sun and moon realm couldn't carry a single slash from him, but those guys were all empty of realms and didn't have divine weapons. What's an artifact? Anything that can't save a life doesn't count. And the damage immunity of this armor of his was considered a true divine artifact. Golden Dragon Body Protection. Fang Tang shouted as he met the blade. On his body, a golden dragon also appeared, hissing and then transforming into a chi bell that completely wrapped Fang Tang up. Bravo son, this timing is just right, he can't kill you anymore. Fang Jianqing had already set his flags. However, after the roiling sword light swept in and impacted Fang Tang, wrapping him up completely, a scene that made everyone incredulous appeared. Only to see that the protective golden bell on Fang Tang's body was instantly annihilated and swallowed up by the blade light. Then, it was Fang Tang's body, which also seemed to be vaporized by the blade awnings. Where is the person? How come it's gone? Ha, laughed to death, 95% injury free, can't kill him? Ha ha ha. People directly hit you in the face, does he have more than 10 million attacks this time? The onlookers at the scene, who were also watching the fun, immediately mocked. But after the mockery, this scene just now also made all the people who were at the scene remember it incomparably. More than 10 million attack power, this NPC he really has terrifying as hell. And once again resurrected Fang Tang, looked at himself only 30 levels up, already a face of despair. That piece of equipment just now, the armor worth 500 million was not exploded, but his whole body equipment now, there is only this one left. But the most let him despair, that is 500 million, can't even save his life. This was born in the rich and powerful family, from childhood used to use the money to level everything of the sun, is the first time to know. The original rich, not can do whatever you want. There is strength, is the king's way. Died again. The level dropped to 30. What if I die again? Then twice, 3 times. At this moment, Fang Tang's cold sweat came out. Cold sweat came out in reality. He chose to temporarily go offline. Fang Tang's group. What to do? What to do now? If this continues, I'm going to be killed to level 0 and expelled from the game. Panicked, Fang Tang roared at some of his employees. Isn't there anything you guys can do? Our family spent so much salary to hire you all, and you all turned out to be useless? The only way now is to stop going online. Someone suggested. Bullshit. Fang Tang said angrily, I've given my equipment a blast, and my level has dropped to level 30. If I don't go into the game now to quickly practice leveling, could it be that in the future when the game invades, I'll be allowed to be abused by monsters? Obviously, not entering the game was impossible. Right now was the time for Blue Star humans to utilize the game to frantically raise their strength. As Fang Tang said, if he was allowed to stop playing the game now, then it would be just as much of a death in the future. With the game invading reality, could that guy no longer be after him? This was impossible. So, this was not the way to solve the problem. Don't say anything about after the game invasion, you all will protect me, this I also know. But, could it be that you can protect me for the rest of my life? Fang Tang muffled his voice, you guys have to help me think of a way. Take advantage of the fact that the game hasn't invaded yet, I still have margin for error, being killed by him is just a level drop, you guys all kinds of ways to help me try. Actually, Fang Tang could see very clearly. This hurdle, he had to break through, or else he would still be dead in the future. So not going online was not an option, but you couldn't just blindly give your life away and let the other side kill. Every time, he had to try a way to not be killed by the other party in seconds, so that he still had 3 chances to tolerate mistakes. If within 3 times, he found a means to deal with that person, then he would be safe in the future. Otherwise, it would just be a matter of dying early or late. There is another way. Defense array. We can get hundreds of formation master players to follow Fang Xiao together and let him practice, while at the same time forming a formation that superimposes 99 layers of defense in the area Fang Xiao is in. That way, as long as the formation won't break, Fang Xiao will be fine. Someone had really thought of an idea. Finding side professions to follow Fong Tang. Because those who majored in side professions didn't require a lot of experience in practicing leveling, and they needed money more to buy formation materials, this was still really a viable option now. It was just a bit costly. I just contacted a Blue Whale, the largest studio in the Heavenly Dao. Their side seems to have insight into our thoughts. Knowing that we have a demand, they deliberately sat on the ground and asked for 1 million a person to follow Fong Xiao from start to finish. They protect Fong Xiao until the game invasion. We're going to have to give $1 billion. The person in charge of dealing with the studios brought back the news of the communication. These studios were the ones with the most sensitive information. They had naturally heard about Fong Tang being hunted down and killed, so they immediately asked for a lion's share. $1 billion, why don't they go and grab it? Contact other studios, it's not like they're the only studio in this game. Fong Tang rarely atmosphere. But next, the contacted studios were raising their prices. In the end, Fong Tang had no choice but to negotiate with Blue Whale. Using the reason that even 100 formation masters might not be able to protect him, he proposed to have a try a cooperation first. Then, each person would be paid $200,000, which was $20 million. $20 million at a time. After the negotiation, Fong Tang went online once more. Naturally, Qin Zheng could not be the first to know the news, but soon after, Li Shuolahua sent the news that Fong Tang had appeared in the leveling area. Moreover, the news of the 100 formation masters forming a formation for protection was also told to Qin Zheng. Formation masters? Qin Zheng also knew of this profession, which was considered to be on the side of life, living off of researching formations and helping people set up formations to earn money. 100 meters of formation master could condense a large defensive formation. 99 layers to defense. Moreover, the defense is stacked. This kind of defense big array usually only game when the national war, used to defend the city, will be launched. It was, however, a formation that could withstand thousands of troops and horses. As a result, Fong Tong now has a formation with him? Indeed, he was the young master of the Fong clan, and he was just 2 words, arrogant. Qin Zheng smiled faintly. However, he did not act immediately. This was because, the number of times he had drawn his sword would soon be 70 million. So delaying for a day was not a big problem. First, he would reach 70 million draws and draw the prize afterward. Congratulations to the host, reaching the achievement of 70 million sword draws, rewarded with a chance to draw a prize. The lucky draw was successful, and you've obtained the divine weapon, Void Heavenly Treasure Boots. Void Sky Treasure Boots, enhanceable, upgradable. Level 1. Quality, Divine Weapon. Word 1, all 5 attributes increased by 100 points. Word 2, open the ultimate form of Void Sky Treasure Boots. In this form water attribute increases by 100%, can be strengthened, and randomly obtains hegemony state, won't be knocked down. Void Spirit state, can penetrate through objects, ignores collision type skills, lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Good lord, another divine artifact. This time it was still divine boots. The skills were still practical. First of all, the water attribute increased by 100%, which was a boost to one's speed and attack speed, and secondly, one could also randomly obtain 2 states. One is Overlord, one is Void Spirit. These 2 statuses can be very useful in PK. The body will not be knocked down, and naturally will not be knocked away. As for the Void Spirit state, it was even more awesome. Not only could it penetrate walls, trees and human bodies, it could even ignore the damage from some collision type skills. For example, the shield strike of a shield, and the flesh rush of a warrior. These skills would be ineffective against Qin Zheng in the Void Spirit state. Without saying a word, Qin Zheng lightly went to the black market. It was that blacksmith again. Reinforcing equipment, how much will you see this time? Qin Zheng asked. It's God. Again don't worry, customer, the old rules. The blacksmith's eyes were filled with astonishment. This one in front of him, why were there so many divine weapons? There were also flying immortal treasures. The key strength is still strong. Last time, he had a crooked idea, but after seeing Qin Zheng kill 3 mountain and sea realms with a single slash, he completely let go of his black-hearted idea. This is a bit of killing God. The mountain and sea realm was a knife. They were only level 60 NPCs, not to mention to provoke again. Qin Zheng did not look for his trouble, he had to burn incense to thank him. Soon, the equipment enhancement was completed. All the attributes increased by 280 points, and after the skill was strengthened, the water attribute of the open state increased by 280%, but not much else changed. However, this set of equipment was able to be upgraded, so Qin Zheng had little need for other equipment in the game. In addition to the copy of the hidden profession, Qin Zheng was left with the hobby of killing Fong Tang to level 0. The reality was that some people were like this. You can abuse him 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, or kill him 100 times 1,000 times in the game. But if you give a little face, he'll jump right back up. He can lose 10,000 times, but you can't lose him once, or you're a disgrace. Obviously Fong Tang was this kind of character. When he had more than 100 formation masters by his side, wherever he went in the game, Fong Tang felt incomparably pulled together. This platoon, one word, big. Moreover, he had broken the law by brushing up his experience for a day. The people who were chasing him didn't come. This made him think for a moment that the protective spell formation was too powerful and the other party didn't dare to strike again. In short, they were subdued by his family's financial power. What is this? This was the crushing of financial power. What is it about a sword that kills 3 mountain and sea realms in a single slash, and the peak of the sun and moon realms in a second? Oh, it's nothing more than that. It seems that money is really good. I'm often thankful for my reincarnation technique. If I wasn't born in the Fong clan, then I would have died again by now. Fong Tang grinned. The words were full of forced energy. The upward tone of his voice indicated the pride in his heart. Completely forgetting that 2 days ago, he was like a lost dog, crying for mercy. Did he really think that Qin Zheng would not dare to come? At this moment in time, above the sky, Qin Zheng looked down from thousands of meters in the air. He was able to clearly see that the level 40 leveling map could be said to have been encompassed by Fong Tang. By his side, there were also 100 formation masters guarding him, and the defense formations were constantly opened. This naturally consumes a lot of formation materials, but the Fong family has money. Fong Tang can afford to burn it. Only, is it really useful? At this time, Qin Zheng, according to summoned his own immortal treasure, chopping immortal flying dagger. The progress of Qi nourishment was already going to be full. It was currently 80%. Let's try it first. If this slash from the divine artifact skill really can't break through the defense, then it won't be too late to use the immortal chopper flying dagger again. Qin Zheng was now cautious, not just a little. Rather, he was being very cautious. He deliberately pulled away in the air, separated by almost 3,000 meters. Then, Songqing blood came out of its sheath. The blade was as blood through and through, eerie and terrifying. Killing aura. Just like its name. The weight of this knife was not light, not to mention the fact that Qin Zheng could wield it at will when holding it, but this was in a game. Even though Qin Zheng was only at level 1, his attack power was frighteningly high. An increase in attack power also meant an increase in strength. That was why he could wield the Songsheng blood at will. If he were in reality, with the weight of the Songsheng blood, he was afraid that no one would be able to lift it. As Qin Zheng slashed out his sword, the blade awnings instantly poured down from high above the sky. The blade awnings went straight down 3,000 feet, just like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens. Boom! In the sky, because of the blade ons pouring down, the airflow was blocked, resulting in a burst of roaring sounds. The saber on was like precision guidance, blasting down straight towards the spell formation that protected Fong Tang, as well as Fong Tang's location. The blade cut out 3,000 meters. Incoming! Shit, he really dares to come? Don't froze, is my Fong family's money that easy to earn? Hurry up and protect me, or else my Fong clan will sue you. Fong Tang was anxious. Just now, he had a smug look on his face. He also thought that, with these 100 formation masters, Qin Zheng wouldn't even dare to come. Now, he came and this time, it wasn't a sneak attack. It was a slash. A slash that was 3,000 meters away. Boom! In that instant, the spell formation also swelled to the extreme. 100 formation masters, all of them invested their formation materials and catalyzed the spell formation to its extreme state. Don't worry, young Fong, our spell formation is capable of resisting the city-breaking hammer attack. Someone comforted Fong Tang, telling him not to panic. After all, these formation masters were all veterans on the battlefield. In the game, any life profession had a colorful side and a place for them all. For example, alchemist, that was the talent that all the big clans were rushing to get going. Alchemist is also the same, but they are more for the major cities. And the place where formation masters are useful is on the battlefield. There were national wars in the game, and when one side advanced to the other side's city, a city-breaking weapon like the siege hammer would come into play. The attack power of 15 million. That was an existence that could only be carried by formation masters forming a formation together. And according to the top player group's group leaders' revelations, it seemed that the Heavenly Vault realm only had around 20 million attack power. And as this person chasing Fong Tong was not a deity above the Heavenly Vault, these formation masters boasted that they could carry it. However, what about the truth? Bang! The blade on struck the formation, instantly erupting into a violent explosion, like muffled thunder exploding. However, the blade on did not dissipate, but instead rushed towards the next layer of shield without losing half of its speed. It's been breached. My god, what realm is this person in? How does it feel like his attack power is even fiercer than a siege hammer? It's not working, the spell formation can't support it. Whoa! Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the sky collapsed. The entire map, dust flew. King Fong Tong screamed miserably once more. However, it quickly turned into white light and flew towards the nearest main city. Dead again. This time going, the level dropped to level 20. At this moment, Fong Tong wanted to cry, but no tears flowed out. He wanted to get angry, but more scared and worried about his future. No, can't die again. Fong Tang in reality, directly found Fong Jiansheng. Dad, quickly think of a way, save me. At this time, Fong Jiansheng was also anxious, but he still persuaded, son, don't be anxious first, I'm thinking of a way. Thinking about it yet? I'm about to be expelled from the main city, as long as I leave the city, he will definitely kill me right away. Fong Tang almost collapsed. The main city. Has it? I heard that the major city lords are a party of yards to go, the existence of the highest realm. We find the city lord to go. Fang Jianqing said excitedly, son, let's bring the money to find the city lord. Money can make the devil push the mill. I believe he will definitely protect you. Money. Money again. However, this father and son were only left with money. Other than that, nothing. Fang Jianqing's father and son were in the game, and together, they found the city lord's mansion. Lord City Lord, here is 100,000 spirit jades, worth 1 billion game coins. I only ask that Lord City Lord can shelter my son from being killed by that evil man again. Fang Jianqing was carrying $1 billion worth of spirit jades. These were the necessities for those NPCs to cultivate in the game. When the City Lord saw so many spirit jades, he also agreed immediately. Then, the City Lord proclaimed aloud, I, Dong Lai Cheng, will protect this player named Fong Tang. Your Excellency should not be chasing after him in the future, so please leave my city quickly. City Lord. The overlord of a city. This was a character of the heavenly vault realm. And this time, it seemed that the Fong clan had finally found a reliable backer. The city lord obviously knew that Qin Zheng was standing guard right outside the city, so these words of his were a direct warning to Qin Zheng. So what about Qin Zheng? What was he going to do? Many of the melon eaters were curious. But Qin Zheng's response was indeed even more domineering and direct. You protect him? You can't protect him. Qin Zheng stood in front of the flying cloud mirror, revealing his arrogant fangs for the first time in the game. He will die, I said so. If you insist on protecting him, I don't mind turning your city lord's mansion into rubble. Fong Tong. I'll kill for sure. Even if a god descends, he won't be able to protect him, so who are you? Qin Zheng was overbearing. Why? The other party, however, was a city lord. An overlord of a party. It was even at the heavenly vault realm. With such an existence, many forces in the game would have to sell him some face. But what about Qin Zheng? He was only a level 1. Yet, he didn't give him any face at all. Instead, he threatened to end the city lord's mansion if he meddled anymore. What a big bully. So much so, that the city lord laughed in exasperation. In fact, when Qin Zheng dared to say this, he naturally had a backbone. First of all, he possessed super high attack power. Then, he also had the means to go invisible. Then there was also the 98% injury immunity skill. However, the most important bottom card, Qin Zheng had never utilized it yet. The immortal beheading flying dagger. The progress of Qi nurturing was only 80%, but the attack power had been increased by 520% of an extreme immortal treasure. What was the concept of enhancing Qin Zheng's attack power by another 520%? Not to mention, Qin Zheng also had the supreme heavenly eyes. He was able to gain insight into the weaknesses of all his opponents in battle. It could be said that the current Qin Zheng was already able to kill gods and Buddhas. Therefore, he was also truly arrogant to the point of mechanism. See your excellency, you are refusing to give me Dong Liqing any face at all. City Lord Dong Liqing, as a heavenly vault realm, had already boasted that he was one of the strongest realms under the deities. Not to mention, the city also had a protective spell formation present. It could be said that relying on the main city, he was even confident that he could resist a strike from an average primordial deity. But what happened? He was actually threatened like this by a guy who wasn't even a deity yet. Who is this person? What kind of power has come out with such a rash young man? Dong Liqing was very upset, but the lure of wealth was right in front of his face. The key is his own face, where to put it. The other party is to not give face. Where are the 300 city guards? Dong Liqing roared angrily. Immediately, a row of city guards could be seen in the sky above the city, in addition to the appearance of a row of city guards. The atmosphere was immediately solemn. I, Dong Liqing, have been sitting in South Gotham City for 100 years, and I have never encountered such an arrogant person. You are looking for death. Dong Liqing spoke angrily. In the next moment, he was already dressed in glowing yellow light equipment with a full aura, and his entire aura was fully open as he flew directly up to the city. This seat would like to see you, how you can bring about the destruction of me as well as my city lord's mansion. Dong Liqing opened his mouth. Immediately, in the sky above southern Gothic City, a huge protective spell formation appeared. This was, however, a spell formation that was held up by the combined efforts of 300 defenders of the city. Compared to the player's spell formation, it was more than twice as strong. This was the backbone of these cities that dared to say that they could withstand a strike from a primordial god. Come on! Dong Liqing was already getting excited. After all, as a party of city lords, he hadn't had a battle in a long time. An exciting battle. Over here, standing above the sky was Qin Zheng, assessing the opponent's battle power, or deciding to sacrifice the war god flying dagger, also known as the immortal beheading flying dagger. This was the first time that Qin Zheng had utilized an immortal treasure. Ever since he had obtained this immortal treasure, he had been carrying it around with him, harboring it with the blade chi formed by constantly drawing the blade. In more than 2 months, it had already been cultivated to 80%. There were still more than 2 months before the game invaded reality, and he wasn't afraid to use it up. He could still raise it once anyway. Nurturing Qi was a process of accumulation. The so-called accumulation of Qi was a process of accumulation. This time, Qin Zheng also opened his supreme heavenly eyes. In his eyes, South Gothic City, whether it was the City Protector Formation, the City Lord's Mansion, or Dong Liqing himself, all appeared to have broken points, connecting these 3 points into a line. This was the best line of attack. Flying Dagger of God Beheading. Flying Dagger of God Beheading. Qin Zheng shouted, die. Rumble. The heavens and earth darkened. The immortal treasure gourd, its hole opened wide. After a flying dagger detached from the gourd's mouth, it instantly skyrocketed 100 times its blade aura towards southern Gothic City, chopping down even the city with its spell formation. A 520% increase. 70 million attack power. This is completely the power to destroy everything. Therefore, when the blade comes out, the sky collapses. When the blade points, it destroys the stars and cuts the moon. It is like the terrifying heavenly authority. Like a true god descends, the living beings submit. Below, originally also boasted that sitting in their own city will be invincible Dong Liqing. At this time in the face of such a knife, the face of all changed. He wanted to escape. However, the immortal beheading flying dagger had already locked him in place. He clearly saw it for real. This was an immortal treasure. In the game, magic treasure type attacks were all with superb guidance or something like that, which could automatically track the target and change the trajectory of the attack. This, everyone knew. So that time, even though Qin Zheng was brittle as hell and there was still the presence of a flying immortal treasure, when Mr. 2 of the Murian sect offered a talismanic treasure attack, Qin Zheng could not dodge it at all. Dodging the immortal treasure even more, that was even more pointless. He could only resist. But could carry it? God, this is a strike from all the gods. At this moment, Dong Liqing panicked. This person in front of him is obviously super strong in attack, plus immortal treasure, actually accumulated out of the explosive power, has already reached the level of God spirit. But, in not like a god's wrath under the strike, although Dong Liqing heart understand, but the lips are involuntarily shivering, a word cannot be said. Then, it is the 10,000 Zhang blade on cover the sky, cover the entire South Gotham City in the sky, and finally, pass through Dong Liqing's body, and like a meteor falling, it directly descended into the City Lord's mansion. Boom! It was as if 9 days of thunder exploded. The City Lord's mansion exploded. Ah! Father, I'm going to die again. Son, father will accompany you. The father and son of the Feng family, both perished on the spot. Terror. Powerful. However, the matter was left untouched. While this scene was witnessed by players who were amazed, surprised and even horrified by what happened, Qin Zheng immediately rushed to the resurrection point of South Gotham City. While Feng Tang did not react, he delivered another slash. It was merely a single, unassuming draw and catch swing. Ah! After screaming miserably, Feng Tang fell down once more. Then, he didn't revive again. On the World Channel, an announcement appeared. Player Feng Tang has been sanctioned by the players because of his evil deeds. He has now dropped to level 0 and has been banned from entering the game. Feng Tong, expelled from the game. Never to be allowed in again. However, the game still has 2 months to go before it invades. Expelled by the game at this time. Then basically, it was like being sentenced to death. Even if his Feng family is rich again, in the future, once the game invades the reality, everyone is difficult to protect themselves, and who can protect him a waste with no level and no cultivation? Resurrection Square, there were still some players. They also videotaped this scene. Qin Zheng did not stop or dodge. He was wearing the Nightwalker suit anyway. It's time for this farce to end. Qin Zheng's voice was calm and collected. There was no, at all, just a big battle was excitement. There was only calmness. Then, he also calmly turned around with the intention of leaving. However, at this time, a voice came, Your Excellency, please stay. I am the Prime Minister of the Holy Dragon Dynasty, Zhang Wanzai. Your Excellency killed my Holy Dragon Dynasty's city guarding general, shouldn't you? Replace him to guard South Gothic City? Qin Zheng had originally planned to go straight away. But in the end, he stopped in his tracks. He had killed Dong Liqing, the city lord. Then, the forces behind Dong Liqing came. But instead of coming to settle scores, the result was, directly asked him to take over the city lord position? This world, so casual and exciting? Qin Zheng, who had planned to slip away, stopped in his tracks when he heard these words. Zhang Wanzai, Holy Dragon Dynasty? He had heard of this dynasty. A human power in the game. The dynasty's territory was still very large. It possessed the 9 states in 10 directions, and it was also the administrator of the various clans of the human race. Now on the Blue Star, in reality, they also intended to set up various clans to govern in this way, which was modeled after this Holy Dragon Dynasty. Of course, the Blue Star people were different from them. Because, the humans on the blue planet didn't have the confidence that they would be able to make it through the moment the game invaded reality. So, it was actually a hopeless move to break up into smaller groups and set up various clans to govern independently. It was considered the next best thing. Having everyone grouped together always had a better chance of surviving than fighting alone. However, Qin Zheng was now wearing the Nightwalker suit, and he had always appeared outside the novice village as an NPC powerhouse. This Shan Wanzai, then, must not know Qin Zheng's identity either. He is treating me as if I am a sacred dragon dynasty Dudu casual cultivator, or a cultivator, right? Qin Zheng could not help but be skeptical in his heart. Otherwise, on what basis would Zhang Wanzai allow a player to become the city lord of South Gothic City? Despite having some thoughts in his heart, Qin Zheng was still wary of Zhang Wanzai and did not approach him. The sacred dragon dynasty has always determined the highs and lows only by strength and realm. Your Excellency was able to smash the defense spell formation of Southern Gothic City with a single slash, and also killed Dong Liqing, which is a symbol of strength. With your ability, are you willing to remain nameless for the rest of your life? Seeing that Qin Zheng was still hesitant even though he had stopped walking, Zhang Wanzai directly said, becoming the lord of South Gothic City will make you a vassal in the future, and right now, there has been an unprecedented change in the 3,000 worlds over the past 10 million years. Now that you have this opportunity to stand on the waves, if I were your Excellency, I would definitely not refuse. To be honest, Qin Zheng was truly moved. He had heard that it seemed like when the game invaded, all the main cities in the game would also descend. So far, he had not heard of anyone being able to own a city in the game. The established clan powers like Shijing University and Yanro Guild would just have a mountain gate. With a main city, that was an existence of two concepts. If Qin Zheng agreed, wouldn't that mean that he, a blue star person, was able to break into the Holy Dragon Dynasty in the game? He would also be able to become a vassal and own a main city. And here comes the most crucial point. After the game invasion in the future, the people of the Holy Dragon Dynasty and the Blue Star people would definitely be distinguished. The fate that the Blue Star people are waiting for could be extinction. Therefore, once Qin Zheng was able to become South Gotham City's bracing chi, did he then possess a dual identity? At that time, he could be a Blue Star person or a person of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Then, the space and means he could maneuver would all be more than enough. Only, could this Zhang Wanzai's words be believed? How many % to believe? Qin Zheng remained hesitant. It seems that your Excellency is a very cautious person. In this way, I will first hand over the City Lord's order to you, and there will be no one to tell you how you want to plan and dispose of the South Gothic City, as long as you can follow the requirements and hand over enough spirit jade to the court every month. How about it? Zhang Wanzai was quite bold. Without knowing any information about Qin Zheng, he was directly about to give Qin Zheng the City Lord token. Good. This time, Qin Zheng did not hesitate anymore. This was because he had figured out one thing. Zhang Wanzai should not suspect his identity. First of all, Qin Zheng would definitely not be someone from the Murian sect because the Murian sect could act arrogantly, but it would definitely not dare to attack the City Lord. That would be a direct rebellion. Secondly, Zhang Wanzai would not believe that Qin Zheng was a player either. At this stage now, the highest player level was only 98 levels. How was it possible to possess the strength to kill a Heavenly Vault Realm City Lord with a single slash? Then there was only one person that Zhang Wanzai naturally dared to use. Although a Dong Liqing had died, a more powerful City Lord had come. This business was still profitable for the court in Zhang Wanzai's opinion. As long as the city's yearly income is not less, and not a single penny of what should be handed over, then what difference does it make if the City Lord is Dong Liqing or someone else? There is a difference. But this difference is good. The Holy Dragon Dynasty had one more City Lord with greater strength. Thus, Qin Zheng also came to the conclusion. His identity as a player should not have been exposed. This Zhang Wanzai, too, had sincerely invited himself to serve as the City Lord. And for himself to serve as the City Lord was another rare and precious opportunity. Good, then it's a one-shot deal. Very well, come over and take away your City Lord token. In addition, I thought that I could grant you permission to deduct 300,000 spirit jades from this month's yearly income to rebuild an overbearing City Lord's mansion. Zhang Wanzai nodded with satisfaction when he saw that Qin Zheng had agreed. However, he wanted Qin Zheng to go to his hands to take away the City Lord's token. This made Qin Zheng hesitate once again. However, Zhang Wanzai did not rush him either. Instead, with a wave of his hand, a protective shield appeared, isolating all those players. It also seemed to be saying to Qin Zheng that he actually had a way to control everything here. With this kind of wave of the hand, an isolation spell formation could be formed. I am afraid that Zhang Wanzai, the Prime Minister of the Holy Dragon Dynasty, had very uncomplicated means. The realm was also of an extremely high kind. Therefore, Qin Zheng no longer hesitated. He came to Zhang Wanzai's body. This was because he knew that if Zhang Wanzai had any malicious intent, he would only have struck out a spell formation to trap himself. When Qin Zheng approached the smile on Zhang Wanzai's face grew even more, and right at the moment when Qin Zheng received the City Lord's token, Zhang Wanzai suddenly transmitted his voice to him. Don't you still have to think of a name for me to go back to so that I can get the court to register it in the registry, and also have an explanation for the Sacred Dragon Emperor? Upon hearing this, Qin Zheng was instantly alert and pulled away from Zhang Wanzai. There is no need for that. Zhang Wanzai continued to transmit his voice to me. It's all the same if you're a blue star or whatever, you know? Boom! Qin Zheng almost exploded. He pondered for a long time. Various fan groups, but in the end, it turned out that in front of Zhang Wanzai, his identity had been exposed. Don't worry, I'll hide it for you. You have a special opportunity on your body, and perhaps in the future, you will bring different surprises to all of mankind, and I won't reveal your identity. As long as you, yourself, hide it well. Zhang Wanzai laughed. Don't worry, no one else will be able to tell what your identity is. Qin Zheng then breathed a sigh of relief and asked, why did the Prime Minister help me? Help you? Perhaps, but in reality, how could I not be helping myself? Wait until the future, you will understand. Zhang Wanzai smiled faintly again, then left Qin Zheng with the words, take care of yourself. Name thought of yet? In the future, the name you use to walk in the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Just call it Blade Frenzy. Qin Zheng had no choice but to use the one that Li Shuelua had helped him pick. It's a bit too ostentatious, but it's not a big problem. I'm leaving the 300 city guards here, you can rest assured that you can use it, and they'll all finally you. Of course, you can also go recruit yourself. Zhang Wanzai delivered a word and left. He didn't say much to Qin Zheng, but did mention He said that Qin Zheng would understand in the future. To be honest, whether it was Zhang Wanzai's realm, his strength, or the fact that he had risked universal condemnation, he actually dared to risk universal condemnation by allowing Qin Zheng to take up the position as the city lord of South Gothic City despite knowing that he was a player. This made Qin Zheng feel that Zhang Wanzai was a mysterious person, although there were many things that Qin Zheng could not figure out about Zhang Wanzai. However, as of now, Zhang Wanzai's appearance was only beneficial to Qin Zheng. There were no disadvantages. So, if you can't figure out a lot of things, then don't think about it. Rather, it was better to focus on doing one's own thing. Now Qin Zheng was the city lord, holding the city lord token of South Gothic City in his hand, and there was also the appointment of the Prime Minister of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. The court had endorsed it. Therefore, when Qin Zheng appeared once more, holding the city lord's token in his hand, the 300 city guards immediately came over to pay their respects. There was certainly no way to hide this scene from the players. South Gothic City was the main city of a level 30 map. There were already quite a few players here, and with the city lord changing, the players could not get around it. The players also recognized Qin Zheng's identity as a Blade Frenzy. Therefore, it would be better to be generous. In the future, the Blade Frenzy, will be the new South Gothic City lord, and all those who wish to walk and do business in my city will follow my rules. When Qin Zheng, the new city lord, took office, the first thing he did was definitely to set up rules. What rules? It was simple. Qin Zheng's rules were the rules. The specifics, that definitely still had to be agreed upon. But who to find agreed? Thinking about it, it's Wang Chang and Li Shuelua. However, Wang Chang, this guy, is a martial arts nerd, does not have much heart. Looking for him to discuss it would be a no-brainer. Letting him fight and kill would be fine. It was just as well that now Qin Zheng, too, had to consolidate some news. He wanted to know what the player community's attitudes or opinions were towards him killing Feng Tang to level 0, then slashing Dong Lai Ching and seconding South Gotham City's city guard formation. It wasn't that Qin Zheng cared about what they thought, but rather, Qin Zheng was afraid that his identity would be leaked. Tapping on his friends, then private chat, he selected Li Shuelua. Qin Zheng, what are you doing? Li Shuelua, looking at the world channel, everyone is discussing you. However, they are not discussing Qin Zheng but Knife Maniac. Congratulations, you are famous. Qin Zheng, what's there to congratulate? Li Shuelua, I'm going to go, really, you killed South Gotham City's defense formation in 1 second and also killed the South Gotham City Lord, a Heavenly Vault Realm expert, in the process? This is too fierce, right? Qin Zheng, you keep on gossiping, bye. Qin Zheng was a little speechless. It seemed that his series of strong maneuvers were indeed quite shocking. Just look at Li Shuelua's reaction. Li Shuelua, really, you became the city lord of South Gotham City? Tianla Qin Zheng, how did you do it? Not to mention, the entire Blue Star, 7 to 8 billion people inside, just you can be the city lord, right? Li Shuelua finally realized the most crucial information. From the inside of her words, it could be seen just how surprised she was. This was too unbelievable. It was the same as saying that Qin Zheng, the guy who had been staying in the novice village, had just left the novice village a few times, and he had already gotten mixed up like this? What billions of players had failed to do, Qin Zheng had done as soon as he stepped out. Crucially, this could have a huge impact on the future Blue Star human race. Li Shuelua, you became the city lord, and you must be using the identity of Blade Frenzy, right? Qin Zheng, could I still use the identity of a player to get the position of city lord? Li Shuelua, then if you become the city lord, the school side will definitely know about it, and at that time, I guess they will go to the main city to look for you. But that's probably not a bad thing. Qin Zheng, what do they want to do? Cooperate with South Gotham City? It's not impossible. After all, around South Gotham City, there are all level 30 maps, so it's possible to use South Gotham City as a training base for the future newcomers of the human race. Li Shuelua, But you're an undercover agent now, can you blatantly cooperate with us? Li Shueruo's words had some truth to them, and Qin Zheng was silent for a moment before returning the message. Qin Zheng, we'll see what happens when the time comes. Li Shueluo, so now, are you unable to draw your sword every day in the novice village? Qin Zheng, it's not a big problem, I can go over there for a few hours every day. However, I'll have to spend some time running the main city side, I'll have to train up some of my full-fledged family. However, it seems that more resources are needed. Li Shueruo, Qin Zheng, let's work together, I'll give you the resources, and then I'll help you go find people. For this city that we have to make good use of, what do you think? Qin Zheng, yes, what do you want? Li Shueluo, you help me consolidate my position in Qijing University, at the same time protect my sister in the future, and Yin Ro Group is also protected. In the future, I will master Qijing University, together with Yin Ro Group and your South Gotham City, we will strive to survive in the new era of embracing the group. Qin Zheng, deal. This was the reason why Qin Zheng had looked for Li Shueluo to discuss this matter. Firstly, she had the resources. Secondly, she also had ambition. If Li Shueruo had no desires, Qin Zheng would not have been able to cooperate with her. Right now, both sides were considered to be taking what they needed. Li Shueluo, now that the players are all talking about you, you don't have to worry about public opinion. Everyone is talking about knife frenzy, and you have nothing to do with it, as long as you don't expose yourself. If public opinion that is unfavorable to you does arise, I will also look for water armies to help you keep it under control. Qin Zheng, alright, in addition, you can help me draft another city regulation management out, which should be in line with South Gotham City, especially with regards to the taxation of the city. This was the great benefit that someone with resources in their hands could bring to Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng almost did not have to worry about what was going on outside. He wanted people, and Li Shueluo helped to find them. The people he was looking for here were of course those NPCs whose identities had to be neutral and whose backgrounds had to be on the clean side. This Li Shueluo surely understood. And the public opinion on the Blue Star, Li Shueluo would also keep an eye on the control. Then what was Qin Zheng going to do? There were quite a few things that he had to do. First of all, the city lord's mansion was going to start rebuilding. He would have to personally arrange the manpower. The other thing was, it was only after Qin Zheng became the city lord that he realized that the major main cities in the original game actually had intricate entanglements with many of the strengths next to them. It was impossible for a city to rely solely on people renting stores and collecting taxes to be able to support huge expenses and still have 500,000 spirit jades sent to the court every month. Efforts must also be made to develop the nearby veins, the spirit jade mines. But these spirit jade mines, some of the nearby sects, as well as the forces of prominent families in the city, and some demon kings entrenched, have almost all been divided up. The situation that Qin Zheng is facing right now is, after he killed Dong Liqing with a single slash, the original monthly income of South Gotham City of 650,000 spirit jades has plummeted to 300,000 spirit jades. There were a few mineral veins that were out of South Elegy City's control. There were also some clans that operated in South Gotham City that did not come to pay their respects to the new city lord, let alone give Qin Zheng a share of the dividends. 300,000 spirit jades was not even enough to pay the court. It was equivalent to saying, Qin Zheng still had to hurry up and find a way to bring up South Gothic City's finances. It was going to make $3 billion a month. It was no wonder that Zhang Wanzai was willing to give the city lord to Qin Zheng even though he knew that he was a player. It turned out that this city lord of South Gothic City had a huge mess to clean up. By allowing Qin Zheng to be the city lord, Zhang Wanzai was also granting Qin Zheng the power to deal with South Gothic City. The indicator he wanted was just one. Every month, 500,000 spirit jades, worth $5 billion. It had to be handed over. As for the rest, Zhang Wanzai did not ask for anything else, but he also did not make it clear what kind of support was to be given. It was as if it was free range. But in fact, it is not. Zhang Wanzai said that becoming a city lord, that would be a party hegemon. 30 miles of South Gothic City, as well as within a 3,000-mile radius, could all be said to be Qin Zheng's resources. He had the power to deploy them. Of course, having the power did not mean that it could be used indiscriminately. Qin Zheng was currently just one person, but there were tens of millions of players in South Elephant City. In addition, there were also some big families from the Holy Dragon Dynasty that had industries over here as well. Everyone wanted to allocate more resources. Even though the power to distribute this was in Qin Zheng's hands, didn't those great clans have any means? Now that Qin Zheng was the city lord, it would be impossible for him to talk with a sword about everything. Whether it was human feelings or the means of power and wisdom, it was always necessary to take out something in this regard. To be honest, Qin Zheng did not like this very much. However, when the opportunity came, he could only do it. If he really couldn't, then he would still use his sword to speak. At night, Qin Zheng was all set to go offline when Li Shueluo sent a message. Li Shueluo, the charter is done for you, and I also gave you a golden character in the recruitment hall, so I'll take her there now? Qin Zheng, good. Unexpectedly, Li Shueluo moved really fast. Recruitment hall, this Qin Zheng also knew a little bit about it, but he hadn't been there. He had only heard that it was a place where all types of talents were recruited, commonly known as the talent market. Note that this talent is the human race in the straight game. That is, the NPCs in the mouths of the players. Golden in color, it represented talent in certain aspects, reaching a level of excellence, or even the pinnacle of excellence. It caused Qin Zheng to look forward to it. After all, for such talents to be recruited, the starting point would be $10 million. It was evident that Li Shueruo was also someone who dared to invest. She was willing to put down capital. Of course, the game was about to invade reality, and by that time, the assets in reality were probably of little use. So at this time, rich people had to spend money in a hurry. Otherwise there is a real possibility of that kind of tragedy. Money has no place to spend. Even more tragic is that the life may also be gone. Soon, Li Shueluo found Qin Zheng. Of course, it was an appointment, in a place where players could not come. South Gotham City, the part of the destroyed city lord's mansion that was currently intact. The back garden, and the mansion treasury. The statutes were topped down according to the management norms of other cities, but of course you can take a look at them and continue to modify them now. And then this is Mo. She possesses very excellent management talents and can help you with many things. Li Shueruo handed a piece of sheepskin to Qin Zheng. What was written inside were the regulations of the city pool. Among them, it also included the tax rates for all the chambers of commerce, stores, and traders within the city. Then what was also there was the city lord's office's draw on the minerals of each place. Collecting taxes are all that 20%, and minerals are all 30%. Is such a clause reasonable? It was really the first time Qin Zheng had been a city lord. These things, he didn't understand either. Mo. saw the opportunity coming and immediately responded in a crisp voice, these are all reasonable ranges, and they are still on the low side. The city lord's situation, this adventurer lady has already spoken to me. In fact, at this time, the city lord should set the tax collection and drawbacks higher, so that it can instead deter those who still have second thoughts. He, the city lord, has just taken office, and he's raising the taxes and drawbacks, just for fear of causing dissatisfaction. At that time, what if the traders all leave? Li Shueluo was of a different opinion. It won't happen. Mo. explained, this time, the influx of adventurers is said to be 7 to 8 billion, so with so many people, it's guaranteed that the city won't be short of customers. As long as we guarantee the interests of the adventurers, control the prices of South Gotham City, and allow the adventurers to continue choosing South Gotham City to trade, then there won't be a lack of traders. After all, the adventurers are rich, and when they do business with adventurers, it's a double profit. Double profits? Li Shueluo asked in surprise, so these traders, are they also dark? Mo. smiled mysteriously, there are a lot of reasons for this, but I seem to have heard some whispers that some of the divine ambassadors seem to have said that those adventurer currencies that will be traded with adventurers in the future, those temples are willing to pay out double to exchange for something. Then do as she said. Qin Zheng sniffed and immediately clapped his hands and asked Li Shueluo to go and revise the tax collection and drawback now. This was because he had heard and understood what Mo. meant. Adventurers, that is, players. Their money was the wealth of reality. Because the game was going to invade reality, the wealth in reality also flowed into the game in droves. Then in the eyes of the rich, these were nothing more than the usual card balance figures, so they could splurge. And there is a world in the game. To put it another way, the so-called Heaven's Path online game was actually two different worlds merging into each other. The wealth in the game was real. Whether it's the in-game currency, copper, or gold, silver, and treasure, or even spirit jades, all of these are given out in real terms. Unlike the players, who could exchange so many things with the numbers on their cards. So the players were rich because they were exchanging monetary figures, for real money in the game world, and all sorts of treasures. Can this not be rich? But why would this world in the game be willing to use their wealth, their copper money and gold and silver treasures, and even spirit jades and all sorts of magical equipment, to exchange for the numbers in these players' cards? This question, in fact, had been answered long ago. Players every spend out of a penny, that may be the future, the whole blue star to buy for them the single. Those gods, it seems, are engaged in some unknown plan. Perhaps this plan is to complete the complete control of Blue Star's resources through the game Heaven's Path, or even to completely master Blue Star. And the more money the players spend now, probably the more crazy it will be above the Blue Star in the future. They really, crying to death. Those deities, it was clear that they could have used robbery. As a result, they also have to be hard to make a sale. And everything in the Heavenly Dao game had already been marked up by them. This Mo. It seemed that he knew quite a lot of things. With this in mind, Qin Zheng asked, Mo. Are you willing to follow this city lord all the way? I can allow you to serve as the chief manager of the city lord's mansion. When I am not around, you will be the administrator of South Gotham City. Mo. I am willing to serve Senior Blade. Mo. would naturally agree. After all, she was originally here to find a job to apply for. Why else would she go to the recruitment hall and put up her name? She was a person in the game, but she couldn't be seen as a golden talent, only the players could see it. The players on the blue planet don't want too many management talents, so she has never been hired by anyone. Now it was hard to finally sort of find a job. Mo Qingyi was very happy and immediately expressed her intention to take up her post. Qin Zheng shouted to gather 300 city guards, and according to what Zhang Wanzai had said on his way out, he could use all of these people without fear. Qin Zheng announced Mo Qingyi's identity as the chief steward, and these city guards did not show anything special upon hearing this. Only, Qin Zheng was able to see a hint of fear in their eyes when they faced themselves. After all, they were well aware of how Qin Zheng had become the city lord. With that slash, if it wasn't for Qin Zheng's mercy, they were afraid that they wouldn't have had it now. With Mo Qingyi's help, the matters on the South Gothic city side would be left to her for the time being. If she could not handle it, she would look for Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng also went offline. There were some things that could not all be talked about inside the game. Although the game was incredibly real, it was the reality of the future. However, right now, the game and reality were still separate. For the sake of safety, some things could be better kept secret if they were talked about in reality. It was still early. Qin Zheng arrived at a cafe in the capital. Just as he entered, he saw Li Shuelua waving. Qin Zheng, here. Qin Zheng nodded and walked over. Something to drink? Just water. Qin Zheng was not used to drinking coffee at night. After ordering, Qin Zheng asked Li Shuelua, what does the school side mean now? The school's idea is to move the seat of the Guild of the Academy to the grounds of South Gotham City. As for your personal side, the school is hoping that, when the time comes, you will be able to make a trip to the Guild's mountain gate in the game, as a sort of official lightening up. There is also. Li Shuelua had an embarrassed expression, feeling that the request was a bit much, but she still had to say, the school also hopes that, for the new map's copy, you help out a bit. The record of the copy of the new map, isn't it already done with you guys? By the way, that Zhao Fei Fei, who is she taking? Qin Zheng asked rhetorically. Li Shuelua replied, she didn't look for it. I want my sister to go, anyway, she gives you the same money well. As for the school side of me and Wang Chang, it was you who said it. However, the school does not know. I think you can promise the school, just say that you personally go to pick 2 people, take them to take the copy first kill record, so it will be fine. Understood. Qin Zheng nodded. Li Shuelua was indeed smart. She utilized the school, as well as this information gap of the players not knowing that Qin Zheng was the Blade Frenzy, and played a beautiful hand. Letting Qin Zheng, the Blade Frenzy, in the capacity of the Shijing School's provision elder, go and pick 2 Shijing University students to bring to get the record of the first kill of the new map copy. Then, when the time came, wouldn't these 2 people be the most talented students of the Shijing Academy hand-picked by the Blade Frenzy elder, who had cut through the Heavenly Vault realm with a single slash in the game? This was, however, the key operation that would help Wang Chang gain status in the school, and help Li Shuelua become a core layer in the future Holy Land of the Academy. I said why did you shell out more than $10 million directly and send me an Mo Qingyi? So it turns out that we're accomplishing each other. Qin Zheng laughed. Actually, I have one more thing to ask of you. Li Shuelua gazed at Qin Zheng. Previously, she still had the idea of having a relationship with Qin Zheng. It was mainly because she knew that Qin Zheng was strong in the game, so she rightfully wanted to take him. Later on, when she thought about it, Qin Zheng was right. She wasn't good at relationships in the first place, and Qin Zheng seemed to be the same. Then, the game was about to invade reality. Disaster was coming, and life and death were hard to predict. At this time, who had the heart to fall in love? Not to mention Qin Zheng, even Li Shuelua herself had many things to take care of before the game invaded reality. For example, she now asked Qin Zheng to, I hope that you can convince my sister to move Yen Ro Group's guild premises to South Gotham City as well, in your capacity as a Blade Frenzy. Moreover, the group still has some studios and stores in the game, so if we follow Mo Qingyi's method and make the stores in South Gotham City appear to need to be topped up, we'll be able to top that as well. Li Shuelua's words were half a request to Qin Zheng, and half, that was to help Qin Zheng. The Yen Ro Group could fill in for the loss of traders, so that the business operations of South Gotham City would not be paralyzed, and this was also helping Qin Zheng. Actually, I was thinking that it shouldn't be a coincidence that the mall suddenly introduced the Nightwalker's suit at this time of year, allowing players to mask their breath and make it difficult to distinguish their identities when they wear it. Li Shuelua may indeed be a white boy when it comes to romance, but her IQ was not low. She keenly noticed something that was not right in the game. Look at you. Didn't you not don't those NPCs to see that you're a player? Perhaps, this is not the game behind the scenes of those existence on purpose, is to give players some fish eyes into the game aboriginal inspiration? If that's the case, then it might not be impossible for us to replace some of the business families in South Gotham City, right? Qin Zheng's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. To be honest, he hadn't even thought of this point. Or rather, he had subconsciously overlooked it. So far, when Qin Zheng had put on the Nightwalker suit and appeared as a Blade Frenzy, there was only one Zhang Wanzai who had seen it by some unknown means. Moreover, Zhang Wanzai had implicitly reminded Qin Zheng that his identity was something that only Zhang Wanzai alone could detect. In other words, no one else had the ability to do so. Zhang Wanzai, on the other hand, was the one who had promoted Qin Zheng to take over Southern Gothic City. Although he did not know his reasons for doing so, at this stage, Zhang Wanzai should be on Qin Zheng's side. Or perhaps, Qin Zheng still had something that Zhang Wanzai saw in him that he could utilize. Then there would be no problem. What was wrong with letting Li Shuoyang go and impersonate an NPC, as Li Shuoyang said, and with the wealth of the Yenro group, become one of the business families with capital in the game? And right now, what Qin Zheng wanted was such an external family force to help him out, ready to move against some of the in-game South Gotham City's clans that were not cooperating with him. With a backup replacement, Qin Zheng would be able to eliminate those clans with confidence and boldness. There was another point that was also very important. Qin Zheng had heard that the Ink Lotus sect had plotted to replace the Blue Star people after the game invasion. Although the exact meaning of this replace was not known to Qin Zheng, Li Shuoyang had provided Qin Zheng with a reverse thought. The Ink Lotus sect wanted to replace the Blue Star people and master the Blue Star? Then it might not be impossible for the Blue Star people to mix into the Holy Dragon Dynasty or the Ink Lotus sect and replace them. Qin Zheng said, yes, when will Zhao Fei be at level 100? The day after tomorrow. Li Shuoyang responded. Alright then, let's follow what we discussed tonight. Qin Zheng was ready to get up. Just at this time, a surprised voice rang out, Shuiro, why are you here? Qin Zheng? What are you guys doing? Oh, happened to run into each other, old classmates chatting, but I'm going back to rest, you guys chat. Qin Zheng greeted Qin Xiaoman and then left directly. In the cafe, Li Shuoyang blushed slightly. Blood Shuiro, the person you say you like, it can't be Qin Zheng, right? Chen Xiaoman's words asked Li Shuoyang to be even more embarrassed. The key was that she was still embarrassed to deny it. So, it simply did not recognize it either, and directly got up and said, let's go, if we don't go back the dormitory is closed. The next day, South Gotham City's City Lord's mansion officially began to rebuild. At the same time, Mo Qingyi also led the city guards and posted the ruling notice of the new city lord everywhere. On the first day, the notices showed that even though the taxes and abstraction had increased, the effects haven't come out so quickly. Bullets, they would have to fly a little longer. Qin Zheng drew his sword for another day, and now his attack power was already running towards 80 million. A day later, the first level 100 player in the game was born. Zhao Fei. She, in turn, had the qualifications to lead the team into the replica. Soon, the team was formed. According to Qin Zheng's request, the team did not display the names of the players as well as information such as equipment and blood quantities. With Zhao Fei leading the team, the 5-member team consisting of Qin Zheng, Wang Chang, Li Shuoyang and Li Shuoyang arrived before the stone monument of the Emperor's Mausoleum in the new map, 10,000 Trickster's Lair. The Yellow Emperor's Tomb. This was from the game. The mausoleum was ancient and deserted, and there were no totems or patterns on the gate. There was only a sense of sadness and vicissitude. Just standing here, thinking about what was inside the plot movie that day when he pioneered the new map, Qin Zheng gripped the knife in his hand tightly. Deities. What kind of god is a deity that feeds on the living? Thanks to Zhao Fei's level, the copy that could only be opened by her, a level 100 player, led the team. Qin Zheng, a level 1 number, also came in. The team's configuration was not really considered reasonable. It was because there was no shield. Being a team that was opening a new copy, without pulling monsters, that was fatal. However, it did not matter, because Qin Zheng would make a move. Qin Zheng swallowed the gray spirit pill. This was a copy, and the monsters were all experienced. The humanoid monsters also had it. Qin Zheng did not want to lose his system and had to take the gray spirit pill. Then, along the way, Qin Zheng turned on his chopping mode. Though small monsters, Qin Zheng could kill them in seconds with a single battling slash out. Therefore, in the early stages of the copy, when it came to clearing those small monsters, it was very easy all the way. So much so that Li Shuoyang said, Elder Qin, oh, you're not giving us a chance to perform at all. Qin Zheng sniffed and did not respond. In fact, once he thought about the fact that these so-called monsters were just deities that had manifested themselves, they were still essentially humans. Moreover, it was still another world, their own ancestors. In Qin Zheng's heart, he always felt diaphragmatic. But with such a mentality, there was no way to talk about it with others. He was thinking like this. Instead of letting others strike them down, it would be better to do it himself. At the same time, his heart tried to convince himself that this was in a game. Then, the first boss of the replica appeared. It was a head, a monster with 9 heads, and a huge body. You minions of the gods, how dare you turn me into the appearance of Sagittarius? Then you all, bear my wrath. The monster roared. Its body was like a giant snake, but it had 9 human faces, each of which was extremely hideous. What a disgusting monster! Zhao Fei exclaimed. Shut up! Qin Zheng frowned and chided, if you want to see it, just watch quietly, no matter how disgusting he is, that's not what he originally looks like. I'm sorry, senior. Zhao Fei hurriedly apologized. However, Li Shuoyang, who knew Qin Zheng's identity, looked at him with a strange gaze. Why, would he be angry because these monsters were insulted? Over there, Qin Zheng had already drawn his sword. With a slash, the 100-meter blade directly chopped on top of the monster's huge body. In the next moment, the monster's body was falling apart. No, it can't be, deity. Why? The great emperor has already fallen into a long sleep, won't you guys let him go? The monster was still continuously roaring up to the sky before collapsing. Ding! At the scene, the materials, treasures, and equipment that burst out were scattered all over the place. This was considered a big explosion. Worthy of being the first kill of a copy, this explosive rate was pretty cool. You guys pick up the stuff, then tally up the prices. Ha! This is? Qin Zheng saw it, a shiny token lying on the ground. Proof of hidden profession. Li Shuelua exclaimed, wow, I can't believe the first boss popped it out. We're the first kill, it seems like it's bound to explode. This copy, there's a total of 5 bosses, right? Zhao Feifei explained, then turned to Qin Zheng and asked, Senior, what occupation is this? Heavenly Demon Sword. This is yours. Qin Zheng threw this first hidden occupation token in the entire service to Wang Chang. This was because he was the one who used the sword. About him taking the right path as well. Wang Chang was flattered. Of course, it was an act. After all, he also knew that sword maniac was Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng said to everyone, don't worry, if there is a hidden profession that suits you, I will assign it to you, but the ones that don't suit you will have to go to me. In addition, for all the equipment and materials that burst out, according to the market price, you will each take 10%, I will take 60%, and then you will give me an additional $20 million. This was agreed upon beforehand, right? Qin Zheng gazed at Li Shuerua. This team, of course, was also contacted by her, the knife Medu agent. Then Qin Zheng had also spoken to her, exempting Li Shuerua herself and Wang Chang from the $20 million. In fact, it was Li Shuyan and Zhao Feifei who each contributed $20 million. Now that Qin Zheng said this, Wang Chang also understood that Qin Zheng was not talking to him. Don't worry Senior, the money is all ready. It depends on whether Senior wants copper, gold, or spirit jade. Li Shuerua stated that Qin Zheng was assured that she was doing her job. Well, let's talk about it when the time comes, continue. It was starting to come to the second stage of the replica. The small monsters here could not be seen to be much stronger than the first stage, and none of them were a match for Qin Zheng anyway. TSK, this is probably the most comfortable copy I've ever laid down. Li Shuyan should have been the one who felt the most relaxed throughout the entire process, as she didn't even have to have anyone mentally burdened. While Li Shuelua's mind still had to be on Qin Zheng, Wang Chang was always on guard for fear that Qin Zheng would be injured by a monster sneak attack. As for Zhao Feifei, her heart was also nervous at this time. After all, this was the famous Blade Frenzy, and it just so happened that she had been chastised for saying the wrong thing in front of him. So, the one who was least burdened was Li Shuyan. Then the second boss appeared. Qin Zheng killed it in seconds again. The boss did the same, and angrily rebuked the god of the heavens. The great emperor is right, and so are we. The god of heaven has taken the living as ruminants. Voices that tore at the heart. By all rights, after these ancient races were turned into monsters, they should have lost their memories. After all, when Qin Zheng came to the new map of Awoke earlier, what he saw was the Yellow Emperor and his subordinates who had been turned into monsters, and all of them had been reduced to ferocious monstrosities. However, here, these monsters, however, still had their previous memories. However, it seems that they all have lines, which are just fixed, or they can only speak twice. Once when they met the players, and once after they were emptied of their bloodstains. Qin Zheng, on the other hand, couldn't even get any weird blood or attack power stats because his attack power was so high. All of them were 1/seconds. Another career proof. Star Chaser. This one is yours. Qin Zheng threw the occupation proof to Li Shuelua. Ha, I didn't realize I was so lucky. Li Shuelua laughed from ear to ear. Star Chaser. This was not chasing that star chaser, chasing after love beans. The star here is the star of the sun, moon, and stars. Arrows could chase stars. It was evident that this profession was powerful. Wow, Xiao you hurry up and change professions, fight for the #1 archer in the whole service. Li Shuyan was also happy for her sister. Zhao Feifei, on the other hand, was a bit depressed. She didn't know if the next profession that popped out would be related to her. However, soon her occupation came. After the third boss fell, Qin Zheng picked up the hidden profession token and threw it to Zhao Feifei after a glance, saying, Divine Conceptualist, yours. Thank you, Senior. Zhao Feifei was overjoyed. Divine Numinous Master, it was awesome as soon as I heard it. I don't know if it was the higher grade kind within the batch of hidden professions, but whatever. 7 to 8 billion players, according to the official website, it seemed like there were only 100,000 hidden professions, and for her to be able to get one, it was already pretty good. Next, the copy continued. The fourth boss was up. This time, it was a female voice, but the boss was still monstrous, terrifying and hideous. Can't you all just let the great emperor slumber? I will never allow you to disturb the great emperor. The monstrous roared, and with open teeth and claws, it charged towards the team. Then, still the blade blossomed. With one slash, the boss was chopped to pieces. Even the boss revealed a shocked expression. You're a deity? Ah! The boss collapsed. Or rather, in this copy, rested in peace. Burner of the heavens, mage. You. Qin Zheng threw the hidden profession proof to Li Shuyan. It seems that the first kill of the copy, the things given will match our professions. So senior, you're a bladesman, what will drop on the last level? Li Shuelua inquired. Qin Zheng replied, for the last level, you guys wait outside, I'll go in and kill the boss alone. This last level, based on the words of the previous 4 bosses, should be guarded by Great Emperor Xianyuan himself. Because in the copy, these ancient race ancestors who had been turned into monsters seem to have retained their consciousness, Qin Zheng did not want Li Shuyan and the girls, as well as Wang Chang, to follow him in. After all, Qin Zheng still had something to ask Great Emperor Xianyuan. He wanted to know whether the new map were plot pieces, as well as what they, the ancient races, had said was true or false. Therefore, Qin Zheng ended up standing alone, in front of a huge and incomparable monstrous figure. This monstrous figure was actually a terrifying Tao Tai. It's you! Seeing Qin Zheng, and with Qin Zheng still alone, the monstrous image of the Great Emperor Xianyuan reacted surprisingly calmly. Qin Zheng, pay homage to the ancestor. Qin Zheng opened his mouth. Ancestor. For the mighty deities old to say, a few thousand years on earth is just a snap of their fingers. In your body, you have my bloodline, but it's actually already very faint, and I don't know just how many springs and autumns have separated you from me. Great Emperor Xianyuan spoke calmly, and suddenly he let out an extremely painful sound. They won't even let me speak. You listen well, if you have the opportunity, you can take a trip to hell, you back to understand everything. You quickly go, my consciousness is going to be deprived. Seeing Great Emperor Xianyuan, the ancestor of the human race, a generation of human emperors, now being turned into a monstrosity, even unable to speak more than a few words, Qin Zheng's heart was also filled with a wave of sadness. All of this is signaling the fate of the human race. Seemed, destined to be miserable. But, I don't believe in destiny. Qin Zheng whistled shrilly and slashed out with a blade. Boom! The monstrous collapsed. Good. Great Emperor Xianyuan, in the end, only had time to say one word to Qin Zheng. There were things bursting out all over the place. Then, a token, however, seemed to have been sent to Qin Zheng's hand by Great Emperor Xianyuan. Above the token, there were only 2 words, Hegemon. Simple. But like these 2 words, it was overbearing. Hegemon. After Qin Zheng obtained the token, he saw some information about the overlord profession. Among them, there were also some skill descriptions. The hegemony blade is the hegemony blade. Its blade has 7 styles. 1 is called absolute love. 2 is said to be absolute heart. 3 is said to be absolutely human. 4 said absolutely ghost. It is said to be absolute God. 6 is said to be absolute. It is said to be absolutely heavenly. These are the 7 styles of the hegemon. Hegemony. This hidden profession, there are only 2 words. Other hidden professions, they all seem to have 3 words. For example, Divine Mind Master, Heavenly Demon Sword, Star Chaser, the Brahma Heavenly One. Finally, it was Qin Zheng's turn, but it was only Hegemon. 2 words. Moreover, it sounded more like a title than a profession. However, after Qin Zheng had finished reading the entire skill descriptions of the Hegemon 7 styles, he was completely shocked. Overlord Absolute Emotion. Emotion is also form and sex. The hegemon is absolute in form and nature, without desire. This is the first form of the hegemon. After transferring to hegemony to obtain this skill, the attack power is permanently increased by 10%. After the skill form is turned on, all attacks ignore 10% of the target's defense, and during this time, immunity to confusion-type obstacle skills. Duration 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes. Upgradable. This was only the first of the hegemony 7 styles, and it was already very strong. To be exact, it was very strong for Qin Zheng. A 10% permanent increase in attack power, that was over 7 million attack power. In the future, it could also reach a 10 million attack power boost. Earned it. Qin Zheng was overjoyed. Not to mention, there was also a buff that ignored the target's defense. Crucially, there was also a complete immunity to an obstacle-type skill. This was very powerful. What was even more absolute was that each of the 7 styles of the hegemony followed by each of the 7 styles could permanently increase the attack power. Hegemon's absolute mind. First-ranked hegemons can learn, the effect permanently boosts attack power by 10%, and is immune to barrier-type skills, actively releases the entire body's attack into array of cohesion to strike. The range of influence depends on the attack power to decide, there is no upper limit, every million attacks affect 100 miles, consumption of mana, 1000. Upgradable. This is a super strong single-point blasting skill, although there is no damage bonus, but the passive effect of permanently increasing attack power is still very explosive. Overlord Absolute Man, Third Order Overlord can learn, the effect of a permanent increase in attack power of 10%, and after the start of immunity to stun skills, at the same time will be their own attack power into 4 rays, struck in 4 different directions, each ray inherits 40% of the attack power of the damage effect. Hegemonic Absolute Ghost, can be learned at Hegemonic 5th rank. One force breaks all laws. The Overlord uses absolute power to cut through all illusions. This maneuver can break spell formations and mazes, permanently increase attack by 10%, and permanently gain the hegemony status, will not be knocked down. Mana consumption, 1000, cooldown time 10 minutes. Hegemonic Absolute God, Hegemonic 7th stage can be learned. Permanently increases attack power by 10%, and can be opened to isolate divine sense probing and communication within 1 minute. Active release will instantly cut out 8 slashes, each slash inherits 25% of the attack power, and obtains a true damage effect, ignoring any shield type skills. Mana consumption, 3000. Upgradable. Hegemonic Jedi, 9th level hegemons can learn. Permanently increases attack power by 10% and gains 10,000 of each of the 5 permanent attributes. Can actively unleash the earth-splitting slash, dealing 300% damage and dealing an additional 50% secondary damage to dark targets. Mana consumption 8000 points, cooldown 10 minutes. Upgradable. Hegemonic Jedi Heaven, 10th ranked hegemons can learn it. Permanently increases attack power by 10%. This style is the essence of the Hegemon 7 styles, which can be used to cut down gods at the top and destroy the living beings at the bottom. After activating it, it will accelerate the breeding of heart demons and even affect one's own state of mind. The active release will store power for 3 seconds, and can drag the blade, inflicting a damage effect of 500% of the current attack power, while converting 20% of the damage into one's own blood, and in the next minute one receives a 30% boost in each of one's 5 elemental attributes and attack. Mana consumption, 20,000, cooldown, 1 hour. Upgradable. Above, that's all there is to the Hegemony 7 styles. How can I put it? One can only say one word, very powerful. It could be said that these 7 skills, without a single exception, were all at the Upanishad level, or even higher. Divine, using these 4 words to describe them would not be an exaggeration. 7 styles added up, after all learned, can be said to be buffed to pull full. The key was also some strong output capabilities, as well as means. Compared to Qin Zheng's single means of attack now, it was more than a little richer. The problem was that these skills were not something that Qin Zheng could learn now that he had changed professions. Hidden professions, too, had to be advanced. As for how to advance, that should all come with a quest. Even though I'm only at level 1 now, I can transfer to a hidden profession, and there are no level requirements. Qin Zheng saw the description. A hidden profession that did not require a level prerequisite, and there was no requirement for a pre-existing profession. Then what the hell was Qin Zheng hesitating about? He directly switched. With a white light, Qin Zheng transferred to become an overlord. And the first overlord advancement quest appeared for him as well. Cumulative kill 10,000. The first advancement quest was to kill 10,000 people. It was worthy of being a hegemon. This quest was also direct and overbearing. However, right now, Qin Zheng could not afford to waste time going around killing monsters and enemies. Compared to the hidden profession of hegemon, the system was just as important. It was definitely a matter of completing 100 million sword draws first. For the time being, having an extra hegemony Jedi skill was enough. Qin Zheng's gaze went to the corpse of Emperor Xianyuan lying on the ground. 100,000 hidden professions. Is this you guys, making some last contribution to the human race? Qin Zheng murmured in a low tone. For Xianyuan Emperor, his ancestor, Qin Zheng's emotions were special. These ancestors who fought against the gods and sacrificed their lives for the sake of the living were also increasingly admired by him. That was why Qin Zheng had reason to suspect that these hidden professions might be their last contribution to humanity. After all, this was the contribution they continued to make after their deaths, after being punished away by those so-called deities, reduced to monstrous aliens, and trapped in the copies forever, yet still through them, to the players on the Blue Star, or to the living human race. But if that was really the case, then why would the deities allow them to cheat like this? One could only say that what Qin Zheng currently knew was still too burned out, but, no matter what, Qin Zheng's heart was becoming more and more disdainful towards those deities. Putting all the loot away, everyone came out of the copy together. Qin Zheng almost went straight to South Gothic City after saying hello. Over here, the new policy that he, the new city lord, had come to power and enacted should have caused some effects. Sure enough, when Qin Zheng returned to South Gotham City, Emochingi came over to report on the situation. City lord, between morning and now, there are quite a few people from the Chamber of Commerce side who have come to see me, but none of them are listed out. All of them are against the new policy. The reaction of those rich merchants and big families was actually expected by Qin Zheng and Emochingi. It was just a matter of seeing how strong their resistance could be. Would they be resolute in their opposition and not hesitate to fish out of water, or would they concede? You continue to apply pressure to see if those who are willing to defect to us will stay. Qin Zheng said in a deep voice, I don't want to play any more power tactics with them. There isn't that much time. If they are really that resolute, then we might as well just move the knife. At this point, Qin Zheng, who had already transformed into an overlord, was indeed different in his attitude. Daring to fight. Even more daring to fight. What was a hegemon? A hegemon, of course, had to be overbearing. Therefore, Qin Zheng's style of behavior now also had a bit more of the domineering aura of a hegemon. As soon as he came back, he decided to make his move. On another note, there were just over 2 months left before the game invasion. Before the game invasion, Qin Zheng still had to make a profit, right? With Qin Zheng's statement as the city lord, Mo-Chingyi's job was easy. Thus, she immediately led the city guards and began to directly forcefully collect from those traders who were not willing to cooperate with the new policy and pay taxes, as well as those merchant families. If they weren't willing to give, then they would just seize them. Let's see who's tougher. But as a result, South Gotham City's commerce became somewhat turbulent. Some of the stores were forcibly closed. Even Li Shuelua, who had come to look for Qin Zheng, inquired, "If you're like this, would it be too much? Excessive?" He. Qin Zheng said in a cold voice, "I don't want to go overboard either. I've already sent Mo-Chingyi to talk to them, but what's the result? These people make money in South Gotham City, and their profits for a year are at least 500% or more. Just letting them take out 30% of that and hand it over to the city lord's mansion, is that still condescending to them? Anyway, there's no worry about the traders, can't fight to get your sister to come." "You haven't talked to my sister yet, right?" Li Shuelua asked. "It's fine, you go and talk about the same. I'll just focus on drawing my sword now, and then wait here to see what kind of mess those traders can make." Qin Zheng laughed. "What's that saying? Anything I didn't sign is nothing more than a scrap of paper. The stores they signed with former city lord Dong Liqing, as well as the spirit jade mines, gold mines, and silver mines, I can totally take them back. When the time comes, the big deal will be whose fist is bigger." It could be seen that Qin Zheng was being ruthless. "I'll go, if you succeed in doing this, then you'll be able to make at least $1 billion from this wave, right? Recycling all the minerals and contracting them out again, that's another huge amount of income." Li Shuelua smiled and said, "Tisk, on making money, it has to be you. But I'm afraid that if you make a mess like this, you're going to offend a lot of NOCs." "Not afraid, as long as the Holy Dragon Emperor's side doesn't find me in trouble. And what Prime Minister Zhang Wanzai said to me in the first place was that no matter what means I use, as long as I can pay the full number to the court every month, the court will not official anything." Qin Zheng grinned. "To put it bluntly, it would still be my word. Otherwise, what kind of a party of vassals would that be? By the way, there is another sect in the northern suburb of South Gotham City, 130 miles away. This phaseless sect also occupies a few mines, won't you consider it?" Li Shuelua had indeed come to Qin Zheng for a reason as well. "If you have something to say, just say it." Qin Zheng knew that she was beating around the bush. It was better to be direct then. "Here's the money from the loot sold and the copies, it all goes to you, and with the 40 million from my sister and Zhao Fei, it's 50 million in total. I've exchanged it for 500,000 spirit jades for you to carry around. I'm smart, right?" Li Shuelua was still circling around, inviting a wave of credit first. Only after seeing Qin Zheng happy did she continue. "To tell you the truth, I have my eyes on the phaseless sect's territory, so I want to ask you, the city lord, to help me out, so that the phaseless sect will vacate its position. You are the city lord, so you should be able to do it, right? You want the phaseless sect's territory to establish a sect? Is it Yenro Group that wants it, or is it Shijing University?" Qin Zheng knew that Li Shuelua should not be able to establish another in-game power on her own. This was because she already had 2 ready-made guilds that she could inherit. Shijing University. Li Shuelua laughed. "I won't hide it from you. If this matter gets done, I will immediately become the vice president of the Shijing Academy Guild and gain the power of daily management, becoming the number 2 real power. Meaning, in the future, the Shijing Academy will be equivalent to being your. Then you'll have to add money here, right?" Qin Zheng suddenly turned his words around. Li Shuelua almost let him won't. How to talk about money above chatting? "Yes, anyway, this is the school out of money, but I tell you the school's guild funds, only 1 billion, which is still above the allocation of the special funds, cannot all spend." Li Shuelua directly showed her cards to Qin Zheng. "The clan territory, plus the 2 mines there, how much in total? You name the price." 500 million. Qin Zheng immediately understood what Li Shuelua meant. This was an opportunity for wool gathering. But Qin Zheng didn't ask for a sky-high price, he just asked for a slightly higher price of about 100 million. "Yes, but what are you going to do about it?" Li Shuelua inquired. At this time, Mo-Chingyi walked in. Seeing Li Shuelua there, she wanted to speak. "It's fine, say it." Qin Zheng signaled Mo-Chingyi to say what she had to say. Mo-Chingyi then said, "City Lord, over the past 2 days, more than half of those merchants have been willing to cooperate with the taxes set by the City Lord's mansion. However, there are still some chambers of commerce that are more stubborn, so it seems like we have to take further action." "Got it. You can step back." Qin Zheng waved his hand before a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Mo-Chingyi froze slightly and added, "City Lord, we can't just do nothing. If we can't take down all those traders, especially the 4 major families in the 4 outer cities of the southeast, northwest and north, what about this month's tax revenue?" Seeing that Mo-Chingyi was in such a hurry, and that she had indeed worked diligently for herself since she came to South Gotham City, Qin Zheng thought for a moment before speaking. "I am, tonight, planning to go straight up to the phaseless sect, to exterminate them." The moment these words came out, Mo-Chingyi and Li Shuelua were both taken aback. "Good fellow. Not worthy of being you. Emotionally, this is your action? What, are you going to object?" But you also just said that we must continue to take action to knock the mountain down. Those merchant clans, they shouldn't be as powerful as a clan, right? Qin Zheng smiled coldly. The slave girl didn't hear anything. City Lord, Qingyi is leaving. Qingyi sniffed and hurriedly stated that she had just gone deaf and had not heard Qin Zheng's words. Too ruthless. To destroy a sect without moving? Although the phaseless sect was not a large sect, or else it would not be situated in a level 30 to level 40 map. However, it was a clan after all. There was also a heavenly vault realm in attendance. The key, the sect was still protected by the dynasty. Could it be casually destroyed just by saying so? Wait. You go and make arrangements right now to spread some rumor news, saying that this city lord intends to let the phaseless sect leave South Gotham City and hand over the sect territory and Spirit Jade Mine, and as a result, they have refused to agree to it. Qin Zheng waved his hand. Qingyi nodded and left. You told her directly like this. It seems like you already trust this Qingyi. Ah. Li Shuelua laughed. Otherwise, you are supposed to keep this kind of thing a secret. Aren't you afraid that she's actually an undercover agent sent back by some in-game forces? I did it on purpose. If this matter spreads out and she dares to testify, then I will dare to kill her. In the end, this is also considered a test for her. If she really is a time bomb, then it would be better to just let her blow up from the start. Qin Zheng was obviously thinking longer term than Li Shuelua. $500 million. Qin Zheng himself was lamenting. This was strength, bringing benefits. Thinking about it, when Li Shuelua came to him, she still needed $20 million to buy him for a year. And Qin Zheng? With this $20 million, he only wanted to make one cut. But what about now? The current Qin Zheng was still at the first level, but he had, already, sat in a position that billions of players across Blue Star had failed to reach. Becoming a city lord. Become a lord of a party. Moreover, a single business order could now reach $500 million. Then only. I'm sorry for the no-phase sect. Anyway, everyone was originally from different worlds. Qin Zheng did not believe that when the game invaded Blue Star in the future, these guys would be the good guys. From what Qin Zheng had learned so far, the human race in the game was also waiting for that opportunity to ruthlessly exploit from the Blue Star human race. Existences like the Ink Lotus sect did not know what even more vicious plans were waiting to deal with the Blue Star human race. Then, Qin Zheng did not have to be soft. Kill. Late at night, in the northern outskirts of the silent southern Gothic city, in this place of abundant spiritual chi, in the watery night, a black-robed man with his feet on an immortal treasure noiselessly scratched across the void. Qin Zheng stopped above the phaseless sect. In the next moment, the killings belonging to Qin Zheng began. One slash at a time. Although the phaseless sect was not a large sect, it was still medium, and there were still people in charge of vigilance at night. However, in front of Qin Zheng, all of these people were second-rate goods. Soon, corpses were strewn all over the sect. Qin Zheng took advantage of the night to kill from one cave to another, and during that time, he also ran into a guy with a bald, fat head, and a bed couch that should actually have a dozen or so white young girls' bodies on it. Humph. What no-phase sect, what God and Buddha's apostle, it turns out that there is also a secret spring. It seems that it is just a place that hides dirt and grime. Qin Zheng had a disdainful look on his face. He drew his sword and slashed. Killing and killing, I don't know how many of me were killed. Anyway, Qin Zheng just felt that the speed of his sword was getting faster and faster. However, so far, he had not used any skills. Those moves, for sure, should be kept. He had already killed so many people, and the no-phase sect must have realized it as well. When Qin Zheng left this cave, he saw the entire main hall of the phaseless sect light up, and some of the remaining disciples, about 200 to 300 more, rushed over to the main hall. Then, a voice came from within the main hall. Elder Ancestor Wuxiang, someone is forcibly killing your disciples. Please Elder Ancestor Wuxiang show up and repel the demons. Disciples, welcome the old ancestor to show up and kill the demon to avenge the sect. The remaining disciples of the phaseless sect all shouted together as well. Who dares to kill my phaseless sect's disciples, actually disregarding my phaseless in their eyes? A terrifying voice rang out. Then, there was actually a burst of immortal music accompanied by a man wearing a gorgeous robe with a bald head, yet looking like an 18-year-old teenager, a buxom man, who appeared within the main hall. His side, on the other hand, is 8 women built into a meat stool, and then 2 women help him pinch his left leg, 2 women pinch his right leg, and there are 2 more women on his head, boldly dressed, supporting him together. No matter how one looked at it, this should not be a strong person who had started a sect and a Buddhist sect. However, Qin Zheng, separated by a long distance, could feel the full force of the aura on that person's body at this moment, a might that was completely that of a heavenly vault realm powerhouse, only oppressive. Old ancestor, that evil devil, disciples still don't know the way to come, but there are already more than 1,000 disciples under the door, all of them have been killed by him. Another person with a fat head and a very flashy robe, even carrying a large string of spiritual jade Buddha beads on his body came out and reported to Wu Xiang. Rubbish, where in this South Gothic city is there such a powerful character, but just killing some disciples? Is it possible that this presiding officer of the Sun and Moon realm doesn't even dare to go and meet the battle? For any small matter, you want this seat to step in, don't you? Wuxian was furious. The presiding officer quickly kneeled and said, "The old ancestor does not know the division. Division brother has not arrived so far. I am afraid that it has also been poisoned. Moreover, this night, the master brother also knight imperial 18 women, his strength is already far above the disciple, but also carries so many yuan in, but is still not that person's opponent. The disciple really does not have any certainty. Really fake, that kid can already knight imperial 18. Damn it, you killed the genius of my Wuxiang sect. No matter who you are, this seat will be immortal with you, have the guts you come out." Wuxian roared angrily as he flew out of the main hall alone. Then, his body, expanding rapidly, actually transformed into 100 meters tall, the whole resembling a solemn Dharma phase. What kind of strange gong method is this? When Qin Zheng saw this, he was also secretly shocked. It was unthinkable that this old fellow of the phaseless sect was actually so terrifying. It was by no means an ordinary heavenly vault realm. However, in Qin Zheng's eyes, it was just the heavenly vault realm. Otherwise, try slashing him first? Boom! Almost instantly, the blade awning shot up into the sky. Qin Zheng did not utilize the Overlord's extinction, but instead used the skill on the Zhongsheng blood. Silence of the world. Hence, the blade on was able to blossom into a beam of ultra-long distance light, chopping straight towards the 100-meter phaseless body. Not good, old ancestor beware. Presiding was startled by the momentum of Qin Zheng's slash. With a blade like this, the aura of the blade had chopped out several thousand meters, right? It was too strong. A blade that could chop out so far was definitely a bull and a strong person. Therefore, the host was very worried. However, Wuxian was clearly not an ordinary heavenly vault realm, and he definitely had quite a few treasures in his hands, only to see him pull out a magic treasure and immediately release it. Thud! The sound of twilight drums and morning bells rang out. Along with that, the treasure transformed into 9 dragons, roaring and entwining with each other, and quickly surrounded Wuxian's main body to protect it. This is definitely right, it's definitely that treasure, the very best immortal treasure. Human Emperor Bell. Clang! As soon as the presiding officer's words fell, a huge bell sound resounded through the heavens and earth. And that huge shield made up of 9 dragons actually in that instant shattered. My human Emperor Bell. Phaseless was shocked. It was because he saw that the extreme immortal treasure human emperor clock in his hand had actually burst into 2 halves. What kind of strength was this? Even an extreme immortal treasure like the human emperor clock could be hacked apart with a single slash? At this time, no phase can not have the heart to weigh the human emperor clock's broken let him lose how much. Right now, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Because his body had expanded, the beads of sweat were also frighteningly large, each drop was like a bottle of water. You actually ate one of my slashes and still haven't died? Qin Zheng's voice rang out. In the next moment, the 2 eyes that were only revealed by his Nightwalker suit locked up with the eyes of Wuxia. Your Excellency has good tactics. I do not know what grudge I, the Phaseless sect, have against you that you want to drive us to extinction? Phaseless asked. Qin Zheng smiled at his words. The Zhongsheng blood in his hand pointed straight at the Phaseless. Do I need a reason to kill you all? Surely you don't have a second immortal treasure like this? Qin Zheng acted confidently. It was impossible to have a second immortal treasure like this. After all, his attack power was comparable to that of a god. To be able to resist a strike from a deity, this immortal treasure was too powerful. If there were 2 pieces, then how could this Wuxian still be cowering in a place like South Gothic City, being the ancestor of a medium sect? Or the kind that turtles up all year round, only enjoying sect offerings and indulging in beauty? What's the sect of the undifferentiated? This is clearly under the banner of monks, specializing in filthy deeds. It's useless to keep such a sect. Qin Zheng had only just transferred. Hegemon. This overlord's desperate stance had yet to be used. What's more, he also had immortal treasures that he had yet to use. However, the immortal treasure of the unfazed had already shattered at this point. That immortal treasure was called the Human Emperor Bell. If it is true that this is the original name of the immortal treasure, then what makes him phaseless have it? The Human Emperor Clock, could it be related to Emperor Xian Yuan and the others? There is really this possibility. After all, Emperor Xian Yuan and the others, they were punished by the gods, their flesh was turned strange, and their wills were imprisoned within the copy, then those heavy treasures of the ancient race might have been taken away by the gods as well. Now, the Human Emperor Clock appeared here. Could it be that this no phase still has something to do with the deities dealing with the ancient race? If that was the case, then Phaseless must die. The Phaseless sect, too, must be destroyed. Now Qin Zheng, there were 2 more moves. Hegemonic extinction. The god-slaying flying dagger. It was completely enough for him to kill this Wuxia. In the next moment, the blade aura in Qin Zheng's hand flashed once more, and an overlord's aura flowed from his entire body. An overlord with a heavenly aura. One that goes forward without bounds. In the heavens and on the earth, I am the only one. This is what a hegemon is. Desperate chop. Qin Zheng shouted. This aura is. Phaseless was greatly surprised. What he was surprised by was the kind of aura that Qin Zheng, at this moment, was displaying throughout his entire being. It was as if a king was on top of the world. It was a stern and pouring, invincible overlord's aura. Hegemons were ruthless. The blade rose up to the sky and fell from mid-air. At the same time, there was Qin Zheng's loud voice, "You can all go to hell." Boom! A blade fell. The entire main hall exploded. The whistling blade engulfed everything. Ah! Phaseless was roaring. Even though he had tried his best to use his feats to protect himself, that protective shield was like papier-mâché in the midst of Qin Zheng's saber awnings, and it instantly shattered. He was not the only one. The entire main hall, all the surviving personnel of the no-phase sect, all died out. In the sky, there was a dead silence. Only Qin Zheng, simmering above the void. He waited for a full 3 minutes. Only after determining that these people were all dead, did Qin Zheng come before the main hall. This main hall had already been flattened by his sword. If it was rebuilt, it was estimated that it would require some funding. But that was someone else's business. Qin Zheng did not care. He was here to collect the spoils of war. A sect like the Phaseless sect must have quite a lot of oil and water. Qin Zheng saw the wuxiang lying quietly on the ground. At this moment, his flesh and blood had already deflated, and there were multiple wounds on his body that had been cut out by the saber manacles, which was miserable. But Qin Zheng's gaze landed on top of the human emperor clock beside him that had already shattered into 2 halves. A palm-sized immortal treasure. However, after releasing it, it was able to withstand more than 70 million attacks of his own, striking out plus 180% damage. That was definitely a strike that belonged to a deity, and it was all blocked. Good stuff. It's just that it's already broken. It was unknown if it could still be repaired. Qin Zheng also put it away. Then, all the money at the scene, Qin Zheng pulled out inside his storage bag. As for the other equipment, Qin Zheng had already sent a message for Li Shuerhua to come over. It was still up to her to deal with these things. Whether it was collecting these equipment as well as items, or getting rid of all these black goods, Li Shuerhua's help would enable Qin Zheng to save a lot of things. He had been delayed a bit too much recently. Therefore, he would not be handling these matters, and having the time to pick up these equipment and materials that he could not use, he might as well draw his sword more often. Unexpectedly, these people from the Phaseless sect did not have a lot of oil in their hands. Qin Zheng had been busy for a night, and the amount of spirit jades that actually came to his hands was only about 200,000, although it was about 2 billion, but this was the entire Phaseless sect. However, there were still many magic weapons, magic treasures, and equipment on the scene. There were also quite a few materials for some faces. Among them, there were also a lot of blood-boosting elixirs that were very useful and could also be used during PK, and these Qin Zheng had also kept some of them. A group of blood concentration pills, 9,999 of them. A group of Reiki scatter, 9,999 pieces. Divine Beast Elixir. This Qin Zheng also kept a group of these. A Divine Beast pill would allow a pet to gain quite a lot of experience value, as if 1,000 of them would be able to feed a pet to full level. Currently, Qin Zheng hadn't bothered to get a spirit beast. It wasn't that he didn't want to get them, it was just that if he was going to get this thing, then he would definitely get the best. He wasn't going to settle for less. Previously, Qin Zheng did not have the capital. Now, his capital was already completely sufficient. Other than that, the spirit jade that Qin Zheng had at his disposal right now alone amounted to several 100,000. The city lord's mansions, plus what he had recently earned. It was several billions. Roughly, it was worth around $6 billion. What kind of pet could not be bought? Soon, Li Shuerhua arrived. She began to pick up those equipments, looking for them, and many women's naked bodies appeared. These women, so many of them have already sunk into idiocy, and many of them have already been played with to the point that their essence is completely gone, and it seems that only empty shells are left. Even more abominable was that in the back of Phaseless Sect's mountain, there was actually a prison cell. In that prison, there were actually all young girls who were only 11 or 12 years old. Obviously, they were being held captive here by those guys from the wuxiang sect. These young girls, there were thousands of them. Beasts, simply a bunch of beasts. Li Shuerhua could not help but curse angrily before asking Qin Zheng, "These young girls, you take them away. Don't look at me like that, I'm not a saintly mother, and anyway, don't you want to train your own people as well? The way you look at them, it's obvious that they haven't been brainwashed yet, and since you saved them, they will definitely be grateful to you." Qin Zheng felt that there was some truth to it. It was that these girls were all too young. Did he still have to spend between to cultivate them? Wouldn't it be just right for you to reveal the evil deeds of the Phaseless sect by saving them? That way you'll have enough reasons to exterminate the Phaseless sect. Li Shuerhua continued to persuade. "You're right, I can take them away." Qin Zheng nodded. These young girls were all still young. Moreover, they did not know how long they had been captured and imprisoned by the Phaseless sect. It was estimated that they had very little to do with the outside world. It was considered that their backgrounds were all clean. When the time came, it wouldn't be impossible to have Mo Qingyi arrange for them to be cultivated and become the city lord's houseguards in the future. The key was their existence, coupled with those women who had already been poisoned by the wuxia sect, which could indeed give Qin Zheng, the city lord of South Gothic City, a reason to step in and exterminate the wuxia sect. Qin Zheng decided to take the women away. When he returned to South Gotham City, Qin Zheng was followed by thousands of young girls. The more than 100 miles of road also allowed him to use the flying cloud mirror and transport them back and forth several times. Then, not caring that Mo Qingyi was asleep in the middle of the night, he called her up. These young girls, all of them were handed over to her for resettlement. Mo Qingyi was naturally at her disposal. Qin Zheng, on the other hand, returned to the novice village and went offline. He was very attentive to details. Although he was now mostly in South Gotham City, it would always give people a false impression that Qin Zheng, the famous battling blade character from the novice village, was still continuing to play this game. However, he still drew his sword every day and had not left the novice village, because every time he came online, he was directly in the novice village. However, now Qin Zheng's online time was a bit of a demon. One moment he was online and the next he was gone. Some people could even see Qin Zheng drawing his sword in the novice village in the middle of the night. Many newcomers were curious and would also go to the forum to post. The guy in the novice village who keeps drawing his sword, is there some special task? Posts such as these, as long as the forum still had them, then it meant that Qin Zheng was still in the novice village continuing to draw his sword. Naturally then, there wouldn't be any players that would associate Qin Zheng with another popular character that had recently appeared in the game, Knife Maniac. This was all about details. The next day, Qin Zheng came online early. Then, he pretended to draw his sword for an hour. Immediately afterward, right when no one was in the novice village square, he changed into his Nightwalker suit and flew away from the novice village. Soon, Qin Zheng appeared in South Gothic City. Mo Qingyi immediately came over to report, City Lord, the phaseless sect was exterminated last night. I know, didn't I tell you yesterday that I exterminated it? He's not even pretending anymore? Mo Qingyi was somewhat speechless. Then she heard Qin Zheng say again, don't worry, this Wuxiang sect is evil, taking young girls everywhere, and those 1,000 young girls last night, they were kept in captivity by them. In addition, there are many female corpses on the side of the Wuxiang sect, and all of these are evidence. If it was someone else I could care less, but now since I am the city lord of South Gotham City, such a sect will never be allowed to exist within my South Gotham City sphere of influence. Subordinate understands. Mo Qingyi's eyes lit up at his words. So it turned out that Qin Zheng had stopped pretending because he had exterminated the no-phase sect, and the division was famous. It was all right then. She let out a sigh of relief. This matter, even if it went to the court of the Holy Dragon Dynasty in the future, Qin Zheng was still removing harm from the people. This was also an act of chivalry. More so, it was something that he, a city lord, should do. Therefore, right now, even if Mo Qingyi knew about this matter, he did not have any psychological pressure. Mo Qingyi changed his words and said, City Lord, my subordinate has another piece of good news. Currently, the 4 major families of the 4 outer cities in the southeast, northwest, and north have changed their minds after hearing about the destruction of the phaseless sect, and they are willing to continue to cooperate with the city lord's mansion, and they are also willing to accept the taxes and the percentage of draws that the city lord will give. The effect of the might of the extermination of the sect had manifested itself so quickly? Qin Zheng was also happier, but he frowned and asked, there is still one left? It's the Lu family in the North City. The family head Lu Fufeng stated that the percentage that the city lord wants to extract is too high, and that the Lu family will not accept it. This point of Mo Qingyi was still quite good, judging from her expression, with such a dark face, it must be that the Lu family had said something else. However, she did not fan the flames to influence Qin Zheng's judgment. Instead, she told the situation and let Qin Zheng make his own rational judgment on what to do. But now, would Qin Zheng still be rational? There were less than 2 months left for the game to invade reality. There were only 50 days left. He still had more than 20 million times to draw his sword. Although the current Qin Zheng should be able to pull all those times in just 25 days, Qin Zheng was now the city lord of South Gothic City and a player identity. He had to conceal both, not to mention that he still had to leave himself some time. Spirit beasts haven't gone and gotten them yet. Moreover, before the game invaded reality, Qin Zheng still had to acquire some things. It might even be necessary to run the map. Anyway, the more time he left the better. He didn't want to waste it on another Lu clan. Everyone else was able to agree and submit to the city lord, but he, the Lu family, did not. This is a backstage, right? Qin Zheng sneered and inquired. Mo Qingyi said, I heard that the power behind the Lu family is the city lord of Illusory Sea City. Illusory Sea City. That was a level 50 main city. The location, which was roughly only about 1,000 miles away from South Gotham City. With such a distance, it would only take half an hour for a flying magic treasure to arrive. No wonder he's so hard, huh? Qin Zheng was happy, but the next moment the smile on his face tightened, and he said in a cold voice, it seems like this city lord is going to make a trip to the Lu family in person. Mo Qingyi. Subordinate is here. Mo Qingyi immediately agreed. You first bring 300 city guards to the North City and surround the Lu family before you do so. Qin Zheng said in a cold voice, since they, the Lu family, do not want decency themselves, then this city lord will help them be decent. My subordinate obeys. City Lord, those young girls from last night have already settled down, they are all very grateful to City Lord, and they all want to meet City Lord. Emochingi nodded his head, but then suddenly talked about those young girls. Qin Zheng said, let them enter the training of the City Keeper course, how much training funds are needed, all have the treasury out. This City Lord only has one request, in the future, every one of them, should be able to risk their lives for the sake of this City Lord. Subordinate. Understands. Emochingi sniffed, and there were a few more points of fear and awe in her eyes as she looked at Qin Zheng. She increasingly felt that the aura on this City Lord was even more domineering. Even the style of acting was like this. Thus, Emochingi immediately appeared in the northern city with 300 city guards, and it was very flashy along the way. The main city in the game usually has an inner city and an outer city. The inner city, without a doubt, this was the area under the direct control and jurisdiction of the City Lord's mansion. The 4 outer cities, on the other hand, are where the inner city is architected. Of course, it also belonged to the control of the City Lord's mansion. However, the scope of the 4 outer cities is also small. Along the streets are stores, especially now that players are getting more and more. It can be said that business is very busy, so the 4 outer cities in the southeast, northwest, and north, there will be an agent family of the City Lord's mansion, mainly in charge of the commercial operation of the various outer cities. That is, an agent relationship. However, with Qin Zheng as the new official, these families would definitely not be convinced by Qin Zheng as soon as he came up. Not to mention that Qin Zheng had fished too hard. So this was the core conflict. What's more, the Lu family of the northern city, there was also the figure of Illusory Sea City behind it. However, other city lords might fear the Illusory Sea City. But Qin Zheng, however, did not fear it in the slightest. Therefore, when Emochingi swaggered to North City with 300 city guards, the eyes of the other 3 great families also reported back. These 3 family heads immediately understood. This was the new city lord, who was going to make a move against the Lu family. It seemed that South Gotham City was about to put on a big show. Obviously, this was the City Lord's residence, making a move against the Lu family. In a battle of interests, this is how it is. In the end, it tends to come to this step. Only in the eyes of those traitors in South Gotham City, this step came too soon. How long has it been? It had been less than a week since the new City Lord took office. It's only been 4 days since he issued the new decree. Is this the time to start liquidating? Brother Wang, what do you think? What do you think, Brother Helian? I do think that the Lu family shouldn't fall so easily. At this moment, in the East City Wang family's territory, the East City Wang family, the West City Zhao family, and the South City Helian family of South Gotham City, the 3 heads of the 3 families gathered together and also expressed their opinions. These 3 families, being able to become agents of a main city, naturally had some backgrounds. However, their backgrounds were all sects. It wasn't that these families were all branches of power in the sects, but rather, they all had sons and daughters who had performed well in the sects and had extraordinary futures, so the families were able to grow rapidly. However, in the Holy Dragon Dynasty, the power of the clan can be far less than the court. Especially those, the city lords who were fully capable of becoming vassals. The power behind the Lu family in North City was a city lord. A level 50 main city was nearly twice as strong as South Gotham City. This was the Lu family's backbone. It was also the reason why, within the 4 great families, the Lu family was the only one that dared to come forward and openly oppose the city lord's office. Let's wait and see. I guess today, the forces behind the Lu family will also come forward. Without receiving orders from Illusory Sea City, would the Lu family dare to confront the City Lord's mansion head-on? I don't believe it anyway. Helian Win, the head of the Helian family stated, if after today, the Lu family is still standing in North City, then I think we can also try and all contact the forces behind it. Well, Brother Helian's words are exactly what I wanted to say as well. The Wang family's family head also immediately followed up with a statement. But if the City Lord's mansion wins, the Zhao family head's words were only half spoken. Because of the other half, there was no need to say at all. Everyone knew it in their hearts. If the Lu family didn't make it through, then they naturally wouldn't dare to mess around. In other words, the outcome of the City Lord's mansion and the Lu family today would still have a great impact on the future pattern of South Gothic City. At this moment, Qin Zheng exited the City Lord's mansion with the flying cloud mirror on his feet. In North City, the Lu family's residence. At the entrance, Lu Wanyan, the head of the Lu family, opened the door. Behind him, there were a full 500 armored soldiers. The Lu family was only a merchant. How did they dare to raise armored soldiers? Obviously, these armorers were not from the Lu family. Beside Lu Wanyan, there was another person standing, wearing a long robe, holding a fan in his hand, with a goatee, just like a cloudy look, but between his hands and feet, he was quite graceful. General Manager M.O., what do you mean by this? Lu Wanyan faced Emochingi and asked knowingly. Lu family master, I came by order of the city lord. I can't imagine that a small Lu family's mansion, but there is something else inside. The Lu family now, are daring to raise private soldiers? Emochingi was very good at grasping the point and immediately said angrily, Humph, who gave you this power? Merchants raising private soldiers. This is in the Sacred Dragon Dynasty, but it is a lantern in the toilet. Looking for death. Lu Wanyan immediately waved his hand and said, General Manager Mo, this cannot be said. These private soldiers are all my nephews. By the way, this is Feng Lin Chao, Mr. Feng. Chief Steward Mo still doesn't recognize him, right? He has the same position as Chief Steward Mo, but he is the Chief Steward of Illusory Sea City. Feng Lin Chao. The Chief Steward of Illusory Sea City had actually come to South Gotham City. They were both Chief Stewards, but this Feng Lin Chao belonged to Illusory Sea City, a level 50 main city. In the Heavenly Dao game, the Holy Dragon Dynasty occupied the eastern sacred continent, how the land was more than 100 million hectares. How wide and lush land. Naturally there are many cities and pools. According to the level of these cities and pools, the higher level cities and pools rule the lower level cities and pools. The 50th level main city is the biggest main city in the so-called novice area of every player's mouth. Therefore, Illusory Sea City was the capital of the Illusory Sea province of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Thus, Mo Chingy, the chief administrator of South Gotham City, was automatically shorter in status when he met the chief administrator of Illusory Sea City. Mo Chingy was silent. It was obvious that the Lu family had already made the worst possible plans. Right now, they were using their power to oppress people. Mo Chingy was silent, not because she had nothing more to say. Rather, there were some words that she could not say more. Nor could she speak indiscriminately. Otherwise, it would cause trouble for the city lord. But at this time, Qin Zheng's voice rang out. What is this Mr. Feng doing in our southern Gothic city if he is not serving your city lord in Illusory Sea City? Qin Zheng had come. Mo Chingy secretly let out a sigh of relief when he heard this, then brought 300 armorers to greet Qin Zheng. Your Excellency is the new city lord of South Gotham City, Blade Frenzy, right? I was ordered by the Illusory Sea City city lord to tell your Excellency something. Feng Lin Chao also finally spoke. Listening to his tone, it seemed as though he, the chief steward of Illusory Sea City, had a status that was on par with Qin Zheng, the city lord. Even within his words, he could not hide his proud demeanor. This was because Sea of Illusion City was a level 50 main city. South Gotham City was only a level 30 city. Seeing that Feng Lin Chao was going to continue to act like a bully, how could Qin Zheng give him a chance? Some words. Illusory Sea City's city lord let you bring words, you go to hell and talk to those ghosts. Qin Zheng pressed on not listening. In fact, without listening, he knew that there were definitely no good words. So, why listen then? In the next moment, the supreme heavenly eye opened, and that blade from the silent world directly chopped out. The blade's aura rose up to the sky, and in the next moment it was like the Milky Way pouring down. Boom! The entire sky above South Gotham City was like a starburst was lit up. Even if it was a clear sky, it could make people feel a bone-chilling coldness. This coldness came from a horrifying killing intent. You dare, I am a representative. Feng Lin Chao hurriedly opened his mouth, and while offering a magic treasure, he struck a shield to ward off this blade. However, Qin Zheng's attack power was clearly not something he could read. If he could see it, then he probably wouldn't have come to southern Gothic City today even if he had beaten him to death. Whoosh! A cold aura swept through. Directly, it pierced through Feng Lin Chao's body. His remaining half-sentence didn't make it out of his mouth. Even his body protection magic treasure was chopped to pieces on the spot. But Qin Zheng wasn't done with this blade. The blade whistled and swept towards the 500 armorers again. Qin Zheng was going to solve all the troubles with one slash. Ah! Miserable screams resounded continuously. Wherever the blade's awnings went, blood flew in the air. Splattered. Ah! Lu Wanyan, the head of the Lu family, obviously did not expect that the outcome would be like this. This newly appointed city lord of South Gotham City was actually so domineering. Moreover, his strength was unfathomable. Even though before, he had already killed the previous city lord Dong Liqing with a single slash, Dong Liqing had only stepped into the Heavenly Vault realm not long ago. This Mr. Feng Lin Chao, that was the middle stage of the Heavenly Vault realm. Qin Zheng slashed. There were corpses all over the place. At this moment, the Lu family's mansion could be described as a river of blood. 500 armored soldiers were killed in a single slash. Among them, there was also a Heavenly Vault realm's Feng Lin Chao. So, what was the strength of Qin Zheng, who made the sword? One could only say, terrifying. Blade Frenzy, you are too rampant. You actually dare to openly kill another city lord's staff and subordinates in the middle of the dynasty in broad daylight. The Illusory Sea City side will definitely not let you off. Lu Wanyan was terrified and roared. It could be seen that at this moment, the look on his face carried extreme panic. It was because the city lord had struck out his sword, and it was still a one-strike kill. Things completely made a big mess. It definitely couldn't be easily ended. So, no matter what, the Lu family's situation was definitely the worst. After all, how can a merchant family fight with the forces of the imperial lords? It's simply not in the same class. Lu Wanyan was very hard before, and even planned to fight hard with the city lord's mansion. But that was because Lu Wanyan thought that he had Mirage Sea City to back him up, and the city lord of South Gotham City would definitely not dare to make a move. As a result, misjudgment. Wrong, a huge blunder of a miscalculation. How could he not expect that this new city lord actually dared to openly flip and directly make a move? Then next, Lu family can still live? Lu Wanyan's face was ashen. Sure enough, Qin Zheng opened his mouth. Lu Wanyan, as well as the entire Lu family, openly rebelled against the city lord's government decree, attempted to disrupt the South Gotham City market, affecting South Gotham City and even the Sacred Dragon Dynasty's tax plan. In addition, Lu Wanyan colluded with forces outside of the city, brought privately raised soldiers and armor into the city, betraying South Gotham City. Therefore, today, this city lord is exercising his authority as the city lord to inflict capital punishment on the Lu family. Here it comes. The moment he opened his mouth, it was capital punishment. Blade madness, you cannot. You are so brutal, a word and then blood flow. Ah! Lu Wanyan screamed miserably. Then, dying, he was still cursing, because Qin Zheng simply did not give him any chance to beg for mercy. As for the scene, Qin Zheng did not avoid it in the slightest, and even did it right there on the street. Therefore, many NPCs and players saw it as well. Those NPCs immediately went back to report the news. Then, various families quickly sent people to express their desire to visit the city lord's mansion. Qin Zheng naturally let Mo Qingyi deal with them. On the other hand, the players on the side of South Gotham City were unapologetically eating and talking on the spot. This new city lord is handsome and cool enough, as well as domineering. That's right, killing directly at the drop of a hat, not even bothering to waste his saliva. 666 If he doesn't give Illusory Sea City face like this, do you guys think Illusory Sea City will send troops to attack South Gothic City? Dare? It seems like although the city lords of the Holy Dragon Dynasty are all vassals on one side, but the Emperor of the Holy Dragon Dynasty is powerful, and with the Holy Dragon Emperor around, do these vassals really dare to bring troops to conquer each other? Difficult. The Illusory Sea City Lord definitely wouldn't dare, but he'll probably report it, and if he has the Holy Dragon Emperor's holy decree, then he'll have no worries. But how do I feel that Elder Blade Frenzy is even more powerful than the Illusory Sea City Lord? That means that Illusory Sea City might have to suffer a boring loss this time? Who made him not treat the city lord of Southern Gothic City as a human being? Really, letting his maternal uncle's family come to South Gothic City to fish for oil is fine, but he actually dares to send soldiers over. Isn't that properly disgusting to Blade Frenzy Sr.? Right. That's why I think that Blade City Lord did a good job and deserves to be killed. Well, Qin Zheng could only say that this term of players was very much in line with his temperament and appetite. What's more, what the players said was basically the truth. Qin Zheng did make the first move. However, he held the upper hand. What's more, the tax was also for the Holy Dragon Dynasty. It would depend on what the court, in the end, planned to do. Will it help Fantasy Sea City, or will it help South Gothic City? Or perhaps, not help either side? Qin Zheng did not bother about this. Anyway, they were all from the Holy Dragon Dynasty, and Qin Zheng had killed the people of Illusory Sea City in his own city, so would your Illusory Sea City South Road still dare to send troops to attack the city? Even if he dared, Qin Zheng was not afraid. So, Qin Zheng contacted Li Shuelui and asked her to inform Li Shuiyan that she could start taking over some of the business in South Gothic City. For the vacancies left behind by the Lu family, Li Shuiyan arranged for a team to take over. In addition, the sects could all be moved over. Qin Zheng continued to let Mo Qingyi go and work with Li Shuelui to handle and hand over these matters, while he himself went to the novice village to continue drawing his sword. Blade by blade, the number of times he drew his sword continued to rise. In the past few days, Qin Zheng had also paid attention to the movements over at Illusory Sea City. As expected, as the players had said, Mirage Sea City had reported to the court requesting that Knife Frenzy be stripped of his position as city lord. The reasons were brutality and indiscriminate killing. Qin Zheng was delighted. This was the world of Heaven's Path, where the weak were the strongest. Would the imperial court really care about this? At this point, the attitude of the court was very important. What Qin Zheng was waiting for was for the court to state its position, so that he could further find out what the court in Zhang Wanzai's real attitude towards him was. However, a week had passed without any news. Could it be that the court is planning to deal with it coldly? But in that case, wouldn't that be a bad explanation for Fantasy Sea City? Impossible. A mature dynasty wouldn't act like this. Moreover, a person like Zhang Wanzai as the prime minister would not be so confused. So Qin Zheng continued to wait. At this time, there were only about 2 months left before the game officially invaded reality. Qin Zheng had also finally arrived at the 80 millionth draw. Another draw opportunity was obtained. Congratulations to the host, receiving the reward. Hegemony Pro Guard, Overlord Zone Guards, instant version. 1,000 people will be quickly trained into a qualified Overlord Zone Guard, and will not be perceived by any force. Not even the gods will be able to detect the origins of the Overlord Zone Guards. The hegemonic guards are divided into 3 orders. The first order of peak strength in the mountain and sea realm, normal probability of occurrence. The second order of peak strength in the sun and moon realm, probability of occurrence, 1 in 100. And the third order of peak strength in the heavenly vault realm, probability of occurrence, 1 in 1,000. All the hegemon's personal guards are loyal to the hegemon alone. All the equipment of the hegemon's personal guards go, all for the current realm of immortal full reinforcement, with the top quality magic treasure. If you want to upgrade, the host can only pay out of their own pockets. Overlord's personal guards? This time, the rewards left Qin Zheng stunned. The system really would come to life. Coincidentally, this reward came after Qin Zheng had transferred to hegemony. Moreover, it was still in Qin Zheng's hands that there were now 1,000 young girls that he had rescued from the no-phase sect. The emotion system was still intelligent plus humanized. With such an overlord's personal army, why worry about being invincible? This army of 1,000 people, I'm afraid it can withstand tens of thousands of people, right? More than that. If compared to the players, Qin Zheng's hegemony pro-guard should be in existence where each one of them was able to fight against 100. Although there were only 1,000 people. But, they were better than an army of 100,000 men. The key equipment was all ready for Qin Zheng, with fully reinforced immortal equipment, as well as top-grade magic treasures. Such a configuration was completely super extravagant for an army of the night. The Heaven's Path game. South Gotham City, in the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, the 1,000 women who had been rescued by Qin Zheng from the phaseless sect were lining up neatly. Soon, you will grow and will become stronger. However, amongst you, who will become the one in 1,000 will all depend on fate. Qin Zheng was holding the Overlord's personal guard token. This was bestowed by the system, and could make these 1,000 young girls instantly grow into 18-year-old wonderful women. It also endowed them with great power. Moreover, their existence and rise to power would not be noticed by anyone. Even Emochingi, who already knew of their existence, would not have any memories of them. As for the girls themselves, they would also forget everything and only remember to be loyal to Qin Zheng. It was like this in the game. In the future, when the game invaded reality, they would still be like this as well. Qin Zheng released the powerful seal on the token, and in the next moment, all of these young girls put on the hegemony red outfit, and their height changed to that of an 18-year-old, and they were all uniformly 1 meter and 75 feet tall. Moreover, there was also a delicate figure for each of them. The looks, on the other hand, were what they originally looked like when they grew up. As for the hegemonic red dress, all of them were the women's power suit version, and all of them were equipped with a long knife and a magic treasure. And at this moment, Qin Zheng's gaze fell on 11 of the women. Then Qin Zheng said in a loud voice, according to the realm, the mountain and sea realm are all hegemonic pro-guards, the 10 sun and moon realms are hegemonic blade guards, each commanding 80 hegemonic pro-guards, and the heavenly vault realm is the hegemonic blade attendant, commanding 200 hegemonic pro-guards, and at the same time restraining the 10 hegemonic blade guards. You all, do you understand? Blade Master, we understand. The voices of these women were resounding. But a few moments ago, they were clearly still 12-year-old girls, not yet free of their childishness. Now it was one by one, all of them were standing tall. Very well, bastard sword servant, what is your name? Qin Zheng's gaze landed on the woman who was the most fortunate out of the 1,000 and had been chosen that 1 out of 1,000 to become a heavenly vault realm. Blade Master, the servant girl is called Hongyan Snow. The woman spoke. Red-faced Snow? Good name. Qin Zheng asked, then can you tell me why you are in the heavenly vault realm? The servant girl does not know. Red-faced Snow seemed to have, indeed, forgotten a lot of things. Could it be that she had even forgotten her birth? However, the 1 in 1,000 red-faced Snow, no matter the appearance or temperament, it was clear that it was quite extraordinary. It seems that it is not without origin. But the red-faced Snow themselves have forgotten their origins. Qin Zheng can't guess her origins even more. Therefore, for the time being, he could only refrain from digging deeper. In addition to Ri and Shui, Qin Zheng also noticed that the 10 sun and moon realms were all different in appearance but were all white and beautiful. If Hong Yin Shui could score 98 points, then they could score 90 points without any pressure. This also proved that those evil monks of the no-phase sect did have a very poisonous vision. Qin Zheng asked, what about your names? Please give us your names, Swordmaster. The 10 people responded in unison. It seemed that they had even forgotten their names. This was difficult for Qin Zheng. Ruyan Shui, what do you suggest? Qin Zheng planned to be a shirker again. He handed the conundrum over to Red-Faced Snow. Blade Master, they are all blade guards, how about just blade 1 to blade 10, what do you think? Ruyan Shui seemed to be even more wasted in taking names. However, her proposal was interesting. These 10 people, let's go from 1 to 10 and name them after knives. Good, then for the time being, we'll do as you say. Qin Zheng was also very casual. It just so happened that it was also convenient for Qin Zheng to remember them, and even arranged their team's serial numbers according to their names. In the future, you will live in this city lord's mansion. You do not need to care about anything else, as long as you escort the city lord's mansion safely. Qin Zheng commanded. Then, Hong Yin Shui began to arrange for them to take turns on duty. Qin Zheng went offline to take a nap, and when he went on the game the next day, he clearly felt that Emochingi was shocked. The hegemony pro-guard, you've already met them? Qin Zheng naturally knew what she was shocked about. What was shocking was the strength of the city lord's palace's 1,000 people. City lord, they Mo Qingyi wanted to speak. From now on, they will all be my personal guards. Qin Zheng saw what she wanted to ask. I see. Mo Qingyi's eyes were like clear mirrors. No wonder the city lord dared to not give Illusory Sea City the slightest bit of face, so it turned out that he had left his cards up. Not only was the city lord strong, but he also had such a strong private army hidden under his hand. This kind of combat power, Mirage Sea City can't be compared to that's why he was emboldened. By the way, I asked you to send someone to keep an eye on the side of Illusory Sea City. Have they made any movements in the last few days? Qin Zheng asked. Mo Qingyi replied, no, but I heard that the court has sent the Prime Minister to Illusory Sea City. Prime Minister? Zhang Wanzai? Qin Zheng was stunned in his heart. Zhang Wanzai had come? However, he was actually going to Illusory Sea City. Why wasn't he coming to South Gothic City? It was a bit off. South Gotham City was the place where this matter had occurred, and if Zhang Wanzai had come because of the conflict between Qin Zheng and the Illusory Sea City Lord, then he should have come to South Gothic City first. Continue to keep an eye on. By the way, the old site of the Phaseless sect has been changed into the Shijing sect, and the reconstruction has been completed in just a few days, so turn around and make arrangements, and say that this city lord intends to cooperate with them. Qin Zheng suddenly wanted to give it a try. If NPCs in the game were allowed to study and live in the player's sex, what kind of reaction would it end up generating? If you think of it, then give it a try. Anyway, the Hegemony Pro-Guard possessed 1,000 people, and a mere city lord's mansion, which was usually guarded by 100 people, would be completely sufficient. So, it would be better to let them go and learn and experience a bit. There was no fear of them being able to fly anyway, and they couldn't fly. To Qin Zheng, they were 100% loyal. Qin Zheng's idea was to rotate them to utilize the Shijing Academy's sect for their training, and also utilize the Shijing Academy's library of feats, so that they could learn some more practical feats. This matter, Qin Zheng left it to Mo Qingyi. He himself, on the other hand, continued to go and draw his sword. Of course, at the same time, he was also waiting for the results of Zhang Wanzai's visit to Illusory Sea City. As the time for the game invasion drew nearer and nearer, Qin Zheng could feel that both those characters in the game world, as well as the people on the blue planet, were speeding up their pace cloth. Even Qin Zheng was doing the same. His current number of draws was running towards 90 million times. 10 days later, the game invasion countdown came to 10 days left in a month. Qin Zheng's number of sword draws came to 89 million. It was just a day or so away from 90 million times. And at this time, Qin Zheng heard news from the side of Illusory Sea City. It was said that Prime Minister Zhang Wanzai had brought 10 death row inmates to descend on Illusory Sea City that day, and those 10 death row inmates had actually publicly explained that the most weeks they had committed were all instructed by the Illusory Sea City City Lord. So, Zhang Wanzai went to Illusory Sea City to ask for punishment. Previously, Qin Zheng was worried that Zhang Wanzai had actually gone to Illusory Sea City first, and whether this would be unfavorable to him. Right now, Qin Zheng's attack power was close to 90 million. To be honest, there was currently no existence in the game that Qin Zheng had placed in his eyes. Those deities, Qin Zheng had not come into contact with either. However, as far as those NPCs in the game were concerned, Qin Zheng still had characters that felt dangerous. Zhang Wanzai. He was able to take a glance and see that Qin Zheng was a player. Other NPCs, even those in the Heavenly Vault realm, could not know Qin Zheng's identity. Therefore, Zhang Wanzai was definitely not an ordinary Heavenly Vault realm. This Prime Minister of the Holy Dragon Dynasty was something that Qin Zheng could not help but be afraid of. However, he did not expect that Zhang Wanzai's visit to Illusory Sea City would deliver such news. He had captured the Illusory Sea City's city lord. It was said that at that time, it was quite a big deal. But in the end, Zhang Wanzai suppressed the Illusory Sea City lord with a single palm. Qin Zheng, who had learned of the news, immediately rushed from the novice village to South Gothic City. As expected, Zhang Wanzai did not take long to come over to South Gothic City as well. He had come in a flying boat. That was also a flying immortal treasure, known as the Empty Market Mirage. When fully unfolded in the sky, this immortal treasure would turn into a pavilion in the air. Therefore, when this flying immortal treasure arrived in the sky above southern Gothic City, it was like a huge thing. Above the immortal treasure, there was also a black armored soldier in black. Zhang Wanzai descended from the immortal treasure to the city lord's mansion, and he stood in an immortal style, standing with his arms folded, overlooking the entire southern Gothic City. Prime Minister Qin Zheng had come. You've come? Well done, the city lord's mansion was repaired so quickly. Also, the commerce of South Gothic City has been restored, so it seems that you have definitely accomplished the tasks given to you by the court. When Zhang Wanzai heard Qin Zheng's voice, he immediately turned around, a smile appearing on his face. 500,000 spirit jades a month. Please rest assured, Prime Minister, South Gotham City can afford it. Qin Zheng was, now, in a position to give his assurance. After all, this time, Zhang Wanzai could be said to have come to give him a favor. You see, the Illusory Sea City Lord had a grudge against you, and he sued you for committing crimes below and killing his subordinates and private soldiers. But in the end, I came, and the person who is now wanted by the Black Armor Army is him. Zhang Wanzai continued to smile and asked, how was it? When I asked you to take over as the South Gotham City Lord Do, I didn't lie to you about what I said, right? What did Zhang Wanzai say at that time? He said that as long as Qin Zheng was able to fulfill the targets set by the court every month, he, Zhang Wanzai, would cover everything else. And now, Zhang Wanzai had indeed done so. You indeed did not lie to me. Qin Zheng nodded his head. It was just that he still did not quite understand. It was because what Zhang Wanzai had done was somewhat criminal. If he was only optimistic about Qin Zheng because he was able to guarantee the taxes of South Gothic City, could it be that there were no taxes in Mirage Sea City? There was no reason to guarantee a South Gothic City but mess up an illusory Sea City. When Zhang Wanzai saw Qin Zheng's reaction, he smiled and said, "You still don't quite believe me. However, I won't say anything more. Saying more is not as real as doing one thing. My name is Wanzai, so in my Zhang Wanzai's heart, it is definitely more than as superficial as a tax of 500,000 spirit jades. Then what is the Prime Minister for?" Qin Zheng seized the conversation and pursued. "For what?" Zhang Wanzai sniffed and turned around again, but this time, his gaze was looking above the firmament, not the curling earth. "For what?" Zhang Wanzai was murmuring, and then guffawed, with a bit of spontaneity, and turned to Qin Zheng, pointing his finger at the sky. "Perhaps, it is for the sake of making the sky no longer high above, for the sake of letting you, me, and all of them, the mortals, no longer be like fish, meat, and ruminants. And, for the sake of this smoldering earth, ideal and beautiful." Qin Zheng was stunned. Suddenly, Zhang Wanzai's image was majestic and lofty. However, the words he said were generous and impassioned. However, they were also too idealized. When speaking truthfully, in Qin Zheng's opinion, there was some suspicion of empty words. But first of all, this earth, is not peaceful on its own. The nations are conquering and killing each other. Soon, another massacre is coming. Oh, the people and popularity of this earth can't be unified, so what can we take against those representing Tian Dao? As Zhang Wanzai said this, he gazed at Qin Zheng and spoke, "Do a good job in Southern Gothic City. That private army is very good, and those tactics of yours are also good. I still say that, in South Gotham City you do it boldly, the courtside has me." The last two words "have me" were what Zhang Wanzai had transmitted to Qin Zheng when he ascended the empty city mirage. Zhang Wanzai's means. Qin Zheng always felt that he was very, very strong. So strong that it seemed that he should not be on this earth. Qin Zheng was still grasping the intent in those words of Zhang Wanzai. Let the sky no longer stand tall? The heavens were originally exalted and unchangeable, and this should be the intention here. Could it be that heaven refers to the gods? In addition, another massacre should be a reference to the game's imminent invasion of Blue Star. It seemed that the game invasion was probably even more bloody and brutal than what Qin Zheng and all the people of Blue Star had expected. This was part of Qin Zheng's interpretation of those words of Zhang Wanzai. However, he had not expected that although the game had not invaded yet, some changes had already begun to take place on Blue Star. Firstly, it was those technological missiles, and even nuclear bombs on Blue Star that had all lost their effectiveness almost overnight. This Blue Star was in an uproar. The next day, almost all the posts in the forums were all about this news. These artillery shells were the bottom card that Blue Star relied on, and even used to prepare as a counter to the invasion of the Heaven's Path game. But now, this bottom card was destroyed cleanly overnight. Then immediately afterward, earthquakes appeared everywhere above Blue Star at the same time. Huge canyons came out everywhere. It was an earthquake that shook out a huge, bottomless chasm. But strangely enough, such serious Blue Star-wide earthquakes were all in uninhabited called suburbs, and didn't cause many human casualties. However, soon some satellites sent back photos of the Blue Star, and once again stunned many people. Because from those satellite photos, the current Blue Star was like a huge broken ball with potholes everywhere. The point is, the satellite photos of the blue planet seemed to have swollen more than 100 times than before. And those potholes were created by earthquakes. Those pits. It was as if they were ready to be filled. On the forums, once again, the posts were overflowing. The game invasion countdown is still a little over a month away, but it seems to be starting now. Those mysterious pits that people can't even get close to, what secrets are inside? History should remember this day, because on this day, Blue Star began to change drastically. Indeed, the scene on the blue planet now was as if the end was coming. However, in fact, everyone pretty much knew it by heart. The current changes on the Blue Star were great, but it was also true that there were no disasters. Then it can only be understood that the huge changes on the Blue Star are a sign of the game invasion. Or rather, the process of the game invasion has already begun, and these huge changes can be seen as the advance work of the game invasion. Because, although there were earthquakes everywhere, they did not affect people's normal lives. This was most subtle. Other than that huge game, and those gods who dominated everything in the game, there should be no other power that could make Blue Star become what it is now. Therefore, the game server reached an unprecedented 10 billion players on this day. It was equal to the fact that even the little kids, they had all entered the game. It was possible to see that the number of people in the novice village was the largest, and even more bizarrely, Qin Zheng could also see that on the leveling map outside the novice village, there were many parents with their children practicing together. the game was going to invade reality. When the time came, everything that players gained in the game would become reality. So, the game was going to occupy the blue star. And the people on the blue planet were first to fully occupy the game. 10 billion players were online at the same time. Moreover, the game still has only one district service. From this, it could be seen that The Way of Heaven was truly a phenomenal game. With so many players online at the same time, there wouldn't be any bugs in terms of data, and it wasn't stuck at all. Of course, the game Heaven's Path also had its own diversion. That was the incomparably huge maps. Using these vast maps, all 10 billion players were dispersed. Of course, a number as large as 10 billion would have to be huge even if they were dispersed. Right now, Qin Zheng was the city lord of South Gothic City, and for South Gothic City to prosper, Qin Zheng knew that it could not be separated from the players. Therefore, Qin Zheng had utilized Li Shuiyan to begin the strategy of setting up a chamber of commerce of the game's NPC forces belonging to the players, in order to make South Gotham City a centralized place for the players to trade. Currently, it seemed that this strategy had already begun to move towards success. And with the huge changes in Blue Star, there were a large number of new players, still children and kids pouring into the game, nearly 2 billion in volume, and the game map orientation where South Gotham City was located was divided into tens of millions. They were all only at level 1. But after 10 days, they would be able to reach level 30. And, let's not forget, these children were accompanied by their parents and relatives. In this way, South Gotham City also had an unprecedented number of players. Business was even more prosperous. In addition, South Gotham City also had 2 clans founded by the players. This made the players even more happy to stay in South Gotham City. All of these phenomena looked like results that would be caused as a matter of course. However, Qin Zheng felt that something was not quite right. Because of the money of the Blue Star players, those forces in the game were chasing after them, and with such a phenomenon existing, it looked as if it would make the players on the Blue Star get more resources in the game. However, it seems that it is also creating a result. Players major cities began to be trapped. It always felt like something was wrong. However, Qin Zheng continued to draw his own sword every day. The 90 millionth time of drawing his sword was just around the corner. However, it was at this time that Qin Zheng, who happened to make a trip back to South Gotham City, suddenly saw a paper decree sent by Emoching, ordered that all cities and pools open up their land and houses for sale to adventurers. And, the price of houses purchased by adventurers must be cheaper by half. This is order from the Holy Dragon Emperor himself. City Lord, this kind of decree from the Holy Dragon Dynasty for all the city lords in the country has never come from the Prime Minister, but this time it was personally ordered by the Holy Dragon Emperor. We, too, must carry it out. Emoching expressed the suggestion, and then asked Qin Zheng, our South Gotham City, starting today, is it also oriented towards adventurers to open houses for residential sales? Wait, you just said. Qin Zheng asked, this decree is from the hand of the Holy Dragon Emperor, and it is also the first time that the Holy Dragon Emperor has issued a decree from the city lords across the country in the name of the Emperor, right? Yes, what did City Lord think of? Emoching asked. Nothing, you go and make the arrangements. Qin Zheng did not chat too much with Emoching. However, with his current status, he was able to know many insider secrets that the players did not know. For example, the point that Emoching had unintentionally revealed that the Holy Dragon Emperor had personally ordered this could be extended to many interpretations. Why, this time, was the national decree so unusual? It was reasonable to say that Zhang Wanzai, the Prime Minister, would continue to issue the decree, and it would be implemented just the same everywhere. There was no need for the Holy Dragon Emperor to worry about it. Unless, Zhang Wanzai, the Prime Minister, he objected to this. Then, the Holy Dragon Emperor crossed over to the Prime Minister and gave the order himself. What exactly is the Holy Dragon Emperor doing this for? Is it simply to utilize the houses in the cities to completely drain the pockets of the players in the last parade before the game invasion? Qin Zheng fell into deep thought. He felt sure that it was not so simple. If the Holy Dragon Emperor's intention was really so pure, just wanting to make money, then why would Zhang Wanzai bother to go below and oppose the Emperor? Could it be that? In Qin Zheng's heart, a bad feeling welled up. In his mind at this moment, he recalled those words of Zhang Wanzai's. For the sake of the living beings, not to be reduced to fish, meat and ruminants. It couldn't be that the human races on the Blue Star were also being treated as resources by the Sacred Dragon Dynasty and were trying to fight for them, right? Qin Zheng suddenly thought of a very frightening thing. The Sacred Dragon Dynasty, treating all the Blue Star people as fish and ruminants, was a resource now. That was why it sold houses to the Blue Star people. The purpose is that in the future, when the game invades Blue Star, the major cities and pools belonging to the Holy Dragon Dynasty will have quite a few Blue Star people in them. Then, what does he want such a large population for? Surely nothing is not a good thing, even. The Holy Dragon Emperor is surely unprofitable. Then what exactly does he want? Qin Zheng couldn't figure it out. He continued to work on drawing his sword. I'll get to 100 million draws earlier, and then I must make a trip to Holy Dragon City to see what kind of medicine the Holy Dragon Emperor is selling in this gourd. Qin Zheng made up his mind. The game invasion, there was still a month to go. At this time, it is again a huge change in the blue star, the sea changes overnight, and the game starts to sell houses again, using this to compete for the population. With Qin Zheng's experience in the game looking down, it always felt like there was some kind of conspiracy targeting the blue star people. So, he had to figure it out. The next day, Qin Zheng continued to draw his sword early in the morning. By noon, the number of times he had drawn his sword had finally reached 90 million. His attack power, over 90 million now. Counting the permanent bonus of the Overlord profession skill, it was currently nearly 100 million attack power. And the ninth draw also came. Congratulations to the host, he has won the reward of the Heavenly Jade. Back to Heaven Treasure Jade, a divine object from the divine realm. This item can be used to repair all items, and grants a new phrase, Heavenly Returning Power. Power of Heavenly Return. When an item is about to be damaged, it triggers an effect that returns it to its previous form, and is immune to all attacks for 10 seconds. Nice one! Ninth lucky draw, and this is the result? Qin Jade possesses the power to return to heaven. It can also repair an item. This item, which could be equipment, could naturally also be a magic treasure. And Qin Zheng happened to have gotten the Human Emperor clock before. The Human Emperor clock that had been split in half. Originally, this superb immortal treasure had already been dusted and become a waste product. But now there was hope. The Heavenly Jade, a sacred object of the divine realm. It's very valuable. Is it worth it to use it on the Human Emperor clock? Of course it's worth it. It's the Human Emperor's bell. Listening to the name, it's very overbearing. The key, it may also be related to Emperor Xian Yuan, or it may be owned by other ancient emperors. The Heaven Returning Jade was used to repair this, so it wasn't an insult. Qin Zheng immediately began to repair the Human Emperor clock. In the Tao of Heaven game, as long as one had enough mana to harness it, it was possible to equip as many magical treasures as one wished. Qin Zheng now had just one magic treasure, a flying magic treasure. So when this Human Emperor clock was repaired, he immediately sacrificed it. Then, the attributes of the Human Emperor clock were seen. Human Emperor clock, upgradable. Grade, 1. Quality, Divine Immortal Treasure. Word 1, 5 elements divine pattern. All 5 elemental attributes increased by 200. Article 2, 9 dragons divine pattern. Permanently increases attack power by 10% of life value. Word 3, 9 dragon body protection. When the Human Emperor clock is activated, the 9 dragon divine crest will transform into a 9 dragon true chi shield, which possesses 10 times the lifesteal of the user's current blood level. After the shield is broken, the Human Emperor bell will be damaged. Special phrase, Power of Return. When the Human Emperor bell is about to be damaged, the effect is triggered, returning to its previous form, and within 10 seconds, it is immune to all attacks. Tough. It's too strong. This Human Emperor clock is really worthy of the Heaven Returning Jade. Of course, it could be that the Heaven Returning Jade was so strong that it had brought the Human Emperor clock to such heights. Such an immortal treasure, its attributes were absolutely explosive. Don't forget, this was still only a level 1 attribute. With 3 words, it was one more than the War God Flying Dagger. This was also the first time that Qin Zheng had seen a magic treasure quality that was even stronger than an extreme immortal treasure. Divine grade immortal treasure. To be honest, the Human Emperor clock definitely deserved this number. Perhaps the only drawback was that this divine immortal treasure could completely only be used for defense, without any offensive capabilities. But it was already very good. At least Qin Zheng was very satisfied. Attack? He did not lack it. What he lacked now was life preservation. With the Human Emperor clock, it also allowed Qin Zheng's life value to break 10 million. A level 1 player's life value had broken 10 million. With an attack power of over 90 million, it was nearly 100 million. If this was spread out, it could definitely scare people to death. It was also just as well that Qin Zheng planned to make a trip to the capital of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. He needed means to save his life. Originally, he was relying on the Void Sky treasure clothes to save his life right now, and to be honest, that thing wasn't really very reliable, at least when faced with a Divine Spirit strike, it definitely wouldn't be able to save Qin Zheng's life. However, now Qin Zheng was not panicking. His blood count of tens of millions, coupled with the instantaneous damage reduction of up to 98% when the skills on the Void Sky treasure clothes were activated, made it safe for him to withstand a single attack from the deity. Then there was the Human Emperor clock. 9 Dragons Protector, the blood level of the shield broke 100 million. It took a deity to break it. But after breaking the Human Emperor clock shroud, there was still a power of return, leaving Qin Zheng in a state of immunity to all attacks for 10 seconds. Invincible, alright? Now, Qin Zheng could really say to everyone, I'm invincible, feel free to do as you please. After having the Human Emperor clock, Qin Zheng did not have any bragging rights. The more powerful one was, the more one had to keep a low profile. This was because Qin Zheng knew very well that there were too many deceptions in this world. Moreover, there was no one who would want others to be better and stronger than him. Not to mention that right now, Qin Zheng's system had not even been activated yet. He continued to draw his sword. Step by step, he moved towards 100 million sword draws. During this period, Qin Zheng would still waste an hour every day, going back to South Gotham City a few times to stabilize the plate over there. Because of the Holy Dragon Emperor's sudden move to sell houses to players, it made Qin Zheng guess that there might be changes in the future. He wasn't making a wild guess. What Li Shuiyan said made as much sense as anything else. On this day, Qin Zheng went back to work at Yen Ro Group to touch the fish. And Li Shuiyan, who had been busy for quite some time recently and had been advanced in her hidden profession, I heard, actually had the time to look for Qin Zheng to chat again. Qin Zheng, do you want to enter the Yen Ro Guild? The game invasion is getting closer and closer, and you should have read the reports about the changes that have occurred on the Blue Star recently, right? Li Shuiyan was also well-intentioned as she said further to Qin Zheng, it is now basically certain that those huge pits on the blue planet might be filled up by many cities in the game in the future. If that's the case, then it's possible that in the future, the cities we are in will be occupied by monsters from the game. So, when that time comes, players will have no choice but to flee to their clans, right? Qin Zheng frowned slightly. Although it was in a questioning tone, in reality, combined with the reality of selling houses in the game, Qin Zheng guessed that there was much more to it than what he had said. One could also buy a house in the city, I guess that would be safer as well. Li Shuiyan laughed. It seems that what you said before, that we should keep some of our real-life assets and technology, now seems a bit wrong. Oh. It turned out that she was waiting for Qin Zheng here. Li Shuiyan questioned Qin Zheng's previous suggestion to her, and Qin Zheng was not annoyed. He just said, the situation will change, so we also need to learn to adapt to the local conditions. I wouldn't dare to talk about the assets in reality, but technology is indeed always practical for human beings. It could be seen that Qin Zheng was still somewhat adamant about his own ideas. However, there was no point in arguing with Li Shuiyan about these things too much. Li Shuiyan also just chatted with Qin Zheng for a while, and after learning that Qin Zheng was still drawing his sword now, Li Shuiyan sighed with emotion, you're really a very persistent person. Qin Zheng expressed his gratitude and then continued to touch the fish. Although he was not short of money now, he was still the city lord of southern Gothic City, and Li Shuilua was going to work for Qin Zheng, but what Qin Zheng had promised Li Shuilua before, he would still continue to do. Protecting Li Shuiyan once, that was for sure. In the game, Qin Zheng was again repeating the drawing of his sword over and over again, but this time, there was someone who came looking for him who was a bit surprising to Qin Zheng. Chen White Robe. The robber who, at first, had been seconded by Qin Zheng's one draw of the sword. Something wrong with you? Qin Zheng asked. Chen White Robe nodded and said, well, there is a tricky mission that we have failed several times. That mission, it seems to be related to a demon god. I'm not sure if you can deal with it, but I have no choice, you're the strongest player I know of. Demon god? Qin Zheng came to have a hint of interest. Demon gods. Those were all-powerful existences. So far, Qin Zheng had not encountered any. Regarding Chen White Robe's request, despite Qin Zheng's interest, he would not hastily agree to it. After all, that was a demon god. It belonged to the same level of existence as a deity. No matter how interested Qin Zheng was, he would not gamble his life on this. Therefore, Qin Zheng just asked Chen White Robe to send the video of that mission to himself to take a look. He would not agree to anything without certainty. We don't have a video. Chen White Robe stated, I was in too much of a hurry at the time, so I didn't have time to turn on the video recording function. Qin Zheng smiled at his words. Too anxious? Wasn't he there with a mission? It seemed that there were some people who knew people's faces and not their hearts. That can't be helped, even though I'm the strongest player in your opinion. I'm actually just a bit stronger than you. You don't think that a player in this game is capable of killing gods and demons, do you? Qin Zheng was very alert. He detected that there was something wrong with Chen White Robe. This fellow, who had previously been at odds with Qin Zheng, had even threatened to make Qin Zheng kneel down for him in the game. Later, Qin Zheng had hung him out to dry for a while, and then killed him in seconds in a sparring session with him. Then later on, Chen White Robe honored his promise and gave him everything he lost to Qin Zheng. Moreover, he also said that he would listen to Qin Zheng. He also obeyed and did not bother Qin Zheng anymore. However, today, Chen White Robe suddenly came, and also brought with him the so-called demon god message. Qin Zheng wanted to videotape it, but he couldn't get it out. Perhaps, the demon god might really exist. But is there really nothing wrong with this behavior of Chen White Robe's? There is. Moreover, it was also huge. Qin Zheng was also a player, so even if he was able to kill Chen White Robe in seconds, what did that mean? Yes, it was true that Qin Zheng was stronger than the players, and he was able to kill the top 100 of Chen Baigo's leaderboards in seconds. However, amongst the players, apart from the shield profession, those NPCs in the Sun and Moon realm should be able to kill all of them in seconds if they were in a non-meat shield profession like Chen Bai Robe, right? So what made Chen White Robe think that Qin Zheng could kill the demon god? Don't forget, Qin Zheng was still level 1. If he died once, he would be expelled from the game. Chen White Robe actually wanted Qin Zheng to risk so much to help him deal with the demon god. Could Qin Zheng say that he was resting on his laurels? If you don't dare to make a move, then this quest will have to be abandoned. Alas, I'm just sad that maybe the reward for this quest will be something even better than a hidden profession. And, in case you can get a special chance, maybe you can save all of humanity in the future. Chen White Robe spoke with a face of pity. Persuasion had failed, this was a change to Laura. Qin Zheng was happy. Saving all of mankind? Chen White Robe could still play moral kidnapping? Such a noble thing as saving all mankind should be left to those with high morals. We just need to be able to survive, don't you think so? Qin Zheng inquired with a smile. Then, Chen White Robe left. He should be clear that Qin Zheng was already suspicious. It would be bad to dwell on it any longer. However, Qin Zheng's face sank after he turned around. It seems that Chen White Robe really did have a ghost in his heart. He had started to play dirty, trying to get himself killed? Oh, can only say, the human heart, this thing, is indeed the most vicious and evil. If you are not careful, you will be fooled. There's no defense. So Qin Zheng decided at this juncture, not care about anything. Let's first pull out the sword and complete it 100 million times before saying anything else. For the current Qin Zheng, it was only about 10 days. The day when the 100 million times of battling blade was completed arrived as promised. Just a month before the game invasion, Qin Zheng, finally, completed the goal set by the system. At that moment, he began to look forward to the system. It should be completely activated, right? As it turned out, it was not. Qin Zheng received 2 prompts. Congratulations to the host for completing the first step of activating the system. Next, please raise the proficiency of any of the skills to full level. There were still quests? Qin Zheng went numb. It was equivalent to saying that he could not upgrade yet? Moreover, there was a first step to activate the system, and a second step, so was there a third and fourth step? Okay. You are the system, you call the shots. The proficiency system, to raise the proficiency of skills, there was nothing wrong with this. Qin Zheng endured. Congratulations to the host, you have been given a chance to draw a prize. What else is there to say? Draw. Qin Zheng completed 100 million draws, but the look on his face was not very happy. After all, it felt like he had been set up by the system. But it didn't matter. There were quests, so doing them was all that mattered. Even though he couldn't upgrade yet, his blood and attack power now made his desire for upgrading not so strong. After all, right now, his attack crowned everyone, and the same was true for his blood. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward River Luo Treasure Scroll, above. River Luo Treasure Scroll, above, originating from the Chaos period, it is a divine book that records the infinite universe, and is of great use. Okay. This time, the lucky draw wasn't an equipment or a magic treasure anymore. It was actually a pair of He Luo Treasure Scrolls, and it was still defective, with only the upper scroll. Although the description of the River Luo Treasure Scrolls was written in a very mysterious manner, and there was also a great deal of usefulness to it, Qin Zheng really did not know what the usefulness of this thing was right now. To be honest, there was still some small disappointment in his heart. However, disappointment after disappointment, the things rewarded by the system definitely had to be put away. At this moment, Qin Zheng glanced at his attributes. ID, Qin Zheng. Level, 1. Blood, 10,120,000. Magic, 3,110. Spell attack, 1760. Physical attack, 100, 033, 650. 5 attributes, gold 322, wood 311, water 511, fire 311, earth 311. Skills, swinging, level 2, overlord Jedi chop, level 1. 2 words, tough. Very tough indeed. Then next, Qin Zheng would have to raise the proficiency of his skills. But this thing, where to raise it? Qin Zheng opened his friends and chatted privately with Li Shuelua. Qin Zheng, is there a place where I can raise my skill level? Li Shuelua, I haven't really heard of this. Don't skills need to be used more often? And will they only be upgraded when their proficiency goes up? Wait, I'll ask my friend for you. Li Shuelua was still relatively quick to reply to Qin Zheng's message. Not long after, Li Shuelua returned the message. Li Shuelua, I heard that there is a ring in the capital city of the Holy Dragon Dynasty, on which you can use all sorts of powerful skills, all of which will not cause damage to the scene. The key is that using skills in that ring also gives you double the proficiency. Therefore, many players would go there to improve their skill proficiency. There's such a place? Moreover, it just happened to be in the capital city of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Before, Qin Zheng had also planned to go to the capital city of the dynasty in this game, to see what it was all about. This was just the right time to make the trip. After sending a message back to Li Shuelua, Qin Zheng left the novice village. First, he made a trip back to South Gothic City. He gave Mo Chingy some instructions. Then, Qin Zheng directly went up to the teleportation array. Soon, Qin Zheng, who opened his eyes, saw a very grand city. It could be seen that here in the capital, there were also quite a few players walking around everywhere. This was quite normal, because the NPCs in the game of Heaven's Path recognized the money of the Blue Star people, and they earned double the rewards from these players, so in the eyes of the NPCs, these adventurers could all be fat sheep. Now that the game hasn't invaded, they can earn money from the adventurers. So, for now, it was still just wealth seeking. When the game invaded, they could still harm lives. What is this if not a fat sheep? The NPCs, naturally, would not stop the players, who were both gold masters and fat sheep, from entering their city. Qin Zheng mingled amongst the players, and when he first arrived, he also looked around at the various stalls, and he found that in the capital of this dynasty, where the Holy Dragon Emperor was personally in charge, it was much more open than other cities. Many players used a piece of cloth on the ground and then sat down on their asses and started pulling out many various items and were able to directly set up their stalls. Because this is the Holy Dragon Dynasty's capital city, that is an absolute safe zone now. Although one can PK, but who can beat the black armored army guarding the capital city? Therefore, players set up stalls here, and also all sorts of expensive equipment and magic treasures that they dare to display. In fact, Qin Zheng thought it through. The key to this phenomenon also lay in the permission of the city's controller, otherwise, players or NPCs, who would dare to find a random piece of land to sit and set up stalls in the capital, affect the city. It seemed that this Holy Dragon Emperor was a character. Under his nose, he can still allow players and NPCs to do so. This temperament was a material to be an emperor. Qin Zheng secretly praised him in his heart, but he had come to this side of the capital with a goal in mind. Finding someone to ask for directions, Qin Zheng then walked directly towards the martial arts ring that could increase his skills. Of course, in his heart, he was also still mindful of the decree issued by the Holy Dragon Emperor, not long ago, to allow players to start purchasing houses in various cities and pools. It always felt like this was a young conspiracy. However, the intention behind this young conspiracy made Qin Zheng ponder over it. He also wanted to figure it out. However, in order to figure this out, Qin Zheng still had to go and find Zhang Wanzai. He planned to wait until nighttime. The moon was dark and the wind was high, so it would be better to do things. Qin Zheng changed into the Nightwalker suit. Again in broad daylight, his entire body was wrapped in black clothing, and even his face wore a face scarf, yet Qin Zheng pondered, not even worrying that his look would attract suspicion. Because, the Nightwalker suit was too hot amongst the players. Among them, Qin Zheng also had his own credit. In the last 2 months, the highest selling fashion inside the game mall was this one, and the sales of the Nightwalker suit was still the second leading seller in the break. Therefore, with a look like Qin Zheng's, no one paid too much attention to him. However, when Qin Zheng arrived before the ring, he frowned. In the ring, someone was exchanging blows. All sorts of skills were flying everywhere in the ring. Qin Zheng could tell at a glance that these two people in the ring were brushing their skill proficiency with each other, and were not really fighting each other. Then how long did they have to brush? Qin Zheng had thought about getting into the ring and directly knocking these two players out. However, Qin Zheng did not want to draw attention to himself. But then again, he needed this ring. After all, if Qin Zheng wanted to practice his skills, then he would definitely be practicing the Overlord's desperate slash. That move was too overbearing. Because of this, Qin Zheng couldn't practice anywhere else either. It would definitely cause damage. This ring possessed a special spell formation, and Qin Zheng saw that no matter how strong the skill was, it would not destroy the ring. Then this place was indeed a wooden stake that could be used to improve skill proficiency. So after thinking for a while, Qin Zheng decided to continue waiting patiently. He went to queue up. An hour later, it was finally his turn to get into the ring. It wasn't easy. It turned out that there was a time limit on the ring. 10 minutes, and if there was no winner or loser, someone else would have to be replaced. Qin Zheng waited until he had the opportunity to experience the ring, and when he went up, he threw a hegemonic desperate chop towards his opponent. Of course, Qin Zheng did not use his full strength, nor did he open his supreme heavenly eyes, and he also purposely missed, so that others could not see just how strong this move was. Overlord Jedi / proficiency increased by 20. As expected, the proficiency was doubled. Using it once, it had actually increased its proficiency by 20 points. This effect, it was properly twice the effort with half the effort. Satisfied, Qin Zheng brushed up on the ring for 10 minutes before being expelled from the ring by the black armored army guarding the ring. Time's up. You haven't split the winners and losers. The money you paid to get into the ring can't be refunded, but you push on. The black armored army said with an expressionless face. Going to the ring, while in the queue, Qin Zheng paid 500 game coins. It seemed that this was the fee for 10 minutes of ring use. Don't look at this place as the capital of the Holy Dragon City, but it gave Qin Zheng the feeling that there was nothing that could not be bought with money. This was a little bit, not quite in line with the impression that the capital city of a dynasty should give. But in fact, this was the case here. Qin Zheng was also used to it. He went back to the queue. When he paid the Black Armored Army, the Black Armored Army said, "You have already participated in the ring today, please leave the opportunity for someone else." Could it be that a person can only participate in the ring once in a day's time? Qin Zheng was a little offended. There was actually such a rule? Right. The Black Armored Army soldier responded, "This is the rule. Of course, as long as you have been able to win the ring, then you can stay in the ring all the time and accept challenges from everyone. Moreover, you only have to pay once." Well, the rules of this ring were quite reasonable, but Qin Zheng knew it was late. Then he had to wait until tomorrow. It just so happened that the sky was now slowly turning into night. Qin Zheng first found a tavern and got offline where no one was looking, then went to have a meal and returned to the hotel in the meantime. Before coming back online, Qin Zheng disappeared into the darkness of the capital city in his Nightwalker suit. The Heaven's Path game, the capital city of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Prime Minister's mansion. Although it was very presumptuous, Qin Zheng still took advantage of the night and entered the Prime Minister's mansion by walking the fence. The result was strange. Along the way, he actually did not encounter anyone. This was the Prime Minister's residence. Zhang Wanzai's residence. How was it possible that there was no defense at all? It was Qin Zheng's city lord's mansion that was also patrolled by the hegemony's personal guards from time to time. Just as Qin Zheng was wondering, a voice rang in his ears, "Come in." In front of Qin Zheng, the door opened in the middle. Zhang Wanzai. He seemed to have, long ago, known that Qin Zheng had come. It seemed that Qin Zheng had not been wrong. This Prime Minister of the Holy Dragon Dynasty, Zhang Wanzai, was very powerful. Blade Frenzy has met the Prime Minister. Qin Zheng walked into the house. Then, the door of the house automatically closed. You came here because of the Emperor's decree, right? You want to know why I opposed it, and at the same time, you want to know why the Emperor personally ordered that you adventurers could purchase houses. It seems as if you have sensed his intentions. Zhang Wanzai spoke in a flat tone. However, Qin Zheng's heart was flooded with shocking waves. This was because, his inner thoughts had actually been insight by Zhang Wanzai as well. This was a game, a game. Zhang Wanzai was somewhat frighteningly smart. Next, he asked Qin Zheng another question. A question that made Qin Zheng feel even more alarmed. Moreover, you should also know why I disobeyed the Holy Dragon Emperor's orders and even went so far as to lose his trust because of it, right? Zhang Wanzai's words caused Qin Zheng to fall silent. Silence was a sign of acquiescence. It seemed that those conjectures of Qin Zheng's should be true as well. This was a plan against the Blue Star people. Zhang Wanzai's words made Qin Zheng more and more alarmed, because he had been confirming Qin Zheng's inner speculations. The Sacred Dragon Emperor, in targeting the Blue Star human race, had devised a plan to wipe out all of them. This plan was not enough to alarm Qin Zheng. What truly alarmed him was the Holy Dragon Emperor's intention in doing so. So, the Holy Dragon Emperor is working for the deities? Qin Zheng asked out of the bottom of his heart, the deepest doubt. The Holy Dragon Emperor wanted to target the Blue Star human race in order to curry favor with the deities. He is one of the 4 emperors of Earth, and possesses the ability to communicate with the deities. The 4 kingdoms on Earth are the Holy Dragon Dynasty in the east, the Black Dragon Dynasty in the west, and the Fire Phoenix and Ice Phoenix dynasties in the north and south respectively. The emperors of the 4 major dynasties are all capable of communicating with the gods. Among them, the Black Dragon Dynasty believes in the demon gods. Do you think that the Sacred Dragon Emperors bent on targeting the Blue Star human race could be empty talk? We are all clear that the people of the Holy Dragon Dynasty and the Blue Star human race can coexist. In the future, when the 2 worlds merge, those technologies that the Blue Star people have mastered can also be used for us. This is how I advised him, but the result is known to you. With a heavy voice, Zhang Wanzai said many things to Qin Zheng. From his words, one could hear his dissatisfaction and helplessness towards reality. After all, he was only the Prime Minister, and this time, it was his monarch that he had to face. It was the Holy Dragon Emperor. We must stop him. At this moment, Zhang Wanzai's eyes looked towards Qin Zheng. Stop him how? Qin Zheng said, otherwise, the 2 of us, kill our way to the palace? He is the Emperor of the Earth, the palace is guarded by numerous strong men, and there is even a divine power protecting his body, so it would be too difficult to kill him. Zhang Wanzai shook his head. Besides, he is always my king, I can't do that. Then what else can be done? Qin Zheng was puzzled. Zhang Wanzai wanted to stop the Holy Dragon Emperor, but Qin Zheng's intuition told him that Zhang Wanzai was very, very strong. He should have the ability to confront the Holy Dragon Emperor head-on. Zhang Wanzai was silent. He did not immediately respond to Qin Zheng's question, but instead, he pondered for a few seconds before he looked at Qin Zheng. Words that grew heavier and heavier. My entire life has been like walking on thin ice. Even when I am in the position of Prime Minister and the most powerful person in the world, I can only be cautious. Because, I am fundamentally different from them. Their faith is in heaven, and my faith on this earth. You go back and pretend not to know about this matter. I will use my own methods to stop this. Right. Zhang Wanzai said a lot more. Towards the end, he seemed a bit hesitant, but decided after a moment. In fact, the first time I saw you, I knew your identity as well as your origins, and at that time, I even thought about taking you as a disciple because your qualifications are outstanding. I intended to pass on your lifelong learning, but now, it seems that this is the best arrangement. Between Zhang Wanzai's words, there was still a haze that could not be swept away. His expression, however, had relaxed a few points. It was a feeling of relief. It was as if, finally, the words in his heart had been spoken. After you go back, if you hear anything or know anything, remember not to act rashly. Right now, the 2 worlds haven't fused yet, and if your deicide power is displayed, the consequences will be terrifying. the deities will interrupt the fusion and completely sever the connection between the two worlds, and then all the power you have currently gained will not be able to be honored into reality. Zhang Wanzai turned out to know, really, everything, even, including Qin Zheng, who, at level 1, possessed the power to kill gods. He had told Qin Zheng many things tonight, including the pattern of the world that the game was in, and some of the conspiracies of the deities, as well as advising Qin Zheng not to utilize his power to commit deicide when the game had yet to invade reality. Then, what was Zhang Wanzai's origin? Why did he know everything about it? In the future, if a woman comes to you, please help me take care of her. In addition, this is a gift that I have prepared for you, so you can open it when you return. Zhang Wanzai finally dropped an inexplicable sentence to Qin Zheng. Then, he waved his hand and sent Qin Zheng out of the Prime Minister's mansion. Qin Zheng frowned. He waited for a few moments, as he knew that Zhang Wanzai was able to see that he had not left. However, the door of the Prime Minister's mansion remained closed. Many thanks. Qin Zheng gave a cry of thanks before silently leaving. However, Qin Zheng did not leave the capital. He was on the regular side and found an inn. This way, if he went offline, he would conceal his identity just as well and would not arouse suspicion. He had to be careful, because right now, the world in the game seemed to be changing drastically as well. With great changes, there would be great chaos. Zhang Wanzai's words to Qin Zheng were not for nothing. However, Zhang Wanzai approached Qin Zheng as he was heading to the inn. Leave the capital, immediately. Zhang Wanzai was transmitting his voice to Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng did not even see his person. However, Qin Zheng thought about it and still left honestly. After leaving the capital, he went offline after returning to the novice village. However, Qin Zheng did not go to sleep. He opened the forum. Then, he typed in the 3 words Zhang Wanzai. Inside the forums, there were billions of users. These players, spread out in every corner of the game. Therefore, many messages could be found here, including those NPCs in the game. Qin Zheng found a post with the highest recovery number. A complete list of NPC character biographies. Zhang Wanzai, Prime Minister of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Or the old rules, the source of information is the game's major tavern gossip, as well as each city's bookstore, and character-related books biographies. For example, the books referenced in this issue are Deciphering Zhang Wanzai, A Life as Thin as Thin Ice, Zhang Wanzai's biography, The Sky Does Not Give Birth to Wanzai, 10,000 Years is Like a Long Night, etc. All interested students can go to the bookstores in the main cities of the game to buy these books. In addition, the capital tavern, almost every tavern has a storyteller will be to everyone, commenting on Zhang Wanzai, the Prime Minister of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. You can also spend a little money to listen to see. Let's get back to the main story. Zhang Wanzai, born in the year 6573 of the Holy Dragon calendar, had the honor of listening to an argument between scholars of the Holy Dragon Dynasty and the Black Dragon Dynasty in the crowd one year, and that argument about whether to believe in gods or magic gods affected his life. He did not know why people must believe in those deities, or demonic gods. This question, later on, also determined the direction of Zhang Wanzai's growth. In 6562, at the age of 9, Zhang Wanzai's family suffered a change of fortune. His father was killed by a political enemy. He became the only survivor of his family. He later begged his way to the capital city, and because of his natural talent and intelligence, he was coincidentally selected by the Dragon Emperor Academy at that time. 5 years later, at the age of 14, Zhang Wanzai graduated from the academy, and was then appointed as the Lord of South Gotham City because of a fight between the Holy Dragon Emperor, who was still the crown prince at the time, and 2 other emperors. Southern Gothic City. Qin Zheng froze when he saw this. Wasn't this where he was staying now? It turned out that this used to be the starting point of Zhang Wanzai's career. No wonder he had personally descended upon South Gothic City in the first place. It was probably because Zhang Wanzai was familiar with South Gothic City, so the Holy Dragon Emperor had asked him to personally deal with it. Below the post, it went on to describe how Zhang Wanzai, after going through all sorts of trials and tribulations and even risking his life several times, had finally helped the current Holy Dragon Emperor bring down his opponent. And Zhang Wanzai had gained the trust of the Holy Dragon Emperor, who was still the crown prince, but his greatest rival had also come. That was the former Prime Minister, the one who was still a member of his family. For Zhang Wanzai, the former Prime Minister naturally tried his best to suppress him. He even tried to assassinate him on several occasions. Several times, Zhang Wanzai was seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, Zhang Wanzai survived with amazing perseverance. He also began to travel in all directions, accumulating strength. 3 years later, when Zhang Wanzai, who was not yet 20 years old, returned to the Holy Dragon Dynasty, he was already at the Heavenly Vault Realm. Less than 20 years old at the Heavenly Vault Realm. Then, Zhang Wanzai started to fight the former Prime Minister head-on. This fight lasted for more than 10 years, finally allowing Zhang Wanzai to find an opportunity to bring down the former Prime Minister. However, because of the problem of faith, Zhang Wanzai again must be careful, above the court, continue to walk on thin ice, for which he even anonymously traveled. Again, in short, every time Zhang Wanzai traveled a trip, after returning, his strength will soar. By now, Zhang Wanzai had lived for 230 years. He had traveled for a total of 120 years in his life, and no one knew exactly how strong Zhang Wanzai was anymore, but some time ago, he had once suppressed the illusory Sea City's City Lord, a late-stage heavenly vault realm powerhouse, with just one hand. Perhaps, Zhang Wanzai was the most powerful person in the Holy Dragon Dynasty. However, Zhang Wanzai still has a weakness, a fatal weakness. That was, his faith. It was almost universally known that Zhang Wanzai did not believe in demons, nor did he believe in gods. In a world where camps were clearly defined and everyone believed in gods, such a person was destined to be an alternative and a heretic. That was why some people commented that Zhang Wanzai's life was a life of walking on thin ice. But at the same time, Zhang Wanzai's human-oriented beliefs did benefit many human beings after he became prime minister, and advocated for the abolition of many human sacrifices, as well as some offerings to the gods. Therefore, there are some people who are close to Zhang Wanzai's thinking, and this is what they say about him. Heaven does not give birth to Wanzai, and the ages are like a long night. It was equivalent to saying that Zhang Wanzai was the light of the earth. This is a very high evaluation, and I also hope that this post will allow everyone to know more about this Prime Minister of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. After all, in the future, when the game invades reality, we might still have the chance to deal with him. The post ended here. As Qin Zheng read it down, he only had one feeling. That was that Zhang Wanzai's life was quite legendary. At the same time, he was also a character with a very distinct stance. Of course, he was also very mysterious. What was the reason why his strength skyrocketed every time he returned from a trip? Qin Zheng did not know. However, what he did not expect was that the next day he heard the news. Zhang Wanzai had, in fact, made a scene at the Imperial Palace, and picked off the divine clothes of the Holy Dragon Dynasty's guardian divine phase. This was tantamount to, was declaring war on the gods. Li Shuelua, are you just getting online? Hurry up and go to the capital of the Holy Dragon Dynasty, it's so exciting. I heard that the gods are coming down. Mortal bodies fighting against the gods, such an amazing scene is about to happen. As soon as Qin Zheng came online, he received a message from Li Shuelua. At the same time, Qin Zheng's mind, however, thought of what Zhang Wanzai had said to him. He asked Qin Zheng not to travel to the capital. The God-Slayer power could not be known to the deities, not even if it was perceived. However, what was Zhang Wanzai going to do? He actually took the initiative to provoke the deities. He had even caused the deity to descend. Could it be that he was going to fight the gods? Moreover, it was still for the Blue Star human race? Qin Zheng thought of the gift that Zhang Wanzai had given him last night. He opened it in a hurry. Then, what did he find? The River Luo treasure scroll. The lower scroll. Qin Zheng's eyes widened. In his hand, he had the upper scroll. This was what the system had rewarded him with. However, Zhang Wanzai actually had the lower scroll in his hand? Could it be that Zhang Wanzai still have a relationship with the system? He was all a bit confused. Therefore, Qin Zheng decided to listen to Zhang Wanzai's advice. Qin Zheng, I don't think it's too late for me to go over there now. Let's open a gameplay video and you can show me the scene. Li Shuelua, good. Qin Zheng and Li Shuelua got through the video. This was a built-in feature in the game that could be used directly from the friend chat interface. After connecting to the video, Qin Zheng saw Zhang Wanzai with his hand on his back. In his other hand, however, he seemed to be holding the entire sky. And below, there was the roar of the Holy Dragon Emperor. Zhang Wanzai, I order you to stop. Is this heavenly gate not something you can open? I don't believe that this earthly power can't shake this heaven. Zhang Wanzai's voice shook the heavens. 10,000 feet of golden aura appeared in his hand and shot straight up above the clouds. Then Zhang Wanzai said aloud, the gods are not benevolent, and they always take the living beings as ruminants. You are high above the world, yet you let all living beings become your dish, and people even have to thank you. What kind of reasoning is this? Zhang Wanzai, what are you babbling about? The Holy Dragon Emperor roared once more, and ordered, men, take Zhang Wanzai down. Life or death. From now on, Zhang Wanzai is no longer the Prime Minister of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Swish! In the sky, many silhouettes immediately appeared. They, each and every one of them, wore black armor. I'm offended, Prime Minister Zhang. The general at the head of the group still had respect in his eyes, but he still ordered, black armor army prepare. Click click click. All the black armor army, one after another, showed their blades. But Zhang Wanzai ignored them. He was still facing the sky above, and his voice was still loud. Where are the gods? Up to now, still refusing to come out and admit what you have done? I have been to hell, where there are a total of 18 layers. People always think that hell is their place of reincarnation, but how do they know that there is a mountain of swords in hell? That mountain of swords is used to cut meat. In hell, there is also the frying pan. That frying pan is used to cook. In hell, there is also a sea of fire, and that sea of fire is used for barbecuing. You are gods. But you, too, are man-eating demons. There is no difference between a deity and a demon god. The real difference is that demons directly eat people, while you guys are cooked before you eat, and there are legal formalities to eat people. Today, I, Zhang Wanzai, will open the gates of heaven and reveal the true face of you high and mighty deities. The power of the Qiankuan, help me to go across. Heaven's gate, open. Boom. The aura on Zhang Wanzai's body instantly skyrocketed. Those black armored troops below him were all sent flying in all directions by the shock. Pouring power, surging aura. It was like a god on earth. Seeing this scene, Qin Zheng also finally understood why it was said that the heavens do not give birth to Wanzai, and that the ages are like a long night. Zhang Wanzai, too, possessed the power to kill a god. Otherwise, there was no way Zhang Wanzai would have dared to challenge a god. After all, that was a god. Zhang Wanzai was already doing more than just provoking the gods, this was exposing the gods, for some of the ugly things they had done. Deities also ate people, the same as the demons. Moreover, not only do they eat people, all living things are their sustenance, and the deities were even more disgusting. Not only did they eat people, they also deprived people of their faith. When Zhang Wanzai said these words, the sky changed. Heavenly thunder roared wildly. The clouds were dense. Above the firmament, Zhang Wanzai's divine power that was attempting to open the heavenly gates was completely crushed down by a huge force. How dare you, actually slandering our gods? When has a deity ever eaten a human? Our deities, we are enemies of the devils, and for millions of years, in order to destroy the devils, we don't know how many deities have perished and died. If we deities are said to eat people, the same as devils, then why would they need to be sacrificed? You devil, you're just blinded by the devil's eyes and mind. Today, you should have been completely obliterated, but since you said that our deities eat people, and that the deities are unkind, well, this seed is just seizing you and imprisoning you over the royal city to warn the world. At the same time, it also informs everyone that divine spirits cannot be insulted. And I, the deity, am merciful and righteous to you, the human race. The divine spirit's voice resounded through the heavens and earth. The loudness of this voice was simply better than thunder. Just by listening to the voice, it felt much stronger than Zhang Wanzai. Zhang Wanzai was in danger. Qin Zheng was secretly alarmed. Divine spirit. Sure enough, they were still strong. Previously, Qin Zheng had thought that the deities were just like that. After all, he had an attack power of over 100 million, while Li Shuyan and Li Shuelawai had said that the deities seemed to have an attack power of just 30 million, so with Qin Zheng's attack power of over 100 million, he could certainly say that the deities were weaklings. But now, it seemed that the power of the divine spirit was much stronger than what Li Shuyan and Li Shuelawai had said. Of course, divine spirits should also have strengths and weaknesses. It was impossible to become a god and be all on the same level. It seems that Zhang Wanzai has decided to martyr himself. However, the deities, seem to not want to fulfill Zhang Wanzai. False benevolence. Zhang Wanzai roared towards the heavens, you are deities, exalted deities, why do you dare to do but not recognize? Fine, today, I, Zhang Wanzai, will use my life's learning to decapitate you, the gods of false benevolence and righteousness. In the next moment, an extraordinary light appeared on Zhang Wanzai's body. Boom! That foreign color burst apart, but it caused Zhang Wanzai's aura to pull up more than a notch. You actually broke through the heavenly vault? Above the celestial dome, the voice of the deity, too, raised an octave. It appeared somewhat surprised. Zhang Wanzai today invites the deity to die. Zhang Wanzai's voice turned towards the celestial vault. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by a holy-colored radiance. This radiance was different from his Qianquan force before. The Qianquan force was golden in color. This radiance, on the other hand, was holy. Zhang Wanzai was like a saint, a descended saint. Insulting the deity again and again, this father has changed his mind. Zhang Wanzai, you were actually able to break through the heavenly vault realm, yet you didn't follow the divine path. Today you will die. The deity spoke once more. This time, it was clear that the deity had moved to kill. Then, between them, a gigantic palm appeared in the firmament. That palm pressed down towards Zhang Wanzai as if it had the power of millions of even, as if it wanted to destroy everything. I, Zhang Wanzai, certainly won't meet out the same as you guys. As for the divine path that you all talk about, I, Zhang Wanzai, will not walk it even more. Moreover, your path is not the divine path. If the divine path is to feed on the living, is it still worthy of being called a god? Zhang Wanzai's entire person transformed into a holy light, towards that huge palm on the firmament, like a light that rushed up to the sky, directly trying to pierce through that divine hand. Rumble! The next thing that could be heard was a loud clap of thunder above the firmament. People's naked eyes could no longer see the battle scene. Impossible, the Tao of the gods is the supreme Tao. How can you be so strong? I'm already the strongest false god, one step short of entering the low god realm, yet I can't defeat you? Blood suddenly rained down on the sky. It seemed that it was a deity sobbing blood. It was a deity. But listening to what he said, it seemed that his realm was the false god realm. Deities still had false gods? The realm was something that seemed to have turned into a class amongst the deities. The lowest level deities were false gods. After the false gods, there were the low gods. And then what? Could it be that there were also middle gods and high gods? Just as Qin Zheng thought this, he heard another voice coming from the video. Enough, Zhang Wanzai. You dare to harm a deity, do you know what the consequences will be? Holy Dragon Guardian God. Zhang Wanzai's voice rang out. You should know this seat, Back then when you traveled the 100,000 great rivers, you had once obtained the inheritance of this god. Alas, I can only say that it is a pity, you could have become the most loyal subject of this god, and this god did, indeed, want to set you up as my spokesman on earth. This honored one last time, I will give you one more chance. The holy dragon guardian god said aloud, you should be clear that with your strength, you are not yet my opponent. If you are willing to offer your faith to this god, then this god can guarantee that you will not fly away in ashes. If not, the 10,000-mile torture platform in the sky above this king city will be set up for you. You will be bombarded by heavenly thunder for 77 and 49 days on top of the execution platform, and finally go up in smoke. Even if I, Zhang Wanzai, go up in smoke, today, I will still represent this earthly way to tell you deities that Earth, too, has power, and it is not as if you deities can cover up everything. Zhang Wanzai roared. Then, the crowd saw that the dome of the sky above the 9 heavens suddenly bloomed with incomparably dazzling holy light. At this sight, within the king's city, those NPCs were all speechless. However, there were more than just NPCs in the king's city. There were also some people. Those, the players from the blue planet. They wouldn't be afraid of any gods in the game. Even if it was a deity, hadn't this not yet invaded reality and made the blue star and the world in the game merge? Then, what are they afraid of? Although I don't know who's right and who's wrong, what I see is that Prime Minister Zhang Wanzai is not afraid of the powerful oppression of the deities, and he's not impressed by the pull of the deities. Such a person is definitely not a bad person. Someone suddenly shouted out. Then, countless players shouted together. Zhang Wanzai, Sage Zhang. Zhang Wanzai is the way of the earth. On the firmament, Zhang Wanzai suddenly laughed crazily. Huh, do you hear that? The way of the earth has begun to awaken. You deities, filthy deities, can't fool everyone after all. Holy Dragon Emperor, you are the emperor of the earth, why must you be willing to be reduced to a lackey of the deities? I, Zhang Wanzai, only hate not being able to kill the gods with my hands. See, deicide, after all, is an extravagant hope. In those last words, Qin Zheng was not sure if Zhang Wanzai was talking to himself. It was very much like he was admonishing Qin Zheng. Shut up! The deity shouted angrily. In the next moment, Zhang Wanzai's body appeared in the firmament. However, it was like a kite with broken strings, being held in the palm of the deity's enormous hand. Set up Xingtai. The holy dragon guardian god, with an icy voice, ordered. Deicide, failed. However, Zhang Wanzai was not defeated. At least, he had defeated a low god with his mortal body. If the holy dragon guardian god hadn't stepped in and crushed it with absolute strength, then today, Zhang Wanzai could have really succeeded in deicide. Despite this, Zhang Wanzai had awakened the dissatisfaction with the gods in the hearts of many people, as well as those believers who firmly believed in the gods, also began to waver. Why? First of all, Zhang Wanzai took on the gods as a mortal and even won a battle. It seemed that the deities, too, were not invincible. Then Zhang Wanzai possessed such strength, and it was obvious that he had also come out with another path that belonged to the earth, which could allow him to have the strength to crush the deities. This was definitely damaging to the prestige that the deities had built up in the hearts of the people for a long time. Faith can be said to be the deity's basic disc on earth. And Zhang Wanzai's behavior today could be said to be sacrificing his life for righteousness. With his life, awakening everyone. He is like the one who, in the Iron House, shouted at the people who were about to be suffocated to death, and was able to wake up one as one. Secondly, Zhang Wanzai also exposed the true nature of the gods. Deities and demons, all the same. They all feed on people. They feed on the living. In fact, all along, people had been skeptical about this. Because the world they were in was originally a world of the weak and the strong. People would eat demonic beasts. Demonic beasts also eat people. Whoever is strong, eats the other. This was almost everyone's default. However, who is stronger than the gods and demons? They are the strongest, so, won't they eat people? Zhang Wanzai took this layer of window paper and pierced it, picking it apart. Then, the truth was laid out by him, in front of everyone. Sacrificing his life for righteousness. Zhang Wanzai is such a person. As long as he could awaken the world and plant the seeds of rebellion against the gods in people's hearts, he did not hesitate to risk his life. Why do you say, heaven does not give birth to Wanzai, and the ages are like a long night? Because, he was originally such a, dare-to-give type of personality. Above the sky, Xingtai had been set up. Zhang Wanzai was convicted by the holy dragon guardian god and then thrown above Xingtai. Subsequently, boom! Above the sky, there were no dark clouds in sight. However, there was a loud clap of thunder. The heavenly thunder directly bombarded Zhang Wanzai's body afterward. Zzz. On Zhang Wanzai's body, a wisp of white smoke emerged. Did it feel good? Originally, the Yangguan road was given to you, but you didn't go, you preferred to rebel against all of our bodies. Zhang Wanzai, this is what you'll end up with. The holy dragon guardian god was, at this moment, 7 parts smugness with 3 parts anger. He had, indeed, pulled Zhang Wanzai in and made Zhang Wanzai his spokesperson on earth. Moreover, he had also promised Zhang Wanzai a lot of benefits. However, Zhang Wanzai refused. I have the earthly Yang Guan Dao. How can I be a dog to carry the living? Cross my sword towards the sky and draw a whistle. There are always mortal spirits that can kill the gods. At this moment, Zhang Wanzai, even though he was suffering from the pain of the 9 heavens thunder cutting down his bones and washing his marrow, he was still standing with his arms folded in the face of the high and mighty gods. In his mouth, he recited a poem. Crossing the sword towards the sky to draw a whistle, there are always mortal spirits that can kill the gods. Inside the poem, Zhang Wanzai expressed his determination. He walked the way of the earth, unwilling to go against his own path, and even more unwilling to serve as a dog to the gods. He is arrogant, also unyielding. At the same time, he seemed to be telling everyone why, today, he, Zhang Wanzai, was going to fight against the gods with a mortal body. He also had his ambitions. Today, Zhang Wanzai crossed his sword to the sky, is drawing a long whistle, is making a sound, throwing bricks to attract jade. He wants to tell everyone comes together to rebel. As long as the power of resistance is big enough, then one day, someone will kill the gods. Kill those hypocritical, high and mighty guys. Guardian God, why don't we kill this guy now? That low god, angrily pleaded. It's too cheap to kill him like this. Humph, a mortal killing a god? That's impossible. The holy dragon guardian god said in a cold voice, this seat prefers to make him suffer from the pain of this heavenly thunderbolt. After 77 or 49 days, he will be destroyed by the heavenly thunderbolt, and when that time comes, the gods and souls will be destroyed, and it's the hell that has no place for him, so what are you in a hurry for? After saying that, the holy dragon guardian god turned around and left. The gods were as if they hadn't appeared at all. However, above the royal city, the Xingtai that was 10,000 meters high in the sky was still being continuously bombarded by heavenly thunder. Zhang Wanzai, the light of mankind. He aspired to use himself to illuminate the human race for the ages. Yet now, it had become a demonstration for the gods, warning humanity not to resist. However, even though he was bombarded by that terrifying heavenly thunderbolt, Zhang Wanzai didn't make any sounds of pain. Even though he would spit out blood after every single time he was bombarded by the heavenly thunder, he forcefully endured it. This scene also caused many people, standing within the royal city, to be unwilling to leave for a long time. Obviously, Zhang Wanzai's behavior still inspired many people. But the hearts of people have always been the most insidious things. The Holy Dragon Emperor ordered grimly, pass on the Holy Dragon Emperor's order. Zhang Wanzai's rebellion against the gods is an unforgivable crime. Exterminate 10 clans. Exterminate 10 clans. As the Emperor of the Earth, the Holy Dragon Emperor still chose to uphold the rule of the gods. Then, he also had to exterminate Zhang Wanzai's 10 clans. In other words, besides Zhang Wanzai's relatives, even his friends would not be spared. Kill all of them. The Black Armor Army immediately roared out, and first of all, they bloodied the Prime Minister's residence. When Qin Zheng learned of these things, the anger in his heart ignited. He remembered the first time he met with Zhang Wanzai, and later, the several conversations with Zhang Wanzai. As well, Zhang Wanzai treated him as a disciple. Even something like the River Luo treasure scroll was given to him. However, what could Qin Zheng do for Zhang Wanzai? He very much wanted to break the cage and break that Xingtai. However, right now, he was not able to make a move. This was because Zhang Wanzai had once said that even though Qin Zheng possessed the power of Godslayer, he was a Blue Star person. Before the two worlds merged and the game officially invaded Blue Star, this power was not something he could use. Otherwise, with the meanness of the gods, it would cause a huge disaster. However, it always felt like a breath of air couldn't be smoothed out. The thoughts couldn't get through. Qin Zheng wanted to head to the capital. Even if, not to help Zhang Wanzai break the cage, he had to protect his family. However, when Qin Zheng was ready to leave, Mo Qingyi walked in and said, City Lord, there is a woman outside the door, saying that she is the City Lord's deceased. A woman? Qin Zheng thought of what Zhang Wanzai had asked him to do last night in King City. Invite her in. Qin Zheng nodded without moving. Soon, a woman in a long skirt walked in. You can step back first. Qin Zheng waved his hand. Mo Qingyi bowed and walked out. Then, Qin Zheng and her were left. My name is Zhang Wenyi. The woman opened her mouth and spoke her name. She, surname Zhang. Zhang Wenyi. The Prime Minister is your father? Qin Zheng directly inquired. Zhang Wenyi nodded. I see, stay well in the City Lord's mansion. I will send someone to protect you day and night. Qin Zheng delivered a message. It seemed that Zhang Wenyi should have left the royal city last night. Zhang Wanzai had originally arranged everything last night. Seeing that Qin Zheng was about to leave, Zhang Wenyi immediately said, Where are you going? Are you going to the capital? To tell you the truth, it is not necessary. In fact, last night, my father dismissed everyone, so if you go to the capital now, you will not be able to save anyone. Don't worry, my father has been operating in the dynasty for many years, and if he wants to protect some people, it's definitely not a problem. Therefore, the Prime Minister arranged for you to come over to my side. Qin Zheng heard something unusual from Zhang Wenyi's words. Father is right, this junior brother of yours is quite smart. Zhang Wenyi smiled sweetly, Her looks were not considered to be overwhelming, but they were very durable, and the whole person also appeared to be wise, and now the smile was used with a different kind of flavor as she slowly said, "My father is still alive right now, and he doesn't want you to make impulsive moves for any reason, so he let me come to your side." Qin Zheng had originally thought that it was Zhang Wanzai who had asked him to take care of Zhang Wenyi. As it turned out, it was Zhang Wanzai who had asked Zhang Wenyi to come over to pacify Qin Zheng, fearing that Qin Zheng would act rashly. Also, the smile on Zhang Wenyi's face began to tighten as his face turned cold, and his voice was slightly low as he told Qin Zheng, "Right now is a good opportunity to mess up the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Father has said that this time, he is paving the way for the Zhangsheng, paving the way for the human race. If we, the human race, are to take the path of rebellion against the gods, then what must we do first? The will of the human race must definitely be unified. Only if the entire human race rebels against the deities, then the human race will be able to swim against the current. It is an extravagant hope for a mortal body to try to match the gods, let alone the fact that it is now the mortals who are trying to kill the gods." Qin Zheng naturally understood the answer to Zhang Wenyi's question. "Very well." Zhang Wenyi nodded his head and said, "What happened to my father today will definitely make all the lords of the Holy Dragon Dynasty stupid. In fact, my father is now paving the way for you vassals as well. If you want to do something at this time, it would be better to listen to my words. You should first run South Gotham City as an ironclad city, and then develop your own forces, and in the future, when the great chaos comes, you have to have the capital to stand on the waves. Only then can you become a new era's wave runner." A new era. Qin Zheng fell into deep thought at his words. Zhang Wenyi's words were already very straightforward. She was persuading Qin Zheng to rebel against the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Of course, this should also be Zhang Wanzai's thoughts. However, the words new era made Qin Zheng think that there was already less than a month left for the game to invade reality. By that time, the worlds merged. With the current, more than 100 times larger volume of the blue star, it was likely that the blue star would also become a main battlefield in the future. The new era that Zhang Wenyi was talking about should be that time. She was right. No matter what Qin Zheng did now, it was not as good as him secretly accumulating power. As for Zhang Wenyi, this light of humanity, Qin Zheng just wanted to preserve him, and it was not too late to wait for another month. Anyway, he was not dead yet. That cage above the 9 heavens still had 48 days before it could kill him. "I see what you mean." Qin Zheng nodded. "Also, my father asked me to send you this." Zhang Wenyi gave Qin Zheng another thing. When Qin Zheng took a look, it was actually a ring spell formation. This spell formation possessed the ability to protect the ring from damage, and there was double the proficiency when using skills in the ring. This was one of the reasons why Qin Zheng had gone to the capital. Father said that after you arrived in the capital, you first lined up for 2 rounds in the ring, so it's evident that you wanted a ring like this very much. Although I don't know the exact reason, he said that what you want, he'll help you get it as much as he can. Zhang Wenyi left behind a word for Qin Zheng. Zhang Wanzai's words. Although, Qin Zheng didn't know why Zhang Wanzai believed in himself like this. Or rather, he was optimistic about himself and then was investing in himself. However, Qin Zheng still accepted it. Because so many things had happened, Qin Zheng had also trusted Zhang Wanzai. So next, Qin Zheng started building the ring. He was also obedient enough to keep guarding South Gotham City, and used this time to start slowly clearing out the traitors, while Qin Zheng was also using the taxes he collected every day to keep hiring those NPCs to grow his forces. 3 days later, the ring was built. The first thing Qin Zheng did was to come above the ring. He began to use the Overlord Jedi / continuously. The proficiency, too, was constantly increasing. In the beginning, the Hegemony Jedi Chop's upgrade speed was not slow, and on the first day, it had risen to level 2, but the third level took a whole day, and on the 10th day, the Hegemony Jedi Chop had only risen to level 7. There was still about a week to go before level 10. That day happened to be the day that the game invaded reality. And at this time, Qin Zheng finally heard the news. He immediately called Zhang Wenyi, and told her, "I heard that Iron Sword City has rebelled." Zhang Wenyi, who had heard the news, was not much surprised as she told Qin Zheng, "The city lord of Iron Soul City, he used to be my father's lieutenant when my father served in the army. However, Iron Soul City is located in the northern borderlands, where there is an army of 800,000 soldiers, and it is expected that they will soon head to suppress it." So, Iron Sword City might be suppressed? Qin Zheng frowned. Once this spark is lit, it cannot be extinguished. Zhang Wenyi pondered for a moment, then said, "I will write a letter later, and you will help me send it out." Soon, Zhang Wenyi's letter was written. The recipient of the letter on top of the envelope was actually the son of the King of the North. Seeing that Qin Zheng was concerned about this, Zhang Wenyi explained, "Although the King of the Northern Realm is the royal family of the Holy Dragon Dynasty, he has always been very ambitious, and this King of the Northern Realm's worldly son, he is interested in me. I told him in my letter that I was being hunted down by the Holy Dragon Emperor, and told him that many of my father's men were planning to rebel, so I believe that their father and son would definitely make a move as well." Qin Zheng nodded, but did not respond much. He understood Zhang Wenyi's meaning. South Gothic City, or Qin Zheng's side, still had to press on with its military chant. Although Qin Zheng had spent $3 billion and recruited an army of 30,000 level 100 NPCs in addition to his own overlord's personal guards and 300 city defenders, it seemed to Zhang Wenyi that this point of manpower in South Gotham City could only serve as cannon fodder. The banner of rebellion against the Holy Dragon Dynasty was something Qin Zheng could not hold. Moreover, it could only continue to be held back. However, now Qin Zheng had also figured it out. There were still 7 days to go before the game would invade. Half a year had waited. Why should one be in a hurry? On the contrary, if the Holy Dragon Dynasty was really in chaos, and the game invaded the Blue Star at that time, then the situation would be even more chaotic. Chaos was Qin Zheng's chance. There were still 7 days left. It was impossible for Qin Zheng to really do nothing, since he had already learned from Zhang Wenyi's mouth that the Holy Dragon Dynasty would definitely be in chaos in the future. Then, there was still a lot that he could actually do in secret. Currently, the wealth in Qin Zheng's hands had also been accumulating. There were still tens of billions of funds. That was to say, millions of spirit jades, which had not been utilized. With this entire family fortune, Qin Zheng could completely use it to continue building his own forces. The current South Gotham City had 1,000 members of the Hegemony Proguard. This was the strongest battle force. After all, the Hegemony Proguard, the weakest in terms of strength, were all at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Then there were also 300 defenders of the city, all of whom were at the mountain and sea realm. There was also an army of 20,000 people, all level 100 NPCs, who were of the nature of being mercenaries, all coming for the money given by Qin Zheng. NPCs also had strengths and weaknesses. The Holy Dragon Dynasty was also a world, and naturally, there were people who were struggling to survive, unable to afford good equipment, and could not even earn the resources they needed for their own cultivation, so they had no choice but to go and sell their lives. These mercenaries, it was impossible for Qin Zheng to build them as his cronies. So for the time being, Qin Zheng's cronies were the overlord's personal guards. The 300 defenders of the city were all still unsure of their loyalty, and so Qin Zheng needed to continue to develop an army that was loyal to him. This was what Zhang Wenyi wanted Qin Zheng to do. Or rather, Zhang Wanzai had asked Zhang Wenyi to come here so that Zhang Wenyi could dissuade Qin Zheng and tell him to press on with his army. Well, something had to be done, right? The current military strength of South Gothic City is definitely not enough to overthrow the Sacred Dragon Dynasty, and since that's what we're going to do in the future, now that I'm paying for it, and you're helping me to find the people, I want to form 4 more armies. Qin Zheng told Zhang Wenyi, currently, of the troops in South Gotham City, the 300 defenders don't count for the time being, while the Hegemony Proguards are extremely strong and are like thunder, and the mercenaries have generally high defenses, so if they can be given a batch of powerful protective equipment, their defenses will be very astonishing by the time they are ready to go. Zhang Wenyi inquired, then what other 4 armies will you form? Its swiftness is like the wind, its su is like the forest, its aggression is like fire, its immobility is like the mountain, its difficulty to know is like the yin, and its movement is like the thunder. Qin Zheng laughed. The overlord's personal guards move like thunder, and the mercenary army does not move like a mountain. Then, I still need 4 more armies. The first division, its swiftness is like the wind, this troop should be extremely fast and can provide strategic support, and its numbers are currently set at around 3 to 5,000. The second part, its su like a forest, the army is strict and disciplined, and there are a large number of them. They are used for defense and to fill up the battle lines, so the number of people should be 100,000, and there is not much requirement for the strength aspect. The third part of aggression is like fire, it should be extremely aggressive and offensive, and the soldiers are all brave and fierce. The realm should all be at least Shanghai realm, the number is around 10,000. The fourth part is difficult to know like Yin, as the name suggests, they are all secret agents and spies, they should have the ability to go deep behind the enemy's back and carry out all kinds of espionage activities by themselves. The number of them is not a requirement, but more is better. Qin Zheng presented his idea of his army formation, a conception. To summarize, it was that 6 troops with different functions. Its swiftness is like the wind. It's slow as a forest. Aggression like fire. Immovable as a mountain. Difficult to know like a shadow. Moves like thunder. Such planning for the army made Zhang Wenyi's eyes light up. She was the daughter of a prime minister. Zhang Wanzai, the prime minister, had led troops in the army before. Therefore, Zhang Wenyi should have had an ear for the use of the military. This idea of Qin Zheng's was very good. Dividing the army under his command into 6 divisions, and then dividing them into clear divisions, so that they could each perform their own duties and cooperate with each other, they could still work wonders on the battlefield. Moving like thunder, it's your overlord's personal guards. It seems like there are only 1,000 of them, right? Aren't they a little less in number then? Zhang Wenyi told Qin Zheng, if you want that many people, I can help you go and get them. It's just that when you add up to more than 100,000 men, I'm afraid you'll have to spend quite a lot of spirit jade. There are also munitions and equipment. Probably millions of spirit jade, all of which will only be barely enough. The Hegemony Proguard's strength is at least the peak of the mountain and sea realm, and they are all young girls who can still grow, so in the future, they will be the elite of South Gotham City. However, if there are women who meet the standards of the Hegemony Proguard, they can naturally join in as well. Qin Zheng stated, 1 million spirit jades, I can take out my hand, within these few days, just try your best to find people. Good. Zhang Wenyi promised Qin Zheng. In fact, Qin Zheng's heart was clear that with Zhang Wanzhai's ability, his position as a prime minister, and Zhang Wanzhai's character, it was impossible for him to not have any squad at all in the sacred dragon dynasty. Whether it was the court or the Jianghu, it was estimated that Zhang Wanzhai had quite a few subordinates or followers or fanboys or whatever. Now these people, only Zhang Wenyi was able to respond to one call and connect them all together. Zhang Wenyi was a daughter, holding her father's powerful connections and human resources in her hands, but did not have enough financial power and strength to realize these resources, so Qin Zheng was able to make use of them. If things went well, as Qin Zheng had thought, and he was allowed to form 6 divisions of troops and horses, by that time, South Gotham City's battle power would definitely be crowned as the best in the neighborhood. As for the issue of the expansion of the hegemony's close guard, Qin Zheng naturally held an open attitude. Anyway, as he said, this was an army with both strength and potential. The young girls, after being transformed by the system, were not weak in talent. They had grown from the age of 12 to 16. Despite this, they were all above the peak of the mountain and sea realm as well. Don't forget, these could all be peak mountain and sea realm at the age of 16. If Zhang Wenyi was able to find women in this age group with the same realm, then Qin Zheng would naturally want them. After talking to Zhang Wenyi, Qin Zheng continued to contact the Overlord Jaded Chopper on top of the ring every day. 2 days later, the Overlord Jaded Chopper had already arrived at level 8. Overlord Emotionless Chop, level 8 emotion is also form and nature. A hegemon's form and nature are absolute, without desire. This is the hegemon's first form. After transferring to hegemony to obtain this skill, the attack power is permanently increased by 18%. After the skill form is opened, all attacks ignore 18% of the target's defense, during which time it is immune to confusion-type obstacle skills. Duration 3 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes. Upgradable. Desperate Slash's boost to Qin Zheng's attack power had been enhanced again. Ignoring the target's defense was also enhanced. The key duration was estimated to be able to come to 5 minutes after being upgraded to full level. This way, the cooldown time minus the duration would only be a vacuum of 5 minutes. The key is still the system's mission. After the mission was completed, there would always be a reward. Although he did not know what it was yet, Qin Zheng was already looking forward to it. However, just 2 days before the game was about to invade reality, Qin Zheng's Desperate Chop had just risen to level 9 when a large number of NPCs suddenly flooded into this side of South Gotham City. These people were all found by Zhang Wenyi. South Gotham City, City Lord's Mansion. Zhang Wenyi was here and met some people. They were both male and female. There were also old and young. However, there was only one old man. Third uncle. Zhang Wenyi was very respectful to the old man. Girl, tell me, what did you call us here for? We are, however, planning to rise up against the Holy Dragon Dynasty in solidarity with Big Brother. The old man had a look of old age. At a glance, he was the type of veteran who had spent his entire life in the military camp. There was also a strong killing aura on his body. Zhang Wenyi said, Third uncle, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to achieve great things if you guys aimlessly start an army, so I've asked you to come here, along with them, also that you can come and join the City Lord of Southern Gothic City. She spoke directly. These words were also not just spoken to the old man, but were still told to everyone present. Then, Zhang Wenyi looked around the crowd and spoke, Among you, some of you are my father's students, some of you are my father's old men, and some of you came because you believe in my father. Here, Wenyi would like to write over each and every one of you. Miss Zhang is polite. That's right, Miss has a noble status. Why do you need to thank us? Tell me, what do you want us to do? I've brought 300 brothers this time to join Miss. I brought 3,000, but I met a few thousand more on the way. They were originally going to fall in with the bandits, but when they heard that Miss was Prime Minister Zhang's daughter and was recruiting over here, they all came. At this moment, the old man stood up and said, I, Tu Laosan, brought 20,000 people, and they are all battle-hardened Snapdragon army. If you ask me, with so many of us, why do we need to listen to others? Why don't we all join me, Tu Laosan, in pledging our allegiance to Miss, then kill this what's-his-name city lord, occupy this city, and together we'll rebel against the Sacred Dragon Dynasty. As soon as these words came out, many people shouted, yes, support. Old General Tu's words are what we want to say as well. Zhang Wenyi obviously did not expect things to turn out like this. To be honest, for her to be a woman and become the leader of the insurgent army, although she had the status and position in place, it was really difficult to maneuver. The key is, Qin Zheng. These guys actually want to kill him. That was her father, the most valued person. Zhang Wenyi hurriedly said, Third uncle, the city lord here, is the person that father values the most, and father even gave him that supreme treasure. What? Tu Laosan was shocked at his words. That is your father's treasure that has realized the way of the earth. He really gave it away? At this time, Qin Zheng's voice rang out. It seems that this city lord's request for Miss Zhang to invite you all over to discuss how to overthrow the Sacred Dragon Dynasty and rescue Prime Minister Zhang turned out to be luring the wolf into the house instead. It could be heard that Qin Zheng's voice was slightly low. This was displeased. and behind Qin Zheng, he had brought with him an army with uniform armor, as well as a neat and sharp military appearance. The hegemony's personal guards. This was the bottom card of South Elegy City. In fact, Qin Zheng's anger was fake. Of course, he knew what kind of ingredients these people called by Zhangwanyi were. That could all be influenced by Zhang Wanzai. They should all be people with some skills, so if he wanted to get their allegiance, then Qin Zheng himself could not do it without two brushes. Therefore, the anger was fake. Qin Zheng wanted to establish his authority. That was the real thing. First, he had to establish his authority before he could collect people. Then, he would be able to gain their allegiance. Precisely because of this, that was why Qin Zheng had brought his bottom card. The Overlord's personal guards. Blade City Lord, don't misunderstand, they don't know that you are one of their own just yet. By the way, this Tu Lao San is my father's sworn brother from the Snapdragon army back in the day. There was another person, but the second uncle has already died in battle. Zhang Wenyi explained to Qin Zheng. However, Qin Zheng waved his hand, and his gaze fell on Tu Lao San. One could tell that this was a veteran general who had crawled out of a pool of blood. Mainly because of the intense killing aura on him, it was too easy to recognize. However, Qin Zheng said, it seems that the Snapdragon army is not that good, at the very least, it is much inferior to even this city lord's close guards. You dare to insult the Snapdragon army? Old man too was furious. Qin Zheng laughed, General, don't misunderstand, I don't mean to insult the Snapdragon army, that is, just being honest. If you can't, how many people have come from your Snapdragon army? You can try it out with my close guards in a formation. But, if we lose, then I, Tu Lao San, will cut my own throat in front of you on the spot. Tu Lao San said angrily, how many of your close guards are there, and how do we compare? 1,000 men, so we'll just directly compare charging formations, and the one who is brave on the narrow path will win. Qin Zheng laughed again, if you lose, there is no need for you to cut your own throat. The defeat of two armies against each other is not necessarily all the sin of war, it could also be the wrong training methods, or commanding mistakes, or military formations don't work. In short, there will be many reasons. Of course, strength is an important part too. So, if my close guards win, then you'll take them with you and submit to the city lord's command, how's that? Alright, I promise you. Tu Lao San agreed. Because, he had no choice. If he didn't agree, wouldn't that be a sign of weakness? Would it not be, degrading the Snapdragon army's reputation? It could be said that Qin Zheng had completely pinned him down with this handful of provocation. This scene was watched by Li Shuelua, who had followed Qin Zheng, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and sighing. She couldn't help but think of the scene in reality, a few months ago in school, when Qin Zheng was expelled. Of course Qin Zheng had said that everyone could only look up to him in the future. And now, this moment seemed to be getting closer and closer. So far, all the players on the Blue Star were still players in this game. Whether it was the No. 1 Long Lance Chen White Robe, or the No. 1 Shield Zhong Shan. Or, in reality, those super gods and heroes, the bosses of the many big guilds that have been established in the game. In the game, they were all still nothing more than players. And what about Qin Zheng? Qin Zheng he had already become a city lord. And now, Qin Zheng he was still really moving towards being a party overlord. Obviously, the current group of leaders in the city lord's mansion, as well as the more than 100,000 NPCs that had suddenly flooded into South Gotham City, would soon all be taken in by Qin Zheng. Everyone was playing the game together. In the past, everyone else was laughing at Qin Zheng for drawing his sword every day. And now, Qin Zheng was about to embrace more than 100,000 soldiers in the game. Even those strong people from the Mountain and Sea Realm, the Sun and Moon Realm, as well as the Heavenly Vault Realm would become his subordinates. And what about the others? Those big guilds that wanted to hire a Mountain and Sea Realm powerhouse would have to grovel, call them seniors with every mouthful, and offer them up with spirit jade. Qin Zheng, will you really be able to save Blue Star in the future? At this moment, in this situation, in Li Shuelua's heart, a thought flashed. Qin Zheng, could he be the future savior of Blue Star? Savior. If, indeed, Qin Zheng was such an identity, then what had Shijing University, in the first place, missed out on? Li Shuelua shook her head. She did not continue to think about it. Because, what was missed, was already missed. It was good that later on, everything could still be remedied. As for whether Qin Zheng was the savior, it was not easy to say. Currently, it seemed that an incomparably large world existed in the game. This world could be much bigger than Blue Star. Qin Zheng was only one person. How easy was it to want to save the world? She did not wish that Qin Zheng was bound by some so-called savior's name. After all, he was the only one amongst the Blue Star people who was able to mix his way to the position of city lord and could still recruit troops and horses. 1,000 Snapdragon army versus Qin Zheng's 1,000 hegemonic close guard. Both sides charged straight into battle. This was considered to be the first time that the hegemony near Guardians had ever been in actual combat. However, in their eyes, a real battle was a real battle. There was no such thing as a friendly match. So, with just one charge, amongst the Imperial Heaven and Earth, all that was left of that former Snapdragon army was only corpses. What does it mean to move like thunder? This is it. Don't look at Qin Zheng's hegemonic Snapdragon army as being all women, but their equipment was all immortal items, their magic weapons were also top-grade magic treasures, and the most ordinary soldiers were all at the peak mountain and sea realm. If one were to talk about the ability to fight on their own, every single hegemonic close guard would be able to hang the Snapdragon army. After all, among the Snapdragon army, there were only some veteran soldiers who had advanced to the mountain and sea realm, or the early stages. The equipment was also crushed. It was the first time that the hegemony Snapdragon army, like a sheathed sword. However, they could completely satisfy Qin Zheng. At the same time, it also brought Old Man 300 million points of shock from them. It was too terrifying. Their opponents, but the Snapdragon army. The Sacred Dragon Dynasty, the second most powerful army in terms of combat strength. Second only to the Black Armor army. Although, the group of people brought by Tu Laosan were not the most elite part of the Snapdragon army, they were all veterans who had been through hundreds of battles. How was it possible that the entire army was wiped out in just one charge against each other? Third uncle, this overlord Snapdragon army of the City Lord is known to move like thunder, with the momentum of 10,000 pounds. If on the battlefield, these 1,000 people can completely defeat 10 with 1, and easily decimate a 10,000-man team. You are gullible. Zhang Wenyi immediately gave Tu Laosan a step up. Qin Zheng also smiled and said, not bad, Elder General Tu did not send out the elites under his command either, did he? Indeed, with their status as women, it would be easy for their opponents to be gullible. Moreover, against them, the Snapdragon army's performance was actually considered quite good. Qin Zheng was also giving Elder Tu a leg up. After all, giving a sweet date after a slap was the way he should operate. This was because Qin Zheng wanted to subdue the men and women who had come to southern Gothic City this time, so that they would all be used for himself. A loss is a loss. Tu Laosan, recognize the punishment. Tu Laosan said in a muffled voice. However, the way they charged the formation is unheard of. Blade City Lord, the strength of the commander of this army of yours should be of the Heavenly Vault realm, right? Qin Zheng knew that this time of his life was not the time to hide his strength. Besides, this was merely bringing out the power of Hong Yin Shui. He replied with a smile. To be exact, she is in the Heavenly Vault realm, at its peak. Hiss. Peak Heavenly Vault realm? Then, wouldn't that be the demigod realm? So she's this strong, no wonder she just took the lead and directly pierced through the entire Snapdragon army. Yes, the collapse of the Snapdragon army was caused by her. How fierce! Such a character is actually willing to follow the Blade City Lord. What is the strength of that Blade City Lord? There were some things that were extremely frightening to think about. Red-Face Snow's realm shocked everyone. Moreover, the shock that she alone brought was almost the same than the shock that the hegemonic close guard brought to everyone. Even the peak of the Heavenly Vault realm was serving under the hands of the Blade City Lord. Where were the others? Not to mention the others, it was Old Man Tu and his group. The highest realm was the Sun and Moon realm. When they bumped into Hong Yin Shui, they still had to call out to a senior. And in front of her, none of these people were strong enough. This was a world of the strong. The weak eat the strong. Only the strong can be honored. The strength of strength determines everything. And this was also the most basic rule of nature. In such rules, there is no such thing as equality for all. Just like in the natural world, the same group of vultures pecking at carrion, facing the delicious carrion in front of them, they have to wait for the strongest vulture to finish eating before they can come forward to eat. The gods of this world are also the rulers of all living things. Of course, the weaker side can rebel against the stronger. But, more often than not, such as in a situation like the current one, when facing the peak Heavenly Vault realm's Hong Yanshue, more of everyone's mentality was to be submissive and, like her, choose to serve Qin Zheng. This outcome could be said to be completely within Li Shuelua's expectations. Qin Zheng immediately asked Mo Qingyi to come over, and gave these men and horses to be divided into 5 battalions according to his conception. As for the administrators, they were still the same group of people as Tu Laosan and the others. Li Shuelua quietly said to Qin Zheng, "Hey, you're really giving money. Why do I get the feeling that you have to guard your hand against that Zhang Wenyi? Think about it. The people who defected to you this time were all called over by her. Moreover, the person those people recognize in their hearts is actually still her. How could Qin Zheng not know this? However, Zhang Wenyi was Zhang Wanzai's daughter. Putting that aside, her position in the hearts of these soldiers would indeed make Qin Zheng, in the future, potentially embarrassed. Qin Zheng wanted an army that was completely obedient to his orders. It's fine, in the future, I will make them, all of them, loyal only to me." Qin Zheng did not tell Li Shuelua how the Overlord's close guard came about. The system was produced, so Li Shuelua looked as if she had also forgotten about the 1,000 young girls that she and Qin Zheng, together, had rescued from the faceless sect. Therefore, Qin Zheng also did not tell Li Shuelua that in the future, he, utilizing the system, should be able to completely control these people. Even, Qin Zheng would be able to make them all stronger. And then do so in a way that was truly as fast as the wind, as slow as the forest, as aggressive as fire, as immovable as a mountain, and as difficult to know as the Yin. Since the system's rewards included the Overlord's close guard, was this the only army left? It shouldn't be possible. The Close Guard army was just one of the many types of armies. Since there was a Close Guard army, was there an escort army? Is there a vanguard army? Was there a cavalry? Qin Zheng did not know either. But he was clear about one thing. Right now, he had spent so much on military expenses to build up an army, and in the future, if he dared to disobey him, then with his strength, he would be able to make sure that those who betrayed him would not be able to see the sun the next day. Therefore, strength was able to bring Qin Zheng enough confidence. In the last 2 days, while Qin Zheng had leveled up the Overlord's Desperate Chop to full level, he had also put the entire South Gotham City completely under his control. And time, too, had finally come to this day. The game also announced at 10 o'clock in the evening that it had closed all the connection portals. At the same time, it was announced that after 12 o'clock, in the early hours of the morning, the game would invade reality on time. The moment, finally, was coming. As for Qin Zheng, he also completed the task given by the system at the last moment when the game was going to invade. He was rewarded. As expected, it was also as Qin Zheng expected. It was the credentials of an army. The Hegemony Scouts. A total of 20,000 people. All of the armaments were complete. Moreover, all of the Hegemony Scouts, all of them possessed the following skills. The first one is the art of disguise. The second was proficiency in various languages. The third, they all mastered the Hegemony Scouts' unique contact methods. This is the Een character army now. It's hard to know as Een. Having such a group of talents, and then scattering them to all sides. Then, Qin Zheng would have an extremely powerful intelligence network in the game world. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still half an hour left in the clock before it reached 10 o'clock, Qin Zheng hurriedly combed through the Overlord Scout army before arranging all of these 20,000 people out. Because right now, it was still possible to peacefully use the various teleportation arrays in the game. It was then that Qin Zheng had the time to look at the announcements in the game. 1. After the suspension of service, the two worlds will be fused, and at that time, the teleportation arrays in all cities will be closed, but they can be repaired. 2. The fusion will officially begin at 10 p.m. and will be completed by 12 p.m., with monsters and demonic beasts not being released until the early hours of the morning. 3. After the fusion, no matter which world's characters, they will inherit everything in the game, including any hidden identities in the game, as well as in-game levels, equipment, and even hidden professions and special abilities. 4. All high-tech weapons on Blue Star will be destroyed during the fusion process, but the technology and civilization will not change. 5. After the game invasion, it will change the landforms on the blue planet as well as the ocean pattern, in addition to adding some new maps, special rivers, oceans or forbidden places. 6. Demonic forces, there may be infiltration. 7. From this moment on, death will not be revived. Note, Dr. Profession, raise the dead type of skills can be used, but the death of the target more than the time specified in the skills, will not be able to resurrect. 8. At that time, there will be a deity, descending to the blue star, establishing a divine residence. The gods have a transcendent status and cannot be shaken. If the gods have any behavior, they must endure and obey. 9. The national battlefield will be opened. 10. Spirit veins will appear on the blue star, generating spirit jade resources, but they are still relatively barren. In the announcement, a total of 10 items appeared. Among them, it basically listed in detail the effects that the game would have on Blue Star after it invaded reality. For example, all the missiles and satellites and those things were currently out of sight. The communication equipment, however, was not mentioned. However, looking at the current Blue Star, in reality, a lot of communication equipment, it was estimated that it would not be able to be saved in the future. Cell phone signals were something that might be destroyed after the monsters descended, and as for the network that connected the major states as well as the fiber optic cables, they were actually damaged when Blue Star swelled. Once the radios were restricted, it was expected that the cell phones would be disabled by then as well. But it would probably take a while to slowly go through the damage. There is also the fact that the gods will descend. Also, it was possible that demonic forces would infiltrate. Gods and demons, both were incomparably powerful. But the one thing that made Qin Zheng unhappy was the 8th article. What did it mean to say that the gods had to endure any behavior? Gods and spirits. Qin Zheng laughed coldly. He had been holding back for a long time. It had also been held back for a long time. Just waiting for this moment. At that time, if the deity he encountered could not hold back and was not that strong, guess what Qin Zheng would do? He didn't want to hold back and stifle himself any longer. There was another one, the National Fortune Battlefield. This was something that should have been the most important to explain. As a result, there were no hints whatsoever. It looked like it would have to be properly understood in the future. Lastly, there was the Spirit Jade. This thing was able to provide Blue Star with spiritual chi. Obviously, it was very important. After combing through the information, Qin Zheng took another look at the World Channel before the suspension of service. The service has stopped, but it seems like the real game has just begun. Alas, this day has finally come. Can we not invade? Is peace bad? Is it bad for the game to keep going? Abandon your illusions and prepare to fight. Quite unexpectedly, inside the World Channel, Qin Zheng saw some people miss the time of the game, some people don't give up the experience in the game, and there are still people who are confessing their love at this moment. However, there is no one who is making a fuss at this moment. A lot of speeches are more rational. For example, abandon illusions and prepare to fight. When you think about it, it is normal. The game is going to invade reality, have been laying the groundwork for half a year, and now who else on the blue star has not accepted this fact? People have accepted the game invasion. It was also accepted that everyone was going to end their peaceful lives and start fighting demonic beasts. To begin with, to enter a whole new era. A world where everyone cultivated, where strength was the basis, where the strong were honored, and then the survival of the fittest, the weak and the strong. There are even people who, at this last moment, also burst out with bravado. Come on, battle. Next, it's the real reality of killing monsters. I've long wanted to taste the flavor of blood, gah. More than just killing monsters, right? I think those NPCs in the game are actually living people too. By then they count as invaders of Blue Star. Can we let them go? Oh well, just do it anyway. Of course, there were also the bearish ones. Oh, to put it lightly, the highest we have is only level 100. There are more NPCs in the game in the mountain and sea realm, sun and moon realm, and the monsters are very strong. Are you guys sure? When the copies in the field of those blood thick and attacking high boss appear in reality, can you still be as calm as in the game? Battle a hairline a battle, when the time comes shouldn't we survive first? We're not wimpy, we just hope that everyone understands the truth. That sacrificing for nothing is unnecessary. When the time comes everyone should save their strength. In the middle of the argument between the two sides, the time came to 10 o'clock in the evening. Everyone withdrew from the game and disconnected. And at this time, Qin Zheng called Wang Chang's phone at the first opportunity. Xianzi, have you gone back to your hometown? Don't worry brother Zhang, I've already brought my parents, as well as my uncles and aunts, and they're on their way to come to the capital. Well, when you arrive in the capital, you should first take them to the school site to settle down. Qin Zheng let out a sigh of relief. The parents had picked them up. Then he would have no worries. Then, Qin Zheng suddenly felt there was a strong force that was slowly being injected into his body. It was not just Qin Zheng. During the time between 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock at night, almost the entire players in the game, in reality, had this feeling. That power from the game was slowly entering their bodies. So, someone accidentally closed a door, actually directly knocked their own door to fly out. Many people obviously have not been able to get used to this powerful force in themselves in reality. So, Qin Zheng was able to hear thumps and bangs all over the hotel he was staying in. And all over the world, it seemed to be the same. The invasion, it had really begun. Power. It could be said that in reality, this was something that everyone very much wished to be able to obtain. And now, everyone got it. The levels in the game, as well as various attributes and talents, were all inherited. Those equipment also began to come to everyone's body. It seemed as if the game invasion was friendly to everyone. After all, they even bestowed you with powers before the invasion. But in reality, was that really the case? In response, Qin Zheng was left pondering. There were still 2 hours to go, and the heavens and earth were about to change drastically. The monsters would descend. By then, all this prosperity might be destroyed. At this time, if the person who was excited because he had obtained these powers, then Qin Zheng felt that he would have to mourn for him. Or even mourn in silence. As the saying went, it was the free ones that were the most expensive. Originally, it was the game world that was invading reality, so how could one get carried away just because the game world had given a portion of its power? At this moment, Qin Zheng's phone rang. Hello? Where are you? The hotel. Didn't you promise that you would protect my sister? Don't worry, now I'm going over to her side, instant thing. You also inherited the abilities from the game like everyone else, right? Li Shuelua inquired. She felt that Qin Zheng was different from the other players. Therefore, it was very scary that Qin Zheng would not inherit everything in the game. I inherited it. At this moment, Qin Zheng looked to his waist. There, a knife was pinned on. San Shang blood. As he raised his hand, the immortal beheading flying knife, an immortal treasure gourd, also appeared. On his body, there was the void sky treasure clothes. A full set of equipment, fully dressed. Moreover, it was all strengthened to full level. Qin Zheng said to Li Shuelua on the other end of the cell phone, I did promise that I would protect your sister, but I also said that if my contribution value reaches 1 million, the contract will be terminated, right? Right. Li Shuelua nodded her head. Good then. Qin Zheng hung up the phone. Then, he arrived at the top of the hotel. His eyes, on the other hand, looked at the colorful sky. Although it was nighttime now, the blue star before the mutation, the entire night sky was radiant. It was possible to sense that many glowing things were floating in the air. These things, all of them had a rich spiritual aura. They should be things like spirit vein seeds. Qin Zheng stretched out his hand. However, it was as if these things were bubbles that could not be grasped at all. Instead, they instantly disappeared without a trace upon touch. On the other hand, a huge hole appeared above the dome of the sky. The edge of that hole, the same colorful, but the middle part is dark. At 11:30, above the sky, a voice rang out, the geographical fusion begins. Boom! It could be seen that many cities actually landed from above. Such a scene could be truly frightening. Especially above the dome of the sky, the existence that gave out the voice seemed like a universe. Incomparably strong. In just 10 minutes, many rays of light landed in various parts of the blue star. As for Qin Zheng, at the first moment, he also felt the city lord's order on him emitting light. The city lord order was giving him a direction. It appeared that over there was exactly where Qin Zheng's old home, that small county, was located. South Gotham City landed over there. It was very close. If I had known that this was the case, then I shouldn't have let Changzi pick them up. It would have been better to go directly to South Gotham City. Qin Zheng gathered his nervousness. Everything, it seemed, was moving in a good direction. Quello, I'll leave this place to you. In the firmament, the incomparably powerful deity dropped a sentence, and then went silent. Qin Zheng could also feel that the intimidating pressure from this powerful deity was suddenly much less. However, soon, a new pressure appeared. At this time, there were only 10 minutes left until the early hours of the morning. Then above the sky, another voice rang out, this seat is Kaluo, and from now on, I will be the Eastern righteous god of the blue planet, so you and the others can plunder and kill as much as you like on the blue planet, but you are definitely not allowed to question the authority of this seat. The power of a god cannot be blasphemed. Boom! In the sky, divine power began to cover a large area. At this moment, everyone's heart felt the oppressive feeling from the gods. Moreover, the stronger the strength, the greater the sense of oppression. Right now, Qin Zheng was facing an enormous pressure on his body. That sense of oppression made him feel that his heart was about to jump out. However, Qin Zheng remained standing in place. He was wondering, wasn't it said that there would be 4 deities that descended on the blue star along with the game invasion? How come now, it seemed like there was only one? This was a very important one. Because at this moment, Qin Zheng had anger in his eyes. He was able to see that Kaluo, the self-proclaimed positive god, after releasing his own pressure, immediately sacrificed another cage to the 9 heavens above. The one trapped in that cage was none other than Zhang Wanzai. This one, the existence known as the light of the human race. But now, it is constantly being tortured by the heavenly thunder. Already dying. However, the gods would not kill him. It was because he hadn't acquired tortured yet. Snap! In Kaluo's hand, a whip attached with heavenly thunder appeared, and that long whip was like a thunderbolt above the night sky's firmament, lashing directly towards Zhang Wanzai's body. I heard that this person blasphemes and questions the gods? This seat is not that indecisive holy dragon guardian god. Moreover, the eastern domain of the blue star is now under the jurisdiction of this seat. Zhang Wanzai, you fell into the hands of this seat. This seat will definitely let you understand. What is called the gods are not blasphemous. I will let you, life is worse than death. Huh? Not only that, but this seat will also use you, to deter those ants who don't think they can do anything about themselves. Kaluo's voice was very arrogant. It was also very domineering. In this game world, at the tense moment of invading Blue Star, he was lynching on top of the vaulted iron curtain. And, with his mouth, he called the humans mole crickets. So, it's like, from now on, deities don't even pretend anymore? Qin Zheng frowned. The next moment, the hour arrived. Then what Quello did also confirmed Qin Zheng's suspicions. The moment has finally arrived. Kaluo laughed loudly, come out, my sons and daughters, my champions, this god has gone through a lot of trouble to earn the qualification of a proper god, for this moment, to feed you all. Go forth to conquer, go forth to kill. All the mole crickets will become your dinner. Roar! Within that immense and incomparable black hole, a head as big as a house appeared. Then, a giant beast leapt out. It pointed at the firmament and let out a roar, as if it was responding to Quello's words. However, there was more than one such demonic beast. Immediately, there were more demonic beasts that came out of the black hole one after another. Then, there were countless smaller demonic beasts that descended from the sky. The moment of the full-scale invasion came. The vast number of demonic beasts, when they were above the sky, looked like they were still just black dots. But soon, these black dots, like raindrops, descended everywhere. It was only at this time that one could see their numbers, how terrifying they were. Right where Qin Zheng stood, there were a dozen or so demonic beasts that brushed past Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng did not even use his sword. This was because, those demonic beasts directly ignored Qin Zheng and roared as they crashed towards the surrounding houses. Bang bang bang! Just as Qin Zheng had predicted. At this moment, throughout the blue planet, those tall buildings and skyscrapers that people had worked hard to develop, all of them, in the first instance, became the targets of the demonic beasts. Obviously, their destructive actions like this were premeditated. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be so uniform. And with those huge buildings falling down, it was difficult for the demonic beasts to injure them. However, those who were still in the buildings, the weaker ones, would have suffered if their luck was any worse. There were quite a few people who died under the first wave of attack. This scene was like the coming of the end times. As for Qin Zheng at this moment, he also moved. He did not go to kill those small monsters, because could not kill them. Conservatively estimating, this neighborhood where Qin Zheng was alone, at least tens of thousands of monsters had fallen. The entire capital city was definitely millions of monsters. It was impossible to kill them all. At the first moment, Qin Zheng headed towards Yenro Group, because the Yenro Group was right in front of him. Moreover, it was also a tall building. However, the figure of Chen White Robe appeared in the Yenro Group, who then commanded many of the guild members and began to counterattack those demonic beasts in droves. The mages stood on the roof of the building, their shields protecting them. Then, there were also many archers who utilized their equipment and constantly circled those monsters around the building. But, damn, these small monsters, how come they're all elite monsters of level 80 at the minimum? Not bad, with this kind of strength, they're definitely level 80 elites. Damn it, the levels of our guild members, although they are generally all level 90, but facing these level 80 elite monsters, we simply can't do a single hit. Boss, the headquarters won't be able to hold on. Chen White Robe, or rather, Li Shuelua, might still have the building of Yenro Group to guard. However, the situation clearly did not allow it. But at this moment, Chen White Robe was in command. He didn't tell everyone to retreat. Instead, he said loudly, "Do your best to hold on. Have you forgotten just now what I said to Shueyin? I must reserve the headquarters for her." At this time, still not retreating? Qin Zheng was somewhat speechless. South Gotham City was not far from the capital, where there was still Qin Zheng's 100,000 or so troops. Moreover, South Gotham City was a city in the game world, and it was also protected by spell formations. These demonic beasts would not be able to cause any trouble at all. Therefore, retreating would be fine. However, Chen White Robe actually forced his guild members to hold down the mansion in order to win a smile from Li Shueyin. Wasn't he aware that the monster's primary target of attack was these tall buildings? Chen White Robe, perhaps, was still really unclear. Furthermore, it was only at this point that Qin Zheng could see that this guy still seemed to be a bit headstrong. Then Qin Zheng went straight to Li Shueyin, and Li Shueyin at this time was actually in a daze. Seeing Qin Zheng coming, Li Shueyin's first reaction was to pick up her weapon, but after seeing clearly that it was Qin Zheng, Li Shueyin put her weapon down, then she came to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked at the tragic scene outside, and said leisurely, "You said that the Blue Star people might be able to hold on to their homeland, but now that you see, hold it? It's only just begun, what's the rush?" Qin Zheng said, "With such a large number of monsters dropped down together, it is impossible to defend it. However, Blue Star is still around, so as long as our people are still around, we can slowly clear these monsters in the future all the same, and then restore our homeworld. So, why don't you hurry up and give the order to retreat?" "Retreat? Where to retreat? There are monsters everywhere," Li Shueyin said in a muffled voice. "Don't you realize? We are completely surrounded by monsters." This was true. Before, we humans were still buying houses in the major cities and pools in the game, we also bought clan territories, and we also spent a huge amount of money and built spell formations, but only now do we realize that we've all been cheated. Li Shueyin said angrily, "With this kind of invasion speed, will we Blue Star people be able to run to those cities and pools? Even if we reach those cities, will they shelter us?" "Qin Zheng, it's all a lie. I have already received so many people's calls. Now that the cell phone is still working, you can also go and take a look. The internet is full of videos of those cities and pools, forbidding the Blue Star people to enter, or after they enter, they immediately slaughter the Blue Star people and murder them for their money and their lives." Equivalent to saying, Sacred Dragon Dynasty, the human races of the individual cities and pools, were also sniping at the Blue Star people. The current Blue Star people are simply in hell. The monsters, slaughtering the Blue Star people. Even the human race in the game world is also slaughtering the Blue Star people. No wonder Li Shueyin was so desperate. Also, after we set up the clan outside South Gotham City, we also spent a lot of money and invited some NPC seniors who are strong, but now, where are they? Li Shueyin asked again, have they come to protect us? It could be seen that at this time, Li Shueyin was out of a very desperate mood. It was no wonder. Qin Zheng looked at his cell phone and saw, on several platforms of short videos, all the news that was enough to make anyone despair. You think that the game, the Heaven's Path, has given you guys power, so you can be happy? Unbeknownst to you, the power that the game gives everyone, and the power that comes to destroy, are not even on the same scale. Qin Zheng also saw the video of those gigantic demonic beasts that came out of the black hole in the firmament earlier. These strong demonic beasts were actually able to flatten a building with just 1 foot. Even 100-level players, they directly killed them in seconds. One bite could swallow dozens of them. No wonder Li Shueyin was desperate. If Qin Zheng didn't have a system and didn't have the strength he had now, then he would definitely despair as well. Obviously, this is a conspiracy plan for the complete destruction of the world dominated by those deities against Blue Star. Qin Zheng finally voiced his opinion. Yes. Li Shueyin shook her head and sighed, that Zhang Wanzai is right, the deities use the living as ruminants and dogs for food. Qin Zheng, look at this, it's only been less than 10 minutes, right, and how many people have already died on Blue Star? Gods, ha! At this time, Qin Zheng clenched his fists. However, at this time, Li Shuiyan's little secretary suddenly rushed in, her demeanor a little flustered, but still with a trifle of elation. Li Dong came. Outside, came 3, our Yen Rosex's guest elders. What? Li Shuiyan sniffed and immediately became excited. Guest elder. That was, she had spent a lot of money in the game to invite strong people from the sect. The strength, at least, were all at the mountain and sea realm. There were also 2 of them in the sun and moon realm. If they came, then, there is still hope. Li Shuiyan immediately left the office. Seeing her so excited, Qin Zheng only smiled faintly. It looked like she was determined to hold on to this building. It was definitely not that simple. This was because Qin Zheng was clear that the people of the original world in the game were also people. Were the people of the Holy Dragon Dynasty not human beings? People, all have a characteristic, tends to avoid good fortune and evil. So, these few elders, why did they take so long to come? Then there was only one answer. Qin Zheng's gaze looked out the window. Sure enough, above the sky, a huge devil, like a god of death in the darkness of the night, slowly walked over towards this side. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Li Shuiyan. She had just left the office and arrived at the roof of the building to meet those 3 elders. Among them, there were also 2 sun and moon realms. Yet now, you guys, Li Shuiyan said angrily, it was you guys who lured it over. It was it that chased us. One of the elders, who was still wearing the distinctive attire of some of the casual cultivators of the sacred dragon dynasty, said in a loud voice, it's a demon god, it's a demonic creature, we must flee now. Not bad, the demonic creature actually appeared here, and it seems like it was brought by Kaluo. Kaluo is a god race. Could it be that he betrayed the gods? It's definitely like this, the gods betrayed, and the demon race took advantage of the situation to try to occupy Blue Star. If that's true, not only the people of Blue Star, but also us will die. Don't say anything, now hurry up and escape. The 3 elders spoke one word to another, and quickly made it clear where the immense and incomparable demonic creature was coming from in the sky. It was actually a demon god. Even though it was only a low god realm demon god, it was still a demon god. A demon god was a god. At the low god realm, it was also a true god. It was an existence that had surpassed the heavenly vault realm, broken through the demigod limitations, and entered the divine hierarchy. Once one breaks the limitations of mortals and becomes a deity, then, for mortals, it was an existence of crushing. There was no one that could rival the deities, and the demon gods. Demon god. Qin Zheng's gaze, however, lit up. The game had just invaded, and it turned out that the previously promised invasion was just deities and monsters. But now, the demon gods had all appeared brightly. Moreover, it was still a positive god sent over by the deity camp and released. Then this positive god Quiro, a deity with the middle god realm. Exactly what kind of existence was it? Those 3 elders had already given the answer. Kaluo is a traitor to the gods. He had betrayed the gods and defected to the demons. And the reason for how, naturally, was the entire Blue Star. Go! Li Shuiyan also finally ordered at this time. The building had to be abandoned. There was no one that could be a match for the gods. Everyone was ready to withdraw. However, Qin Zheng opened his mouth and said, I don't want to say any more superfluous words, so I'll just ask. If I help you kill this guy, then can the contract between me and your sister be cancelled? To be honest, the $20 million that Li Shuiyan had given at the beginning, at this time Qin Zheng didn't want to be kept bound by the contract all the time. Besides, now that the demon race has dared to send out demon gods so blatantly to attack Blue Star, then, they definitely have a way to keep the divine race from knowing. Perhaps, the god race wouldn't know what happened over here either. Because the divine race must have trusted Kaluo, the deity. But Kaluo has already rebelled. So that, for this operation, other than these deities that might appear in the sky above the Blue Star, the divine race had not sent any more powerful gods to monitor it. Then why should Qin Zheng, why should he hold back any longer? Qin Zheng, what did you say? Li Shuiyan was dumbfounded. She thought that she had hallucinated. What was Qin Zheng going to do? He said, he was going to kill that demon god? But actually, the target that Qin Zheng wanted to kill in his heart was Quello. However, he was only a level 1. Who would believe this when he said it? Among the crowd, only Qin White Robe, after hearing Qin Zheng's voice, frowned. This was because he knew that Qin Zheng was strong. Seconds had killed him. But, was Qin Zheng actually this strong? Forget it, I'll ask Li Shuiyan directly. Qin Zheng took out his cell phone. However, there was no signal. Go over to Shijing University first. Qin Zheng said and turned around. Everyone landed on the ground and then summoned their mounts. On the streets, there were still many people fighting with the demonic beasts. The scene was very chaotic, and at this time, Li Shuiyan ran on top of her mount while yelling, "Stop fighting, look above, run." Boom! The crowd looked up. The demon god, that huge and terrifying head, appeared above the sky. Holy shit, what is this? Run! Hurry up and run! For a while, many people joined the escape team. Soon, the building of Yen Ro Group collapsed. It was less than a minute before Qin Zheng and the others left. It was a good thing that the speed of everyone's mounts was not slow. That building, too, had delayed that demon god for some time. Everyone ran towards Qin University with all their might, but just as they were about to arrive at Qin University, that demonic god appeared in the sky again. In front of them, the entire periphery of Qin University was actually filled with demonic beasts. And the level of the lowest are 80 level, they remind huge, at least have the size of an adult elephant. Those mountain and sea realm demonic beasts, is able to grow to more than 10 meters. On the side of Qin University, it was also caught in the middle of a fierce battle. At this time, that strong person of the sun and moon realm beside Li Shuiyan directly sacrificed a magic treasure, ejecting a powerful and pouring stream of water, directly impacting the demonic beasts in front of them, and shocking out a passageway. Everyone, move! That strong man shouted. Then, he took the lead to go through the passageway and follow the water current inside Qin University. Everyone hurriedly followed. By the time everyone arrived inside the Qin University, everyone was inevitably wet, and they all looked a bit wretched. And just as Qin Zheng stood still, he heard many voices shouting his name. He turned around and looked, but it was a few of his classmates. Among them, there was someone who scoffed, "Huh, it's really you. Qin Zheng, didn't you say that we could only look up to you in the future? How come now, you've also become a fallen chicken, huh?" This person, Qin Zheng recognized. Jiang Qi, Fong Tang's former follower. Now, Fong Tang had been expelled from Qin University. Moreover, he had also been killed by Qin Zheng and removed from the game. It was estimated that at this time, Fong Tang should still be alive. After all, the Fong family had money, so he wouldn't die so quickly. However, Fong Tang was unable to cultivate and had no rank, and in such an era, completely wasted. And now, these followers of his had jumped out in front of Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng gripped the knife in his hand tightly. But Li Shuelua just happened to come over, and in the sky, that demon god had also arrived above Qin University and was looking down intently. The situation, there was no time to lose. Therefore, Qin Zheng directly looked at Li Shuelua and asked, "It came here to hunt down and kill your sister, as well as the personnel of the Shuelua group, so, if I kill it, am I accomplishing my agreement with you?" "Yes." Li Shuelua nodded her head. "Good." Qin Zheng immediately pulled out that Songshang blood, then he coldly glanced at Jiang Qi and said, "Wait for me for a while, then come back to clean you up." Swish! After Li Shuiyan, Chen White Robe, Li Shuelua, and the crowd of teachers and students from Qin University, gazed in amazement. Qin Zheng, with his feet on the flying cloud mirror immortal treasure, directly flew towards that 100-meter demon god. Qin Zheng? What does he want? Previously, Qin Zheng's mentor, Lucia, had just rushed over, so she inquired curiously. At her side, there were also those new administrations from the school. Principal Long, who was also beside her, sniffed and asked, "Teacher Lu, you know him? He used to be a student of our school, but he kept pulling swords in the game and didn't upgrade, and almost half a year ago, he was expelled from the school." Lu Xia explained. "Then he is." Now, Principal Long was also curious, so he asked Li Shuelua. "He's going to decimate the devil." Li Shuelua's response was straightforward. However, it stunned everyone. "What? Don't joke. Li Shuelua, you blow it, just him, Qin Zheng? If I remember correctly, it seems like he's only at level 1 so far. You're telling me that at level 1, he was able to decapitate that demon god? That's a demon god, it's on the level of a god." "That's right, the mountains and seas, the sun and moon, and the heavenly vault, in the eyes of a demon god, they are all just a meal. Qin Zheng is only afraid that he wouldn't even be enough to stuff the teeth of a demon god." The students immediately retorted. They were more convinced that Qin Zheng was trying to escape, and then also pretended to be powerful on purpose. After all of them were young men in their 20s, and they were all very fresh, and they all wanted to save face. I believe that Qin Zheng was the same. In the face of such a situation, he was afraid. However, and do not want to lose face. Sure enough, at this time, Qin Zheng in the air suddenly changed direction, towards the opposite direction of that demon god, and continued to fly towards the top of the sky. "Ah, just this? Decapitating a demon? Laugh me to death." Jiang Qi laughed loudly. He also took out his cell phone and said, "No, I have to record it and show it to Feng Xiao when I see him." The cell phone began to record the screen. But at this time, a divine voice came from above the firmament, "Bold mortal, what do you want? Behead the gods." Qin Zheng responded. Wanton." Kaluo's angry voice came out as he said aloud, "Resign yourself to your fate, Griffin, you are nothing but two-legged reptiles, and it would be an honor for all of you to be this god's dinner." "Human race? Oh, such a despicable race, really cannot understand those foolish gods, why still allow your existence? However, today, this seat must completely annihilate you." "Is that so?" Qin Zheng's voice resounded above the 9 heavens. Surprisingly, it possessed the same flood and pressure as the voice of a deity. At this moment, Qin Zheng held the Songsheng blood in his hand. In his other hand, he offered the immortal beheading flying dagger. Immortal treasure. Moreover, it was still of the very best quality. At the same time, the qi nurturing progress inside had long since been full. This blade Qin Zheng was going to chop out a future for the human race, for himself. Beheading the gods. Qin Zheng's target was actually more than just that demon god. And at this moment, above the sky, there were also people watching. On this side of Shijing University, it was very close to South Gotham City. It was less than 100 miles. In the middle of South Gotham City, Emochingyi, as well as Jiangwenyi, and more than 100,000 troops, were also fighting with those demonic beasts and monsters at this time. Then at this time, everyone heard Qin Zheng's voice. He was going to behead the gods. Moreover, at this moment, Qin Zheng was actually heading straight towards the gods that were 10,000 meters above the sky. That was a god. It was the god race, the righteous gods that had been elected to come to this brand new power of the Blue Star and establish a party of gods. Although it was said that according to the might of the god race, a party of positive gods on a planet in the district didn't have much of a high status, but someone else, Kaluo, as a god, actually dared to duty the Holy Dragon Guardian God, so his realm was definitely not lower than the Holy Dragon Guardian God, a medium god. Therefore, Kaluo was definitely at the middle god realm as well. But what about Qin Zheng? He actually faced Kaluo straight on. He even wanted to kill him. Was Qin Zheng crazy? That's right, that's the city lord's voice. At this moment, Emochingyi's face was one of despair. Because, her boss, was looking for death. As for Jiangwenyi, the radiance inside her beautiful eyes was also somewhat dimmed. Blade frenzy. This South Gotham City's city lord. He actually wanted to behead a deity? This is also too crazy. That was a deity. It's still in the middle god realm. Even her father, Zhang Wanzai, who is known as the #1 person of the human race. When heaven does not give birth to Wanzai, the human race is like the night. Once upon a time, her father, too, was as magnificent as Qin Zheng. With the body of a mortal and the ways of the earth, he faced the gods head-on. He also wanted to behead the gods. But what was the result? Now above the 9 heavens, in the firmament, in that cage, Zhang Wanzai is already dying. And then, you still want to send it? Zhang Wenyi shook his head. Face, also a little disappointed. She also thought that this city lord would really be like what her father said, would be her future dependence. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. On Shijing University's side, the crowd's reaction was even richer. Is he crazy? Jiang Qi was still scoffing. It was just that at this moment, with everyone looking at the sky in silence, his laughter seemed a bit shrill. It was even somewhat offensive. It would offend the public. Li Shuelua then couldn't help herself as she angrily said, Jiang Qi, do you know what you're mocking? In any case, Qin Zheng, he is your classmate, and even more so, he is a Blue Star person just like you, a Dragon Country person. He is your kinsman, your countryman. And now, he is directly challenging the one behind the scenes who wants to kill us for himself, for you and me, and even for the entire human race. However, instead of supporting him, you even ridiculed him. How does a person like you deserve to live? Jiang Qi sniffed and was directly speechless. At this time, Principal Long said in a muffled voice, come on, bring him down, and when we all elect the law enforcement elders as well as the law enforcement hall in the future after we arrive at the sect territory, we will then hand him over to the law enforcement hall to be punished for his crimes. Principal Long was worthy of being from a military background. To be honest, as a soldier, he really hated people like Jiang Qi. What's more, right now, Jiang Qi was still in front of him, committing such behavior. Li Shuelua's angry rebuke gave him enough reasons to dispose of Jiang Qi. However, because this was still a school, and the invasion had only just begun. Who knows, after this huge game invasion disaster, what will the world become like? The previous decrees, jurisprudence, and regulations, do they still count? It's not clear. Therefore, Principal Long could only say that if everyone could pull through and hold out until the future, after going to the sect's territory, then he would come back to completely convict Jiang Qi. Just this long night, there were also monsters and demonic beasts like a tidal wave. Everyone, will they really be able to hold out until that time? Just look at the present. Many of the students, in their battles with the demonic beasts, were exhausted. Mana exhausted. The supplies that the school had hoarded, the elixirs, were being drastically depleted. And on the internet, there was all sorts of bad news coming in. Countless people had had their homes broken. Even the videos of many people stayed at the moment they were eaten by the monster. Throughout the Blue Star, blood flowed in rivers. The Dragon Kingdom was like this. And there were many other countries that were even more directly and instantly exterminated by the monsters because they didn't have this game. The footpad chickens in the east, the woolly bears in the north, and the white-headed eagle across the ocean, and so on. The Earth on the Blue Star has become a purgatory. Moreover, only about 20 minutes had passed since the game's very invasion. That is to say, the Dragon Kingdom, because of the Heaven's Path game, is still struggling to hold on right now. However, such monster intensity. Everyone's heart was clear. I'm afraid that if it continued, before dawn, the Dragon Kingdom would be completely wiped out as well. However, just at this time, a man stood out. He directly faced the gods, facing the supreme commander of this invasion of the Dragon Kingdom. Even more so, that countless demonic beasts, the faith in their hearts, as well as the feeder. The center god, Kaluo. The god race's enthroned eastern continent of the Blue Star's positive god. But at the same time, he seems to be a betrayer of the divine race. It was a, already fallen devil. And when the immortal beheading flying dagger in Qin Zheng's hand blossomed into a 10,000-foot light, illuminating the entire sky above the Dragon Kingdom, everyone below, almost all of them, held their breaths as they looked at the sky above the. This feels so strong. Heavens, so Qin Zheng is this powerful? What's going on? Isn't he only drawing swords in the game? Yeah, he's only at level 1 so far. To behead a god at level 1, not to mention this is reality, even in the game, it's impossible, right? That's absolutely unrivaled. It suddenly occurs to me that if Qin Zheng succeeds, wouldn't that be a chance for us all to survive? At this moment, Qin Zheng launched his blade. However, this blade of his was not just a concept like a single attack. In the hearts of countless people, this was a blade that represented hope. Flying sword of immortal beheading. Progress of Qi nurturing, 100%. After full reinforcement, the attack power increase of a slash with full Qi nurturing had reached 8 times. Yes, multiplying Qin Zheng's attack power, directly by 8. This was, however, Qin Zheng's strongest killing move. And what was Qin Zheng's current attack power? 100 million, more than 10 million. It was equivalent to saying that when the immortal cutting flying dagger in Qin Zheng's hand, after leaving the gourd, that piece of roiling blade light possessed an attack power of nearly 1 billion. What kind of concept is this? Just look at the result and you'll know. What? Kaluo was greatly shocked. Because, what he was facing at this moment was only a first-rank mortal. Therefore, he didn't even think about evading. Not even thinking about defense. It was just a mortal. Moreover, it was still a first-rank mortal. What's wrong with letting him slash? That's why Quello didn't have any defense. But the slash, which had swept through. Boom! Above the sky and earth, there was a sound of an air explosion that covered a large portion of the sky. During that time, there was also Quello's voice. No. This sound could be said to be heart-rending and incomparably tragic. Swish! After the blade light bloomed, the sky returned to silence. At this time, the righteous god Kaluo, however, was turning into pieces little by little. His entire body burst into pieces. Impossible, how can a mortal kill a god? In the end, Kaluo still had an unbelievable tone. Then, inch by inch, he turned into ashes. In the end, above the sky, a bead that bloomed with golden light was left behind. Immediately afterward, the sky began to rain blood. That was caused by the dissipation of a deity's aura around his body after his fall. As for Qin Zheng at this time, he was like a god of war, standing above the void. Qin Zheng is here, the gods are forbidden. The loud voice seemed to be proclaiming to the whole world. Positive god Kaluo, die. And at this time, above the firmament, that one silhouette brought many people. Billion points of shock. That was a deity of the middle god realm. What is God? God, omnipotent. God, is invincible. But now, a level 1 Qin Zheng had decimated a deity with just a single slash. What kind of strength was this? Ignoring the shock of the others. At this moment, Qin Zheng was above the sky, opening his hands. He closed his eyes. Then, he held the bead that blossomed with golden light in his hands. In his mind, a prompt from the system appeared. You have obtained the middle god godhead and can directly devour it. This bead of golden light was a godhead? Qin Zheng was very strange. What would happen if it was devoured? Whatever. Anyway, the system had given a hint. With a single bite, Qin Zheng devoured Quello's godhead. The next moment, Qin Zheng was in the system and found his current attribute panel. After the game invaded reality, the attribute panel was something that everyone could no longer see when they opened it like before. Qin Zheng was the same. However, he had the system. This was what made him different from everyone else. Therefore, he could still see it. Qin Zheng. Level, 50. Realm, none, can be raised. Godhead, Quiro, medium god medium grade, synthesizable, 3 identical godheads, synthesized into 1 high-grade godhead, upgradable, requires upgrading this godhead to extreme grade and fusing it with the godheads of the other 4 extreme grade medium gods to reach the upper god realm, strippable, loses all attribute increases after stripping, as well as the godhead divine position. Godhead attributes, gold, 3 million, wood, 500,000, water, 600,000, fire, 300,000, earth, 700,000, blood, 24,600,000. Magic, 3,100,000. Spell attack, 2,200,000. Physical attack, 158 million. 5 elements attributes, gold, 3 million, wood, 511,000, water, 611,000, fire, 311,000, earth, 711,000. Skills, swinging slash, level 2, hegemonic Jedi slash, level 10, full. Qin Zheng was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, after devouring Kaluo's godhead, he was actually able to directly use the attributes on the godhead. Therefore, Qin Zheng's current attribute panel had become exceptionally powerful. Also, Qin Zheng, who had decapitated the deity, had not taken the gray spirit pill. Therefore, Qin Zheng had actually directly ascended to level 50. After rising to level 50, he also received many 5-star attribute points. Together with the 5-element attribute bonuses on Qin Zheng's equipment, it was actually quite a lot. However, in front of the godhead, these 5 elemental attribute numbers were not enough to look at. It wasn't even as good as a fraction of the divine grimoire. It could be imagined that if Qin Zheng did not possess an attack power of over 100 million, as well as a superb immortal treasure like the immortal beheading flying blade, it would have been impossible for him to behead the deity. Even if the deity did not have any defense, Qin Zheng would not stand a chance. The attributes of Quello's godhead were, in fact, not particularly outstanding. There was only metallicity, which reached 3 million. By the looks of it, Quello was also a deity that specialized in aggressiveness. However, his godhead attributes were indeed a bit of a pull, but taking into account that Kaluo should also have equipment, or magic treasure additions. Unfortunately, Qin Zheng's slash was too overbearing. So much so, that Quello's equipment was destroyed. This was no longer a game, but reality. In reality, a strong attack was capable of destroying all equipment. Without a doubt, Qin Zheng's slash was enough to qualify as the word destruction. Therefore, Quello's strength was definitely not just as weak as his godhead attribute. However, it was also not strong enough to go anywhere. Thus, at this moment, Qin Zheng did not have the slightest fear in his heart. He proclaimed aloud, "Qin Zheng is here, gods are forbidden." This sound was undoubtedly telling the gods on the blue star, on the remaining 3 continents, as well as the demonic beasts and monsters. This place, from now on, belongs to him, Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng did not stay above the void for too long, because there were quite a few demonic beasts down below. At this moment, Qin Zheng's voice, once again like thunder, resounded in this area. "Now that Kaluo is dead, those demonic creatures will be handed over to me, and you can all kill your way out as well. Also, South Gotham City's army, clear all the demonic beasts in the vicinity." This sound, for all the humans, was undoubtedly a great boost to everyone's morale. Only, there were still too many demonic beasts. Inside South Gothic City, Emochingi, who heard Qin Zheng's voice, had an incredulous look on her face, but she was Emochingi after all, and immediately calmed down. Then she found Hongyan Shui and said, "General Hongyan, can I trouble you to go and tell the city lord to keep an eye out for the copies of the illusion realm that might appear after killing the leaders of those monstrous beasts?" "Good." Ruyan Shui nodded her head. In the next moment, she flew up into the void and arrived in front of Qin Zheng. Illusory realm copy? This was the first time that Qin Zheng had, in fact, heard of this. It turned out that those copies would also appear in reality. And in reality, the copies would have been called illusion realms. It was only after killing some demonic beasts or monster leaders that they would appear. So here, another problem arises. What if the monsters are killed off? Will new monsters appear inside the illusory realm? Qin Zheng inquired. As far as my subordinate knows, the illusory realm targets as everyone. For example, if you, City Lord, enter an illusory realm and after killing all the monsters inside, then within this day, if City Lord enters the illusory realm again, there will not be any monsters inside. Rouge Snow added, "For us, the illusory realm is an inexhaustible resource of demonic beasts, because every day, the illusory realm also affects the surrounding area and will randomly refresh some demonic beasts and monsters out. In the past, the practicing points in the game relied on the monsters refreshed by the various copies of the illusion realm." Qin Zheng understood. It looked like this was a rule in reality. There was no need to think that this must be a rule that the deities had come up with. However, those who were able to make such rules were definitely not ordinary deities. "Alright, you go back. If you run into the demonic beast leader and get a copy of the illusory realm and hand it over to the city lord, then I'll reward you all heavily. Others have it as well, so go and pass the order." Qin Zheng dismissed Hongyan Shui. In the next moment, he directly stepped across the void. The flying cloud mirror followed his footsteps and chased after the gigantic demonic creature below. "Want to run? It's too late," Qin Zheng shouted angrily. And at this moment, inside Shijing University, everyone was still in the dumbfounded stage. Because Qin Zheng, he actually did it. Do you dare to believe it? Qin Zheng, who had always drawn his sword in the game, who had never left the novice village, and who was still only a level 1, had personally, in less than half an hour after the game had invaded reality, beheaded a deity. And he had also only used one blade. A level 1 beheading a deity. Such a scene was too appalling. So, everyone was still unable to react. And at this moment, Qin Zheng began to aim the butcher's knife in his hand again, at the demon. "Qin Zheng, is he that strong?" Lu Xia muttered. There was a time when Qin Zheng was a student in her class. However, the usual Qin Zheng did not attract much attention. This was because on a daily basis, he was the type of person who was rather immersed in his own world. He also rarely, if ever, interacted with others. Except for one Wang Chang. That was his good buddy. And at this time, Principal Long also discovered a problem. How can Qin Zheng still command South Gotham City? Li Shuayan was just as surprised. By her side, there was also Chun White Robe. In the game, he was also in the top 100 of the leaderboards. It was reasonable to say that he was the most powerful here. Moreover, he should have been the main character on an occasion like this. But right now, yet no one was paying attention to him. Seeing that Qin Zheng himself was not even pretending anymore, Li Shuolui told everyone, "You may not know that when Qin Zheng was in the game, he did not stay in the novice village every day. Of course, it's true that he didn't go upgrading. However, at level 1, he beheaded 3 mountain and sea realms in the game with a single slash. Fang Tang, and the heavenly vault realm that was protecting him, were also killed by Qin Zheng. In addition, the one who decapitated a main city tavern with a single slash was also him. Are you saying that the honorary elder of our school, no, of our Shijing sect, is Qin Zheng?" Principal Long's mind turned quickly. "Right." Li Shuolui nodded her head, then said, "He is also the city lord of South Gotham City. Knife Frenzy, which is another name he gave himself in the game. Now you guys know, right? We all play games together, but the heights Qin Zheng has reached, we can't reach in this lifetime." When the crowd heard this, there was only silence. Shocked. It was too shocking. Qin Zheng was actually the Blade Frenzy? The one who, in the game, had once become the man of the hour. Even because of him, the Nightwalker suit in the game mall had been brought to life. There was also the profession of Knife Maniac, which had also become one of the hottest. Many people even spend money to transfer. But now, I'm numb, so my alumni, so bullish? Why I'm also a swordsman, or spent tens of thousands of dollars to transfer. As a result, look at Qin Zheng, and then look at me. I feel like I'm just waste. Who says it's not? Originally, the same profession, play different people, the result will be different. What's ridiculous is that our school used to, and expelled him? It was at this time that everyone remembered a very important issue. Qin Zheng was very powerful. There was no doubt about it. The deities had all been decapitated. Right now, in this part of the world, it was Qin Zheng who was the strongest. However, Shijing University had once expelled Qin Zheng. Does this count as a beam was formed? Don't worry, Principal Long, Qin Zheng is not that small-minded, but Qin Zheng hates some villains. That's why he killed Fang Tang to level 0 and expelled him from the game. Li Shuolui hinted at Principal Long at this time. Come on people, tie Jiangqi up and wait for Qin Zheng. No, wait for our honorary elder to dispose of him. Principal Long said in a muffled voice, from this moment on, the entire Shijing University will listen to him. There was no one who objected to Principal Long's decision. Except for Li Shuolui. Patriarch Long, it's not right, is it? Li Shuolui said with dissatisfaction, but he said that from now on, Shijing sect is mine. Oh? When Principal Long heard this, his eyes sized up Li Shuolui's body, then laughed, no wonder. Then it's just right, in the future, you'll become the patriarch of our Shijing sect, and I'll be just fine as an elder. Principal Long obviously misunderstood something. He thought that Li Shuolui was young and pretty, and that she and Qin Zheng used to be classmates. The point was, those secrets Qin Zheng had in the game were only known to Li Shuolui alone. Therefore, the relationship between Qin Zheng and Li Shuolui was definitely not normal. Then this was just right. He decided on the spot that he would give up the position of the future sect leader to Li Shuolui. This also proved that Blue Star had indeed entered a brand new era. A new world where the strong were honored. Above the sky, Qin Zheng's voice was heard, "Sinful beast, do you think that I can't kill you without my immortal cutting flying dagger? This saber of mine is absolute in love, absolute in nature, and absolute in gods and ghosts." Boom! The 10,000-foot blade on appeared, once again. However, this time it was in reality. Not in the game, but appeared above the Blue Star's dome. The brilliant blade on was like a meteor shower in the dark night, lighting up the night sky and the starry river. Destroyed, that 100-meter giant thing. Demonic creature, die. Moreover, it was only a single slash. Still a slash across the void, at least 1,000 miles away. This was a demon god of the demon race. Even if the strength was weak, it was at least in the false god realm, possessing the average strength of the weakest deity. However, in front of Qin Zheng, it was still a slash. Just as Qin Zheng had said, the killing intent that blossomed from the blade's aura. Absolute love, absolute nature, absolute gods, and absolute ghosts. How strong was this? In Qin Zheng's hand, there was another godhead. Only, it was a false god mid-grade divine lattice, which was of no use to Qin Zheng. The devil race actually has a divine lattice as well? Humph. Qin Zheng said in a cold voice, what god race and demon race? It seems that they are all just the same, they are all just man-eaters. It's only one of them that crowns itself as a deity, and when it's a bitch, it still wants to set up a house of cards. After beheading that demon god, Qin Zheng got his hands on something that could not be said to be identical to the godhead, at least there was a gap above the color. This bead blossomed with a ghostly blue dark light. However, so what? But it was just a confirmation that in fact, gods or devils, they are all just guys who feed on the living beings. This kind of god should be chopped. And the devils, the same should be destroyed. At this time, Qin Zheng's gaze looked to the 9 heavens above. ZZZ. The cage that had been neutralized in the firmament was still there. And above the cage, there was still heavenly thunder that continued to fall. It continued, falling on Zhang Wanzai's body. However, Zhang Wanzai had not died. The light of the mortals had not perished. Humph. Can a deity's cage withstand a single slash from me? The domineering Qin Zheng, the blade aura in his hand once again rose into the sky. This was the third time he, for the third time, made a sword strike. The first blade, when he killed Kaluo, he used the immortal beheading flying dagger. The second blade, when he beheaded the demon god, he used the hegemonic desperate beheading. And now this knife was called Silent World. Boom! The blade shone above the void once more. Bang! The cage ruptured. And at this time, above that fan cage, a wisp of essence light directly disappeared into space. Soon, it disappeared. Then, Qin Zheng's voice came from Zhang Wanzai's ears, Blade. Heh, I'd better call you Qin Zheng. Just now, that was a wisp of the Holy Dragon Guardian God's remnant spirit, which has now escaped. Probably very soon, the Holy Dragon Guardian God will know that I got out of the trap. Holy Dragon Guardian God. Qin Zheng only remained silent when he heard this. In his heart, he was thinking, this fellow, it seems that he is also in the middle god realm? Then his godhead should be useful by itself. As the saying goes, one does not know how strong one is until one puts up a fight. In the past, Qin Zheng also knew that he, too, was more powerful than the average deity. But now, after decapitating Kaluo and killing that demon god with a single slash, Qin Zheng realized that he was so powerful. Moreover, the current him had 150 million attacks. It was definitely stronger than a medium god. He also had quite a lot of blood. In other words, if he sat on the blue star, an ordinary god would come and not carry any fear at all. Even if it was an elder god, if they were not careful, they would have to take a slash from him. Therefore, Qin Zheng, at this time, did not stop at all. The beheading of gods would continue. On the blue star, there were still 3 medium gods. It was only that the progress of the immortal beheading flying dagger's chi nurturing progress had now been consumed. Should it continue to be aggressive, or should it be a steady hand? The quest released by the system at exactly this time made it unnecessary for Qin Zheng to make a decision on his own. Kill any demonic beasts and monsters that invade Blue Star with his own hands, those generated by the Mirage Realm copies do not count, plus 10 attack power per kill below level 50, plus 20 attack power per kill from level 50 to 80, plus 30 attack power per kill from level 80 to 100. This quest is only valid for 7 days. Before that, it was draw sword. Once, increase attack power by 1 point. The upper limit was 100 million times. And now, here came the quest to increase attack power. But it's not online anymore. Instead, it was time limited. Qin Zheng's eyes lit up. Just ask, how many monsters had been placed on the entire Blue Star? Let's take the Dragon Kingdom's capital city as an example. At that time, there were tens of thousands of demonic beasts and monsters in a single street, and the entire capital city combined, the number of monsters that was in the millions. And in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were nearly 700 urban areas. This vast and lush land, conservative estimates are that there must be 1 billion demonic beasts and monsters. This was still only the number of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, Qin Zheng also had a vague feeling that it seemed as if the number of demonic beasts and monsters that were put down 1:1 according to the population on the Blue Star. That was equivalent to several tens of billions of attack power was waiting for Qin Zheng to earn. Of course, Qin Zheng, alone, would have to kill so many demonic beasts, or within 7 days, that would not be enough. Then, try his best to kill. Qin Zheng gave up on the idea of going to the other 3 continents of the Blue Star right now and looking for those 3 deities for a duel. Anyway, the disaster of the Blue Star had already come. The former 7 continents had turned into the current 4 continents. Moreover, the Blue Star had expanded hundreds of times. The distance was also 100 times farther. What used to be a distance of 10,000 miles between continents is now 1,000,000 miles. Even if it was a deity, going back and forth would be enough to toss and turn. So, first base yourself in the Dragon Kingdom. Clear all the demonic beasts and monsters within the Dragon Kingdom, then set copies of each place, as well as the sex, and then find a way to clear all the demonic beasts and monsters above the entire eastern continent. As for those places that are not the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, this point is no longer important. Because in the midst of this huge change, above the Blue Star, there was just one kingdom left. Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, the current Dragon Kingdom was also impacted into a scattered mess by the demonic beasts and monsters. Another thing that Qin Zheng had to do was to deal with the Holy Dragon Dynasty. This one was also going to be done 7 days later. The current Qin Zheng, after decapitating that demon god, immediately carried his sword. He then began to kill those demonic beasts in the lead. Leading the entire Shijing University, he traveled all the way north from the capital city and killed the territory of South Gothic City. Over here, there was also fighting. And the darkness of the night, this time also ushered in the dawn. Qin Zheng continued to kill. All the demonic beasts were slashed one by one. The experience of drawing his sword 100 million times had allowed Qin Zheng to strike his sword with a speed that reached an unrivaled point. When he made his sword, it was a cold flash. Then, it was the demonic beast that was beheaded. Suddenly, in Qin Zheng's mind, a system prompt rang out. The host has achieved the 10,000 demon beheading once, and has obtained a reward opportunity. This is killing 10,000 heads? Qin Zheng saw that the system still had statistics. This 10,000 demon chopping, the number of demonic beasts below level 50 killed is 3,525, the number of demonic beasts between level 50 and 80 killed is 2,658, the number of demonic beasts between level 80 and 100 killed is 3,817, a total of 176,430 points of attack power were gained. This efficiency, in fact, could be enough. After all, it had only taken Qin Zheng an hour to kill his way over here. Doing the math, within these 7 days, the time spent going out to sleep should be able to increase his attack power by nearly 80 million. But, 80 million attack power, how was that enough? Qin Zheng he wanted more. So, Qin Zheng decided not to sleep. Keep killing. At this time, Qin Zheng also finally met Emoqingyi and Zhang Wenyi. Hong Yan Shui, who had also led the hegemony's close guards, had come. As for Old Man Tu and the others, my subordinates pay their respects to City Lord Qin. Tu Laosan took the lead, and at this moment, all of these guys who were not convinced of Qin Zheng not long ago, one by one, all of them took the initiative to pay homage to the ground. Obviously, this was a recognition of Qin Zheng's strength. Therefore, even though they already knew that Qin Zheng was not some blade frenzy, nor was he from the Holy Dragon dynasty, they did not care in the slightest. Or rather, who dared to care? Father, Zhang Wenyi, at this moment, also saw Zhang Wanzai. After Qin Zheng had chopped through the cage, he had naturally saved Zhang Wanzai. Although Zhang Wanzai had been imprisoned by the gods, above the sky, and struck with heavily lightning for more than a month, but after getting out of the trap, Zhang Wanzai had only eaten a few pills of recovery before he also regained his battle strength, and along the way, he had followed Qin Zheng, and killed his way from the capital city to where South Gothic City was located to come. Prime Minister Zhang, I have brought him back for you, so now you can take him back to have a good rest. In addition, all the troops of South Gotham City, following the hegemony's close guards, speedily clear out all the demonic beasts in the territory. If you find Blue Star people coming to join you, feel free to take in. Emoqingyi, I'll leave this to you. Qin Zheng commanded. Yes, City Lord. Emoqingyi nodded. At this time, Li Shuelua asked, Qin Zheng, what are you planning to do? Me? Qin Zheng spoke coldly, of course I'm going to kill demons and monsters. Everyone thought that when Qin Zheng said it was to kill demons and monsters, it was as they understood it, everyone would kill together. Moreover, when they were tired of killing, they would rest. However, they did not know that Qin Zheng would definitely not come back until he was drenched in blood. When Qin Zheng left, in the crowd, Wang Chang, who had come a step late, shouted, Brother Zhang, where is my brother Zhang? He just left. Wang Chang, what are you shouting about? Li Shuelua inquired. It's not me, it's Uncle Qin and Auntie who are looking for him. Wang Chang naively touched the back of his head. Then, the crowd all paid attention. Principal Long. No, I should say Elder Long, he hurriedly asked, is it Qin Zheng's parents? Everyone's gazes all fell on the ordinary-looking middle-aged couple behind Wang Chang. Immediately after, boom! Those soldiers in South Gotham City who hadn't left yet, once again, all bowed down. As for the crowd, Li Shuelua, who had just shouted at Wang Chang, was blushing. Beside her, her best friend stared wide-eyed, as if discovered something. Chen Xiaoman, however, remembered that Li Shuelua, who had never gotten close to men before, had suddenly asked her about falling in love. Obviously, the little ninja was moved. Otherwise, why would Li Shuelua, who had been single since her mother's birth, suddenly ask this? And now, facing Qin Zheng's parents, this girl was blushing again. So that's why. The person that Li Shuelua wanted to chase after before was Qin Zheng? Almost on, it was certain. However, Chen Xiaoman rolled her eyes. Sister, you said it earlier. If you had known that the person you wanted to pursue backwards was so awesome, then you definitely couldn't use the previous routine. Wow. Since it is a backward chase, it is necessary to chase backward in a dry way. There's a word for it. I don't know if I've heard it before. And actually, it seems that Li Shuelua didn't use those tactics taught by Chen Xiaoman, because she was blocked by a single word from Qin Zheng. The game was about to invade reality. Who was still in love? Just, Li Shuelua she herself probably didn't even know that love was something that was destined to go out of control once it had sprouted. However, it is the maternal singleness that she has not yet realized it. Together, everyone paid homage to Qin Zheng's parents. Zhang Wanzai, on the other hand, directly pulled Qin Zheng's parents and headed for the city lord's mansion. Zhang Wanzai was saved by Qin Zheng, who had cut through the 9 heavenly cages. Moreover, everyone could see that Qin Zheng was still very respectful towards Zhang Wanzai. What's more, Zhang Wanzai's daughter, Zhang Wenyi, had been living in the city lord's mansion, similar to her own home. That was why. It was only then that everyone realized that after coming to South Gotham City, whether it was Qin Zheng's former classmates or those colleagues from the Yenro Guild, none of them had the qualifications to enter the city lord's mansion. However, Zhang Wanzai had. Zhang Wenyi also had it. Qin Zheng's parents, let alone his parents. While Zhang Wanzai was still talking and laughing with Qin Zheng's parents, while asking Zhang Wenyi to help serve them, this caused Chen Xiaoman to become anxious, and she couldn't help but say to Li Shuelua, look at that pair of fathers and daughters, they're so attached to Qin Zheng's mom and dad, They must have ulterior motives. Qin Zheng is so formidable, he can even behead deities, and following him would be tantamount to giving oneself security. Following him is the same as finding a guarantee for your own safety. You wouldn't not understand, would you? Don't talk nonsense. Now that the enemy is at hand, let's go kill demonic beasts together. Li Shuelua responded, haven't you always said that we women have to rely on ourselves? Then why don't you take advantage of this to kill more monsters and upgrade? Chen Xiaoman was dumbfounded at her words. In the past, she had indeed said something like this. But that was being on the internet more in being in a harmonious era. What era is it now? Game invasion, demonic beasts running rampant. The dynasty is not safe. At this time, if anyone still wants to talk about human rights and equality, isn't that bullshit? Seeing that her good girlfriend's brain was not enlightened, Chen Xiaoman was also speechless. Elder Long, next let's clear the demonic beasts in the direction of the sect's territory, and then try to set up the sect in a quick time. And, sis, you guys should act too. Li Shuelua greeted Li Shuiyan. Good, then Qin Zheng. Li Shuiyan emoted, still feeling shocked at Qin Zheng's strength. At this time, it was as if she had only come back to her senses. Where, there was still half of the previous high-cool female president's appearance. It was simply a bit droll. Li Shuelua couldn't even help but roll her eyes and said, Qin Zheng won't help you with these things, and if you can't even take back your own sect territory, then the Yenro sect shouldn't be open anyway. She was not wanting to say more. Anyway, watch yourself. Furthermore, she didn't believe in her own sister, who didn't have this much ability. And at this time, the Qin Zheng that everyone talked about had already returned to the capital. The former incomparably prosperous imperial capital was now in ruins, a dilapidated scene. Vaguely, still able to see some humans, wearing equipment and demonic beasts tangled. When Qin Zheng saw it, he flew up to check it out, only to find a group of girls in their early 20s, with close to 100 children, protecting them all in a bus. The driver was driving the bus, while the girls were all wearing their equipment and fighting the demonic beasts that were arriving. Many of them were covered in blood. It looked like this was a group of kindergarten teachers. When Qin Zheng's gaze looked at the bus, he was even more certain. It was because this bus, he had seen it before. The hotel that Qin Zheng had stayed in before, 2 blocks further past, was this kindergarten. From memory, it seemed to be a full-care kindergarten, so the children were sleeping in the garden. It was unthinkable that they had actually killed their way out. They had even saved so many children. In Qin Zheng's heart, he naturally couldn't help but praise them, and then he stepped forward and said, about 180 miles to the north, there is a safe city, so you guys go over there and hide. Run straight away, leave this place to me. Thank you. A very pretty-looking girl hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Qin Zheng. However, in extraordinary times, Qin Zheng did not say anything more. Alone, he stood on the road with his sword crossed. Ahead, there were still millions of demonic beasts. Without saying much, he directly started killing. The Zhongsheng blood in his hand, the blade was like blood. Even the rising sun in the east looked as if it was blood-colored. This was what caused Qin Zheng to rivet his strength and swept the blade in his hand out horizontally. Roar, roar, roar. Many of the demonic beasts that had come to pursue the bus screamed miserably. Blood mist, too, formed and flew in the air. It dyed the rising sun into the color of blood. This slash directly killed over 10,000 monsters. You've risen to level 70, your equipment can all be upgraded. You have scored 2 10,000 decimations, earning you 2 bonus chances. This 10,000 decapitations, you have gained a total of 220,000 attack power. The system kept giving out prompts. And at this moment, Qin Zheng looked at the corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground, his eyes were sharp, and he vaguely saw the corpse of a demonic beast glowing faintly, so Qin Zheng walked up, and the Zhongsheng blood in his hand scratched the corpse of the demonic beast. Then, Qin Zheng was dumbfounded. This was actually a demonic beast's cub. It was only then that Qin Zheng remembered. Is it possible that after the game invaded reality, it also inherited the game's mechanism of killing monsters to explode equipment, or various materials, and even have a chance of having cubs appear? If that was the case, then wouldn't the corpses of these demonic beasts be full of materials now? However, Qin Zheng did not have much use for putting these things away. His gaze, on the contrary, looked towards the demonic beast cub. It seemed a bit like a panda. However, it was different. This should be the legendary Iron Eater beast. Qin Zheng reached out and collected the cub. Then, drawl. Congratulations to the host, obtaining an army token, the Great Snow Dragon Rider. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the army token, Divine Mechanism Army. Good lord, 2 consecutive draws, both of which were army tokens. The Snow Dragon Riders have an establishment of 20,000 men. The Divine Opportunity Army, on the other hand, is 10,000 men, and they are all archers. The army tokens given by the system all had a characteristic. Those soldiers, all of them would be loyal enough to Qin Zheng. Moreover, the realm of the soldiers, too, would be greatly improved. It was like the Overlord's close guard. The weakest ones were all at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. Moreover, they were still young. The chances of future promotion were great. And this time, the abilities of the two troop types, the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and the Divine Machine Army, even though neither was as good as the hegemonic Close Guard, they weren't weak either. The Great Snow Dragon Riders, all of them were at the early Mountain and Sea Realm. Among them, there were 20 cavalry generals, all of whom were at the early stages of the Sun and Moon realms. The main general, on the other hand, was at the early stage of the Heavenly Vault realm. The Divine Mechanism Army was the same, but there were only 10,000 people, so the Divine Mechanism partial generals, there were only 10 of them. Looking at it, it was quite a bit weaker than the Overlord's Close Guard army. But the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and the Divine Machine Army, both had a troop-type characteristic. The troop characteristic of the Great Snow Dragon Riders was the undying fighting spirit. Indestructible fighting spirit, triggered when the Great Snow Dragon Riders fall into adversity, all soldiers' attributes are increased by 10%. For every 10% casualty reduction of the Great Snow Dragon Riders, all soldiers' attributes are increased by 5%, and there is a great probability that the surviving soldiers will suddenly reach their current realm. The soldier trait of the Divine Mechanism Army is aggression like fire. Aggression like fire, all soldiers' fire attributes are increased by 1,000 points, and their archery proficiency is increased by 1 level. This was no longer an ordinary archery soldier. It should be said that they were all rocket troops. Qin Zheng was still very satisfied with these two tokens. The key was that not only were the two armies rewarded, but there were also 30,000 sets of equipment. This was undoubtedly a huge replacement for Qin Zheng. In the future, if he wanted to unify the eastern continent on the Blue Star, overthrow the Holy Dragon Dynasty, and rule all the cities, Qin Zheng would need them as well. Since the rewards given by the system were so fragrant, Qin Zheng naturally continued to kill, slaughtering demons and killing monsters. Previously, Qin Zheng had also planned to set up 6 armies in South Gothic City. Now, moving like thunder already had one. That was the Overlord's Close Guard. Aggression like fire was undoubtedly the Divine Machine Army. The Great Snow Dragon Riders were the cavalry, that was its swiftness like the wind. Then, there were the 3 armies, difficult to know like Qin, immovable like mountain, and its Su like forest, which had yet to be rewarded by the system. Kill 100,000 demonic beasts, or even 1,000,000, and when the time comes to draw in a row like this 10 times 100 times, I'm sure I'll be able to draw them out. Qin Zheng made up his mind. Next, the Zhongsheng blood in his hand was the moment when he had literally never, ever, not been stained with blood. Qin Zheng, alone, killed his way from the northern street of the capital, directly to the city center. The number of enemies killed was constantly increasing. It had already reached 200,000 heads, and Qin Zheng's increased attack power had also come to around 4 million. LOL. The outskirts of South Gotham City. Here, too, was still the territory of South Gotham City, and at this time, Li Shuiyan was leading the people of the Yen-Ro Guild, clearing those demonic beasts and monsters along the way, and had finally arrived under a mountain gate. Yen-Ro Sect. Before the game invasion, the sect had already been established. Now, the mansion of the Yen-Ro group had collapsed. Then, after that, this would be her home. Although it would be a bit uncomfortable, in such an era, Li Shuiyan had no choice. Kill. Li Shuiyan took the lead at this time. She was a female president, and she had a lot of money. Therefore, her account, too, was a full level 100. The equipment was all divine. It was also strengthened to full. It is the magic treasure, also spent a huge amount of money to buy a lower grade immortal treasure. This was already the highest quality magic treasure that could be bought in the game. However, when she led the people and advanced into the middle of the clan's territory, she found that here, there was actually a huge monster coiled up. Be careful, it's the leader of the Heavenly Vault realm. Elder Zhou hurriedly opened his mouth to warn. Heavenly Vault realm? Li Shuiyan frowned. In the next moment, this Heavenly Vault realm elder stepped forward and fought the monster. He struck out with a palm. Then, the entire person flew backwards. Run, Heavenly Vault realm, peek. The elder sobbed as he reminded the crowd. Peek Heavenly Vault realm? Now, Li Shuiyan and the girls were dumbfounded. At the same time, in the original Phaseless sect, Li Shuelua and the girls also encountered an identical demonic beast. Peek Heavenly Vault realm. Even the 2 Sun and Moon realm elders recruited by the sect were eaten as soon as they met. Very terrifying. Li Shuelua could only lead the group to retreat. However, the demonic beast chased out of the sect, and had the attitude of not stopping until death. Seeing that the demonic beast is about to catch up, Li Shuero and Principal Long are both anxious. If this is caught up by it, then the Shijing sect will have to lose a lot. Also at this time, a voice chided, "Sinful animal, look at my Chen Kuan Chi." Boom! Above the sky, a huge palm, like a wall directly smashed down towards the demonic beast. Roar! The demonic beast roared. However, the next moment, blood and flesh splattered. The crowd was shocked and looked up, but it was Zhang Wanzai. Then Zhang Wanzai said aloud to the sky, "Your Majesty, this griffin beast has been painstakingly raised to the Heavenly Vault realm, and you are so willing to give it up? It seems that your Majesty's side is free and easy." "That's right, Your Majesty, you are a loyal slave of the gods. How could they possibly arrange for demonic beasts and monsters to attack you, Your Majesty? Zhang Wanzai, you actually dared to kill a deity. In the future, the divine race will definitely not let you go. Moreover, the deities will also take their anger out on the human race, so that the human race will no longer have any hope of rising up. You guys are the sinners of the human race. Holy Dragon Emperor's voice came out. And as the Holy Dragon Emperor opened his mouth, Li Shuiyan was surprised to find that the monster that was originally occupying the Yen-Ro sect had actually directly vanished. It should be that Zhang Wanzai had discovered its existence and discovered the Holy Dragon Emperor's plot, so the Holy Dragon Emperor had summoned it back. Ridiculous, those who rebel against the gods, instead of being heroes, are instead sinners in your mouth. So according to your majesty's reasoning, the gods oppress our human race, so we humans can only live like ants? Zhang Wanzai asked rhetorically. Isn't it? This is originally a world where strength is honored. The Holy Dragon Emperor responded. His voice seemed to come from above the clouds. It was as if his original body was not here. From this, it could be seen that the Holy Dragon Emperor's strength was also deeply hidden. Since honoring the strongest is your majesty's creed, then South Gotham City's city lord Qin Zheng, who beheaded the righteous god Kaluo, is stronger than your majesty. Should your majesty abdicate, and then go to Qin Zheng's face and lie down like a dog, and when Qin Zheng touches your head, you have to bark? Zhang Wanzai and the Holy Dragon Emperor were considered to have completely torn their cheeks. These words directly disliked the sacred Dragon Emperor, all but rendering him speechless. Zhang Wanzai, there will be a day when I will kill you by 1,000 cuts. The Holy Dragon Emperor said angrily, you unfaithful and unrighteous thing, if it wasn't for me, how could you possibly be here today? Zhang Wanzai sniffed, but he turned to the sky and knelt on the ground. Then, paying homage. Your majesty wants the grace of lifting up, Zhang Wanzai grateful, but if it is not me, Zhang Wanzai, your majesty, you this can sit on this imperial throne? As soon as Zhang Wanzai opened his mouth, he exploded again. The Holy Dragon Emperor was completely silent. His voice disappeared above the sky. Holy Dragon Dynasty, Kyoto. At this moment, the Holy Dragon Emperor was furious. Zhang Wanzai had completely torn his face. Moreover, Zhang Wanzai had said that he wanted him to abdicate, to give way to Qin Zheng, to be this emperor. Don't think that Zhang Wanzai was just talking. He was a person who had basically done everything he had said in his life. It seems that we can only inform the deities of everything that has happened here. The Holy Dragon Emperor immediately ordered that an altar be set up. Then, he ascended the altar, and with the sacrifices, communicated with the gods. Blue Star, Northern Continent. Xu Chang, the northern positive god of the divine race, was also in the middle god realm. At this time, he was in the sea close to the eastern continent, and with a lift of his hand, he placed many demonic beasts into the sea, and then he sensed that there was an emperor of the earth, requesting to communicate with. What's going on? Isn't the Holy Dragon Emperor from the eastern continent? Then why would he find his way here to this god? Xu Chang was a bit surprised. At this moment, he was still in his native form. On top of his human body, he was cloaked with a scorpion head and a huge tail stinger behind him. Xi Chang tilted his head and thought about it, then said, that guy Kaluo has a wrong heart and likes to hold grudges. If I respond to the Holy Dragon Emperor's request, I'm afraid that I won't get into trouble. After all, in the future, the 4 continents will all have hostile relationships. In case Kaluo thinks that this god secretly bribed the earthly emperor under him, with his temper, he will definitely have a big fight with me. Forget it, just pretend you didn't hear it. The Holy Dragon Dynasty's imperial capital, the Holy Dragon Emperor on the altar, failed to receive a response from the deity for a long time. However, he never gave up. What he didn't know was that there was actually a deity that had sensed his request for communication, but the other party did not pay attention to him. As a result, it gave someone else a chance. On the 3rd day, the Holy Dragon Emperor finally received a response. A low, hoarse voice responded to him, are you looking for me because you want to obtain incomparable power? The Holy Dragon Emperor's pupils were startled when he heard this. Immediately afterward, he responded, Your Excellency is not a deity. No, the demon god is also a god, and it's not like the gods are as generous as we are. They only want to enslave you, whereas we are truly granting you power. The voice of the demon god carried a great seductive power. It was also as if it had great magical power. How much of the devil race's forces have actually infiltrated? The Holy Dragon Emperor inquired in surprise. As much power as their god race can come in, our demon race has as much power, and even stronger than them. You should have heard that the Tao is 1 foot tall and the devil is 1 foot tall, huh? How about that? Quickly yield to me, I will grant you incomparably strong power, so that you too can step into the ranks of the gods and possess the magic power to become a god. The demon god's words shocked the Holy Dragon Emperor once again. He actually was able to allow the Holy Dragon Emperor to become a god. In that case, this demon god, at the very least, was in the middle god realm. Become a deity. The Holy Dragon Emperor hesitated. What made him hesitate was the other party's identity as a demon god. But what also made him hesitate was the desire for power. Power. At this moment, the Holy Dragon Emperor's eyes gradually began to change. In his eyes, there was a strange glow. This kind of light was very bizarre, without a bit of vitality. there was only a dull, dead aura. This was the sign of a mind being devoured and beginning to fall. However, the Holy Dragon Emperor was still holding on. A wisp of lucid divine sense still made him insist on not agreeing to the demon god. Ridiculously, what made the Holy Dragon Emperor hold on was not his will as a human race. Rather, it was his loyalty to the divine race. I am the people of the gods. The Holy Dragon Emperor was on top of the altar, one muttering to himself. It had already lasted for 2 days. However, every time he uttered these words, a voice replied to him, "No, the deities only treat you as a dog. In their eyes, you're not even as good as a dog. I am a child of the gods. What about the gods? Why don't they come to your rescue? I am." The deities, they never gave you any power, they gave you the position of the emperor of the earth and let you enjoy all the glory and wealth, but they didn't dare to give you power because they were afraid that, in the future, when you became powerful, you would turn against them. The people of the gods. No, you are not their people. Take a look at this is the god's sigil, swallow it and you'll be able to have the power of a deity, and no one will know that you've betrayed them, because this god's sigil belongs to a deity. You can continue to be your earthly emperor and still have great power. The price is that you submit to me. How about it? The Holy Dragon Emperor finally faltered, so he didn't continue to say those words, instead choosing to remain silent for a moment before asking, "Won't anyone know?" "No one will know." "How?" The voice of the demon god continued to be filled with magic. "I am willing to submit." The Holy Dragon Emperor's will to resist was finally worn down. In the next moment, the Holy Dragon Emperor was on top of the altar and raised his voice to the sky. He felt an extremely powerful force surge into his body. Very good, very good. Now you have the power of a deity. Don't worry, I've already helped you close off this side of heaven and earth. No one will know that you're already my slave. The figure of the demon god began to appear. That huge demonic statue enveloped this part of the sky. It also enveloped the altar. It waited until the Holy Dragon Emperor had completely absorbed the power of the god Grimoire. Then, a violent look appeared in the Holy Dragon Emperor's eyes. "What should you shout at me?" the demon god inquired. "Master!" The Holy Dragon Emperor immediately shouted out. "Ha ha, ha ha ha." The demon god exclaimed in delight, "No Abyss, did you see that? Did you see that? I've subdued a human kingdom informed by a deity, and their earthly emperor is subjugated under my skirt. What you all have failed to do over the past several thousand years has been done by me, 1,000 faces, today. However, it can't be counted now, but soon, I'm going to make the entire sacred dragon dynasty believe in our demon race." 1,000 faces demon god. At this moment, she appeared with a woman's appearance and form. It was a beautiful country and a beautiful city. The 1,000-faced demon god guffawed, then reached out her hand and said, "Get up, in the future, I will be your queen." "But master, my empress her father, holds the entire western army of the empire, I cannot." The Holy Dragon Emperor still looked like he was still delirious at the moment. However, even so, he actually remembered his empress, and the fact that the empress's mother's family was very powerful. "Is that so? Could it be that he is even more powerful than me?" The 1,000-faced demon god's voice appeared a bit exasperated. "No, master, you are the strongest." At this moment, the Holy Dragon Emperor seemed as if his entire body was trembling as he hurriedly said, "I will order that Bai Bingheng's position as empress be abolished." "Oomph, that's right." The 1,000-faced demon god, swaying her magnificent figure, turned around and walked down the altar now. Soon, the news that the Holy Dragon Emperor was going to abolish the empress spread throughout the cities of the entire Holy Dragon dynasty. 2 days later, within South Gotham City, some rangers arrived after killing monsters along the way. After they arrived, the taverns in South Gotham City began to talk about the matter of the Holy Dragon Emperor wanting to abolish the Empress. And so this matter, too, spread to the city lord's mansion. Zhang Wanzai and Zhang Wenyi both knew about it. At this time, Qin Zheng, however, had yet to return. He had left for a full 7 days. On this day, sisters Li Shuirou and Li Shuiyan, as well as Headmaster Long also joined them, coming to the city lord's mansion to look for Qin Zheng. "It's been 7 days, and he still hasn't returned?" Li Shuirou was a little surprised. "No," Zhang Wanzai said in a deep voice, "right now, we also have something to discuss with him. We just got the news that the Holy Dragon Emperor is suddenly preparing to abolish the original empress and then support a new empress to take the throne. This matter, very abnormal. Moreover, if Empress Bai is abolished, her father, Western Great General Bai Baojun, definitely won't be satisfied. Combined with the political impact that my father caused to the Holy Dragon dynasty before, it can be foreseen that in the future, the Holy Dragon dynasty, surely all forces will act." Zhang Wenyi also said, "At this time, we should also be able to send out our troops. But Qin Zheng isn't here, so this matter still needs to be his idea, right?" Li Shuiyan hurriedly spoke. This father and daughter pair, Zhang Wanzai and Zhang Wenyi, wouldn't take advantage of Qin Zheng's absence and then turn Southern Gothic City into theirs, right? That wouldn't do. However, Li Shuiyan was clearly overthinking it. Not to mention that Zhang Wanzai did not have such intentions. Even if he had such thoughts, there was no way that they could capture the city lord's mansion guarded by the hegemony's close guard. Let's not forget that Hong Yin Shui, too, was at the peak of the heavenly vault realm. Yeah, right now we are just waiting for him, but dry waiting isn't a solution. We have to get the in character department to start going out and poking around. Zhang Wenyi reminded. It's better to wait for the city lord to return than decide. Mo Qingyi once again rebuffed Zhang Wenyi's idea, but Mo Qingyi said, we also really should send people to look for the city lord. It's been 7 days. Now the demonic beasts around the area of South Gotham City have also been all cleared. Just a phantom realm has not been fought, which can be detrimental to the development of South Gotham City. A city with no illusionary realm, then how to generate a constant stream of demonic beasts for everyone to hunt? This wasn't practicing. The dried meat of demonic beasts was still food. It didn't make sense. Gods could eat people, and demonic beasts could eat people, but people couldn't eat demonic beasts. The human race was definitely not at the bottom of the food chain. But just at this time, Qin Zheng's voice rang out, illusionary realm, I have it on my side, and South Gotham City's territory, it's definitely more than just this, the former Dragon Kingdom capital, we can redevelop it. Listening to his voice, he knew that. This trip, Qin Zheng has gained a lot. How big was Qin Zheng's harvest? It could be put this way. His trip out this time had almost emptied the entire capital of demonic beasts and monsters, all of them. That was why Qin Zheng said that this part of the capital city could also be included in his territory. Furthermore, Qin Zheng had also discovered a point. After the game invasion, the rules of the world changed. The entire blue star was divided into 4 continents. That is, 4 plates. Moreover, these 4 plates were not connected. The ocean on the blue star, however, was connected. It is called the Endless Sea. This is also why, despite being on top of the same planet, the eastern continent side of the Kaluo Zhengshan was killed, but the remaining 3 Zhengshan did not have any reaction, as if they did not even know. Because, the current blue star was too big. And for such a large area, the eastern continent only had one kingdom, the Holy Dragon Dynasty. In other words, there was still a lot of land that was ownerless. These unclaimed lands, most of them are still the cities where the Blue Star people survived before. Then, Qin Zheng felt that what he had to do now was to clear all the demonic beasts from these cities. Then, the Blue Star people would unite first. In that case, in the future, in the eastern continent, there would be one more force. And this time, Qin Zheng had 7 days, and the 2 moves, Overlord's Jedi Chop and Silent World, were to be used as soon as the CD was ready, as well as the Immortal Chopper Flying Dagger as well, and as soon as the progress of the Qi nurturing had reached 1% and it was ready to be used, he would use it straight away. Anyway, what he wanted was the number of monsters killed. So Qin Zheng ended up, 7 days down the line, killing over 2 million demonic beasts in total. In total, he had completed 237 10,000 demon slashes. His attack power had now come to 200 million. Yes, with this trip out, Qin Zheng's attack power had skyrocketed by another 50 million within 7 days. After all, it was a time-limited quest from the system, so of course Qin Zheng had to kill it. In addition, there were 237 draws. This was also the reason why Qin Zheng intended to integrate all those cities inhabited by the humans of the Blue Planet. Because in Qin Zheng's hands right now, there were 200 tokens for the 6 armies. Many of these tokens were duplicates. For example, the Great Snow Dragon Riders, 1 token, was an establishment of 20,000 people. And in Qin Zheng's hands, he possessed a full 30 Great Snow Dragon Rider tokens. It was equivalent to saying that he was able to form 600,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders. The Hegemonic Close Guards token, on the other hand, was 89. In total, it was possible to form 90,000 Hegemonic Close Guard army. The Divine Mechanism army tokens, 19 of them, could form a 200,000 Divine Mechanism army. Then there were the 3 new army types. The first new army type was called the Clairvoyant Army. Without a doubt, this was an army that excelled in its scouting abilities. There were a total of 32 tokens, allowing for an establishment of 128,000 people. With such an establishment, Qin Zheng felt that in the future, the scouts under his command could be arranged throughout the Blue Star, and the other 4 continents could be sent over as well. And that was the Een character department inside the difficult-to-know as Een. There was also the Hegemony Shield Guards. With 40 tokens, 800,000 people could be compiled. Moreover, all of them were defense-pulling soldiers. Lastly, the 38 tokens were the Hegemony Breaker Army, the Lance Army troop type. It corresponded exactly to its Suru Lin. The establishment was 760,000 people. All of the soldier types, all of them were able to ascend to the mountain and sea realm, and it would change their minds to be absolutely loyal to Qin Zheng. Mainly, no one else would notice the difference. The most important thing, naturally, was the ordnance. For every token, that represented many matching equipment. Crucially, none of the equipment given by the system was trashy. Even though it wasn't top-notch either, it could be said to be amongst the army, the absolute standard. In other words, the current Qin Zheng wanted was people. 6 armies, adding up to more than 2 million people. With so many people, Qin Zheng naturally had trouble gathering them all at once. However, there was no need for him to pull together the entire establishment at once. Qin Zheng had already figured it out on his way back. Anyway, the token was in his hands and could be used at any time. There was no need for him to be in such a hurry. Take the in character department for example. These scouts, 1,000 or so of them were currently enough. The main thing, naturally, was still the hegemony close guard. This one was the more the better. However, although the Overlord's close guard is the strongest in terms of combat power, there are some drawbacks to the summoning of soldiers. I don't know if it's because the system misunderstood something and actually made Qin Zheng his close guard, stipulating that it can only be women. The gender card was too dead. Moreover, the Overlord's close guard was precious. Being able to see that of all the soldier types, the hegemonic close guard was the least numerous. There were only 90,000 in total. The scouts were also very precious, but they all had an establishment of over 120,000 soldiers. Because of this, it was even more important to not use up all the tokens of the hegemonic guards at once. A portion of them had to be reserved for replenishment of battle losses. If there was really a war in the future, it would be impossible to have no losses. The fully loaded Qin Zheng also made everyone overjoyed. Because the harvest that Qin Zheng was able to let everyone know about was that in his hands, nearly 10,000 demon dawn, which were only popped out by demonic beasts or monsters above the mountain and sea realm. Demonic pills were precious, but they were excellent alchemy materials. Even if it was used directly, it could also be used to aid in cultivation, as the demonic pills contained a huge amount of energy. With so many demon pills, the value was at least around 10 million spirit jades. Qin Zheng immediately stated, in the future, these demonic pills will be the capital for the city lord's mansion to reward them for their achievements. In addition, I have also brought back 5 illusionary realm orders, and one of them is a 100-layered demon tower. It's actually the 100-layered demon tower. Upon hearing the news, Li Shuelua stood up in delight and stated, Qin Zheng, your luck is too good, isn't it? This 100-layered demon tower is the best illusionary realm replica out there. To try out in it, that's 10 times the experience value. There was no doubt that this was a replica illusion realm for speedy leveling practice. However, Qin Zheng no longer had much use for it. The current him had already reached level 100. And at this time, Qin Zheng could no longer gain experience value by killing monsters. Therefore, he still did not know how he was going to break through to the mountain and sea realm. This time, when he came back, Qin Zheng wanted to ask Zhang Wanzai about this aspect of. After all, during the game, Zhang Wanzai had the idea of taking Qin Zheng as his disciple. It was just that now. Seemingly, Qin Zheng was even more powerful than him. This idea, Zhang Wanzai was afraid that it was gone. However, if Qin Zheng asked to teach him these things, he should not refuse. The other thing was that Qin Zheng had risen to level 100, and then his hidden profession, hegemon, also appeared with a hint that he could advance. Right now, he was only at the first level of hegemon. How was a hegemon going to advance? Qin Zheng did not have a clue either. However, this was an aspect that he could ask his sisters, Li Shuero and Li Shuiyan. This was because they were all hidden professionals as well. The point was, before the game invasion, Li Shuero had ascended to the 4th rank of the hidden profession. Li Shuiyan, too, had risen to the 3rd rank. Therefore, they were experienced. Now that they were killing monsters, they could no longer get experience. This was currently a problem that Qin Zheng urgently needed to solve. Think about it. What was the current blue star equivalent to? It was a huge experience bank. Countless experience values were waiting for Qin Zheng. It would take years for everyone to reach level 100. What about Qin Zheng? In less than 7 days, he was already level 100. However, the setting in the game, level 100 was the beginning of cultivation. Then one stepped into the mountain and sea realm, then the sun and moon realm, and then the heavenly vault realm. This was the path to the gods. However, right now, Qin Zheng could not gain experience value anymore. So how was he going to upgrade? This was a problem that Qin Zheng definitely couldn't be in too much of a hurry. This was because there were too many people here now. Everyone go back first, I need to take a rest and rest. Li Shuelua, you stay with Wang Chang. After Qin Zheng returned, he first sidetracked everyone. Only Li Shuero and Wang Chang were left behind. Zhang Wenyi sniffed and was about to say something, but Zhang Wanzai directly pulled her and left. When the rest of the people saw that the father and daughter pair had left, everyone had no choice but to all leave as well. In the end, only 3 people remained. Qin Zheng then asked, you guys now, can you still upgrade? It seems like I can't even get experience from killing monsters. Li Shuero shook her head. It looked like Qin Zheng was not the only one who was like this. It was everyone who was like this. Because, Wang Chang was also shaking his head. What about your hidden professions? How did you advance? Qin Zheng asked again. Wang Chang, too, had a hidden occupation. So Qin Zheng, in the end, left him behind and did not choose to leave Li Shuiyan behind. In the past, when there was a game, there were quests for the advancement of hidden professions, but that's gone now as well. Li Shuelua's words brought a piece of bad news. Hidden profession advancement was dependent on quests? But, where were their quests now? The game was all gone, invaded into reality. Although it was said that a certain amount of game mechanics were retained, but reality was reality after all. Where would you find the game panel in reality? The point was, Qin Zheng's system panel could also be about upgrading, or advancing into a hidden profession. This is strange. Could it be that? Qin Zheng suddenly frowned at this moment. He had a bad premonition. Moreover, his intuition also told him that this premonition was likely to come true. Because in this world, he had never had the luxury of being able to be fair. All of you go back and find a way to improve your strength. Qin Zheng did not say anything more. However, after letting Li Shuiying and Wang Chan go, he immediately went to find Zhang Wanzai. Right now, Zhang Wanzai's side was the only hope. Zhang Wanzai and the others, how did they break through to the heavenly vault realm? When Qin Zheng found Zhang Wanzai, Zhang Wenyi was also there. As there was nothing to hide from this father and daughter, Qin Zheng did not let Zhang Wenyi leave, but instead inquired with a somewhat grim expression, Prime Minister Zhang, do you know that after the Blue Star people have risen to level 100, none of them will be able to continue to gain experience value by killing monsters? Indeed, that should be the case. Zhang Wanzai sniffed and knew what matter Qin Zheng was asking about. His response also caused Qin Zheng's eyes to light up. Prime Minister Zhang knows the reason? Qin Zheng hurriedly inquired. At this time, Zhang Wenyi spoke, it is like this, City Lord Qin may not be aware of it, but it is the same for all of us. After ascending to level 100, we all need to continue killing demonic beasts until we have an epiphany, and then we will be able to step into the mountain and sea realm. Like this? Qin Zheng frowned. His face, something was not right. Well, normally, after killing up to 10,000 demonic beasts or monsters, one would have an epiphany at the new realm, but, as Zhang Wanzai spoke, he suddenly saw that Qin Zheng's face was out of place. Then, he immediately thought, because of Qin Zheng, this trip had gone out for as long as 7 days. Who knew, how many demonic beasts had he killed? However, Qin Zheng clearly had not had an epiphany to the mountain and sea realm. Then, this attempt to kill 10,000 demonic beasts and have an epiphany to the mountain and sea realm wouldn't work for the Blue Star people. What is the reason for this? Zhang Wanzai immediately changed his words, no, all the power in the world is controlled by the gods and demonic races, and the reason why our kingdom was able to advance to the mountain and sea, sun and moon, as well as the heavenly vault realms is entirely because, the people of the sacred dragon dynasty have all given their faith to the gods, so, the gods descended the so-called grace that only then allowed us to break through. In other words, the Blue Star people. Zhang Wenyi said in a muffled voice, the divine race did not bestow the Blue Star people with a passageway for advancement. If the divine race did not, then it is even more unlikely for the devil race. Zhang Wanzai told Qin Zheng and Zhang Wenyi, the fundamental difference between the divine race and the devil race lies in the fact that the divine race is devouring people's beliefs behind their backs, while on the surface they still have to have a great and honorable image. The devil race, on the other hand, has no scruples. Therefore, the god race will give a kingdom that believes in them, and all people are provided with the path of promotion, but the demon race tends to, on earth, foster a powerful puppet and grant him the power of a demon god. That means, Qin Zheng's voice was dull, the god race does not allow Blue Star people to be able to advance to the mountain and sea realm, or even the sun and moon realm. Not bad. Zhang Wanzai nodded, at present, it seems to be the case. This time, City Mistress Qin went out for 7 days and 7 nights, so I'm afraid that he has long since leveled up to 100, right? Yes, I was level 100 3 days ago, then I killed 1,000,000 more demonic beasts and monsters, but I am still level 100. Qin Zheng said coldly, the divine race actually managed to shut down the way of promotion for all Bluestarians. It looks like they are really a knife and chopper, while we can only let them fish and meat. Although Qin Zheng's words had some meaning of growing the divine race's ambition and destroying their own. However, the reasoning was really just that. However, it could still be heard that Qin Zheng's tone was very unconvincing. Why was the divine race supreme? Why were they able to control everything? Who was this reasoning? The heavenly Tao. Could it be that this is the heavenly Tao? If that was the case, then wouldn't that mean that this heavenly Tao was also the Tao of cannibalism? Then why should Qin Zheng be convinced? What does City Lord Qin intend to do? Zhang Wenyi wrinkled her pretty eyebrows. If it is said that the entire Blue Star human race will not be able to continue upgrading, then that is not good news for us. It's fine. Qin Zheng said in a cold voice, even if I cannot upgrade, I can still kill the gods all the same. After saying that, Qin Zheng walked away. He, himself, was unable to upgrade. However, the trouble that all Blue Star people could not upgrade, Qin Zheng did not care. Because Qin Zheng had a system. As long as the system continued to reward troop tokens, then Qin Zheng would be able to make all the Blue Star people step into the mountain and sea realm. Once they entered the mountain and sea realm, they would be able to continue upgrading. It was equivalent to saying that Qin Zheng also possessed the ability to grant people the ability to continue to advance after 100 levels. This was an ability that only the divine race had. However, right now, Qin Zheng also had a way to be able to allow the Blue Star people to continue their cultivation. It was Qin Zheng himself, who still had to find the path to continue his cultivation. Right now, he couldn't rush either. One could only say that the car would arrive at the mountain. Just take your time. Qin Zheng left the side yard. Then, he arrived in the middle of the backyard. Han Yin Shui then led the people and stood guard here. This was because Qin Zheng's parents, as well as Wang Chang's parents, were all here. Seeing Qin Zheng return, Qin Shengli was very happy, but the current situation of the entire Blue Star people caused him to not be able to avoid sighing over it even if he was happy. Qin Zheng's mother, Lu Yuqing, was very happy, and she didn't think about it that much. What fate of all mankind? As long as her son was fine, she could rest easy. Little Zheng, where have you been these days? It's very unsafe out there right now, you have to pay special attention. Lu Yuqing spoke. Back then, Qin Zheng had beheaded the orthodox god Kaluo above the 9 heavens. At the first level, he had already beheaded a god. But at that time, Lu Yuqing was following Wang Chang and the others as they shifted towards South Gothic City, and during this process, she certainly did not pay much attention to the godly battle above the 9 heavens. It was only when she arrived at South Gotham City later that she realized that her son had actually become the city lord. But Lu Yuqing was the one who was the mother, and even if her son had become the lord, he was still her son. It had been 7 days since she came here, and as a result, Qin Zheng, her son, had not been seen. Every time she asked, she was told that Qin Zheng had gone out. Now that it's so chaotic out there, isn't it dangerous for Qin Zheng to go out? Qin Shengli was aware of Qin Zheng's ability, and he immediately spoke up and said, alright, the child has grown up, so why do we need to nag him all day long? You go to bed early, I'll talk to my son. When Lu Yuqing heard this, she did not say anything, because she had a bottom in her heart. No matter what this father and son talked about, if she pulled Qin Shengli's ears, Qin Shengli would have to tell her. Lu Yuqing also really went to sleep. Then, the father and son pair, Qin Shengli and Qin Zheng, were left. Qin Shengli had been an honest man all his life, but being honest didn't mean being stupid and without wisdom. Even more so, it didn't mean that honest people didn't have a city. It was only that they had more of a moral bottom line. Qin Shengli teamed up with Qin Zheng and said, you beheaded the righteous god, and how the power of the divine race is, you must know better than I do. But no matter what, we are father and son, and your mother and I, we will definitely only support you. As he said this, Qin Shengli opened a bottle of wine. It was that kind of ancient altar wine. It was considered a product of the Holy Dragon dynasty. Then, Qin Shengli said in a serious tone, your mom is more likely to be worried about you, but I want to talk to you. Child, the world has changed, and it is still a big change. These days, I chatted with that Prime Minister Zhang and knew a few things. He said, now is the world of great struggle, human beings must struggle, otherwise that will be reduced to the gods' reserve food. But who is willing that it will be like that? Of course, we can't just listen to Prime Minister Zhang alone. Whatever he says is what he wants, right? Looks like you know quite a lot, Dad. Qin Zheng also took a sip of wine as he nodded and drained it in one gulp before saying, this matter of the gods captivating the human race, I'm basically certain that it's true because I've seen something different with my own eyes. I see, what about you? What do you think? Qin Shengli inquired tentatively. Dad, you and Mom will just live peacefully in South Gotham City, it's still too early to say anything, and we can only take one step at a time. Qin Zheng naturally would not say too much to Qin Shengli. Otherwise, it would add to his worries. When a child traveled thousands of miles, his parents were worried. This blood kinship, even though Qin Zheng had traveled across the world, he could not part with his parents in the face of their sincere love. And that was why, the human race was different from other animals or demonic beasts or monsters. People, especially the people of the Dragon Kingdom, never put their hopes on the heavens, or any heavenly destiny. They don't believe in that. What they believe in is, the king and his vassals, would they rather have seeds? As well as, man will win over heaven. So, they can be born as mortals. Or they can, accept that the gods are exalted. But, you cannot bully us. Once we are bullied, then we must resist. The gods are like that. Deities, too, were like this. After dealing with his parents, Qin Zheng also had a good day's rest. On the evening of the second day, Qin Zheng called for Han Yin Shui. All of the hegemonic close guard, follow me. Qin Zheng only had one sentence. Then, taking advantage of the night, Qin Zheng left South Gothic City with his hegemonic close guard. The first thing that he came to was the outside of South Gotham City. Here, there was a resettlement area. And most of them had fled here from the capital. Inside the resettlement area, there were many children. There were even babies. The sound of children crying at night was endless. After all, the entire Blue Star is now shattered. Where, again, to find those things for children? For now, they were all refugees. Let's not think about the living conditions. On the contrary, those who had grown up were still able to adapt. When Qin Zheng came here, he followed his memories and found those kindergarten teachers that he had seen a few days ago, in the capital, protecting the children as they retreated. It was said that there was a big bus that was packed with children. There were also several hundred. At the back, there were also people who brought some small children over here one after another. Inside the entire resettlement area, there were probably around 3,000 people. What is your name? Qin Zheng inquired. My name is Zheng Kaiping. The kindergarten teacher responded. This was a woman who, one could say, was naturally beautiful. It seemed like she was still only 18 years old. Qin Zheng chatted with her for a while and learned that she was not yet a kindergarten teacher, but it just so happened that the kindergarten, which was run by her family, usually had some money at home, so her strength in the game was not weak. The key to her game talent was still the heavenly rank. Although it was inferior, it was still rare. Qin Zheng nodded, then said, "Tonight, I will grant you new life." In the next moment, Qin Zheng took out the token of the hegemonic close guard. Then, there was also the token of the hegemonic shield guard army. Transforming these people, all of them. Among them, the little girl, and some babies came together for a moment, making up 1,000 people. The tokens given by the system could also help them grow. Thus, the hegemony's close protection army had an additional 1,000 people. Moreover, there was an additional Jiang Kaiping, a heavenly vault realm commander. As for the men, as well as the men, all of them became hegemony shield guards. Qin Zheng immediately ordered them to remodel the military camp here. As for Qin Zheng himself, he took the hegemony shield guards with him and left South Gothic City completely. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that right now, there should still be quite a few Blue Star people still surviving, so he had to find some more living people and then transform them all into forces under his command. Take a step and see what happens. That was merely Qin Zheng, coping with Qin Zhengli's words. In reality, Qin Zheng already had a plan in his heart. This plan was to lead the Blue Star people to rebel against those gods and demons together. This was because Qin Zheng was also a Dragon Kingdomer. He was even a traveler. He was Emperor Xian Yuan, the descendant of Yen Huang. In his bones, there was also a concept engraved in his bones. Not to compromise. To resist. If there is revenge, it must be avenged. If you are bullied, then you must return the favor. And the reason why Qin Zheng had to bring along the Overlord's close guard this time was because, during the few days that Qin Zheng was in the capital, he had discovered that there was another not-so-small force within the capital. Inside an industrial park, they had not only repelled the attacks of the demonic beasts and monsters and guarded that industrial park, but they were even all living very well. And this industrial park, Qin Zheng just happened to run into a dying survivor and asked for some information. There is the Fong family's business. Good, is the Fong Tang family. In this way, before Qin Zheng thought, Fong Tang was kicked out of the game, and then the game invasion, but he could not inherit any equipment, should be dead, but now it seems to. The situation seemed not to have developed as Qin Zheng thought. It looked like the Fong family had already utilized their capital to gather a large number of gaming talents, and perhaps even recruited powerful NPCs to save Fong Tang's life. But it didn't matter. Since Fong Tang's family had the money to be able to do this, then Qin Zheng would come and personally send Fong Tang on his way. Because Qin Zheng was such a person. He takes revenge for revenge. To have a grudge to repay a grudge. What's more, Qin Zheng had also heard a piece of news that happened to be related to his purpose for coming out this time as well. The Fong family had utilized their capital before the game invasion to gather all of their guild members, all of them, inside the industrial park. Together, they fought against the invasion of the demonic beasts. However, with the addition of NPCs, the Fong family started to misbehave and quit after successfully holding the industrial park. To this day, Qin Zheng remembers the gnashing of teeth of that woman when she spoke to him about the Fong family. They are not people. Actually, everywhere in the arrest of people, men and women are arrested, but the man, if resistance, directly killed. The woman is knocked out and brought back. Even those beasts, but also on the spot. On the insult of women. I just escaped from it, but now, I don't want to live either. What are they arresting people for? Oh, to their factories to do labor, and every day in addition to eating and sleeping. A moment. I heard, seems to be an NPC strong man is very fond of eating hearts. They dig out some people's hearts for that NPC to eat. As for the woman, just look at me and you'll know. The miserable image of the woman, Qin Zheng was still not able to describe it. In short, it had been tortured beyond recognition. There was barely even a piece of good flesh. At that time, Qin Zheng could only give her a painful relief. For the Fong family, Qin Zheng also didn't tell anyone after going back. Because Qin Zheng wanted was to bring his troops over now. Then, let them, a bunch of brutes, completely evaporate. Fong Tang, and his father, as well as those in the Fong family guild, those who helped too. Qin Zheng had not even considered transforming them into subordinates. Because they were not worthy. Southern suburb of the capital. Industrial park. Here, there were many large food factories. There are cooked foods, and snacks. There are even beverage factories, as well as restaurants. So here, everyone was able to continue enjoying the food on the Blue Star. And the Fong family was utilizing such an advantage, thus gathering a large number of people. The key is that the moral level of all these people is still the same as the Fong family's father and son. Almost, equal to none. That's why they, after the game had invaded reality and guarded the industrial park, were able to start carrying out that series of inappropriate human things. Captive confinement of living people, forced labor, even humiliating them. And right now, Fong Jiansheng was in his office in the industrial park, enjoying an emperor-like life. He had money. More than enough was money. Before the game invasion, he had also hoarded many game resources to buy people's hearts. The key was that he had bought 2 Skyvault Realm NPCs, as well as 8 Sun and Moon Realms. Such strength was enough for Fang Jianqing to reign supreme. And as a result, he had absolute authority within the park. In addition, Fang Jianqing also gave his son, Fang Tang, a full set of top-tier equipment. They were all upgradable godly equipment, and then there was also a full set of equipment upgrade materials. It was enough for Fang Tang to restart from level 1, upgrade by slaughtering demonic beasts, and then use these materials to upgrade his entire body's equipment to the top tier. Now Fang Tang had risen to level 100 again. This time, he came back to get the materials, and then look for the recruited strongman to help upgrade the whole body equipment to the top level. But when Fang Tang came to his father's office, he heard the sound of a woman's agonizing screams coming from inside. Fang Tang stopped in his tracks, then pursed his lips and immediately pushed open the door. The scene in the room could only be described as miserable. It was able to see that the 2 young girls, both of them, were no longer human. Game Invasion of Reality can be said to be a Pandora's magic box. After that, human nature was all magnified infinitely. For example, Fang Jianqing, these evil and special hobbies. And when Fang Tang saw those 2 young girls, there was no sympathy in his eyes, and he even said with a cold face, "2 little bitches, you're not going to do anything about it, are you? Now, are you guys satisfied?" Those 2 young girls, at this time can still speak. Just now also dying, but now, were no longer alive. "You're full leveled?" Fang Jianqing lifted his pants, while saying calmly, "Your talent is still not working, but it doesn't matter, our people have already hit the most important copy of the talent. Son, with this copy, in the future, the people who are going to defect to us will be more. At that time, we, father and son, will definitely be able to dominate this new world. Since we have hit the talent copy, and now we have captured back enough people. Dad, it is better to let them restrain themselves lately, although Qin Zheng may no longer be in the capital, and some people have seen him go to South Gotham City, but South Gotham City is not far away from us, so we still have to be careful." Fang Tang reminded. Although, he had sort of made a comeback. However, in the game, the fear of being dominated by Qin Zheng was still there. The key was, Qin Zheng was also too fierce. The night of the game invasion, it seemed that he had even managed to behead a god. However, with the previous grudges between Fang Tang and Qin Zheng, even if Qin Zheng had the strength to exterminate the entire god race, the Fang clan would not want to befriend Qin Zheng, so Fang Jianqing and Fang Tang, too, did not ever have such thoughts. What they wanted was to utilize the resources in their hands, develop obscenely, and quietly grow their power. When they had enough capital to counteract Qin Zheng, then they would come out. Alternatively, they could just stay put, utilize the resources in the industrial park, and wait for Qin Zheng to accidentally hang up, or for Qin Zheng to forget about the Fang family, and then start up again when they had the chance in the future. Isn't it beautiful to enjoy the life of an underground emperor here first? However, Fang Jianqing said, don't we all have people hiding in all directions to spy? If Qin Zheng shows up in the capital, or if someone from the South Gotham City side comes over, they will tell us. So you can rest assured. And if they don't go out and capture more people to come back, who's going to do the things in the factory? Besides, you also have to play several to death every day, just the women we have locked up. Is that enough for so many of us to vent? Fang Tang sniffed and chose to remain silent. This pair of father and son were really equally evil to the extreme. And at this time, the industrial park, in a rough factory building. This was a factory building that hadn't been renovated yet, and it couldn't be considered rotten. It could only be said that the project was delayed because the game was going to invade. Just in such a place that leaks in all directions, the following went to be covered with barbed wire grids. Many women, almost all of them were completely naked, only allowed to wear underwear, and then all of them were crammed inside this building to live. In fact, the women also gained the abilities in the game. But, their equipment, all of them were surrendered. Without the equipment, bare hands, the key was not even a pair of shoes. And all around them, guarded by high-level men wearing equipment, they had no chance of escaping. Every day, hundreds of people could be seen, being pulled out, and then, never came back. Just under such a desperate environment, these women, each one of them is fearful. Among them, there used to be quite a few others who were the elites of society. The women who were able to live in the capital, whether it was their education or their looks naturally did not matter anymore. However, among them there is a woman, face looks yellow, even if the body is extremely good, this face is ordinary to the extreme. At this time she is also in the crowd, but she has already, secretly, and around some women, established a relationship of mutual trust. When another man came in to pick, that yellow-faced woman and a few caring women nodded their heads after looking at each other, and then pulled out a special kind of cosmetic and wiped it on their faces. This made their faces even more yellow, and at a glance, their posture was even more mediocre. In this building, the women are only allowed to keep their cosmetics in addition to their intimate clothing. Because, those men who want to satisfy their animalistic desires just want to see them looking pretty. But makeup can become beautiful, naturally, it can also become ugly, but the smart thing about these women is that, they didn't make themselves ugly, they just looked mediocre in appearance and had average posture. In that case, they won't be the first to be chosen. In the end, they wouldn't be discarded as useless existences because they were ugly. After waiting for the people to leave, these women all gathered beside that yellow-faced woman, and one of the young girls asked, Red Sleeve, it's not a solution for us to keep going like this, just now there are dozens of people who have been taken away, and one day it will be our turn as well. Have you, in the end, come up with a solution yet? Don't be anxious, wait a little longer. The girl called Red Sleeve told everyone, there are still several thousand people here now, it's still early for our turn. Moreover, there are still a lot of people who think that those women who have been chosen are being looked at by those men and taken out as female companions. So, now is not the time yet. Well, I also agree with Red Sleeve's opinion. Someone expressed their support. Red Sleeve's idea is that she intends to wait until everyone here understands the true nature of those men outside, and knows that after being taken away by them, they will be tortured to death, and then it will be easier to unite everyone. Not bad. Red Sleeve told everyone, we must not be in a hurry, we must wait until we can unite everyone together to fight back. Now, everyone return to their respective positions, and then take a nap, and wait patiently. The crowd heard this and dispersed. In the dead of night, Qin Zheng led 2,000-man hegemony close guards through the capital city that had fallen into ruins. Since South Gotham City was north of the capital, there was still a long way to go to the Fong Clan's industrial park, and on the way, they also encountered some demonic beasts from time to time. Although Qin Zheng had already killed the entire capital, there were always a few that slipped through the net. Or rather, these demonic beasts and monsters, perhaps they were newly born out as well. If it was the latter, then it would mean that there might still be people alive in the huge capital city. Even they took some copies. These demonic beasts and monsters were the latest to come out of the copies. Under the cover of night, Qin Zheng finally led his people and arrived at the southern outskirts of the capital. Suddenly, Ruyan Shui looked towards Qin Zheng and shouted in a low voice, Master. Humph. Qin Zheng nodded his head. In the next moment, Ruyan Shui slashed out in one direction. The blade's aura showed a scarlet color in the night sky. Over there, someone rose up in the air, rushing to escape. This is a secret sentry. Rouge Snow told Qin Zheng, don't worry, master, he won't be able to escape. A moment later, a miserable scream came from the distance. The blade pierced through his back. The heart-shattering blade. A stance that Red-Faced Snow had obtained after becoming the commander of the hegemony's close guards. Qin Zheng nodded approvingly, then said to Jiang Kaiping, it looks like they have set up a lot of hidden sentries in this area. You and your people are lacking in practical combat experience, so this time, you will be the one to lead the men. You will be given half an hour to clear out all the hidden sentries. Yes, master. Jiang Kaiping nodded his head. Then, she left with her people. As for Qin Zheng, he stayed leisurely where he was. On this trip out, he was indeed aiming for the Fong clan, but he was also practicing his troops. The hegemony's close protection army was strong. It could be said that it was stronger than any army, in terms of individual combat power. However, when the army goes out to fight, it is not a single battle between the Jianghu and the grassroots. It has to pay attention to the military formation, cooperation, and it also has to compete with the psychological quality of the soldiers. The significance of practicing is to enhance these aspects. Half an hour is the time given by Qin Zheng. But in reality, Qin Zheng had still underestimated the toughness of the hegemony's close guard. After only 10 minutes had passed, Jiang Kaiping returned with 1,000 men. Almost, in everyone's hand, they were carrying a bloody human head. Their bodies, too, were all filled with killing aura. Reporting back to Master, all the secret sentries, all of them were pulled out. Jiang Kaiping reported. Their bodies were all stained with blood. All of this blood was obviously not theirs. It was someone else's blood. However, there was no look of fear on the faces of these women. This was what tonight, Qin Zheng wanted to achieve in practicing his army. It was difficult to want an army of iron blood. However, there was a first step to everything. They first had to go through the baptism of blood before they could grow. At the very least, they would be able to adapt. After all, in the future, they would experience many situations like this. What's more, tonight wasn't over yet. Nor would it end just like this. Fong family. Qin Zheng was definitely going to be destroyed. Without the hidden sentries, then, march at full speed. Qin Zheng ordered, see the park at the bottom of the hill? Don't leave a single person inside there, kill them all. Not a single one was to be left behind. This was Qin Zheng's order. However, Qin Zheng knew very well that there were still some innocent people inside the park. For example, those workers who had been forcibly captured by the Fong family's father and son. There were also some innocent women. However, Qin Zheng still gave such an order, not that he really wanted to kill everyone. Because, Qin Zheng's speed was undoubtedly faster than the women. Let them attack head-on. While Qin Zheng, on the other hand, was going to convert more troops. Yes, Qin Zheng sneaked around and touched inside the park. However, this park was huge. For a while, Qin Zheng could not find the dormitories of those workers. There were still many hidden sentries inside the park, but Qin Zheng would not let them discover him. Qin Zheng also noticed one thing. That was, there was actually electricity inside the park. The entire capital had been destroyed by demonic beasts, and the electric utility system had also been destroyed. However, this park was well preserved. So the park must have power generation devices. These belonged to the technology on the Blue Planet and could be completely continued to be utilized. Over in South Gotham City, both the Shijing sect and the Yenro sect had quite a few talents inside. It looks like this park should still not be destroyed. When the time comes, we can arrange for someone to come over and take over and remodel it. It may not be a technological city of the Blue Star people that cannot rise up flat on the ground once again. Qin Zheng thought secretly in his heart. Hiding and hiding, Qin Zheng suddenly found a building that had not yet been renovated. It looked like it was a place where one could observe for a while. Qin Zheng thought that there was no one inside this building. That was just the right time to go in and feel the situation. The reason why he was hiding now was because he wanted to take the first step and find the dormitories of those workers. Without God realizing it, he would transform them into his own soldiers. Otherwise, if these people were killed, it would be a loss for Qin Zheng. As a result, Qin Zheng just went in and saw many, nearly naked women. And at that moment, they were also looking at Qin Zheng. Everyone was just like this, staring at each other. So you guys are here. Qin Zheng suddenly spoke. On his face, there was a smile. In the middle of the night, in such an occasion, the women were not wearing much, and suddenly a man came. Strangely enough, none of the women actually shouted. Instead, they were very calm. Even, there were some women who stood up. Seemingly, it was as if they were waiting to be picked. It looked like it was not the first time that they, too, had experienced something like this. When Qin Zheng saw this, he did not hesitate anymore. He took out the token of the hegemonic close guard, then asked, "How many of you are here, roughly?" The women shook their heads. Instead, one of the women said in a cold voice, "How many of us are here, don't you know?" Qin Zheng understood. The other party was treating him as a subordinate of the Feng family's father and son. Forget it, too lazy to delay. Qin Zheng didn't care, and directly used the tokens of the hegemonic close guard one by one. Thus, right in the midst of their shocked gazes, a set of armor equipment, which flew onto the bodies of some of them, was actually worn on its own, and there was a strange glow on those people's bodies. But very quickly, that light disappeared. Then, those women bowed down one after another towards Qin Zheng. Pay respects to master. Continue. Qin Zheng used another hegemonic close guard token. In this way, in a few minutes' time, Qin Zheng used up a total of 8 hegemonic near guard tokens before he finished transforming all the women here. The number of people here, however, was not a full 8,000. Rather, it was still short by more than 300. There were only over 1,600. But the extra quota would not be wasted. This was because, in the future, Qin Zheng could still add in. However, there were still 8 Heavenly Vault Realm commanders for the Hegemony Close Guard to generate in the future. Among them, the one with the best talent was a woman called Lu Hongsleeve. The other 7, although weaker than Lu Hongsleeve, were not too much weaker. It was also at this moment that a great commotion came from within the park. Kill! It was the sound of the Hegemony's Close Guards charging. Because, this voice was shouted by Red-Face Snow. They should have killed their way in. When Qin Zheng heard the sound, he said to Lu Hongsleeve, "Your comrades are killing their way in, quickly lead the men to help them. Remember, when you see Red-Face Snow or Jiang Kaiping, report your identities." "Yes, master," Lu Hongso responded. Then, the women flew out of the building in unison. Someone else outside shouted, "Quickly come someone, these ladies are escaping." By the looks of it, there were still people on sentry duty here. When Qin Zheng came in, he flew in directly, so he didn't realize that something was wrong, and the one who was on sentry duty before should have fallen asleep, which is why Qin Zheng didn't notice it. But whatever. Because very soon, Qin Zheng heard the screams of some men. Now these women were undoubtedly stronger than all of them in battle. After all, players on the Blue Planet could only ascend to a maximum of 100 levels. Qin Zheng continued his search. And now, throughout the entire park, there was chaos everywhere. Many people were also up. There was a fight going on outside. However, Qin Zheng knew very well that the Overlord's close guard that he had brought with him had an absolute advantage. This was supposed to be a crushing battle. What's more, the number of Hegemony's close guard was now nearly 10,000. In terms of numbers, even though they might still be at a disadvantage, realm and strength could be crushed. And this also made it convenient for Qin Zheng to go and look for those workers' residences. This was because at this time, only those people who had been captured for control were not allowed to leave the place they were in. Qin Zheng quickly found them. The number of people was quite a lot. It was a full 20,000 people. It's Su Rulin. Currently has shield guards, great snow dragon riders, and hegemony close guards that use swords under his command, so you guys will fill the vacancies of the gunmen. Qin Zheng took out the hegemony breaker army's token. One was enough. Then, transformation. Qin Zheng, then, led them out of the dormitory that was like a cage. At the entrance, there was also a group of caretakers. They were also wearing in-game equipment on their bodies, and were conversing at the time. If we didn't come here at night to watch over those guys and the higher-ups would reward us with women, who would want to come and do this? I say you take it easy, don't play that pussy badly, we're here to watch the night shift for another month. I know, won't play bad. Chief, something's not right. Look, what's going on? Shit, have these guys turned against each other? One of the leaders cursed, then rushed out with his equipment. The other few hurriedly followed. The young leader pointed at Qin Zheng and shouted, "What are you doing? You want to revolt? Hurry up and take them and roll back, or I'll kill you." "Are you talking to me?" Qin Zheng spoke. "Chief, something's not right, look at what they're wearing." At this time, someone reminded the small leader. He also saw everyone's appearance at this moment. The small chief's eyes rolled and he immediately shouted, "Run!" Swish! This little leader obviously realized that something was wrong, so he smartly fled. Qin Zheng, on the other hand, sneered as the knife in his hand was pulled out. But it was in a flash that the knife had returned to its sheath. However, that blade aura was like a wisp of residual smoke in the night, instantly decapitating that small leader. At this moment, everyone was quiet. The few remaining people all looked at each other. That was their leader. 100 levels, and his equipment was still better than all of them. The key was that he had also run out more than 100 meters. This terrifying person in front of him had chopped out so far with a single slash. Swish swish swish. The remaining 6 people, in unison, all knelt down towards Qin Zheng. "You are all Blue Star people. When did Blue Star people also practice this?" Qin Zheng sneered. By the looks of it, those who had joined Fang Jianqing's guild, there was one who counted. There was not a single person who was wronged. This was because, judging from this behavior of kneeling, which they were very familiar with, they should have all gotten used to this new rule of the weak and the strong. In other words, every one of them had an evil act against someone else in their hands. However, Qin Zheng didn't make a move right now. He just said, "Let's go, lead the way in front. I want to find Fang Jianqing. Don't have any other thoughts, or else even if you run out 1,000 miles or 10,000 miles, I will still behead you instantly. Don't doubt my abilities because my name is Qin Zheng." Qin Zheng. Hearing that name, the pupils of those 6 people trembled. It was actually him. Qin Zheng. The ruthless man who had killed a god at the first level. Now, who dared to think otherwise? These 6 people had no choice but to lead the way and take Qin Zheng to go directly to Fang Jianqing. Qin boss, up ahead is where Fang Jianqing's father and son live. They led Qin Zheng to a brightly lit, opulent-looking building. It was unimaginable that inside this park, there was such an existence. It looked right. "Alright, then you guys can go to hell." Qin Zheng spoke. In the next moment, those 6 people were directly stabbed into a sieve by the hegemony breaker army that swarmed around them. Qin Zheng then looked around. He was still wondering. The hegemony breaking army under his command had killed their way in. Could Fang Jianqing's father and son still be here? Qin Zheng directly took off and broke the window to enter. As a result, he was only able to see some shocking scenes here. Many of the rooms were filled with young girls who had been tortured beyond human shape. Some had even become corpses. And just at this time, the door to the room where Qin Zheng was opened. At the same time, Fang Jianqing's voice was also heard. "It can't be topped. Even our chief elder was actually killed by that bitch with a single slash. Where did all these come from? Fang Tang, quick, bring our things, let's hurry and escape." Qin Zheng, on the other hand, responded, "Escape? Where are you guys going to escape to?" Snap! The lights of the room were turned on. Then Fang Tang, almost screaming, shouted, "Qin Zheng." From Fang Jianqing's words, one could hear that the hegemony's close guard was progressing well. Even the NPC powerhouse they had hired had been decimated. For such an outcome, it was also true that it was in line with Qin Zheng's expectations. After all, the Overlord's close guard was the strongest type of soldier that the system had given him. In single combat, there was no other troop type that could surpass it. Since the goal had been achieved, and the Fang family's father and son were in front of Qin Zheng, then, what Qin Zheng had to do next was actually quite simple. "Yo, I'm afraid you didn't spend a lot of money on this 100-level equipment, right? Not bad off Fang Tang, truly worthy of being the son of a rich man with a mine at home. Do you still remember what you once said? You have good talent and your family is rich, so your equipment is also good. Who am I to compare with you, right?" Qin Zheng sneered and vocalized. Obviously, his words were ironic. "Father, he is Qin Zheng, kill him." Fang Tang suddenly shouted. Fang Jianqing sniffed and made his first move. His figure instantly disappeared. It was as if he had vanished into the darkness. The Tsongshang blood in Qin Zheng's hand was immediately sheathed. Swish! In that instant, Qin Zheng's blade was about to chop out. However, a sudden change caused Qin Zheng to stop moving. Clang! The blades clashed. Fang Jianqing's figure was revealed in front of Fang Tang. "Fang Tang, you beast. Laozi raised you for 20 years and gave you endless money to spend, and now Laozi is just asking for. Humph, you actually dare to take action against your father?" Fang Jianqing's voice appeared to be incomparably angry. Fang Tang, on the other hand, revealed a cold look as he said in an icy tone, "Oh, just know how to talk about me, aren't you the same? Neither of us should talk about anyone, my good father." Obviously, after Fang Jianqing's stealth, the target he chose to attack was his son. And as it happened, Fang Tang also wanted to kill Fang Jianqing. Thus, the weapons of this father and son intertwined. Father and son were fighting each other. These two people really aren't even human. Not worthy of being human. I'm your old man, and all these years, the money my old man has spent on you is enough to buy 10,000 lives. Now it's just a matter of asking you to make a sacrifice in exchange for your old man me to continue to live. Do you really want us to die together? Fang Jianqing's voice was still angry. As the saying goes, a tiger's venom does not eat its children. Obviously, Fang Jianqing was more vicious than a tiger. It was also more decisive. Hearing this, Qin Zheng understood what Fang Jianqing meant. He wanted to kill Fang Tang's son with his own hands in exchange for Qin Zheng sparing his life. The thought was quite beautiful. And what about Fang Tang? What was he thinking again? Between Qin Zheng and I, we used to be classmates as well, and our enmity is nothing more than me saying something bad about him, but getting him expelled from the school was a relationship you found. So, I'll kill you and then apologize to him on my knees, and maybe there's a chance of survival. Fang Tang muffled his voice at this time. Father, believe me once and let me live. I am still young. I have a better chance than you to get transcendent achievements. Could it be that you, as a father, who gave birth to me, don't want to see your own son live well and even obtain greater achievements? Animal, Fang Tang, you animal. Fang Jianqing roared angrily. In the next moment, the dagger in his hand swished directly, and father and son actually fought. Qin Zheng watched, with interest, the scene of father and son fighting each other in front of him. However, in his heart, he had already sentenced these two people to death. In order to survive, one killed his own son, while the other was patricide. Such two things, I'm afraid that the entire heart, there is no point is red. All of it is black. Qin Zheng, it was impossible to keep them. There is no husband without poison. Fang Jianqing or Fang Tang, leaving any of them behind, that would be Qin Zheng's irresponsibility to himself. After all, with their character, in the future, as long as there was the slightest chance, I'm afraid that they would all become Qin Zheng's archenemies. With this thought in mind, Qin Zheng did not bother to wait. The Zhongsheng blood in his hand slashed out horizontally. Boom! The pouring saber chi was like a rainbow striking the sun. That huge blade aura lit up this night sky. Fang Jianshang, die. Fang Tang, death. Perhaps we, the human race, it is precisely because of the existence of your scum that the gods look down on you, and it is also because of this that the devil race has the opportunity to take advantage of. You really don't deserve to live. Qin Zheng's final words were considered to have set the nature of this pair of father and son. Next, Qin Zheng started counting the loot. This rich man, Fang Jiansheng, had really hoarded quite a lot of goodies. For example, all sorts of materials, alchemy, weaponry, as well as talisman making and spell formations, were actually piled up all over a whole plant, and even, Qin Zheng had found 2,000 spirit jades. A spirit jade was equal to 10,000 sacred dragon dynasty gold coins, and 10,000 spirit jades were only equal to one spirit crystal. In other words, the value of these 2,000 spirit crystals was $200 billion. The Fang family shouldn't have this much wealth. Then, perhaps all of this was from their scavenging and looting. After all, the direction they were looting and scavenging was the entire capital city. It was also the first region on the Blue Star that could be the richest. After the invasion of the game, despite getting the inheritance, because of the relationship between Quello and the demon race, and the fact that the invading monsters were even tougher than the ones in the game, the people of Blue Star died and were injured heavily. And in this richest region of Blue Star, it was really easy to scavenge 2,000 spirit crystals. All these spirit crystals now belonged to Qin Zheng. In addition, there was everything here. Qin Zheng planned to have all of Li Shuelua's sisters come and see if they could utilize this industrial park and slowly develop it, striving to repair the capital city, so that by then, Qin Zheng would have 2 large cities under his rule. The population that could be accommodated would also be much larger. Perhaps, without Qin Zheng even having to laboriously go around looking for people, those survivors amongst the Blue Star people would find a way to draw closer to this side. Of course, their journey might be a life of 9 deaths, and Qin Zheng needed people now, to clear all the demonic beasts from everywhere. This would, perhaps, take a lot of time. Never mind. There should still be time. Qin Zheng thought in his heart. It was just that he did not know that a huge change had begun to brew out. The imperial capital of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Within the imperial palace, at this moment, Brijan, who was known as the Holy Dragon Dynasty's military god, was tied up by a special kind of rope, together with his daughter, the once Empress Binghen. And on top of that, was the Holy Dragon Emperor, as well as the new Empress. At the same time, it was also the demon god Thousand Faces. Demoness, you demoness! Brijan was still cursing at the top of his lungs. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The Thousand Faces demon god let out a loud laugh. She didn't look angry at Baojuan's tirade, but she looked at the 100 officials with a ferocious expression, and then said with a cold empire, between you all, is there anyone else who would like to end up in the same situation as them? At this time the 100 officials are all confused. Brijan, wasn't he in the western part of the Holy Dragon Dynasty? How could? Suddenly captured alive in the imperial capital. Then, what about the 3 million Western army? this is going to be a big mess. At this time, the Empress of the Holy Dragon Dynasty is a demon god. However, except for the Holy Dragon Emperor, no one knows about it. The Holy Dragon Emperor also had a sudden change in temperament after setting up an altar and communicating with the god of heaven. For a dynasty, the Emperor and the Empress were undoubtedly the most important two. However, the Holy Dragon Emperor wanted to abolish the Empress, and did so as soon as he said so, and immediately supported a new Empress. And this Empress calls herself Luo Qian. In fact, it's the demon god in front. What did she do when she became the Empress? First, in the dynasty, she vigorously cleansed the previous Zhang Wanzai's faction, and then installed people loyal to her into office. Secondly, she imprisoned the former Empress Bai Bingheng. Now she had captured Bai Brejan, the commander-in-chief of the Western Army. Even, in front of the 100 officials, the new Empress, Luo Qian, directly smashed Bai Baoju and Skullcap. Bai Brejan actually dared to incite his men to rebel with the intent to revolt. This is what he will get. This palace is your Holy Dragon Emperor's appointed Empress, Holy Dragon Dynasty, the strongest is honored. You should now understand, those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Haha. The thousand-faced demon god laughed indulgently. Then, she ordered with a cold face, come on people, cook Bai Bingheng, the traitor, directly, and then build a wine pool, so that her meat will dry in the sun on top of the wine pool. Devil, you devil, Bai Bingheng, even if I die, I won't let you go as ghosts. At this moment, Bai Bingheng was in tears as she faced the corpse of her father, who had been killed on the spot. Then, she looked at the black-armored forbidden army that walked up towards her, and Bai Bingheng gave up resisting, but said to the 100 officials. Bai Bingheng asked herself that she didn't have any faults, yet she was abolished from the throne of the queen for no reason, and now, my father didn't rise up to fight against it, and yet he was falsely accused to death. Sacred Dragon Dynasty, when did it become such a brutal and unkind dynasty? And, Holy Dragon Emperor, why have you not said a word so far? The Holy Dragon Emperor, who was sitting on the throne, remained silent after hearing the words of this hairy wife. He lowered his head so that no one could see his face. However, where he lowered his head, his eyes revealed a 3-part angry, 7-part stoic gaze. In reality, the Holy Dragon Emperor had come to his senses. But it was precisely because of his sobriety that he was very clear about what kind of existence this new Empress Luo Qian of his own in front of him actually was. She is a devil with great strength. Nowadays, the Holy Dragon Emperor, although he possesses a godly character and has broken the heavenly vault realm, possessing the power of a deity. However, in front of the thousand-faced demon god, it was still weak. However, the Holy Dragon Emperor was pleasantly surprised to find that the original owner of this divine lattice given to him by the demon god in front of him was actually a wizard. The divine lattice contained a kind of masterless gong method. This kind of gong method, so that as long as he picks in and replenishes young day and night, his cultivation will grow extremely fast. Whether it is the desire for life, or the thirst for power, or perhaps, it was the fear of the thousand-faced demon god. In short, the current Holy Dragon Emperor was very clear that he couldn't say a word. Bai Bingheng. Also, the entire 100 could only die, because this is the result that the thousand faces demon god wants. And what the Holy Dragon Emperor wanted now in his eyes, and in his heart, was only power. In the end, Bai Bingheng was taken away in despair. The hallowed Empress was actually executed in the street. Moreover, she was thrown into the frying pan, being treated as a dish, in front of the people of the Holy Dragon Dynasty, cooking. For a time, the entire dynasty in field, all of them did not dare to say anything to the Holy Dragon Emperor as well as the new Empress. Even everyone was in danger. However, the Sacred Dragon Emperor, or Empress Luo Qian's brutal behavior is far more than that. What is more unexpected, is still behind. For example, soon after the palace came the Holy Dragon Emperor's decree. The first is to order all cities to collect 30% more tax to be used to build wine pools and meat forests in the palace. Secondly, it was an order that all the soldiers of the Holy Dragon Dynasty as well as their subjects should all capture the Blue Star people and send them to the capital. The third was that the beautiful-looking women from all the lands would be rewarded with all sorts of things if someone was willing to give them to the Holy Dragon Emperor. One decree, but 3 things. The first thing was to amass wealth. The second thing, according to the rumors, some say that Empress Luo Qian likes to eat people. That's why the former Empress Bai Bingheng was cooked. And now, the reason why the Holy Dragon Dynasty ordered to capture blue stars everywhere and send them to the capital. It didn't seem too hard to guess. With an empress who liked to eat people, then these blue star people, could there be any other end? The last thing, that is actually not difficult to guess the meaning of the holy decree. A beautiful woman, surely the Holy Dragon Emperor needs such a decree was simply chilling. Therefore, the Holy Dragon Dynasty, which was already in chaos, was even more chaotic this time. Anti-army has been established everywhere, but the Holy Dragon Emperor didn't seem to be worried about it at all. Even, the Holy Dragon Emperor sent people to send a message to all parties. How do you ask yourselves to compare to the White Broken Army? Yes. Are any of you rebel armies as strong as Bai Broken Army? No. But what happened to White Destroyer? Tens of thousands of miles apart, but overnight in the west, then captured in the capital. In the end, he was also killed on the spot by a blow to the skull. If Bai Baojun is like this, what about you guys? So, when Qin Zheng returned to southern Gothic City, he couldn't help but frown when he heard these news. The Holy Dragon Emperor actually dared to do this at this time, during a time when the entire dynasty was in a state of rebellion and turmoil, and had the audacity to do so. On what basis does he? The new empress actually wants to go around catching Blue Star people to eat. Her hobby is actually eating people? This new empress, I'm afraid she's not human. Qin Zheng's voice was icy cold. Zhang Wanzai, who was discussing the matter together, nodded his head and said, actually, this matter has been speculated everywhere. I'm only afraid that the current sacred dragon dynasty has already been controlled by the demon race. If that's the case, then it seems that on the divine race's side, there will probably be a situation as well. Because, it should be impossible for the divine race to remain indifferent while the demon race's hand reached out to their subordinate human race. After all, it's like having a batch of ingredients that you've been storing up in your own home suddenly being robbed by someone else. Deities and devils, both feed on humans. Zhang Wenyi's eyebrows furrowed. Could it really be like this? Is it hard to believe that there is still a lie? Zhang Wanzai said in a deep voice, you guys still know too little. This heaven and earth, as well as the entire universe, can be more than just a sacred dragon dynasty, nor do you know a blue star, more than just our 4 countries. In fact, there are too many things in the infinite universe. Have you guys ever seen a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Have you ever seen the end of the land? Have you seen the end of the sea? The land I speak of is the land at the center of the universe. The sea I speak of, on the other hand, is the rootless sea of the universe, divided between yin and yang. That is also the sea of bitterness that the spirits of the world will never be able to transcend. These words from Zhang Wanzai caused everyone to freeze. It turned out that this world was actually so vast. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The end of the land. The end of the sea of rootlessness, also called the sea of bitterness. And these, probably, are still just what Zhang Wanzai knows. What does it mean to have an infinite universe? This is infinity. This, too, is the universe. Zhang Wanzai's words caused everyone to fall into a short silence. It seemed that being a human being was too small in the universe. So small that it was like a drop in the ocean. At this moment, Li Shuelua sighed. I had thought that the blue star after the game invasion was actually still very rich. Think about it, this game invasion. How many demonic beasts and monsters have come to the entire blue star? And how many copies of the illusory realm can be born? Moreover, I heard that there are still quite a few spirit veins implanted. However, compared to the entire universe, this bit of resources on Blue Star doesn't seem to be much. This is natural. Zhang Wanzai added, in the universe, there are still many planets on which divine stones that are even more precious than spirit crystals can be produced. But even so, the divine race is still aiming their sights at the Blue Star. Because, what they need, is that multi-tens of billions of people on the Blue Star. I'm wondering, why do the gods like eating people so much? Qin Zheng couldn't help but ask. According to reason, the demonic beasts and monsters don't move several meters or even 10 meters high, dozens, tens, or hundreds of meters. Wouldn't it be easier to fill their stomachs by eating those demonic beasts and monsters? You think that the gods and demons are there to fill their stomachs? Zhang Wanzai shook his head repeatedly. What they want is not this, but for other reasons. Specifically, I don't know, but I do know one thing. In the universe, it's not possible that the path taken by the gods and devils are the only ones that can reach the extreme. Of course, I'm just guessing. Hearing Zhang Wanzai suddenly talk about the path of cultivation, Qin Zheng became interested, and he immediately pursued, back then, Mr. But in the sky above the imperial capital of the sacred dragon dynasty, with a mortal body, he suppressed a false god to the point where he could not fight back. So, Mr. is afraid that he already has the strength of a false god, right? Not really. Zhang Wanzai glanced at Qin Zheng. In fact, he knew that this was a question that Qin Zheng had wanted to ask for a long time. And he, too, had been waiting for Qin Zheng to ask this. As a result, he did not expect that Qin Zheng would only ask it now. So Zhang Wanzai replied with a smile, I once left the 4 directions continent, left the earth for the universe, traveled to the 10,000 directions, and by chance, I obtained a mysterious scroll. Could it be? Qin Zheng spoke. However, he did not name the lower scroll of the Book of Luo. Zhang Wanzai nodded his head in affirmation before continuing. Above that scroll, there was not a single word, but when I entered it with my own thoughts, I found a very vast heaven and earth within. But unfortunately, that scroll was only a remnant, incomplete, so I was not able to fully enter that world. But I just walked through the doorway of the world in the scroll, but I vaguely sensed a kind of Tao. What kind of Tao? At this moment, Qin Zheng's eyes widened. Originally, the Luo book was used in this way? The river came out of the map, and the Luo book came out of the book. This was, in his original world, where civilization was born. Those 6 words had also become aphorisms. As a result, now, in Qin Zheng's hands, he already had a complete copy of the Book of Luo. However, he had always overlooked it. It was not until today that Qin Zheng looked back and remembered the Book of Luo. I'm not sure if I can say what kind of Tao that is, than I am now. Ha! Zhang Wanzai laughed bitterly. He was, however, only imprisoned by the gods in the 9 heavenly cage and suffered more than a month of heavenly thunder. Therefore, when Zhang Wanzai said these words, it meant that he was very sorry that he had not been able to fully enter the world of Luo Shu. Otherwise, he would probably have been able to kill a deity just like Qin Zheng. However, the only thing I can know is that at some specific moments, I am able to borrow the power of the earth. Zhang Wanzai finally got the point across. The crowd was shocked. The power of the earth? Prime Minister Zhang, are you saying that on this earth, there is a special force that exists? Li Shuayan asked curiously, what kind of power is that? This kind of power, it doesn't seem like it comes from a living person. Zhang Wanzai, again, said something that was very shocking. Not from a living person? Hearing these words, Qin Zheng suddenly remembered something. He remembered the experience of exploring a new map when he was in the game. Human Emperor Xian Yuan. The Human Emperor. There was also Uncle Wind and Master Rain. Many of the sages. Although, they seem to have been completely suppressed by the gods. However, before they sank, they all seemed to have a monstrous will, as if they were living on Earth forever. Was that really the case? Qin Zheng wasn't quite sure. If Zhang Wanzai was able to suppress the false gods by borrowing the will of those deceased sages, left behind on Earth, then why was this will, on the contrary, something that Zhang Wanzai was able to grasp? Luo Shu. Qin Zheng had made up his mind that he must enter the world in the Book of Luo to have a look. However, Qin Zheng had no experience. But now that Zhang Wanzai had said so many things, Qin Zheng was able to determine that he was different from the others. Therefore, Qin Zheng ended today's conversation without moving, but invited Zhang Wanzai to stay and announced that the two of them were going into seclusion. The city lord's mansion, within the dark room in the backyard. Qin Zheng took out the upper and lower volumes of the Book of Luo, all of them. Zhang Wanzai was shocked at the sight. Even, the entire person prostrated before the two halves of the scrolls as he exclaimed, "You actually gathered the complete upper and lower scrolls? Humph." Qin Zheng nodded his head and said, however, I don't know how to combine the two scrolls into one, so perhaps Mr. should be able to know. The Book of Luo is endlessly mysterious, I do not know. Either. Zhang Wanzai shook his head, but his gaze had been carefully scrutinizing the two scrolls. Suddenly, Zhang Wanzai used the book and docked the gaping holes of the two scrolls together. It's useless, I've tried. Qin Zheng shook his head. However, the next moment, the two scrolls actually merged into one. In an instant, an arcane light blossomed throughout the entire secret room. What's going on? Qin Zheng was dumbfounded. Before, you might have gotten the direction wrong. Because I have entered the Book of Luo, so I know the correct orientation of the Book of Luo, and you should have gotten the interfaces mixed up in the first place. Zhang Wanzai laughed. Actually, this is just a small cleverness, but I guess that it might be that when the Luo Shu was separated by the human race in the first place, in order to avoid being utilized by the foreign races, that's why it intentionally made such a design. If we can't discover this little cleverness of the human race, then even if the deities obtained the two copies of the scrolls, they probably wouldn't know how to use them. It seems that our sages have thought everything through. Qin Zheng smiled helplessly. He had been careless for a moment, but he had let himself, almost, miss out on this treasure of the human race. It turned out that the interfaces of the two Luo Shu volumes were completely staggered. Who would have thought that? Qin Zheng had also spliced it a few times, but there was no reaction at all. And now, the Book of Luo had finally become a complete scroll. However, after molding, the Book of Luo still did not have any words appearing. Qin Zheng was not surprised. After all, the Book of Luo was originally wordless. The complete Luo Shu looked somewhat ancient. Sir, it is possible to enter your consciousness into it once again. Qin Zheng spoke. Zhang Wanzai was very surprised when he heard this. After all, the Book of Luo was now considered all Qin Zheng had. However, Qin Zheng was so generous as to show it to others? Seeing Zhang Wanzai's reaction, Qin Zheng just smiled faintly. I believe that the Book of Luo is definitely the wisdom of our ancestors, and it was left to us, the descendants. Since this is the case, then as long as it is not the divine race or the demon race, anyone can enter their divine sense into it. No matter what kind of person, and what kind of skills they have gained in it, it is an inheritance that belongs to the human race, don't you think so? Not bad. Zhang Wanzai got up and bowed solemnly to Qin Zheng, then said aloud, all my life, I, Zhang Wanzai, have been thinking about how the human race is going to get out of the predicament, facing this roaming gods and devils, and I have thought about it, that the human race only has to usher in a person who is able to unite all the parties, and has the ability to fight against the gods and devils, that is, a true human race great emperor. Only then will there be any hope of confronting the gods and devils. In the past, I hoped that this person would be the sacred dragon emperor, but then I realized that he would not be able to. Qin Zheng somewhat understood what Zhang Wanzai meant. However, he did not say anything, but instead just looked at Zhang Wanzai, letting him finish. Zhang Wanzai continued, right now, this world, chaotic, as if it was the moment when chaos first began. Blue Star has been transformed by the deities, and is also changing according to their will. This is the general trend, which seems to be irreversible. But from your insight into the Book of Luo, you don't seem to care that people will, through it, gain great power. Such a mindset is what it takes to become the leader of the entire human race. These words were spoken forcefully. At the same time, Zhang Wanzai, facing the current Luo Shu, was not in a hurry to enter such a treasure trove, possibly left behind by the sages of the human race, but instead said that Qin Zheng was suitable to become a co-lord of the human race, and even there was also some persuasion for Qin Zheng to become the great emperor of the human race. In fact, Zhang Wanzai was showing his attitude. He wanted Qin Zheng to fight, and he, Zhang Wanzai, would assist Qin Zheng. Oftentimes, the establishment of trust between people was very simple. One example was now. Qin Zheng trusted Zhang Wanzai. After all, he was known as the light of the human race. Again, he was the human race, the vanguard of resistance against the gods. Zhang Wanzai now also trusted Qin Zheng. After all, a supreme treasure of the human race like the Book of Luo, Qin Zheng was also willing to share it with anyone. In fact, Zhang Wanzai did not know Qin Zheng's true thoughts. To share the Book of Luo with the entire human race, Qin Zheng was certainly willing and was indeed sincere. However, who could guarantee that they would all be able to obtain powerful techniques or skills in the Book of Luo? The talents of people were different from each other. The reason why people were people was because they all had enlightenment. Of course, Qin Zheng wasn't sure that he was necessarily the most enlightened and the most gifted of the human race, but there was one thing that Qin Zheng was very clear about, and that was that right now, he continued to want power. Not only did he himself need it, the entire human race needed it. Therefore, sharing the Luo book, this is his first starting point. Then there was. After Qin Zheng knew about the Luo Shu, which came from the human race, he actually did not hold much hope for the Luo Shu. After all, those sages of the human race had been nothing more than playthings in the hands of the gods and demons for many years. If they left the Luo book, really can change the fate of the human race, have so powerful skills, then save the human race, or even revitalize the mission of the human race, and why stay until now? The only variable within the Book of Luo is the upper volume. After all, that upper volume of the Book of Luo was bestowed upon Qin Zheng by the system. In other words, the system, an exceedingly powerful existence, might bring about changes. For example, Qin Zheng was a big variable now. Why had he traveled across? Even at level 1, the attack power could exceed 100 million. These were all given by the system. Therefore, Qin Zheng was not afraid to share it with the human race. If the system really did move something inside the Book of Luo, then as soon as Qin Zheng's consciousness went in, he would be able to get what he wanted. That was why Qin Zheng was able to be so generous, saying that he would contribute the Luo Shu with the entire human race. Zhang Wanzai's consciousness entered the Book of Luo. At the same time, Qin Zheng also went in. What he saw was a scene of Pangu opening up the heavens, and the flood gods, immortals, and wizards standing side by side, just like the mountains and seas reappearing, and the floods arriving. Again, but all of this was ultimately illusory. What Qin Zheng saw was more than that. The universe was vast, with millions of stars and rivers. The planets were even more in the trillions. On top of so many planets, it wasn't only Earth, or the blue star, that had human races. Qin Zheng saw many planets that had birthed the human race. Then, there were all sorts of different myths. However, the gods that were honored and worshipped by the human race in those myths were not those of the true gods. What are the true gods? Those are the existences that master everything between the vastness of the universe. They are the giants of the stars. They are the helmsmen of the universe. And even more so, they are the pushers of the universe. If we were to say something specific, or a bit more practical, it would be, after Qin Zheng saw the vastness of the universe in the Book of Luo, the only thing that came to his mind was that he, or the entire human race, was not even a dimensional existence compared to the true gods and demons in the universe. Gods and demons that have transcended this universe? Qin Zheng was shocked. However, Qin Zheng was also very clear about one thing at the same time. This Luo Shu, indeed, had already been transformed by the system. If it was merely the handiwork of the human sages, then neither Emperor Xian Yuan and the others, nor the human realm sages that the sacred dragon dynasty was located in, could possibly possess such a skill. Because, the Luo Shu that Qin Zheng saw seemed to have penetrated through the essence of the entire universe. Then, what kind of existence are you, system? Qin Zheng softly asked. In the next moment, the image that Qin Zheng saw appeared to change. It was the heavenly Tao. It was the way in which the entire universe was born. However, on this heavenly Tao, there seemed to be overlapping shadows. It was as if the heavenly Tao had been covered. What was the meaning of this? Qin Zheng was unclear. However, the next moment, a golden light shone into Qin Zheng's mind. Qin Zheng was able to see that underneath the feet he was standing in were countless heavy heavens. It was countless overlapping universes. And at that moment, it was as if Qin Zheng was able to feel the human will of all the universes of the 9 states and 10,000 directions throughout the ages. It was an incomparably pouring power. Qin Zheng shook. As soon as he attacked, he was able to feel. When he thought about it, it seemed that the fate of the entire human race was linked to him. This was power. The power of his attack was expanding wildly. Vaguely remembering, Zhang Wanzai said that he was able to fight against the gods, relying on the power of the earth. It was those sages who had sacrificed their lives for the human race to fight against the gods, their departed power, that was helping Zhang Wanzai. Therefore, what Zhang Wanzai had learned in the Book of Luo was to invoke the power of the dead human sages. What about Qin Zheng? Qin Zheng was the departed, plus the living. As long as it was human power, he seemed to be able to borrow it. This was too crazy. Inside the Book of Luo, could such a terrifying power really exist? Obviously, it could not exist. Then, was that the power Qin Zheng had received, actually originated from the system. The system called me invincible. In his heart, Qin Zheng could not help but lament. He was truly invincible. The power of man. In other words, next, Qin Zheng was the true lord of the earth. Incorrect. When Qin Zheng saw that he was gaining all the earthly power and then his attack power broke through 1 billion, Qin Zheng felt as if he was going to be invincible in the world. Even the deities were out of the question. Deities. Tremble. Qin Zheng laughed coldly. Previously, Qin Zheng had planned to continue his obscene development. But now, the secrets of the Book of Luo were unlocked. Then after Qin Zheng exited the world of the Book of Luo, when he saw Zhang Wanzai again, the two of them exchanged glances. Qin Zheng saw that Zhang Wanzai's expression was also satisfied and shocked. I already have the power to be able to fight against a middle god. Zhang Wanzai did not hide anything. He told Qin Zheng that in the Book of Luo, he had gained power. This power was able to allow him to fight against the middle gods. And what about Qin Zheng? Qin Zheng did not say what he had obtained, he only told Zhang Wanzai, then next, let us begin to unify the entire blue star. Then, with the blue star as the base camp of the human race, we will start conquering the heavens. Conquering the heavens? Hearing Qin Zheng's words, Zhang Wanzai seemed to understand something. The two of them, in unison, exited the secret room. It was coincidental to say the least. At this time, Zhang Wenyi approached and said, City Lord Qin, Father, Bai Shui is here. Bai Shui? Qin Zheng frowned and asked, what white snow? Could it be that snow was falling from the sky? Empress Bai's niece, the granddaughter of Bai Baojun. Zhang Wanzai told Qin Zheng, after the death of Bai Baojun, the 3 million Western army should be under the command of her father, Bai Wansong. At this time, she came over to southern Gothic city, presumably to look for you. Qin Zheng immediately understood. This was the Bai family, coming to seek an alliance with himself, right? However, the current Qin Zheng did not need this at all. An alliance? There was no need for that. Because Qin Zheng was the new emperor of Earth. He was able to mobilize all the powers of the earth, so what was he if not a human emperor? At this time, Qin Zheng's heart was also facing up to his own strength. When he was completely invincible, nothing needed to be modest anymore. Good, then let's meet this Bai Shui. By the way, Li Shuelua, Li Shuiyan, and the girls are all coming over, and this Luoshu. Let's you all comprehend and understand together first. Qin Zheng said, and directly threw the Luoshu to Zhang Wenyi. For him, the Book of Luo was no longer useful. However, for the entire human race, it was undoubtedly a treasure trove. Perhaps a certain human would be able to find a powerful technique of their own within it. The human race still needed to become stronger. It was impossible to really rely on just one Qin Zheng to fight all the heavens. Therefore, Qin Zheng was very generous. Together, everyone arrived in the council hall. Here, Qin Zheng met a very Western-looking woman. Moreover, there were pointed ears. The entire person looked as if she had descended from ice and snow. And her expression, too, was unsmiling. It was as if it was written do not approach. Such a woman was too cold and too proud. So even if she had the beauty of Li Shuiyang and Zhang Wenyi, she didn't look as pleasing as those two. Even the female president, Li Shuiyan, was not as lonely and cold as her. After Qin Zheng took his seat, he asked, what is Miss Bai doing in southern Gothic City after traveling so far? My father knows that Prime Minister Zhang is here and seems determined to assist your excellency. Someone who can make Prime Minister Zhang resolve to assist you is definitely a powerful man of the world. Therefore, my father hopes that the Western Army will be able to ally with southern Gothic City. Bai Shui kissed her vermilion lips. Together, we will overthrow the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Yes. Qin Zheng agreed readily, only that he asked a very sharp question between his faint smiles. What about after overthrowing the Holy Dragon Dynasty? This world, is your father the master, or am I the master? This. Bai Shui wanted to speak. Obviously, she was not going to be organized by Qin Zheng's tactics that did not follow the rules. How could someone say something so blatant as soon as they came up? There has to be a priority in everything, right? Qin Zheng smiled faintly again. Miss Bai Shui, if I say, let your father, as well as all the Western armies, come to South Gotham City to pay homage to me, and then I'll head to the imperial capital of the Holy Dragon Dynasty to avenge your aunt as well as your grandfather. What do you think? The Holy Dragon Emperor is now possessed by a demon, and that demon empress of his is even stronger amongst the demon race, so if you want to kill them, I'm afraid that your one South Gotham City won't be able to do it at all. Bai Shui was still a little girl after all. Although haughty and high-strung. However, inexperienced. She was in a hurry and blurted out a lot of things. By all rights, the Holy Dragon Emperor, as well as Empress Luo Qian's intelligence, should be the capital of the Western Army's negotiations. However, Qin Zheng made her say it all in just a few words. We don't even know about this information, how did you know? Qin Zheng inquired. I have had the ability to distinguish magic power since I was young, and that night, when my grandfather was captured by that demon empress, I felt a powerful fluctuation of magic power. So what is that demon empress if not a demon race? Bai Shui responded. It turned out that she actually had special abilities. It looks like. It seems to be another, extraordinary human race. Just like Zhang Wanzai, she was a human with strange special abilities. Qin Zheng smiled once again when he heard this, then he gazed at Zhang Wanzai and said, together, let's make a trip to the imperial capital. Kill the demon empress, kill the holy dragon emperor. By the way, bring along this Miss Bai Shui as well. As for whether or not she wants to go back afterward and bring the 3 million Western army to defect to me, I believe that she will have her own idea by then. Qin Zheng actually planned to go directly to the imperial capital. Moreover, listening to his tone, killing a holy dragon emperor, as well as the demon empress from the demon race beside the holy dragon emperor, was as simple as drinking a mouthful of water. This made Bai Shui, the third-generation figure of the Holy Dragon Dynasty's Western Army, who had been icy smart since childhood, completely dumbfounded. This city lord was really that powerful? Is Qin Zheng powerful? Of course it was awesome. After all, the current him, if he utilized his entire earthly power, his attack power would be able to reach 100,000. What kind of concept was that? In the words of a cowboy, it is seconds of heaven, seconds of earth, seconds of air. After all, this was something produced by the system. The key was Qin Zheng, whose previous base attack power was overly intimidating. At level 1, it was over 100 million attacks. If the base attack power was high, then the increase was also strong. As for Qin Zheng, he still had the Overlord's skill. He was directly able to convert 10% of his attack power into life value. So, when Qin Zheng utilized the entire power of the earth, he was not a deity. Yet, it was stronger than any deity. More than 100 million blood. 1 billion attacks. Who wouldn't be confused in their place? This was also Qin Zheng's bottom line right now. It was also the reason why he dared to bring Zhang Wanzai and Bai Shui to the Holy Dragon Dynasty's royal city, the imperial capital. But Bai Shui did not know. She only knew that the imperial capital was very dangerous right now. The woman who had killed her grandfather as well as her aunt was at least a middle god-level demon. Crucially, it was not known if she had any helpers. What if the other party came with helpers? Although, after coming to South Gotham City, Bai Shui had heard quite a few rumors. For example, City Lord Qin Zheng, a level 1 god beheader. What he also beheaded was a medium god, a blue star Eastern Orthodox god enthroned by the divine race. But Bai Shui hadn't seen it with her own eyes after all. A level 1 god beheading, such a legend was simply too stunning. It was also too esoteric, and even a bit of bullshit. She didn't dare to believe it easily either. However, Zhang Wanzai was saying the same thing. He even advised Bai Shui not to worry, before they all boarded Qin Zheng's flying immortal treasure. This treasure. Bai Shui was stunned. A top-tier flying immortal treasure. I'm afraid that in the divine realm, it would be a rare sight. An absolute good thing. And in this barren and underground blue star, it could actually be seen. Definitely not a mortal object. It was also impossible that it was a good thing that could be possessed on the blue star. However, Qin Zheng was able to possess it. From this, it could be seen that perhaps some of the legends were true. Bai Shui's mood was still rather apprehensive. However, Qin Zheng stood with his arms folded as he stood on the flying cloud mirror and said to Zhang Wanzai, when we arrive at the King City, that demon will be handed over to you. This battle might cause the rest of the deities and devils on the blue star to come together to watch the battle. At that time, the rest of the deities or devils will all be left to me to deal with. Let's fight and just use this one opportunity to completely purge the entire blue planet of all the gods and devils. Are you taking this opportunity to unify the blue star, as well as the entire human race? Zhang Wanzai laughed, it's long overdue. Indeed. Qin Zheng had the strength. However, Qin Zheng, as a person, had a rather stoic personality. Before he had enough strength to confront the divine race and the demon race, Qin Zheng preferred not to display his sharpness. After today's battle, South Gothic City will establish a 1,000,000-strong army, with each of the 6 divisions of soldiers and horses in their respective roles, to conquer the entire Blue Star's 4 major continents, and then unify the Blue Star to fight against the divine race and the demon race. Qin Zheng looked towards the sky. Above the sky, he knew that it was the infinite universe. However, at this moment, Qin Zheng was about to declare war on the entire infinite universe. The human race. Never to be slaves. Even more so, they were unwilling to become puppets and food for gods and demons. The gods and devils fed on people. Then, people could also feed on them. Although Qin Zheng, who walked the path of the hegemon, he did not intend to follow the path of the gods and demons. However, that did not prevent the human race from utilizing the divine compositions of those gods and demons to become stronger. Therefore, why was the human race destined to be the one to be eaten? Qin Zheng preferred to lead the human race to destroy the gods and demons, eat their god frames. So the unification of the blue star was merely the first step, letting the human race, in the vastness of the starry universe, have a landing point. At this time above the void, suddenly a beam of ghostly black on broke the dome shone in. That black aura eventually landed right above the imperial capital of the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Another demon god. Zhang Wanzai also saw that black on. Let's go! Qin Zheng accelerated his speed. Holy Dragon Dynasty, imperial capital, within the imperial palace. Ha ha! Lord Earth Demon, why have you personally come? Empress Luoqian was, at this moment, ecstatic as she looked at a black robe in front of her. This is the Earth Demon. Devil race, the upper god realm 10 million, but in the upper god realm above, then there are 8 big sky devil, and the Earth Demon was one of them. It was called an Earth Demon because of its skill, which was closely related to the land. It could be said that with a wave of the Earth Demon's hand, it could instantly change the landscape of a place's mountains and rivers. This was a powerful existence capable of altering and shaking the planetary forces at will. The Great Heavenly Devil Realm corresponded to the Great Heavenly God Realm. It was also the leader of all false gods, low gods, middle gods, and upper gods. The thousand-faced demon god was only in the middle god realm. However, her success had attracted a great heavenly demon to her. This was her superior's superior, the leader of leaders. Therefore, how could she not be happy? The Earth Demon said in a deep voice, "Thousand Faces, you've done a great job. And it just so happens that at this time, my father is in dire need of 10,000 human hearts and livers to refine the magic pills. Originally, my father was planning to go to the western continent of the Blue Star, the Demon Kingdom, but considering the human race on your side, there should still be quite a number of people that have not yet believed in our demon race. Since that's the case, then it's just right to take their hearts and livers to make medicine." The moment he opened his mouth, he wanted to eat 10,000 people. Is this the great heavenly devil? Hearing the words of the Earth Devil, at this moment, a hint of remorse appeared in the eyes of the Holy Dragon Emperor. Although, he was not a great human emperor, nor was he a good emperor. However, in his eyes, everything in the Holy Dragon Dynasty, including the population, were also his assets. So, these were all his things. The moment the Earth Demon asked for his things, did he ask him? Not really. However, what did the Holy Dragon Emperor dare to say? Nor did he dare. After all, this was a great heavenly devil. It was an existence that could destroy the entire eastern continent with the snap of a finger. However, just at this time, a voice appeared above the palace. "Holy Dragon Emperor, do you still dare to call yourself a descendant of the dragon family? Others want to slaughter your people, and yet you still offer them with both hands. When did you, that noble divine faith, have been completely abandoned by yourself?" Zhang Wanzai. The Holy Dragon Emperor roared angrily. It was none other than Zhang Wanzai's voice. Zhang Wanzai? Luoqian looked at the Holy Dragon Emperor and asked, "Is that the one you've been worrying about, the one who can threaten your imperial throne?" "Yes." The Holy Dragon Emperor nodded his head. "If this palace, if I kill him for you, will you be willing to offer the hearts and livers of several of your sons and daughters to Lord Earth Demon?" Luoqian spoke once again. This time, she actually extended her hand to the Holy Dragon Emperor's children. But this was normal, because what Luoqian she wanted was to completely dominate the Holy Dragon Dynasty. Therefore, she wouldn't allow the Holy Dragon Emperor to have a more obedient heir to the throne than her on his side. For the demon race, getting another human dynasty on the Blue Star, getting a piece of land that has nurtured billions of humans is like helping the demon race get a large population captive base. Luoqian wouldn't let go of such a credit. She already fantasized that after she succeeded, she would be able to get the praise of the demon sovereign, and then the demon sovereign would be able to let her enter the upper divine realm at the flick of a finger, and she would even be expected to become the next great celestial demon. It's useless for you to keep those heirs anyway, since you can already live forever. Could it be that you still hope that one day you'll die and leave it all to them? Luoqian continued to compel the Holy Dragon Emperor. At that moment, the Holy Dragon Emperor's eyes clouded over. "Fine, after killing Zhang Wanzai, I'll make them all offer their hearts and livers to Lord Earth Demon." The Holy Dragon Emperor responded. "Ha ha." Luoqian rejoiced. The Earth Devil on one side also nodded his head in approval. "Luoqian, your tactics are indeed useful to the human race. As for that person outside, do you want this seat to take action?" "No need, Lord Earth Devil, you have come from afar as a guest. How dare I bother your old man to take action?" Luoqian responded in a hurry. "No way." All the credit for overrunning the Holy Dragon Dynasty was hers, the Thousand Faces demon god. No one can snatch a single star from the past. Immediately, Luoqian appeared above the palace. She faced Zhang Wanzai directly. Then, her eyes fell on a man and a woman behind Zhang Wanzai, and finally looked at Bai Shui, then laughed. "What a beautiful set of skin. When this palace kills Zhang Wanzai, your skin will be mine, huh?" Bai Shui sniffed and poo-pooed. "Disgusting thing." "Indeed." Qin Zheng also nodded. Then, he told Zhang Wanzai, "Do your best to take down this devil, you don't have to care about anything else." "Good." Zhang Wanzai naturally understood what Qin Zheng meant. Qin Zheng was telling him not to keep his hands off. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Wanzai started, he broke through his own realm. My human ancestors, whose heroic souls will not be dispersed, help Zhang Wanzai step through the green clouds. As Zhang Wanzai shouted, the wind rose in all directions. Countless forces that converged on his body. This is not good. How can he mobilize the power of the dead? At the first moment, the earth demon sensed that something was wrong. However, he was a devil. If you wanted to be a devil, then first you had to learn to be an old six. If you weren't sinister, you wouldn't live long. Therefore, the earth devil did not stand out at the first moment. On the contrary, his expression was still thoughtful. The earth devil had already lived for too long. Don't know how many billions of years. This time, he wanted to refine the magic pills, but also because he had reached the end of his life and had to have the magic pills to renew his life. However, the magic pills refined by 10,000 people's hearts and livers would only be able to renew his life for 10 years. What he wanted the most, that was the devil god's boon. If the thousand-faced demon god died in battle, then, could this credit of the Holy Dragon Dynasty belong to him? It still really could. Therefore, the Earth Devil did not come forward. It didn't even remind the thousand-faced demon god. This was the devil. They would even count and plot against their own kind. And in reality, the gods were the same. In this world, who isn't selfish? The great public and selfless. There were only some saints that could truly do this. In addition, the Earth Demon also sensed three powerful individuals of the Middle God realm, rapidly approaching this way. It looked like it was the three righteous gods of the divine race coming over. That Earth Devil, naturally, had to hide a little deeper. It's just that he couldn't have imagined that the Thousand Faces demon god would actually be slapped directly by Zhang Wanzai in his face, and he almost fell to the 9 hells and Yellow Springs. Almost died. Zhang Wanzai, who had obtained the power of his ancestors, hadn't been able to fight against the middle gods before. However, after walking through the complete Luoshu world once again, Zhang Wanzai's strength nowadays was already stronger than many average middle god realms. Above the firmament, the thousand-faced demon god spat out blood. Even that skin, which had never belonged to her in the first place, was shedding. It presented a scene that was both feared and sickeningly disgusting. Seeing this scene, Bai Shui was even about to vomit. However, Qin Zheng told her, "They're coming, so stay honest on the flying cloud mirror." Bai Shui froze. Then, there was a slight dissatisfaction in her gaze. Why? Because according to age, Qin Zheng was about the same size as her. In terms of status, Qin Zheng was the city lord of South Gothic City, but she, Bai Shui, was the princess of the entire West. How many years did South Gotham City have? It only added up to a few 100,000. However, under the Bai family's command, there were 1 million soldiers alone. Most of the 3 million Western army were loyal to the Bai family. So, what gave Qin Zheng the right to sound like an adult in front of her? There was some displeasure. However, Bai Shui did not dare to say it either. This displeasure was just a bit of pride in her heart as a girl. However, she was actually very curious about Qin Zheng's next performance. She also knew who they were in Qin Zheng's words. 3 middle god realms. This was, however, even more difficult to deal with than a thousand-faced demon god. However, Qin Zheng spoke again. In this palace, there is still a strong presence, even stronger than the 10 middle god realms combined, and I have already sensed it. But don't be afraid, even if more come, they will all be annihilated here today. Why was Qin Zheng so confident? Because this is the blue star. Here, it was the earth. In the next moment, Qin Zheng said in a loud voice, the 3 medium gods, as well as the one in the palace, don't hide either. Today, I, Qin Zheng, will fight against the 4 of you one by one, kill you all first, unify the blue star, and also let the god race and the demon race know that. From today onwards, the human race will no longer tolerate any bullying and insults. As long as there is a place where I, Qin Zheng, am present, no matter whether it is the gods or the demons, you will not be allowed to exist. What a big mouth. At this moment, the displeased earth demon could not help himself. However, he did not, in fact, believe that the human race was capable of having such a strong person. Could it be that the human race was all capable of defeating the great heavenly devil? How could that be possible? So, just take another look. However, in just an instant, the 3 medium gods who had come on hearing the words were parted by a sword on that rose up to the sky and cut down the 9 heavens. For a moment, the sky was rained with blood. Countless auras filled the air rapidly. Even the entire blue star appeared to be overflowing with spiritual chi. That blade seemed to have severed the entire dome. What middle god? He can't even carry one of my slashes. Qin Zheng laughed coldly, then looked towards the palace and opened his mouth. What, do you still want to continue hiding inside? Dare you, come and fight with me? The earth demon was dumbfounded. That blade. No. The strength of that blade, even he was inferior to himself. The human race, how could they possess such a strong existence? Just as well, since you don't dare to come out, let's get rid of this so-called palace as well with a single slash. Holy Dragon Emperor? With me around, who on earth is still qualified to be called an emperor? Saying so, the Tsongshang blood in Qin Zheng's hand was like a remnant of the sun. Boom! That remnant sun directly enveloped the entire palace. "This blade is only for me." Qin Zheng opened his mouth in a domineering manner. As soon as the knife went down, the entire palace was reduced to pieces. "Great heavenly devil?" The Earth Devil's voice roared angrily and pierced out. "Impossible, I'm a great heavenly devil." In the end, can see that incomparably huge Earth Devil body, under the knife cut also inch by inch into powder. There was only a single godhead that was presented in front of everyone. Bai Shui was stunned. She knew. This man in front of her was definitely the only king of the human race in the future. It was also the hope of the entire human race. It was an existence that could lead the human race and conquer everything.